My name is Chi Hongdo. I woke up feeling weak and dizzy, my body aching from lying in bed for 3 days. The smell of the old blanket covered me, making me frown. The room was dim, but as the sunlight crept in, I could see my surroundings more clearly. My head pounded as I recalled what had happened. 3 days ago, my youngest son's wife, Li Xiaoyi, suddenly demanded to split the family. The shock of it had made me faint. Since then, the household had been tense, with everyone avoiding each other. My eldest son, Yuanwen, was furious. He and the others were struggling to understand how Lao Lu and his wife dared to bring up such a thing. In this family, I had always been the one in charge, managing everything since my husband passed away. But things were different now, because I wasn't really the same Zhao Laotai. Before I ended up in this body, I had been a young woman, only 22, suffering from terminal stomach cancer. I had been angry at a novel filled with an unreasonable and chaotic family, and while typing out a long complaint, I had suddenly found myself waking up here. I had become the exact old woman I despised in that story. At first, I had little desire to live, thinking it was better to let myself fade away. But then, a strange blue screen appeared before me, offering me a deal. Every day I survived in this world would add another day to my life back in my original body. If I lived 20 years here, I would gain 20 more years in my real world, free from cancer. And as a bonus, I had been given a special ability, though I had yet to explore it. Now, standing before my family, I knew I had to take control. When I stepped out of my room, everyone was shocked to see me up. The household had been waiting, uncertain of what would happen next. As soon as Li Xiaoyi mentioned splitting the family again, my patience snapped. Slamming a bowl on the ground, I silenced everyone. Furious, I listed everything I had done for Lao Lu and his wife. The money I had spent on his medical bills, the price I had paid to ensure Li Xiaoyi could marry into this family. They had taken from me again and again, yet now they wanted to leave on their own terms. If there's going to be a split, I declared, my voice cold, then I will be the one to decide it. I woke up after 3 days in bed, feeling weak but determined. My son, Lao Lu, and his wife had demanded to split the family, which made me faint from anger. Now I had to face the mess they caused. When I mentioned splitting the family, I saw their eyes light up. They thought they would get money easily, but I had a plan. I reminded them of the expenses I had paid for them over the years. Medical bills, wedding costs, and raising their children. I showed them my worn-out accounting book with every cent recorded. If they wanted to split, they would have to pay me back and provide for my old age. Suddenly, Lao Lu looked scared, realizing they didn't have the money. He quickly knelt, begging me to forgive him. I let him stew a bit before I agreed to let it go for now. During lunch, I sat at the table and ate the only 2 slices of meat in the meal. My youngest son, tried to steal one, but I smacked his hand. Everyone was surprised. They had always seen me spoil him, but times had changed. I needed to stay strong. Outside, I noticed my granddaughter sitting alone, quietly eating her simple meal. Her parents saw her as a tool to marry off for money. My heart ached, but I couldn't act yet. I needed to handle the adults first. After lunch, I sat in the breeze, feeling my tired bones relax. Then, I opened the mysterious game-like panel that had appeared when I came here. It was called Happy Town, and I could use it to improve my health. Only the convenient hospital was active now, but it had already helped me regain my strength. Looking at my shabby surroundings, I sighed. I had agreed to live here to extend my real life back home. But this life was tough. I needed to clean up this family mess, protect my granddaughter, and find a way to survive with dignity in this chaotic household. Living in the old Zhao family's main bedroom is a unique experience. The room is big but crammed with sacks of beans, dried sweet potatoes, and pickled vegetables. The air smells strong from all the preserved food and supplies. The wooden boxes under the bed hold fabrics collected over years, since getting materials in the countryside is tough. Every item here tells a story of hard times and frugality. Today, my mood is sour. My son, Zhao walks in, instantly testing my patience. He's grown but still acts like a child, always scheming to get money from me. As expected, he asks for 5 yuan to buy shoes. I know better. A decent pair costs far less. His smooth talking and exaggerated whining don't fool me. I let him have it with some harsh words. He thinks he deserves special treatment, but he's just another freeloader, like his older brother. After my scolding, leaves the house sulking. I see my granddaughter Zhao Yuxiu return from collecting pig feed. The poor girl lives a hard life. I feel a twinge of guilt. But what can I do? This family drains me. I spent the day snapping at everyone, using my anger as a shield. This isn't the life I imagined, but it's the one I live now. I won't bend over backward to change these people. I've learned that if I want to protect my peace, I need to stand my ground. I don't care if they call me harsh or difficult. I'll survive, one scolding at a time. After sorting through the mess in my room, I gave up on cleaning, but I couldn't ignore the awful smell of my quilt. I asked Zhao Yuxiu, my granddaughter, to hang it outside. The poor girl looked so thin, like she might be blown away by the wind. I remembered she had a tough future ahead in the story, so I opened an old wooden chest and gave her a piece of fine cotton fabric. It wasn't much, but enough to sew 2 small vests. She was surprised but quickly accepted it, clutching the fabric like treasure. Later, the house grew noisy when my 5th son Zhao Yuanwu returned with his family after helping build a house for his in-laws. The usual gossip and petty remarks followed, but I ignored it. However, trouble soon came from the West Room. Yuxiu's mother, Li Shaoi, discovered the fabric and tried to take it to make a shirt for her son. Yuxiu resisted, but her mother scolded and hit her. The girl's quiet sobs filled the night. Hearing the commotion, I sat up in bed, feeling a mix of anger and helplessness. This family is exhausting. Greed, selfishness, and cruelty are everywhere. I gave that fabric to Yuxiu to help her feel less embarrassed as she grows, but in this house, even small kindnesses spark conflict. I sighed, knowing I couldn't fix everything overnight. But I won't ignore it either. I'm here now, in this life, with these people. For Yuxiu and maybe for myself, I'll find a way to make things better, one stubborn act at a time. That night, the dim light from the moon helped me find my way to the West Room. The village still doesn't have electricity, so everyone uses candles or kerosene lamps. My legs ached, but I pushed through and opened the door. Inside, I saw what I expected. My granddaughter Zhao Yuxiu's bruised face, her cheeks swollen with a clear shoe print on one side. My anger flared instantly. I didn't hesitate. I grabbed the 2 small vests from her mother, Li Shaoi, and turned to her father, Zhao Yuanshuang. He sat there pretending not to see his daughter's pain. Without thinking, I slapped him hard. How could a father let his child be treated this way? They acted like Yuxiu was a burden, not their daughter. I gave them both a piece of my mind, calling out their selfishness and cruelty. If they hadn't treated her so harshly, she wouldn't become the cold, resentful person I remembered from the story. I forced them to hand over their hidden stash of money. Of course, they tried to resist, but I didn't back down. In the end, I took 2 yuan and gave it to Yuxiu, telling her it was from her parents for medicine. Her shock mirrored everyone else's in the house. But I didn't care. I know how this family works. If I don't act tough, Yuxiu will just suffer more. Later, I returned to my room and bought a healing ointment from the in-game hospital with my old game currency. The reality of this family weighs on me. The boys get decent rooms while the girls live in a shed near the chicken coop. That night, Yuxiu returned to her room, clutching the vests and money while her cousins crowded around her. I hope she understands now. Someone finally sees her. Someone cares. And I'm not done yet. Chi Hongdo's slap caused. She felt good about it anyway. You just pretend to be deaf and dumb. You are not worthy of being a father. Usually, the combination of Lao Lu and his wife is that Li Shaoi develops the style of a shrew, asking for all kinds of benefits for herself, and Zhao Yuanshuang pretends to be an honest man, and occasionally the 2 of them act miserable together and cover up for each other. Bah, what a piece of... Chi Hongdo felt that according to the current morality, She would be in a loss of life if she was returned 1-to-1. With this degree of shortening life, it should be at least 1-to-3. But then again, the Zhao family's unhuman atmosphere, in fact, is the source. Not to mention the preference for sons over daughters, she almost wants to sell her daughters. She has 5 sons and 4 daughters, and the daughters-in-law can't make a fuss in front of her. She asked for the betrothal gifts of all 4 daughters. Except for the eldest daughter, the remaining 3 did not even touch the edge of the betrothal money and almost went out. The eldest daughter is a little special. One reason is that she is the old lady's first daughter. She and the eldest son Zhao Yuanwen are twins. Before them, a baby boy died soon after birth, and the old lady was very sad. So, after getting the twins, the old lady was particularly happy. Even though they were daughters, she didn't treat them harshly. When she went out, the old lady took some of the betrothal gifts for the eldest daughter. Another reason is that the eldest daughter is very smart and can coax people. The remaining 3rd, 4th, and 8th sons are not so lucky. They are all about the same age, so they hurried out to collect a sum of betrothal money and get it over with. But there's a saying that the more you love your children, the less reliable they are. Among the daughters who got married, the eldest daughter Zhao Darong lived the best life. The eldest son-in-law worked in the county's revolutionary committee and had a lot of money, but the old lady Zhao of the Zhao family could not get any of it. The eldest daughter even wanted to take some of it away from the old lady Zhao. Throughout the year, she only saw this daughter twice. The remaining 3 daughters married closer, either to the next brigade or to the commune a little further away, but they all had to dig in the soil for food and had to eat every day. The daughters were all like this, and the granddaughters were not much better off. Just look at Zhao Yuxiu, who was obviously a good student, but even if she knelt down and kowtowed in front of her parents and grandmother, no one in the family agreed to let her go to school. In summary, the girls in the Zhao family had a hard life. Since she was chosen for the sake of everyone's patency, why not start a change here? Lying in the single ward of the convenience hospital, Chi Hongdo, covered with a blue and white quilt, thought about it and slowly fell asleep. Before going to bed, a thought floated through Chi Hongdo's head. I'm so hungry. There is dry rice to eat at noon, but everyone can only eat porridge and mixed vegetables at night. The rice bag in the kitchen was empty. When Wang Xiaoqiao came to her in the afternoon to tell her about this, Chi Hongdo did not directly ask Wang Xiaoqiao to go to her room to get rice. There is a fixed amount of food in the house. Even for old lady Zhao, she only eats better occasionally, such as when she is not feeling well. She usually eats the same as her family. There is a rectangular cabinet in the kitchen where the food for cooking and precious food are locked. There is also a piece of bacon the size of a palm that old lady Zhao puts in the cabinet. No one can eat that piece of bacon except when she orders it. It is true that old lady Zhao is stingy, but there is really no surplus food in the house. There is also a small chest in her room, which contains 1.5 pounds of refined flour, 3 taels of brown sugar, and some broken candy blocks saved for her precious grandson and son. These are the top supplies in this family. They are not enough for one meal. I don't know what the next open icon in Happy Town will be. It would be great if it is a restaurant, barbecue stall, convenience store, etc. After all, they are all delicious. Thinking about this, Chi Hongdo was drooling in his dreams. Chi Hongdo was very powerful after being scolded 3 times a day yesterday. The next morning, when they got up to eat breakfast, everyone shrank their necks when they saw their mothers/mother-in-laws/grandmothers. I heard that my uncle ran away because he was scolded yesterday. They didn't want to be the next one. Chi Hongdo felt dizzy when she saw the crowd of people, not to mention the great-grandchildren who were drooling and couldn't speak clearly at her feet. There were also a few older boys who were chasing each other and playing while eating. Although she had already expressed her feelings before, Chi Hongdo still had to repeat her heartbreaking howl. These people are really fertile. After breakfast, it was not yet completely light. Almost all the men and wives went to work in the fields. The remaining half-grown ones stayed at home to wash clothes, feed pigs and chickens, cut grass for pigs, and sweep pig pens. The children were taken care of by the older ones, either playing by themselves at the door or going out to call friends to run around the village. Zhao Yushan, a 14-year-old girl from the 7th family, went to school with a small cloth bag on her back. Zhao Yuxiu could only watch her cousin go to school with envy on her swollen face. Qi Hongdou looked at the thin shadow and said, "Go to the barefoot doctor at the end of the village."
Got it, Grandma.
Carrying a basket of grass for cutting pigs, Zhao Yuxiu walked out silently. "Madam, Sanbao wants to eat candy." A dark kid suddenly grabbed Qi Hongdou's trouser leg. She lowered her head and saw that the kid was not only dark, but also skinny, with a big head and a thin neck. He looked scary. This was the 3-year-old grandson of the 5th child, Zhao Yuanwu, and one of her great-grandsons. Children remember food but not beatings. No matter how fierce the old lady is, they just remember that there are delicious foods here. Not to mention whether the kid is dark or thin, the kid is now not even a pair of pants. Because it's hot, because there is no cloth, and because it's a boy, so he's just. Anyway, children don't know how to be shy. Qi Hongdou couldn't help but hold her forehead and recalled carefully. It seemed that except for the 2 8- or 9-year-old great-grandchildren who were walking around in shorts, the others were either playing at home or playing at the door, and almost none of them had decent clothes. When it was hot, the men would take them to the pond at the door to take a bath. Sometimes, these kids would even sneak into the water to play by themselves. Anyway, they were all, so they were not afraid of getting their clothes wet and getting beaten. Think about the 2 large boxes of various scraps of cloth accumulated by the old lady in the house. It's really amazing. When the granaries are full, people know etiquette. When they have enough food and clothing, they know honor and disgrace. Sure enough, it has been like this since ancient times. Qi Hongdou returned to her room and turned out all the cloth in one of the boxes. She had to think about how to use these cloths to maximize their benefits. "We didn't eat lunch at home today." Zhao Yuju from the eldest family and Zhao Yuya from the 5th family, along with Zhao Yuxiu, brought food to the fields. Zhao Yuju and Zhao Yuya were both of the age to be married. Zhao Yuju already had a partner and was about to get married. After delivering food and water at noon, they continued to work until it was dark. After a busy day, I went home with a rumbling stomach, but thinking about the food at home, it was probably bean porridge and mixed vegetables, so I couldn't help feeling uncomfortable. But unexpectedly, there was a salted fish on the table today.
Wow.
It's meaty. Qi Hongdou picked up some food by herself. There was no doubt that she was overwhelmed by the salted fish in the house. Moreover, this period was a busy farming season. She had to harvest peanuts, rapeseed, and corn. It would be uncomfortable if she didn't have some oil in her stomach. And the combination of kindness and force was the long-term solution. Yes, in the Zhao family, a salted fish could be regarded as the old lady's favor. There were 3 salted fish and 2 caddies of bacon in the basket hanging from the beam of the main room, all of which were absolutely hard goods. One salted fish weighed 2 or 3 caddies, and they were all big. So although everyone didn't get much meat, at least they could taste the meat. After the meal was over, Qi Hongdou spoke slowly. A few days ago, the 6th brother and his wife said they wanted to split up the family. Besides the 2 of them, who else among you wants to split up the family? It was unclear why the old lady suddenly brought up this matter, and everyone looked puzzled. But the eldest brother Zhao Yuanwen was the first to stand up and speak. "Mom, if you don't split up the family, I will listen to you." The 5th brother Zhao Yuanwu followed suit. There were 5 brothers in the family. Zhao Yuanwu was like a genetic mutation. He stood there at a height of 1.88 meters, and with his sturdy body, he was like an iron tower. When he spoke, Qi Hongdou felt that his head was opened. There is a saying that goes a voice like a bell, and her son is just like that. Moreover, Zhao Yuanwu looks like a rough man, but in fact, he is rough on the outside and delicate on the inside, and he is also very irritable and easily angered. What's the point of dividing the family? The 6th child is nothing. Don't be angry, mother. I will definitely not divide the family. After he said that, the 7th child followed up with a muffled voice, "Me too." If it weren't for being close, Qi Hongdou almost didn't hear it. The 7th child was a premature baby, and he had been in poor health since he was a child. He was timid and was not liked by the old lady. He had a very low sense of existence in the Zhao family. His wife was noisy, but unfortunately, she didn't dare to speak loudly in front of the old lady Zhao. The youngest child, Zhao went out all night yesterday and didn't come back. At dinner today, he appeared like a ghost again. On a plate of salted fish, he was definitely the one who ate the most. Mom, I will take care of you in your old age. Even if we divide the family, I will definitely be with you. Zhao was definitely the one who spoke sweetly in front of the old lady. The sixth son got slapped in the face yesterday, and he felt a chill on his back whenever he spoke today. Noticing that everyone's eyes were focused on him, he quickly said, "No, we won't separate the family. I was wrong, and I will never mention the separation again." Chi Hongdo nodded with satisfaction at her son's obedience. She lowered her head, took out a navy blue handkerchief from her pocket, wiped her non-existent tears, and said in a crying voice, "Mom knows that you are all grown up and don't need me anymore. It's normal to want to separate the family. After all, I am usually a little harsh to you. But Mom just can't bear to leave you brothers. Your father passed away early, and I am a widow who has raised 9 of you brothers and sisters. If I wasn't a little harsher, all of our family would have been eaten by others.
There are no more left.
In our Hongqi brigade, the Zhao family is a big family with many people, but who is willing to help us when we are in trouble? For example, the year before last, the 6th brother broke his leg. I begged and pleaded, but who among you uncles, aunts and uncles was willing to give a penny? The year your father passed away, the family almost ran out of food and no one helped. Your mother, a woman, watched you brothers starving and bruised, and I hated you in my heart. They looked down on me, a widow, and thought that I could not support the family. I, Zhang Daiha, will not let them look down on me. Even if I have to beg for food, I can raise you all and let you brothers get married and start a career. Now, except the youngest brother, all of you brothers have started a family and a career, but their hearts have also drifted away. I, an old woman, have become a burden now. You are right to want to divide the family. It's just that I always think that brothers should work together and not let outsiders laugh at them. If you brothers can always work together, I will be satisfied even if you separate. After the separation, I will no longer interfere in the affairs of your families. It's your fault that you should die when you are old, and it's useless to be disliked when you are alive." Before she finished speaking, Chi Hongdo was already crying. The eyes of several brothers of the Zhao family were red. The 5th brother, Zhao Yuanwu, punched the 6th brother. "It's all because of you, this ungrateful wolf. If it weren't for you, how could mother be so sad?" The 6th brother cried out in pain. The eldest brother didn't stop him. The 7th brother was afraid of hurting himself by mistake, so he quickly hid aside. If the youngest brother hadn't been in the wrong occasion, he would have wanted to applaud and cheer. "Don't blame the 6th brother, it's all mother's fault," Chi Hongdo advised with a sob. After hearing this, the 5th brother punched the 6th brother again. "If you don't respect my mother, you are a..." The eldest brother didn't care about the 6th brother and turned around to persuade Chi Hongdo. "Mom, we absolutely don't mean that. Mom, you are the backbone of this family. What will we do if the family is divided?" The youngest brother followed suit and said good things. The 7th brother stammered and couldn't say more, so he nodded behind the eldest brother. "Really?" Chi Hongdo put away the handkerchief stained with garlic juice and asked with a wrinkled, bitter face with red eyes from crying. "Mom, don't worry, we absolutely don't have this idea. Not now, and not in the future." The brothers and the 5th brother, who had just beaten the 6th brother, spoke in unison. The 6th brother, who was beaten so hard that he had stars in his eyes, didn't care to cry out in pain and quickly expressed his position. Seeing that the situation was almost at the point she wanted, Chi Hongdo was satisfied to call it a day. Her heartbroken expression just now was also the forte of old Lady Zhao. She scolded and cried, and her sons were in her hands, letting her do whatever she wanted. "Are you not trying to coax your mother?" Chi Hongdo, who had put away her handkerchief, made another faint, scaring her sons so much that they quickly expressed their opinions again. Ahem. Chi Hongdo covered her chest and slowly revealed a relieved smile. That's good. That's good. Mother thought that you brothers must have been exhausted from the busy farming season these days. There are still 2 meat tickets at home. Mother will go to the town to buy some meat for you tomorrow. Chi Hongdo hadn't even left the house in the past few days. She had to find a chance to go out for a stroll and learn about the situation outside. It was 1968, a time of turmoil. If she didn't go out now, it would be even more difficult in the future. She was also thinking of some solutions. She was going to eat so much bean porridge and vegetables every day that she was going to get green eyes. Hearing that there was meat to eat, everyone's eyes lit up. It was not easy for rural people to get 2 meat coupons, but it was difficult to eat meat during festivals. When the sons heard their mother say that she would buy meat to nourish their bodies, they didn't know what they were thinking, but their faces were moved and ashamed. In the corner, a round-faced woman holding a crying baby also showed expectant eyes. The young man next to her caught a glimpse of his wife's eyes and felt a little sad. It was too difficult to get some good food to nourish the family in this situation. His little daughter was only 5 months old, and his wife had no milk. The adults and children had to eat bran and vegetables all day long, and they were all suffering. Because the best family in the book mostly mentioned the parents of the female supporting characters, and the people of the same generation were not described so clearly. In addition, there were too many people in this family, so Chi Hongdo really didn't notice this granddaughter-in-law. Actually, it was not Chi Hongdo's fault that she had a bad eye. It was because she, the granddaughter-in-law, had been treated harshly by the grandmother since she gave birth to the baby girl, so she had been trying to avoid her. She had been hiding in her room to eat recently. She was afraid that the old lady would see her and then scold her. There was meat tonight, and she was lucky enough that the old lady would not be busy with her, so she took the child out to eat. But she still did not dare to pick up the meat. The 2 chopsticks of fish were picked up by her husband. Chi Hongdo only saw the granddaughter-in-law with a round face who looked pleasing but sad, and the frighteningly thin baby in her arms after she heard the baby crying after the performance. Mother Wang Xiaocao's voice was a little dazed when she noticed that her mother-in-law had seen her second daughter-in-law, and some terrible memories came to her mind. Wang Xiaocao had 2 daughters. When she gave birth to her first daughter, her mother-in-law scolded her loudly and drove her to work in the fields during the confinement period, torturing her to death. When the youngest daughter Zhao Yuji was born, her mother-in-law lifted up her crying little daughter and wanted to throw her into the bucket to drown her. It was she who cried, begged, and fought for the child to stay. Her 2 daughters-in-law, the eldest Zhao Xiangdong's family gave birth to 3 boys, but the second Zhao Xiangnan's first child was a girl. She didn't dare to tell her daughter-in-law about her mother-in-law's past actions, but she didn't dare to close her eyes for several days after the baby was born. After a few months of hard work, Wang Xiaocao's heart was lifted up when she saw her mother-in-law suddenly paying attention to this daughter-in-law and granddaughter again. Chi Hongdo originally just took a glance, but because of Wang Xiaocao's terrified look, Chi Hongdo immediately dug out some sinful past events from the old lady's long memory. It was really a sin. As the eldest daughter-in-law, Wang Xiaocao was abused by the old lady when she was young. It was because the old lady was old now, there were more people in the family and there were more daughters-in-law, that she gradually stopped targeting the eldest daughter-in-law. Thinking of this, Chi Hongdo glanced at the eldest son Zhao Yuanwen, who was still moved. This eldest son, who seemed to be the most qualified, did not say a word when his mother poked his wife with a needle. He even asked his wife to bear with it. It is conceivable that if he treats his wife like this, he will not be much better to his daughter-in-law. He is also an old Xiangnan daughter-in-law. Why is the child crying? After dinner, Chi Hongdo drove everyone else away to go to bed, leaving the eldest son's family behind. The other daughters-in-law looked at each other tacitly, thinking that the old lady was going to torture the eldest sister-in-law and granddaughter-in-law again, and immediately dragged their husbands away. When the young daughter-in-law heard the old lady's voice, her legs went weak, and she immediately covered the child's mouth. "Grandma." The child only cried for a while, and soon stopped crying. Wang Xiaoqiao followed and nodded desperately in agreement. Niuniu is usually very well behaved. You knew the child was noisy. Why didn't you carry her into the house? What if she disturbed her mother? Zhao Yuanwen frowned. His tone was not very good. Although his wife gave birth to a girl, she was his first child after all. Zhao Xiongnan listened to his father's words, and a trace of resentment appeared on his face. Are they relatives or enemies one by one? Qi Hongdou saw the expressions of everyone in the family clearly. He opened his mouth and lowered his voice to scold Zhao Yuanwen. What are you talking about? After all, Niuniu is your granddaughter, and she is the seed of our Zhao family. You say that as if I can't tolerate the baby in my family. Zhao Yuanwen was scolded, but did not say a word. She believed that she was the most important person in the world. The other three people were very shocked. Are these words coming out of the old lady's mouth? Qi Hongdou really did not dare to look at the frighteningly skinny baby in her granddaughter-in-law's arms. She felt that the baby was about to die. She turned and went into the room. A moment later, she came out with a small package. She put the thing in Wang Xiaocao's arms.
Take it back.
No matter what, the child's surname is Zhao. In the past, the years were bad, and we could not have food to eat. Now, at least we have food to eat. Don't let the child starve. She turned around and avoided the others and said to Zhao Yuanwen gently, You are the eldest in the family. Mother hopes that you can be the one who takes the lead among the brothers. She also thinks that you will do the same to your own children. After mother is gone, your sons will have to take care of you in your old age. It's okay for you to be nice to them. A big stick plus a sweet date, it always works. Zhao Yuanwen, who was scolded without knowing why but was deeply moved in his heart, took his wife, son, daughter-in-law, and the unopened package away. Back in his room, Wang Xiaoqiao looked at the things in the package, shocked and speechless. 2 taels of brown sugar wrapped in paper, 5 eggs, a small bag of crushed sugar, and even 3 taels of refined white flour. With these things, the daughter-in-law and granddaughter will not have to eat coarse food for at least a few days. Zhao Xiongnan and the round-faced Lin Chuyu opened their mouths in surprise. Zhao Yuanwen wiped his rough and black face, thinking of the thoughtful words his mother said to him. While he was moved, he did not forget to educate his son. These are all given to us by your grandmother. Shut your mouth, do you know? You must remember your grandmother's kindness, and don't be an ungrateful person like your 6th uncle. The eggs in the house are all saved by the old lady to exchange for other things. Occasionally, she would take out 1 or 2, either for Zhao or for her precious grandson. How could ordinary people have such treatment? Zhao Xiongnan nodded desperately. As long as these things could be eaten by his wife, everything would be fine. There was also a small pot on the stove in the kitchen with hot water in it. Wang Xiaoqiao quickly made a bowl of egg drops, added some broken sugar cubes, and gave it to her daughter-in-law who already had tears in her eyes. Although her bedroom was full of things, Qi Hongdou still felt that this family was simply penniless. She flipped through the old lady's bottom money, more than 900 yuan, some scattered bills, and a blackened silver bracelet. This was all the Zhao family's current belongings. But in this era, there are many things that cannot be bought with money. So although the purchasing power of 900 yuan is very strong, it is almost useless without tickets.
Huh?
Just as Qi Hongdou was pulling her hair, the game panel she had just opened had lights flickering alternately. She looked closely and saw another icon in the row of gray icons light up. In this row of gray icons, the golden icon of Cat Tailor Shop is shining. It's not about food. Qi Hongdou was a little disappointed, then clicked the icon of Cat Tailor Shop and entered the game. Happy Town is a golden finger, and it is not an empty city. There are fixed NPCs in each icon. For example, the old Chinese medicine doctor in Convenience Hospital, the attending doctors in other departments, and the employees in the pharmacy. There is also a girl wearing a printed cat head skirt in Cat Tailor Shop. She is the fixed NPC of this tailor shop. Of course, these NPCs will only complete their business in a fixed program and will not take the initiative to make other comments. For example, after Qi Hongdou entered, the girl manager said welcome and then continued to work on her clothing. It seems that Chi Hongdo is just an ordinary customer. The store of cat tailor shop is not big, only about 30 square meters. There are a wide variety of ready-made clothes for men, women, young and old in the store, all modern clothes. The tailor's craftsmanship is very good. Chi Hongdo touched a goose yellow suspender dress, and the texture of silk made people linger. Compared with the various women's clothes of different materials, men's clothes are much inferior. Most of them are casual wear and sportswear, and the colors are mostly blue, black, gray, white, etc. However, these clothes have a common point, that is, the material is too good. The style is too advanced. None of them can be taken out. After wandering around in the tailor shop for a long time, Chi Hongdo saw the cloth stacked on the ground in the corner. This is the old cloth that has been scrapped after being rained on. Are you sure you want to buy it? Hearing that Chi Hongdo wanted to buy a pile of waste cloth that was ready to be processed, the little tailor stopped his work and looked up in surprise. Chi Hongdo nodded. If a customer wants to buy it, the little tailor has no reason to refuse, but because it is waste cloth, the price sold by the little tailor is very low. In this way, Chi Hongdo spent 2 gold coins and bought 2 pieces of waste cloth, one blue and one black. A piece of cloth is usually 33.33 meters, which is equal to 10 feet, a total of 100 feet. An adult needs about 12 feet to make a set of clothes, so these 2 pieces of cloth can make a lot of clothes. After getting rid of the waste cloth, Chi Hongdo also asked a young tailor to tailor 2 sets of navy blue summer clothes and 2 sets of underwear for herself. She has been enduring the smell of clothes on her body for a long time. After almost an hour of picking and choosing in the tailor shop and customizing the clothes, Chi Hongdo finally went to her own exclusive ward in the hospital to sleep contentedly. Before the tailor shop opened, Chi Hongdo had thought about taking the sheets and quilts in the ward out to improve the conditions of her bedroom, but it turned out that unless she bought them, she couldn't take any of them away. That night, in addition to the Zhao Yuanwen family, who were frightened by the surprise that fell from the sky and couldn't sleep all night, there was actually another person who couldn't sleep. Even though a day had passed, Zhao Yuxiu's face was still burning with pain. In the dark, the cousins in the room, they were all asleep. Zhao Yuxiu took out a clam oil from under the pillow. However, the small shell did not contain real clam oil. Zhao Yuxiu held the small shell in her hand and thought of the scene before dinner when she was cleaning the pigsty, when her grandmother came over, looked at her face, and then stuffed something into her hand. She felt inexplicably uncomfortable. In addition to the small shell that she was holding in her hand, there were 2 yuan wrapped in paper under the pillow. Although Grandma didn't say anything, Zhao Yuxiu felt that Grandma must know that she didn't spend money to buy medicine from the barefoot doctor. Otherwise, Grandma wouldn't have applied the ointment on her face. In the dark, Zhao Yuxiu's expression was unclear. She slowly opened the palm of her hand and used her fingers to pick out the small shell. A little plaster was applied to her swollen left face. A faint scent of medicine slowly spread from her nose. The burning sensation on her face gradually dissipated, and Zhao Yuxiu, who was full of worries, fell asleep unknowingly. The plaster in Zhao Yuxiu's hand was undoubtedly bought by Chi Hongdo in the pharmacy of the convenience hospital. However, the tube of plaster in the pharmacy was in plastic packaging with words on it. To be cautious, Chi Hongdo rummaged in the drawer of the bedroom for a long time and finally found a suitable container. She did guess that Zhao Yuxiu did not spend money to buy medicine from the barefoot doctor, and she also vaguely guessed Zhao Yuxiu's plan. However, meals should be eaten one bite at a time, and things should be done one by one, so she did not point it out. She just gave the medicine to Zhao Yuxiu first. Early the next morning, Chi Hongdo went to the town in front of everyone, carrying a basket of eggs saved at home and a straw basket on his back. The family did not react to this, and the old lady said yesterday that she wanted to buy meat, so everyone was not surprised. Besides, in the past, when Mrs. Zhao occasionally went out, she would do it all by herself. If the old lady didn't take the initiative to ask for someone to follow her, then no one would get a share. What the old lady bought and how much she bought were all decided by the old lady alone. There are certainly many disadvantages to having a one-man show, but there are also advantages, especially at this moment. These advantages greatly facilitate Chi Hongdo. From dawn to bright day, or even bright sunshine, the dirt road in the countryside is winding, with trees and fields on both sides of the road, the chirping of insects and birds, and the weak breeze under the blue sky and white clouds, which makes people feel clear and in a better mood. Chi Hongdo felt that if it were her original body, she would definitely not be able to bear walking for several kilometers without stopping. But Mrs. Zhao's body was not so uncomfortable. Although the old lady had a lot of problems after physical examination, she was used to doing farm work before, so walking a few steps was really no big deal. Perhaps it was also the effect of acupuncture and taking medicine at the convenience hospital these 2 days, the combination of Chinese and Western medicine. Anyway, Chi Hongdo walked all the way to the town and only stopped twice in the middle. Of course, she didn't foolishly carry eggs all the way. There was nothing in the backpack except straw, and the eggs in the egg basket covered with cloth had long been transferred to the ward of the convenience hospital. In 1968, the remote town of Qingyun City in southern province was actually slightly better than the countryside. That is, there were more brick and tile houses than in the countryside, and there were only a few houses with more than 3 floors. At this time, the most popular places for people to go from the countryside to the town were the grain station and the supply and marketing cooperative. Chi Hongdo, an old country lady, was carrying a basket and a backpack. After walking a few steps in the town, someone pretended to pass by and asked in a very low voice, "Do you have eggs?" It was an open secret in the town that the country people would accumulate some eggs to exchange for things in the town, and because of a scarcity of supplies, the most exchanged thing was eggs. After all, at that time, there was still a saying in the countryside that there was a chicken bank. Some small things were almost all exchanged with eggs as the unit of measurement. The family was able to save about 900 yuan, which was not without the accumulation of Mrs. Zhao's more than 10 years of going to the town, or even the county, to exchange money. Chi Hongdo answered while walking, without stopping. It is not easy to save some eggs these days, not to mention that the eggs now are all pollution-free farm eggs. She brought the eggs out just for show, but she didn't think of selling the eggs for something. Eggs are only 30 cents per pound at most now, and it is more cost-effective to eat them than to sell them. She originally planned to spend the 2 meat tickets in her hand to buy meat today, but isn't the Mao Mao tailor shop open? In addition to buying 2 pieces of waistcloth to make a few sets of clothes for herself, she also bought 2 pieces of cheap fine cotton cloth. One piece is bright red, and the other is gray. Last night, she used Mrs. Zhao's rusty big scissors to cut the 2 pieces of cloth into more than a dozen pieces of different sizes. There is no way. Considering the integrity and quality of the cloth, it is easy to attract attention when it is too big. Of course, she does not rely entirely on selling cloth to make money. She hopes to exchange more bills by trading cloth. Who knows when the next icon will be opened and what kind of icon will be opened? She can't just tie her mouth and eat bran and vegetables every day. Sorry, I don't have a hobby of self-abuse. It would be great to exchange for some food coupons. Digging for food in the soil every day, but the stomach is not full. What's the point of doing it? Moreover, the children of the Zhao family at home almost don't look like children. There is no such thing as chubby and fat. They are all skinny with visible ribs. They are really no worse than refugees. The children have not committed any crime, so it is not too much to give them a full meal. Of course, they should be disciplined after they are full, so as not to grow up and become a bad boy. Do you want some cloth? The middle-aged man who followed Chi Hongdo was stunned when he heard this. Soon she came back to her senses. What kind of cloth? The two walked along the roadside. Their pace gradually slowed down. Chi Hongdo reached into the basket and pinched out a corner of bright red. Such good cloth. And it was red. The man touched it. Fine cotton cloth. This red cloth was definitely a good thing at this time. The man took the initiative to ask the old lady if she had any eggs. He was not the kind of person who didn't know the value of things and wouldn't even help someone who fell down. He pinched the money in his pocket and asked quickly, "How much do you have and how did you exchange it?" "There is a roll of a 5-foot big one and 2 small ones for 1 foot, 80 cents a foot. No cloth coupons, but grain coupons." "Any grain coupons will do." Too expensive. The man frowned. Generally, 1 foot of cloth costs only 4 cents. Chi Hongdo didn't even raise her eyebrows. The 4-cent ones were coarse cloth, and hers was fine cloth. If she charged 4 cents, people would probably think she was a fool. The man bargained. Chi Hongdo gave the man a 5-cent discount with a very painful expression, sold him 5 feet of red cloth, and then exchanged it for 2 kilograms of grain coupons and 1 kilogram of non-staple food coupons. She wanted to take all the coupons without paying, but the man would never agree. In this day and age, grain is the most important thing. But at least it was a good start, proving that cloth is very easy to sell. Moreover, people nowadays can't wait for the transaction to be over in 1 minute, and no one comes to chat or care about where her cloth comes from. This made Chi Hongdo, who had already prepared a reason, have no chance to say it. After wandering around the streets and alleys of the town, Chi Hongdo already had a stack of Mao's banknotes and bills in her hand. 8 or 9 kilograms of grain coupons and some other miscellaneous bills such as tofu coupons, snack coupons, soap coupons, non-staple food coupons, etc. When she went to buy meat, there was no good meat left, only some ribs. Chi Hongdo spent 2 kilograms of meat coupons to buy all the remaining ribs. Just as she was about to leave, she caught a glimpse of a bone with some meat shreds under the butcher's counter. How much is this big bone? Chi Hongdo was the only one in front of the butcher's counter at the moment, so when she asked, she pointed to the basket of bones. It was clear that she had taken a fancy to it. The butcher in front of the butcher's counter was the only person who was fat since she came to this world, and he looked a bit fierce. "I won't sell the bones," Zhu Dashan said angrily while cleaning the chopping board. He had specially kept this bone for stewing soup. The wisdom of people's lives is reflected in all aspects. Everyone knows that big fat meat is delicious, but not everyone can afford big fat meat every day. Even the butchers may not have meat to eat every day. But it is still okay to make some bone soup every now and then. Chi Hongdo knew from the tone that this person was probably keeping it for his own consumption, so she took out a piece of gray cloth from the basket. "If you don't want to sell it, then do you want to exchange it?" In this era of rationing and shortage of all kinds of materials, a piece of good cloth is really popular. Chi Hongdo showed the cloth to Zhu Dashan carefully. In order to touch it, Zhu Dashan wiped his hands again and again, and only touched it after making sure it was not dirty. "Oh, good material." Zhu Dashan then took a straight look at the ordinary-looking old lady in front of him. This was not an exchange at all. She came to him to make money with such good material. "Annie, this cloth is really good," Zhu Dashan asked tentatively. Chi Hongdo smiled and let him the gray cloth repeatedly and said in a very proud tone, "My eldest daughter married in the county, and this is a gift from her and her son-in-law to me, an old lady. I told them not to use it and to keep it, but they didn't listen. I have saved a lot at home, and it would be a waste to keep it, so I took it out to exchange for something." The old lady seldom came to the town to buy meat, and she had dealt with Zhu Dashan several times, but who would pay attention to this ordinary old lady? Since she didn't know her background, she had the final say. Besides, she didn't make it up out of nothing, but had a basis in reality. Zhu Dashan listened to the meaning of Chi Hongdo's words and flattered, "Auntie, you are so lucky." But in his heart, he thought that this son-in-law might be a fool, and he was willing to let his wife send such a good cloth to her parents' home. "Aunt, how much cloth do you have? How do I exchange it?" After looking around and seeing no one, Zhu Dashan glanced at the basket on Chi Hongdo's back and welcomed him into the meat stall. Chi Hongdo estimated Zhu Dashan's purchasing power and gestured a number. Zhu Dashan was indeed a wealthy man that Chi Hongdo had his eyes on, and asked for 9 feet of cloth. 9 feet. Enough for Zhu Dashan to make a piece of clothing. It was still 80 cents, and Chi Hongdo did not agree to Zhu Dashan's bargaining. Bargaining also depends on the person. With everyone looking pale, it would be good not to kill this butcher with a ruddy face and a little fat. Chi Hongdo took advantage of old lady Zhao's shrewdness and successfully traded 9 feet of cloth, and also got a bone for free. Yes, free. This was a gift from Zhu Dashan. Zhu Dashan certainly wasn't crazy, and he gave an old lady a bone with shredded meat for nothing. He has a lot of wives and children at home, and there are also several little boys. It's usually difficult to find a way to buy some cloth, but now that he has come across one, of course he has to seize the opportunity. Auntie, you can just call me Dashin. I was thinking that since you still have a lot of cloth, can you sell me more? Chi Hongdo couldn't help laughing. Such a fierce fat man spoke to her in a soft voice, which was very comedic. These are all good cloths. Chi Hongdo showed a reluctant expression. Oh, look at what you said. Isn't it because I know it's a good thing that I want to exchange it with you, old auntie? Well, when you come next time, old auntie, I'll save some good meat for you, how about it? Chi Hongdo nodded and agreed to Zhu Dashin after making an expression of a difficult ideological struggle. Good meat is hard to come by. There's no reason to miss it. Zhu Dashin wanted to build a relationship with her and ask for favors from her, but he didn't know that she actually wanted to build a good relationship with him. After buying the meat and packing the shanks, Chi Hongdo turned around and went to the supply and marketing cooperative. Today, she traded almost 30 feet of cloth. She didn't spend a dime of the money she brought with her, and she made 22.95 yuan plus a bunch of bills. There weren't many things in the supply and marketing cooperative. Chi Hongdo spent her snack ticket to buy 1.5 pounds of egg cake. The cheap fruit candy was 1.5 cents per pound, so she bought 5 pounds and also bought some laundry detergent, soap, and soy sauce. How much is this? Chi Hongdo bought a basket of things and finally fixed her eyes on the 2 cans of malted milk on the top of the counter. 40. Because of Chi Hongdo's crazy purchases, the eyes of the entire supply and marketing cooperative, whether it was the salesperson or the customers, fell on her. Hearing the salesperson's offer, many people around took a breath of cold air. These days, most of the workers in the city don't even make 40 a month. Moreover, to buy malted milk, you need not only money but also tickets. These 2 cans of malted milk have been in the supply and marketing cooperative for half a year and have not been sold. If Chi Hongdo had not asked today, the salesperson would have forgotten about these 2 cans of malted milk. Chi Hongdo smacked her lips. She did have money to buy this thing, but she had no tickets. Shaking her head, Chi Hongdo gave up. After buying things, she left the supply and marketing cooperative. The onlookers were somewhat disappointed, thinking that the old lady could buy the malted milk. Although she couldn't afford it, it was quite satisfying to watch others buy it. Think too much. Who would be willing to buy such an expensive thing? Someone whispered. Among the group of guests, a woman in a blue work suit looked slightly moved and followed Chi Hongdo out the door. After the woman left, an old lady with gray hair suddenly slapped her head. Oh, I remember. Who is that? Wasn't that the mother of Dashu's wife just now? The old lady muttered a few words with a strange expression. I didn't expect that Dashu's wife's family is quite wealthy, buying so many things at once. Chi Hongdo was caught up by a woman in blue clothes soon after she walked out of the supply and marketing cooperative.
Auntie,
what are you doing? Chi Hongdo looked at the other person with vigilance. The woman didn't waste any words and took out a receipt from her pocket. It was the purchase receipt of the malted milk that Chi Hongdo just lamented that she couldn't buy. Annie, do you want this ticket? The woman was a worker. This ticket was a reward from the factory after she won the advance worker. But who would be willing to spend 2 months' salary to buy a can of malted milk? Anyway, the woman was reluctant to do so. She thought about exchanging this ticket, but no one around would accept it. This was simply a waste of money. It was not easy to come to the supply and marketing cooperative today for a break, and she actually met a rich old lady. Look, the woman's mind to sell the ticket became active again. Chi Hongdo was not craving for malted milk, but this was the most nutritious product in the entire supply and marketing cooperative. As for the legendary White Rabbit candy, there was no trace of it. White Rabbit candy was already in great demand, and the township supply and marketing cooperative did not supply it at all. So when she was at the supply and marketing cooperative just now, she asked about the price of malted milk. But she couldn't buy it without a ticket, and she didn't have any obsession, so she just let it go. Unexpectedly, someone chased her out to give her a ticket. This ticket is not cheap, but Chi Hongdo nodded with a smile, and without waiting for the woman to quote, she took out a piece of red cloth from the basket. "Would you like to exchange the cloth, girl?" In the surprised and delighted eyes of the woman, Chi Hongdo used a piece of cloth to get a ticket for malted milk and also got 4 yuan. Malted milk. When Chi Hongdo was about to transfer the basket and the things in the basket to the game ward, an old lady came over. "Who is this?" What does this old lady's expression of wanting to say something, but not being able to say it mean? "You are the daughter of the Zhao family, right?" Chi Hongdo tried to recall. "Well, I don't know her, and I have no impression of her. I am from Chunshan Brigade of Chunshan Commune. We met when your daughter got married." The old lady reminded her from the side. What about her 4 daughters? So many banquets. So many people at the banquet remembered her after seeing her. Is Mrs. Zhao still the ordinary old lady? Chi Hongdo complained in his heart, but he still greeted her with a look of sudden enlightenment. After all, the two sides were not really acquainted, so they just exchanged a few words and ended the conversation. After the other party left, Chi Hongdo thought of the way the other party spoke and always felt that the other party had not made something clear. But if she had to guess, she couldn't guess it. Of the 4 married daughters, the 3rd and 4th were close, and Mrs. Zhao could still hear a few words about their recent situation from the villagers who came and went. After the eldest and youngest daughters got married, there was almost no news. In the literature of that era, the focus was on the supporting actress Zhao Yuxiu's excellent parents and grandmother, and there was almost no description of the old lady's daughters. So Chi Hongdo's impression of the daughters was very thin. But as for Chunshan Brigade, that was where the youngest daughter Zhao Xuehua got married. The old lady only came out to receive the betrothal gifts and complete the ceremony when her daughter got married, and she never took the initiative to look for her daughter afterwards. Could it be that something happened to the old lady Zhao's youngest daughter? The few words of greeting from the old lady were full of meaningless words, and Chi Hongdo couldn't figure it out. "Forget it, I'll assign someone to take a look another day. There are so many sons and grandsons in the family, and they are to be used. Otherwise, it would be a waste." After making up her mind, Chi Hongdo slowly drove towards the village. She left the house before dawn in the morning, and after wandering around for half a day, it was already noon. Chi Hongdo felt hungry while walking, so she took out a piece of soft egg cake. Fortunately, the convenience hospital was equipped with a water dispenser and disposable paper cups. Chi Hongdo finished 2 pieces of egg cake in no time, taking a bite of cake and a sip of cold water. She was satisfied and happy. Go home. Before reaching the Red Flag Brigade, Chi Hongdo saw a scoundrel from a distance. With the posture of walking with his head held high and his hands in his pockets, who else could it be? Of course, it was the notorious second-rate person in the Red Flag Brigade, Zhao Aimin, the beloved youngest son of Mrs. Zhao. Zhao Aimin had not been to the town for the past 2 days. Although he had lied about the price when he asked Chi Hongdo for 5 yuan to buy shoes last time, he really had no shoes to wear. As a second-rate person who wanted to save face, Zhao Aimin felt that he had to find a way to get a new pair of shoes no matter what. Knowing that the old lady had gone to the town early in the morning, he waited at the entrance of the village, waiting to show his courtesy. "You say Zhao Aimin has brains. He is the only one in the family who went out to greet her. You say he has no brains, then he really has no brains." Even in this situation, he is obviously thinking of something, and he is only willing to walk to the entrance of the village to show his courtesy, and he is too lazy to walk a few more steps. It is really the behavior of a lazy man.
Mom.
Zhao Aimin, who was kicking stones around out of boredom, looked up and saw his staggering old mother and immediately rushed over. The moment he took action, Chi Hongdo silently filled the basket on his back and the basket in his hand. "Mom, I'll do it. I'll help you carry it." Zhao Aimin took the heavy basket from Chi Hongdo's hand and helped to remove the basket on Chi Hongdo's shoulder. Zhao Aimin, who originally thought that there were not many things, was almost strangled by the weight of the basket in his hand. It's so heavy. "Mom, why is it so heavy?" Zhao Aimin started to complain after less than 3 seconds of taking action. The basket was covered with straw, and the basket was covered with cloth. Zhao Aimin stretched out his hand to uncover it, but Chi Hongdo hit his hand with a stick picked up from the ground. Have you grown up? Chi Hongdo used his eyes to signal Zhao Aimin to look around. There were two old ladies enjoying the cool under the big willow tree at the entrance of the village. What if someone sees him? Zhao Aimin is the youngest son that the old lady loves the most. He immediately understood what Chi Hongdo meant by his eyes. But he couldn't help but grumble. If you don't want to show it to me, then don't show it to me. Mom, just say it directly. Why are you hitting me? It hurts the most to hit someone with a thin branch. Unfortunately, the branch his mother picked up was the one he had just broken from the willow tree when he was bored, and he threw it away after he got tired of playing. It was like the branch he prepared for himself. It was really unlucky. But my mother really bought a lot of things when she went to town this time. When he gets home later, he must be the first to see what's inside. Zhao Aimin, who was carrying a basket on his back and holding a basket, felt the heavy weight on his body and thought with a grin. Did the eldest sister of the Zhao family go to town? The old lady under the willow tree greeted Chi Hongdo. Chi Hongdo walked past without paying any attention. The other old lady under the tree waited until Chi Hongdo and Zhao Aimin walked over before she said, "Why are you bothering that old thing?" The old lady who spoke smiled indifferently. "We are from the same village. We can't just meet without talking." Sister Zhao was widowed early and suffered a lot. It's understandable that her temper has become weird. You have a good temper, and so does your sister. Both sisters are kind-hearted people. That old thing looked like he went to town today. I guess he bought things for her youngest son again. Otherwise, how could Zhao Aimin, that second-rate guy, be so active to pick him up? Chi Hongdo certainly wouldn't go crazy and ignore people for no reason. That's because the old lady who took the initiative to talk to her was the cousin of Zhao's sister-in-law. Although Zhao was a top-notch person, she was good at throwing tantrums and going crazy. She was really not as good as her sister-in-law in slyly plotting against people. Although it was all a mess of the past, Zhao could hate her sister-in-law for the rest of her life. Not to mention the cousin of her sister-in-law who had helped her sister-in-law scratch her face under the big willow tree. Kind-hearted, haha. As soon as Zhao Aimin got home and put down the basket, he shouted, "Mom, I want to eat egg cake." Chi Hongdo was shocked. She didn't even let him open the basket. How did he know that she wanted egg cake? I smelled it. Zhao Aimin had no idea what it meant to be shameless. She pointed to her nose and said it as a matter of course. Dog nose. There were only 13 pieces of egg cake weighing 1.5 pounds, and she ate 2. There are still 11 pieces left. According to Mrs. Zhao's previous habit, as soon as her beloved son asked, she would definitely rush to take out the things. But today Chi Hongdo was not so easy to talk to. "Why do you eat egg cake?" Chi Hongdo stood in front of the basket and squinted at Zhao Aimin. Zhao Aimin's eyes widened. "Mom, I mean your son. Why can't I eat egg cake?" Chi Hongdo shook his head. "You are indeed my son, but I have more than one son." Without waiting for Zhao Aimin to speak, Chi Hongdo continued. "Think about your eldest brother, 5th brother, 6th brother, and 7th brother. Among the sons, do you love me the most?" Zhao Aimin nodded proudly. "But we are all sons. Why should mother love you, and not your brothers? Have you ever thought about it? If mother passes away one day, who will you rely on in the future? You eat alone at mother's place every day. Don't your brothers feel bad? Look at you now. You don't do housework or work in the fields. You just idle away all day and eat for free. If mother really passes away, will your relationship with your brothers still be good?" "Mom, I always think that you are the most promising one among my sons, so I have always loved you. But loving you too much is not good for you. It is hurting you, I mean. Mom is still counting on your brothers to support you after I am gone, but look at your relationship with your brothers now. Which one can you rely on?" "Mom, why are you saying this? Will my eldest brother and the others not help me?" Zhao Aimin scratched his head, confused by what Chi Hongdo said. Chi Hongdo nodded heavily. "Silly son, mother treats you so well. How could your brothers not think about it? So for your own good, for the sake of harmony between you brothers, from today on you have to help with the housework. Even if you have to be partial, at least you have to do it roughly on the surface. Do you understand, I mean?" Zhao Aimin nodded confusedly. He roughly knew that his mother said this for his own good. But what does it mean to start working from today? Is he a capable person?
Huh?
Chi Hongdo pointed to the firewood shed at the door of the kitchen. There is not enough firewood at home. You go to the mountain to chop some firewood and come back. When you fill the firewood pile, Mother will give you egg cake to eat in the evening. Zhao Aimin's mind was still unable to turn around until he was dizzy and carried the basket and the hatchet up the mountain. He couldn't figure it out. How does eating egg cake have to do with chopping wood? He hasn't asked his mother for shoes yet. Why does he have to start chopping wood with his delicate hands? Mom, is there something wrong? In the evening, when everyone came back from work and saw Zhao Aimin, who was panting like a dog, carrying a basket of firewood, they were all stunned. My goodness, is this still Zhao Aimin who would not help when he kicked over the oil bottle at home? What was more shocking than Zhao Aimin chopping wood was that this was the request of the old lady. It seems that the aftershocks of the family division storm have not passed. Everyone thought silently in their hearts that the old lady was very upset. Otherwise, she would not be able to order the youngest/brother-in-law to do this. I thought this was exciting enough, but when I saw a large bowl of bone soup on the table, everyone swallowed unconsciously. If the old lady had meat to eat when she was upset, it seemed that it was not unacceptable. This large bowl was a soup made from shank bones, with some white radish in it, and the thick white bone soup was sprinkled with chopped green onions, which was fragrant. As for the 2 pounds of ribs, they were all hung in the well and saved for tomorrow. Knowing that there would be ribs with meat to eat tomorrow, everyone wanted to go to tomorrow immediately. Of course, at this moment, bone soup is also excellent. Zhao Xiongnan quickly served his wife a bowl of thick white bone soup with carrots. Although she had eggs and brown sugar for the past 2 days, Lin Qi's body was severely depleted and she still had no milk. Nuno's diet was slightly upgraded from grain porridge to millet soup. Wang Xiaoqiao asked Zhao Xiongnan to exchange the 3 taels of refined white flour given by Chi Hongdo for half a pound of millet from her mother's family. She used this rice to secretly make a bowl of rice soup in the morning and evening. Because Wang Xiaoqiao was honest and dutiful, Mrs. Zhao gave her a key to the kitchen door. The other daughters-in-law usually followed her to work in the fields, so no one noticed Wang Xiaocao's behavior of making rice soup. Although dinner was still sweet potato and beans mixed with a little broken rice, everyone was very satisfied. At least it was stained with meat. The big bone soup was so delicious. After eating, several children wanted more and were scolded by the adults. The soup looked like a lot, but the strong laborers in the family each had a bowl, so there was nothing much. The children just tasted it, and there was absolutely no more for those who wanted it. The big bone that was chopped into several pieces finally became a treasure that every child had to take a bite of. Chi Hongdo drank a bowl of bone soup slowly. It was delicious. Really delicious. Rural earth stove firewood bone soup. The pig bones are from pigs that have not eaten hormones. The firewood stove is a firewood stove that boils over high heat and simmers over low heat. Even the radishes and green onions in the field are so cute. The main focus is on the original flavor. Chi Hongdo, who was enjoying the big bone soup, drank it comfortably and didn't care about Zhao Aimin, who finished a bowl of soup and a bowl of rice in 3 or 5 bites and hinted at her for egg cake. Of course, she pretended not to see it at this time, in order to avoid looking at each other and losing her appetite. Zhao Aimin, who had chopped firewood for an afternoon, looked very spicy at this moment. Messy hair, greasy face, dirty all over. Although the family is not divided, you are all grown up after all, and you still need to have something in your hands. Starting from this month, I will give things to each room every month based on individual performance. However, I will give the things to your wives. Although the performance I mentioned includes each of you, Chi Hongdo pointed at the male members of the old Zhao family, you will all be the pillars of the family in the future, and the most important performance still depends on you. Do you understand? After eating, Chi Hongdo held a very formal family meeting. The previous crying and scolding did not count. The men of the Zhao family had no right to say no in front of the absolute authority of the old lady Zhao. Li Xiaoyi, who had forgotten the pain after the scar healed, spoke actively. Mom, what are you giving us? Kai Winli from the 7th family asked curiously, Mom, what did you buy in town today? Jiang Yun from the 5th family felt unreliable no matter how she heard it. Her mother-in-law would take the initiative to give them things? It must be a trap. Wang Xiaochao was still worried. His daughter-in-law had no milk now, and she didn't know if she would have more in the future. That half a pound of millet was not enough for her granddaughter to eat for a long time. What would she do after she ate it all? After experiencing the old lady's heartbreak yesterday, the sons were much more cautious, and they took the old lady's words as their own. Of course, what mother gave you are all good things. Qi Hongdo answered, quite gently. After hearing this, Li Xiaoyi immediately calculated in her mind what she could get from the good things in the old lady's hands. Kai Wenli also wanted good things, but she felt that the old lady had not finished speaking. Sure enough, the old lady Qi Hongdo, who was sitting in the main seat, soon added, there must be evidence to distribute things. The first one is your personal contribution to the family. Who has done more and who has done less, I have a scale in my heart. In the future, this will be the main evidence for distributing things every month. Almost everyone thought of the account book that the old lady had thrown in front of Lao Lu and his wife before. No one is better at calculating than the old lady in their family, everyone thought to themselves. The second thing is to see how obedient you are. I am old, and my words are becoming less and less effective. If any of you are filial and willing to listen to me, there will be something to give. In fact, the second point is equivalent to the supplement of the first point. Qi Hongdo was afraid that if she said too much, these wooden brains would not be able to understand. Anyway, it was enough to express her meaning. Her central idea was to continue to establish the old lady's tyrannical authority. If she did not make herself an absolute authority, how could she teach the big and small a lesson in the future? At this moment, what is more powerful than words is the tangible objects that can be seen and touched. Qi Hongdo bent down and took out a small bundle from the basket at her feet. The elders took care of me in bed for the past few days. The elders and Xiangdong and Xiangnan worked in the fields this month and got full work points every day. They are quite filial to me. This is for you. Qi Hongdo opened the small bundle. Inside were 6 gray-black scraps of cloth and a 4-foot-long blue cloth. These cloths were from Mrs. Zhao's box. Qi Hongdo was not so generous to take out a whole piece of cloth. She planned to use it several times. But now that Mao Mao Taylor has opened it, she will not lack cloth in the future, so she added this. Such a large piece of cloth made the wives jealous. Who would have thought that after turning over the cloth, there was something else inside? A handful of 12 cheap fructose from the supply and marketing cooperative, 5 round eggs, and a small bag of brown sugar. Although the amount was small, it was brown sugar. There were only these things in total, but Wang Xiaochao didn't dare to take it. Mom, this is too expensive. Whether it was cloth or sugar, it was not something they could take. Don't delay, take it. Mother gives it to you, just take it. Zhao Yuanwen just heard clearly, that is, these are the things for the daughter-in-law, and they are given based on their husband's performance. This is how much his mother values him. The eldest, Zhao Yuanwen, felt full of strength at this moment. His mother always favored the youngest, and this was the first time she publicly expressed her appreciation for him. Under the double pressure of her mother-in-law and husband, Wang Xiaochao tremblingly accepted this heavy little bundle. After giving it to the eldest daughter-in-law, Qi Hongdo took out another small bundle wrapped in coarse cloth. There were 3 pieces of rags and a 4-foot cloth like the old one, but it was not blue but gray-blue. 5 eggs, 12 cheap fructose. That's it. This is for the 5th family. Zhao Yuanwu felt bad. Was he not as good as the eldest in his mother's heart? His wife's salary was handed over every month, and she could only keep 5 yuan. Isn't this a big contribution? Mom, why don't you give my wife brown sugar? Brown sugar is hard to get. And there are fewer scraps of cloth than in my eldest brother's house. Qi Hongdo didn't care about his imbalance. Your eldest brother has a baby drinking milk at home. Do you have one too? Brown sugar is for my granddaughter-in-law Lin Chuyu to replenish her body. The extra scraps of cloth are for little girl to make a diaper ring. Zhao Yuanwu was speechless. There was indeed no baby drinking milk in their room. Chi Hongdo didn't have time to deal with this big fool and continued to pack a small bag. A 4-foot piece of cloth, 12 cheap fructose candies, 2 eggs, that's it. Okay, Zhao Yuanwu shut up instantly. I didn't expect the 6th child to have so little. Li Xiaoyi stretched out her hand to take it angrily, but before she could say, "Mom, you are too partial," she was slapped on the back of her hand by Chi Hongdo. "Mom?" Li Xiaoyi was angry and aggrieved for not getting anything.
Why did you hit me?
Did I say this thing is for you? It's against the rules. For now, Chi Hongdo thinks that the couple of Lao Lu are the most upset. So, naturally, she didn't leave anything for Lao Lu and his wife when she divided the things this time. Come here, Lao Chi's family. Among the men who work in the family, only the 7th brother Zhao Yuanquan didn't get full work points. His wife Kai Wenli is also a lazy old man. Occasionally she gets 8 work points, but most of the time she only gets 5 or 6 work points. Lao Chi and his wife have only 2 children, a pair of twins. Kai Wenli herself is a bit shrewd and smart, but she was injured after giving birth to the twins and can't have any more. She can't stand up straight in front of the old lady. In the countryside, where having many children brings happiness, this is considered a fatal defect. In the eyes of the old lady Zhao, it is even more heinous. Originally, the 7th brother Zhao Yuanquan was born prematurely and had a bad health. When he grew up, his personality was not pleasing, so he was not liked by the old lady. Now this daughter-in-law is also infertile, and this couple is simply the first candidate that the old lady hates. According to the old lady's previous habits, this time the things may not be taken with the couple. So when Chi Hongdo spoke just now, Zhao Yuanquan, the 7th brother who had been standing on the edge, was a little surprised. He originally saw that the bundles with so many less things than the eldest and 5th brothers were from the 6th brother. If the 6th brother can only have these, then the couple either have nothing or, at most, a few candies, and at most an egg. They never expected that there would be a piece of cloth. Kai Wenli knew the status of the couple in the old lady's heart, so she was very happy to see the things at this time. Of course, at this moment, there is a person whose mood is more fluctuating than Kai Wenli and his wife, who are full of surprise, and the 6th brother and his wife who feel wronged and unfair, and that is the youngest brother Zhao. Mother loves him so much, and he worked all afternoon this afternoon. What good things will mother give him later? Oh, it must be better than the eldest brother. This is absolutely. Zhao is so confident. Facing Zhao expectant eyes, Chi Hongdo took out 2 pieces of egg cake wrapped in oil paper from the basket without changing his expression. This is yours. Although you have not contributed anything to the family before today, and others say that you are a freeloader, but today you have proved with practical actions that you will also contribute to the family. Mother is very proud of you. Mother believes that the pile of firewood in the firewood shed is just the beginning. In the future, Mother's good son will become more and more capable.
Take it.
Although you only chop the firewood for half a day, Mother can't let you suffer. These 2 pieces of egg cake are yours. With Mother here, your brothers and sisters-in-law, no one can say that you are taking advantage. Mother, no, this, Mother Zhao held the egg cake, his tongue tied. This is completely different from what he thought. Why don't you give him cloth, sugar, and eggs? Mother was not like this before. Come and try the egg cake. I can't bear to eat it, but seeing you eating it, I am happier than if I had eaten it myself. Eat quickly. Zhao forgot his grievances and his thoughts of asking for money, cloth and eggs in the loving care of his mother, and took a bite of the egg cake. It smells so good. So soft. The egg cake is so delicious. Zhao had just eaten, but he still wolfed down 2 pieces of egg cake in a few bites. Regardless of the darling son who is not good at eating, Chi Hongdo looked at the other sons and said, is not married after all, so it's not good to compare with you brothers. This time, he chopped firewood for an afternoon, and he was given 2 pieces of egg cake. Do you have any objection? Who dared to have any objection? The sons who used to be so tired from chopping wood that they couldn't even smell the taste of egg cake dared not have any objection. However, The old lady only gave the youngest 2 pieces of egg cake this time, which was beyond everyone's expectation. This was more surprising than Lao Lu and his wife having nothing. Who would still care about those 2 pieces of egg cakes? Lao Lu moved his mouth and wanted to speak, but his face hurt. The slap from his mother that day was still there, and Zhao Yuanshuang was a little afraid to speak. But Li Shaoyi had already started to yell. Mom, why do they have everything but we don't? Why don't you give us some things? Don't the baby's father and I work in the fields every day? We work more than the 7th brother and his wife. 6th sister-in-law, have you forgotten that you and your wife made Mom faint a few days ago? When Mom was dividing the things just now, she said that the eldest sister-in-law took care of Mom during the days she was bedridden. What did you do during those days? Kai Wenli, stop being a mean person, you hen that doesn't lay eggs. You are the only one who can talk big. The eldest sister-in-law took care of Mom, but you say it as if you took care of Mom. Li Shaoyi, stop talking nonsense. Kai Wenli is only a little bit timid in front of her mother-in-law, but she is not timid at all in front of her sisters-in-law. Besides, Li Shaoyi only has 1 son, and she has 1 more daughter than her. What qualifications does she have to criticize her? Kai Wenli stuffed the bundle into her man's arms and grabbed Li Shaoyi's hair. Her pain point was that she was injured and could not reproduce. Her mother-in-law pointed at her nose and scolded her, and she had no chance to resist. Who does Li Shaoyi think she is? Kai Wenli was furious, and her hands became stronger.
Ah!
You dare to pull my hair? Seeing that the 2 daughters-in-law were about to fight, Chi Hongdo pointed at their husbands and said, What are you still standing there for? Pull them apart. You are all fools. Zhao Yuanshuang went up to separate them, blocking Chi Hongdo's sight with his body, so that his wife Li Shaoyi took the opportunity to pinch Kai Wenli a few more times. The 7th brother Zhao Yuanquan held the bundle in his hand and didn't know where to put it for a while. He couldn't react for a long time. It was still Zhao Aimin who stepped forward and pulled his 7th sister-in-law apart at the instigation of Chi Hongdo. You are playing dirty tricks. Those who were pinched were all in places that could not be seen by others. Kai Wenli was furious. Even after being pulled apart, she was still cursing non-stop. Although Chi Hongdo didn't see the process of Kai Wenli being strangled, he could guess a little by looking at Kai Wenli's indignation and indignation. It's said that Lao Lu and his wife are no good. You dare to fight in front of me. Are you dissatisfied with Lao Chi's family, or are you dissatisfied with me, an old woman? Li Shaoyi's hair was grabbed like a madman. When she heard Chi Hongdo's words, she pouted secretly. Of course, she was dissatisfied. Lao Lu, tell me yourself, why didn't you get anything when things were divided this time? Chi Hongdo had a cold face. Li Shaoyi was not clear-headed. She didn't believe that Zhao Yuanshuang didn't understand what was going on. When Zhao Yuanshuang turned around, he could no longer see the viciousness of taking sides. Listening to the old lady's sarcasm, his face turned pale and ugly. His brothers, sisters-in-law, and even nephews were all there. It was too embarrassing for him to convict himself. Thinking of this, Zhao Yuanshuang secretly gritted his teeth. Mom, we will definitely be filial and obedient like my eldest brother in the future, and we will never bother you again. Chi Hongdo looked at Zhao Yuanshuang's evasion and sneered. I am afraid that I will never see the day when you two will be filial. Look at your wife, the troublemaker. She dared to be so presumptuous in front of me today. What else can I expect in the future? Dare to do it but not to say it? The reason why I don't share things with you is because you are unfilial. Mom, I was wrong. We both know that I was wrong. Zhao Yuanshuang felt as if his face was peeled off and thrown on the ground by his mother, and he felt so bad in his heart. Not only did he not get anything, but he was also reprimanded by his mother again in front of so many people in the family. Mom, we are both sons and daughters-in-law. You can't treat us like this just because we make a little mistake. Li Shaoyi cried and yelled, showing the skills of a shrew to the fullest. Sixth brother Chi Hongdo's eyes pressed towards Zhao Yuanshuang, whose face flushed red. Stop howling. Do you have any manners in front of mother? Li Shaoyi was interrupted by her man while casting a spell. She was full of grievances, but she could only hold it in. Sixth brother is of course my biological son, and you are also my biological daughter-in-law, but it is chilling for my biological son and daughter-in-law to do such a thing. In your mouth. This is just a small mistake. After all, biological sons and daughters-in-law can be forgiven. Can't an old woman like me teach my biological son and daughter-in-law a lesson? This is the first time you divide things, and you make such a fuss. Don't you want to divide things in the future? Mom, will you take us with you when you divide things in the future? Li Xiaoyi was very sensitive to taking advantage and grasped the key point at once. Nonsense, aren't you my Zhao family? Do you want to make mistakes every day in the future? This is just a small lesson. If you behave well in the future, maybe I will double the amount next time. Drawing cakes is an art, and Shi Hongdo drew cakes without any burden. Finally, she summarized the central idea of her family meeting and slightly embellished it with the art of language. Mom has worked hard all her life for you guys. As long as you can be well, it is better than anything else. Brothers will bully their neighbors if they are not in harmony. We are a family. You brothers should live in harmony. Our Zhao family will not be divided. As long as Mom is here, she can't bear to see you all go to different places. If you do this, Mom will not be able to close her eyes even after she dies. The eldest brother began to rub his eyes. His voice was hoarse. Mom, we will definitely live in harmony and be filial to you. Then the son, daughter-in-law, and grandchildren collectively expressed their opinions. In the end, except for the old six couple who left empty-handed, everyone else took their things back to the house. The other brothers lived in the houses next door. Only the youngest brother, Zhao Aimin, who is not married, lived in the second bedroom of the big house. In the two second bedrooms, one lived with Zhao Aimin and the other lived with his grandchildren. This would make the grandchildren go back to sleep wisely, while Zhao Aimin felt more and more at a disadvantage. The eldest and fifth brothers were married, but what did the amount of their share have to do with him? When did he, Zhao Aimin, get the same treatment as his brothers? Wasn't he always the one with the most superior treatment and status in the family? The more Zhao Aimin thought about it, the more he felt that he was in a dilemma. Finally, he went to knock on his mother's door in the middle of the night. Qi Hongdo calmly opened the door for Zhao Aimin. As a second-rate person who was living in the world, Zhao Aimin was not a complete fool. 2 pieces of egg cake could only fool him for a while, but now he reacted. Mom Aimin, come quickly. Mom is waiting for you. Qi Hongdo spoke first, without waiting for Zhao Aimin to speak. Seeing the mysterious look of my mother, a familiar feeling came to my mind. Zhao Aimin, who realized that there was something to gain, immediately lowered his voice, and with the weak light of the kerosene lamp in my mother's hand, he quickly closed the door and moved over. I mean, look what this is. Zhao Aimin, who had finished elementary school, picked up a thin ticket in Qi Hongdo's hand and read it with great effort. Labor protection. Shoe ticket. A pair of sneakers. Mom, sneaker ticket. Zhao Aimin's face was shining in the dim light. He had seen the sneakers worn by the children of cadres in the town, which were so impressive. Originally, he wanted to get some money from my mother. He couldn't afford leather shoes, but cloth shoes were no problem. He didn't expect that his mother would give him such a big surprise. But why were there only shoe tickets? Qi Hongdo sighed. The supply and marketing cooperative is out of stock, otherwise I would have bought you a long time ago. I know that I love you, Zhao Aimin said as he tried to put the shoe ticket in his arms. Qi Hongdo did not stop him. She was waiting to use this ticket to continue to display her art of making empty promises. Sure enough, after collecting the shoe ticket, Zhao Aimin spoke again immediately. Mom, give me the money. I'll go to the supply and marketing cooperative in town to buy them myself. It would be best if Mom could give 10 or 8 yuan so that I can have the shoes and money to fool around. Zhao Aimin thought happily. Giving money is impossible. Qi Hongdo patted Zhao Aimin's arm and said lovingly, I mean, have you forgotten what Mom said today? Mom is thinking about you. You have to work today, so I can take out the egg cake for you to eat. Yes, I know Mom is doing this for my own good. But what does this have to do with my buying shoes? Zhao Aimin was fooled twice in a row today, and now he has become a little resistant to being fooled. Qi Hongdo continued slowly. How can it be okay? Think about it. Mother just distributed things to your eldest brother and others today. On the surface, you only had 2 egg cakes, but the next moment you put on a pair of fancy new sneakers. What do you think your brothers will think? Doesn't that clearly mean that your mother is unfair? I won't talk about how we divided things before. Mother has become clearer with time. You are taking advantage of the family now, and your mother is backing you up. When mother is gone, you'll have to look at your brothers' faces. If mother doesn't treat everyone equally in public, you will be the one who suffers in the future. After all, your brothers have done all the big things. They're married and have children. Your eldest brother and 5th brother have grandchildren. What about you? What do you have? Do you need your brother's help when you get married in the future? Do you need your brother's help with your children? Mom, stop listening. Mother knows you will have a promising future, but mother is just in case. Help the family with work these days. Earn more work points in the fields. Mother will be more confident to ask your elder brother and others to support you, right? Besides, you are 20 years old, and you are about to get married. Marrying a man will provide you with clothes and food. You should at least pretend to do something. Otherwise, how can mother find you a wife? The 20-year-old boy, who is usually lazy, heard about getting married, but his ears began to burn. To be honest, as a typical second-rate guy, Zhao sometimes peeked at other people's wives and girls with his second-rate friends, but Zhao, who was more casual, had never thought about getting married before. He didn't have that idea in his mind. Anyway, mother would definitely arrange it for him. Unexpectedly, mother had already arranged it now. Mom, are you going to find me a wife? Chi Hongdo slapped Zhao on the back of his head. You are the one who finds a daughter-in-law for me, not me who finds a daughter-in-law for you. Of course, you have to decide on your own. Hiss. My mother's grip was a little too strong. Zhao covered his head and muttered. I'm talking to you, do you hear me? I heard it. Zhao nodded quickly. Silly boy, I'm doing this for your own good. Don't you know? Do you want to marry a wife who is covered in dirt and dust, or a beautiful wife with a melon-shaped face, big eyes, and fair skin? Is there any need to say more? It must be, of course, it's the beautiful one with fair skin. There are not many fair-skinned people in the countryside. Even fairies can't stand the wind and sun. Zhao still has a sense of beauty and ugliness. That's it. Look at you, you have no money, no fame, and your mother wants to see you marry a beauty. Is that possible? For the future, for your beautiful wife, mother can't give you the money to buy shoes now. When you perform well enough, mother will buy the shoes and hand them to you in front of your brothers. This way, when you wear the shoes out and someone asks me, I can also say openly that these are good shoes that my son Min bought with his own working money. Go to bed, it's getting late. Think about what mother said. Okay, mother. As expected, Zhao had turned into a mess again. Come back. Mom? Well, don't let your brothers know. Chi Hongdo stuffed a handful of about 10 cheap fructose from the supply and marketing cooperative into Zhao hand. Zhao returned to his room with a pair of sneaker tickets in his pocket and a handful of candy in his hand. His feet felt like they were stepping on cotton, and his ears were buzzing. The words Chi Hongdo said during the day and night were played in his ears. Zhao lay on the wooden bed, tossing and turning, unable to sleep. His mother was still partial to him, otherwise she wouldn't have given him candy and sneaker tickets, right? He had never seriously thought about marrying a wife before, but now that his mother mentioned it, his young heart became restless. Although he was a second-rate man who didn't work properly, he knew that the first thing country people looked at when looking at a son-in-law was his son-in-law's character and reputation. Of course, in addition to reputation, he also had to be rich. But he didn't have either of these two. He didn't qualify to marry a beautiful wife like his mother said. But his mother said she would help him as long as he started working, but working was so tiring. Zhao who felt pain all over his body after chopping firewood all afternoon, felt that he couldn't do it when he thought about doing such tiring work every day in the future. But thinking about the fancy new sneakers, thinking about the beautiful daughter-in-law described by his mother, Zhao peeled off a candy wrapper and stuffed a candy into his mouth. The sweet taste seemed to be the beautiful daughter-in-law described by his mother. At worst, I just have to work less. Zhao thought that he was very smart. But he didn't know that as long as he started working, Chi Hongdo would make him have endless work to do. The breakfast on the second day was very rich, because except for Lao Lu and his wife, everyone else added eggs. Of course, it is impossible for everyone to have an egg. The family is not that rich. But egg drop soup and egg custard can still be arranged. One egg can steam a bowl of egg custard, and it is okay for everyone to eat one bite. Wang Xiaoqiao mainly made it for her younger daughter-in-law, but when she saw the eldest daughter-in-law next to her with eyes that were not eyes and nose that were not nose, she gritted her teeth and added another egg. 2 bowls of egg drop soup were made. The eldest daughter-in-law didn't know about the 5 eggs that the mother-in-law gave before distributing things. Wang Xiaoqiao never kept anything to herself, even though she didn't eat it herself, but she felt guilty towards her eldest daughter-in-law, so she took the initiative to add an egg. Jiang Yun from the 5th family had the widest hands. There were 5 eggs in total, and she cracked 3 in one go. Jiang Yun always felt that the stingy old lady might take back the things she gave away at any time, so it was better to eat it and feel at ease. Even if the old lady regretted it at that time, she couldn't ask them to spit out the eggs they had eaten, right? Kai Wenli from the 7th family also steamed a bowl of egg custard to nourish her man. The 7th brother Zhao Yuanchuan's health has always been not very good, and the good things in the family are usually not theirs, so they ate them quickly. Li Xiaoyi had a fight with Kai Wenli last night. At this time, she was holding a bowl of porridge, watching Kai Wenli deliberately walk past her with egg custard, and she gritted her teeth in anger. It's just a bowl of egg custard. What are you bragging about? Isn't your man still a sickly person? Li Xiaoyi thought maliciously in her heart. She didn't know when the 7th brother would fall down in the fields, and Kai Wenli would be a widow by then. Other widows can still have children after remarrying, and there is still hope, but Kai Wenli is definitely the one that no one wants. Thinking of this, Li Xiaoyi felt that she had won. She was much better than Kai Wenli. At least her man was not that weak. Her mother-in-law was over 40 and could still give birth to her brother-in-law. Maybe she could have 2 more sons. But no matter how proud she was in her heart, Li Xiaoyi couldn't help swallowing her saliva when she smelled the fragrance of egg custard in other people's bowls. Zhao Yuxiu huddled in the corner and drank the porridge in her bowl silently. Occasionally, she looked up and saw that her 7th uncle scooped a spoonful of egg custard from the bowl and gave it to her cousin Zhao Yushan, who was the same age as her. 5th cousin Zhao Yuya also ate the egg drop soup given by the 5th aunt. Although Zhao Yuju, the 4th cousin of the eldest uncle's family, did not have eggs to eat, she saw the eldest aunt stuffing candy into the 2nd cousin's mouth when she went to feed the pigs in the morning. Zhao Yuxiu silently lowered her eyelids, quickly finished her breakfast, and went out to cut grass for the pigs with a backpack. After the meal, the laborers in the family went to work in the fields one after another, and even Zhao Aimin was chased to the fields by Chi Hongdo. After the firewood chopping incident yesterday, everyone had a buffer. Although they were surprised, they could barely accept it. And with Chi Hongdo's premise that everyone would be given things based on their performance, the laborers of the Zhao family worked particularly hard in the fields that day. When the team leader came to inspect, he saw that the old Zhao family, both men and women, were working hard, and he praised them rarely. Li Xiaoyi listened to the team leader's praise and was full of annoyance. She wanted to perform well and get some good things from the old lady, but watching others distribute sugar and eggs, her stomach, which was already empty after working for half a day, made her more and more irritable. Old witch, you are biased. Li Xiaoyi cursed in her heart, and the more she thought about it, the more angry she felt. Looking at the daughter-in-law of another family who was resting on the ridge of the field and almost got sunburned, Li Xiaoyi suddenly had an idea in her mind, and she held her stomach and cried out. What's wrong with you, Lao Lu? The old lady was no longer bedridden, and Wang Xiaoqiao didn't have to take care of her at home, so she also worked in the fields today. Ouch, sister-in-law, my stomach hurts. It hurts so much, sister-in-law. I'm afraid I got heatstroke too. One of the symptoms of heatstroke is vomiting and diarrhea. Li Xiaoyi was retching at this time. She was afraid that she didn't act well, so she put her hand into her throat. She didn't want to, but she vomited all at once. Wang Xiaoqiao was scared and hurried over to help Li Xiaoyi up. Looking at the pale face of her brother-in-law, Wang Xiaoqiao hurriedly helped Li Xiaoyi to rest on the ridge of the field. Sit here and take a rest. No, sister-in-law, the sun makes me dizzy and I can't stand it.
Li Xiaoyi looked pale.
She didn't have any food in her stomach and now she vomited. She was at a loss. If she could only sit on the ridge, she would suffer a lot. What should I do? Wang Xiaoqiao was at a loss. Sister-in-law, please help me pick the peanuts assigned here today. I really can't do it anymore. I have to go back and lie down for a while. Please tell the scorekeeper for me. If you help me, don't forget to count my work points. Wang Xiaoqiao was in a panic and didn't care about Li Xiaoyi's little calculations. She nodded and let Li Xiaoyi go back. Kai Wenli, who was working in the field next door, saw Li Xiaoyi get up and walk towards home. She was the first to be unhappy. A sick sister-in-law. Where are you going? Kai Wenli yelled, and everyone working in the fields around looked over. The scorekeeper heard it and walked over. Seeing Li Xiaoyi standing there stiffly, Kai Wenli had no intention of letting her go and continued to say, Sick sister-in-law, you are not trying to be lazy and evade labor, are you? It's not time for a break yet. Li Xiaoyi wanted to tear Kai Wenli's mouth apart. The scorekeeper's surname was Zhao, and he was of the same generation as Zhao Yuanchuang. Li Xiaoyi resisted the urge to retort and just sold her misery to the scorekeeper. Brother Taizhu, my body really can't stand it anymore, and I have to go back and lie down, but I won't delay the work in the field. My sister-in-law agreed to help me. Brother Taizhu, don't you know my mother-in-law? I went to work on an empty stomach today, and I just vomited bitter bile. My body really can't stand it. The old lady of the Zhao family is a notoriously cunning and mean old lady, so it's not surprising that she would abuse her daughter-in-law. At the age of over 60, there are many old people who are still working in the fields. In the entire Red Flag Brigade, there is really no one like old Lady Zhao who can enjoy the blessing of her sons before she is 70 or 80 years old. Old Lady Zhao is the first one. She doesn't work herself, not to mention that there are many laborers in the family. But her daughter-in-law has to work in the fields to earn work points, but she doesn't even give the workers food. This is really too much. Moreover, when Zhao Yuanchuang talked to him again, the meaning behind his words was that his own mother was particularly mean to him and his wife. Now what Li Xiaoyi said has further confirmed what Zhao Yuanchuang said. When Zhao Taizhu thought of this, he felt a little sympathetic to the couple. Finally, in Li Xiaoyi's aggrieved tears, he agreed to let Li Xiaoyi go home early. Of course, Li Xiaoyi didn't have a heat. People who have a heat don't have the mind to take advantage of others, let others work, and think about going back to sleep. She just doesn't want to work. When Li Xiaoyi went back, Zhao Yuju and Zhao Yuye were already preparing to cook. Zhao Yuxiu was feeding the pigs in the back. When passing by the mud and thatch house next to the kitchen, Li Xiaoyi thought of the $2 that the old lady gave to Zhao Yuxiu. Based on Zhao Yuxiu's understanding of her little daughter, the $2 were probably not spent yet. It was her own money, so isn't it natural for her to take it back to buy something delicious? Thinking of this, Li Xiaoyi tiptoed into the mud and thatch house. Dead girl.
Girl.
You thought I wouldn't be able to find you if you hid. Zhao Yuxiu, who had just come back from feeding the pigs and was about to wash her hands and help cook with her cousins, heard her own mother Li Xiaoyi's curses before she even walked into the kitchen. Zhao Yuxiu picked at the dirt on the kitchen wall, and the small dirt fell down and landed on the instep of the girl wearing straw sandals. She didn't walk over, but took advantage of the shadow of the kitchen corner and shrunk herself into the shadow. After Li Xiaoyi returned to her room cursing, Zhao Yuxiu walked into their mud and thatch house. It was called a house, but there was nothing inside except a bamboo bed. Because there is no room for anything else in this small room. Looking around, there is only a small bamboo bed in this small house. There are 2 wooden basins under the bed, and the bed is covered with patched sheets and quilts. 2 adult girls and 2 underage girls have to sleep sideways or even curl up at night to sleep on this small bed. But even so, the Zhao family is slightly better than some families where men and women live together. At least this shabby little house can be preserved. Protection, they wanted to have their pitiful privacy for a while. Looking at the messed-up bed and the kicked-over wooden basin, Zhao Yuxiu pursed her lips, walked over to make the bed again, and put the wooden basin in place. Her straw pillow had been taken out and was in a mess. Zhao Yuxiu knew why her biological mother Li Xiaoyi came in just now. She had guessed that the money would definitely be targeted. After the thin girl put the things in the room in order, she walked out of the house and went to the chicken coop in the corner of the kitchen. She squatted in the chicken coop to pick up eggs. Her skinny hands fumbled under the chicken coop for a while and took out an inconspicuous small cloth bag. She opened the small cloth bag and took out the outermost layer of waste paper. Inside was a neatly arranged 2 yuan bill. These 2 yuan can be said to be the first money that Zhao Yuxiu had in her life that nominally belonged to her. In the 2 days after getting the 2 yuan, she always had an idea in her heart. But she knew it was impossible. The reason why her cousin Zhao Yushan, who was the same age as her, could continue to go to school was because her 7th uncle and 7th aunt asked her grandmother. Zhao Yuanshuang and Li Xiaoyi wished that she would stop studying as soon as possible, help with housework, and get married as soon as possible in exchange for some betrothal gifts. Last time, she overheard Li Xiaoyi talking to the old matchmaker in the village, asking for a betrothal gift of 100 yuan. This betrothal money would not be given to her grandmother, but to her privately. She huddled up in a ball, hiding in the corner, listening to her biological mother Li Xiaoyi and the old matchmaker arguing over money. It was a sunny day, but she felt her whole body trembling. At this moment, Zhao Yuxiu recalled everything she heard that day, and she couldn't help but feel cold from the bottom of her heart. Li Xiaoyi would definitely not let go of the 2 yuan in her hand. Qi Hongdo dug out a bag of 30 kilograms of cornmeal and a bag of gray flour in her bedroom today. Even if you can't eat rice every day, it's okay to make some steamed buns, right? If it doesn't work, she will find a way to make some cloth at that time. She wants to eat rice. Fragrant rice. The Zhao family had eaten steamed cornbread before, but the old lady was stingy and didn't eat it often. Most of the time, she would eat some hodgepodge, and the most eaten was dried sweet potatoes. Although the original flavor of dried sweet potatoes is very fragrant, it is really choking to eat 3 times a day. Now Qi Hongdo has egg cakes to eat and malted milk to drink, but who doesn't crave rice? Now there is no rice, only broken rice, grains, dried sweet potatoes, and steamed cornbread, which is barely enough. And there are ribs today. Qi Hongdo recalled the cooking skills of several daughters-in-law, grandchildren, and granddaughters in the family. Well, it seems that they basically have no skills. No matter what they cook, they all taste the same when they come out of the pot. In order to avoid wasting the rib she bought with great effort, Qi Hongdo decided to make the ribs for lunch herself. Before making the ribs, she went out in the morning. When she came back, the granddaughters had already prepared the meals, except for her ribs. Yuxiu, go to the back of the house and pick some eggplants. Yuya, go wash a basin of potatoes. Yuju, light the stove for me.
Hey, Grandma.
Grandma, can we just use that wooden basin in the kitchen to put a basin of potatoes? Zhao Yuya, who was more lively, pointed to the wooden basin in the kitchen that was the size of a wash basin and asked. Qi Hongdo nodded. If her old bones sat by the pond and washed potatoes one by one, she would faint in the pond in less than 3 minutes. Of course, young people should be used for such work. The oil pot at home was locked in the kitchen cabinet. Qi Hongdo took out the oil pot that was about to be empty and almost fainted. Just 2 tails of oil, the Zhao family would have to eat for nearly a month. Every time they cooked, they would just wipe the bottom of the pot with an oilcloth, and it would be considered as oil. No wonder everyone felt like drinking nectar when drinking the big bone soup yesterday. Fortunately, there was still a pot of oil in the old lady's room. These are rapeseed oils. Lard is hard to buy. You have to queue up to exchange oil at the oil mill of the commune. You can't just buy it there. A few days ago, she also felt that the Zhao family was large, but she realized how many people there were when she cooked. Including the 5-month-old little girl, the Zhao family has to feed 28 people for one meal. So cooking at the Zhao family is actually a very heavy job. There are no more than 30 dishes in the kitchen, including bowls and basins. It's really poor. But now they still insist on being proud of being poor. Being poor is equivalent to being red-blooded. Whenever they quarrel with others, they always say my ancestors for 3 generations are poor farmers. She said that the Zhao family was bare-walled that day, and she was really right. The 4th granddaughter Zhao Yuju, who was gentle and graceful by the stove, wanted to let the old lady take a break, but she stopped the fire after taking a look at the 2 pounds of ribs washed in the basin by the stove. She has never cooked such a hard dish. If she did something wrong, she would be the sinner of the old Zhao family. Qi Hongdo looked at her granddaughter, who was wearing patched clothes by the stove. She was still young and graceful. She was only 20 years old. In 30 years, she would be a young girl. But this girl was already engaged, and would soon be married. But even so, in the countryside, Zhao Yuju was considered the one who got married late. There was no other way. The man Zhao Yuju married was a soldier. She was only 17 when they first met. As a result, the man joined the army just after the meeting. He had been away for 3 years. This year, he sent a telegram saying that he could take a few days off to go home during the Chinese New Year. So the 2 families discussed taking this opportunity to get married. Heat the oil in the pot, put the ribs that had been rinsed in water in the pot, add potatoes and eggplants in turn, and soon cover the pot with a wooden lid. The kitchen soon heard the sound of gurgling. White steam came out from the gap in the lid, and along with the steam came the smell of meat. The aroma attracted Zhao Yuye to stay by the stove, wishing she could stay there all the time. Qi Hongdo also stayed by the stove. She estimated that the 2 big iron pots on the stove were probably the most valuable in the Zhao family. These 2 iron pots also witnessed the superb skills of Mrs. Zhao. One pot was obtained by her asking Mr. Zhao to find a way to get it, and the other pot was taken out by Mrs. Zhao from her parents-in-law when they were dividing the family property. Mrs. Zhao and her sister-in-law had a fierce fight over this pot. In the end, Mrs. Zhao was slightly injured and returned home with an iron pot, winning a great victory. Qi Hongdo missed Li Xiao's early return when he went out. In addition, Zhao Yuxiu was the only one who noticed Li Xiao's return when she came home, and no one else knew about it. So Qi Hongdo really didn't know that Li Xiao was at home at this time. After the ribs were stewed, the people working the fields had not returned yet. Qi Hongdo opened the lid of the pot and fished out a few pieces of ribs with meat from the pot. Eat quickly. Qi Hongdo scooped a bowl for each of the 3 granddaughters. Of course, there was only 1 piece of ribs in the bowl, and the rest were potatoes and eggplants. But this was also very rich. Especially this bowl of food was given by the grandmother who never saw her granddaughters. Zhao Yuju looked at a loss. Zhao Yuxiu's originally dark eyes also had a hint of surprise. Only the heartless Zhao Yuye couldn't help but cheer. "Thank you, Grandma. Eat the food while it's hot. Why are you standing there like an idiot?" When everyone came back, the whole family had a noisy meal, and the granddaughters didn't know whether they could get the meat to eat. Eat the meat when there is meat. Only what is in your stomach is yours. Qi Hongdo took the lead in demonstrating to the granddaughters. Not only did she take out the spare ribs, but she also took off the lid of the pot of mixed grain rice and steamed buns next to it. Each of them was given a hot steamed bun. Zhao Yuye followed closely behind Qi Hongdo, dipped the steamed bun in the spare rib soup, and took a mouthful. "It's so delicious." Zhao Yuye squinted as she ate. Her younger sister had eaten it, so Zhao Yuju closed her eyes, gritted her teeth, and took a mouthful of the steamed bun. In case Grandma regretted and wanted to teach someone a lesson, she couldn't let her rage against her younger sister.
Eat.
It smells so good. Zhao Yuxiu held the bowl, was silent for a moment, and also silently lowered her head to chew the spare ribs. The strong smell of meat made Li Xiaoyi, who was lying in the room tossing and turning and couldn't sleep, feel her stomach rumbling. This smell is too delicious. Li Xiaoyi couldn't help but get up, opened the door, and walked towards the kitchen. As a result, before she even entered the kitchen, she saw her mother-in-law and her 3 granddaughters eating in the kitchen without even raising their heads. Is there any justice in the world? She, as a mother, hasn't had the chance to eat meat, but her daughter has. "Mom, why are you giving meat to those girls?" Such precious meat, so fragrant. How can those girls deserve to eat it? Li Xiaoyi's eyes were almost rolled to the sky. After Qi Hongdou finished 2 pieces of ribs, he lifted his eyelids and looked at Li Xiaoyi, a lunatic who had forgotten the pain after the wound healed. Not giving it to them, but to you? Yes, Mom, I've worked for half a day and earned work points. Please get me a bowl of meat too. When Li Xiaoyi tried to rush into the kitchen and get the meat herself, the Zhao family members who were working in the fields came back one after another. Those girls pack up now. They are all going to marry into other families. Eating meat is a waste. Sanya, bring me your bowl. Li Xiaoyi was overwhelmed by the smell of meat. Seeing that her mother-in-law didn't say anything and her daughter had only taken a few bites of the vegetables and steamed bread in her bowl, she hurried to grab it. Zhao Yuju and Zhao Yuya were both scared. Zhao Yuju wanted to block it, but was pushed aside by Li Xiaoyi. Wang Xiaochao, who had just returned home, saw it. Then, Kai Wenli, Zhao Yuanwu, Zhao Yuanshuang and others came back. Qi Hongdou pointed at Zhao Yuanshuang at the door. Do you two still want to eat today? If you want to eat, take your embarrassing wife away. Zhao Yuanshuang could definitely understand what Qi Hongdou meant. When he came back, he knew that his wife had slipped away early today. Thinking of eating meat at noon today, he could probably guess what was going on. He thought Li Xiaoyi had eaten meat when she came back, but he didn't expect to face such an embarrassing scene as soon as he came back. Mom, don't be angry. Xuanong's mother doesn't think before she speaks. Why are you pulling me? Is it wrong for me to want to eat meat? Several girls are eating it. They will soon belong to other families. Why should they eat the meat at home? Li Xiaoyi rolled on the ground and started to make a scene. Zhao Xuanong, who was standing behind his aunt and uncle, watched the movement in the kitchen and felt the fiery gazes of his cousins. He felt embarrassed and lowered his head. Qi Hongdou held the bowl firmly in his hand and looked down at Li Xiaoyi, who was lying on the ground and making a scene, with his height of less than 1.6 meters. Just because you move your lips, the granddaughter raised by our Zhao family is no longer ours? You, as a mother, are taking the food from your daughter's bowl. Do you have any shame? When did I say that I won't bring you with me to eat me today? Are you going to die? Yesterday, you two admitted your mistakes in front of me, and today you show this to me, an old lady? Who are you slapping in the face? What's wrong with you, little girl? If you look down on women, why don't you slit your own throat and reincarnate? Qi Hongdou's voice became colder and colder, and her tone became heavier. After she finished her words, there was silence inside and outside the kitchen. Even Li Xiaoyi didn't have the courage to continue to make a scene. For some reason, although her mother-in-law didn't curse loudly, Li Xiaoyi felt that these words filled her with a sense of crisis. You look down on girls and country people look down on widows. You dare to do this and scold me in front of me today. Are you still poking at the spine of an old woman like me behind my back?
Li Xiaoyi.
Few people call their full names. Usually, they call their full names on important and special occasions.
For example, now.
Li Xiaoyi felt that her forehead was sweating when her mother-in-law called her. It was really a ghost. She usually talked about the old lady behind her back. Zhao Yuanshuang was really very angry at this moment. Forget about the separation of the family. It was the idea of the couple, but what was going on this afternoon? Can't this woman not cause trouble for herself? At noon today, the old Zhao family ate meat, and several children in the family had already spread the news excitedly throughout the village. The villagers who didn't believe that the old lady would buy a lot of meat as the children said, several of them passed by the old Zhao family's door on purpose today. Sure enough, before I got close, I could smell the fragrant smell of meat. They were actually eating meat. It smelled so good. During the busy farming season, sometimes some villagers would have some meat to nourish their bodies, but most of them were salty. After all, eating salt at this time can replenish your strength. Thinking about the small mountain of meat described by the eldest and second treasures of the Zhao family, some villagers couldn't help but murmur in their hearts. Did the old lady of the old Zhao family pick up meat tickets? Otherwise, how could she spend it without feeling sorry? The door of the Zhao family was tightly closed at this time. Although almost everyone in the village knew that they had eaten meat today, who would not eat good things behind closed doors these days. Otherwise, if someone with a thick skin came to ask for it, would you give it to them or not? After all, the people living in the village are all from the same village, and they might even be related. So when the villagers saw the closed door of the Zhao family, they didn't find it strange. After all, it would be strange if the stingy old lady Zhao ate meat with the door open. With old lady Zhao's personality, if others smelled the meat from her house, she would definitely think that they were taking advantage of her and would make trouble for no reason. At this time, at the home of Zhao Huafu of the Red Flag Brigade, a chubby little boy overturned the rice bowl on the table. He pounded the table with his fat fists, and his two short legs kicked randomly under the table. Eat meat. I want to eat meat. An old lady who looked about the same age as Mrs. Zhao was busy coaxing him. Be good. Madam will buy you meat tomorrow, okay? Note: Madam refers to Grandma. No, I want to eat now. DeBeo and the others will have meat today. I want it too. The old lady holding the little boy was busy comforting him while secretly hating him in her heart. A widow, who was so ostentatious and arrogant every day, how could she not be so arrogant? If Chi Hongdo was here, she would immediately awaken the memory of Mrs. Zhao. Yes, this old lady was good Sueji, the elder sister-in-law that Mrs. Zhao hated. But at the moment, Chi Hongdo didn't care that she made an enemy jealous. The old Zhao family was busy eating. Of course, the incorrigible Lao Lu couple missed out on the ready-made benefit again, a delicious meal of spare ribs. After Chi Hongdo ordered them not to eat meat, no one in the Zhao family objected. If one less person shared, they might be able to eat one more piece, so why should they speak for them? Besides, Lao Lu's wife really has no sense of propriety. The old lady has been strong all her life, and she hates it most when people talk about her. No matter why the old lady gave meat to her granddaughters today, but the old lady gave it to them. What does it have to do with you, Li Xiaoyi? Is this meat yours? Or is it Lao Zhao's? Since it's neither, can't you have a sense of propriety and shut up? You're running straight into the muzzle of the gun. You really deserve it. Oh, should I say it, the spare ribs are really delicious. This pot of stew made the eggplant and potatoes that were about to taste meat. The other people in the Zhao family didn't even raise their heads while eating, while Lao Lu and his wife huddled in the corner, eating tasteless steamed buns. The air was full of the aroma of spare ribs, and Li Xiaoyi, as saliva was about to flow out. But now that she was being stared at by her man, she really didn't dare to do anything. Zhao Yuxiu was eating, but her mind was not on the meal. She looked at her grandmother sitting in the main seat and her parents in the corner. An idea kept popping up in her mind, and the words were about to come to her lips, but she swallowed them again. Chi Hongdo noticed the entanglement in Zhao Yuxiu's eyes. The dark female supporting role in the book, Zhao Yuxiu, was a cold-hearted and cruel person. In order to get rid of the Zhao family and get rid of her identity as a countryman, she could be said to have given up half of her flesh and left the Zhao family in a bloody mess. Zhao Yuxiu was indeed smart and had a good brain. The book described her as having a certain antisocial personality. It was also because of this that Chi Hongdo didn't come up to give her warmth. At this time, the dark female supporting role in the book was still a thin girl. Compared with her completely numb heart in the later period, a tube of plaster and a piece of spare ribs could still arouse her inner emotional waves. Chi Hongdo had only been here for a few days, and indeed had not figured out how to eliminate Zhao Yuxiu's potential danger, but she already had a general direction in mind. Now, all she needed was a chance to talk it out. When Chi Hongdo was just a reader, she had no good feelings for Zhao Yuxiu, the cold-hearted and ruthless female supporting character in the book. Of course, after reading Zhao Yuxiu's life, it is inevitable to sigh at the complexity of human nature. The parents gave birth to their daughter, but did not raise her, raised her but did not teach her, and wanted to sell her daughter to her bones and marrow. Zhao Yuxiu's childhood and teenage years seemed to have always been in the gloomy and rainy weather, and the whole person naturally took on a dark and damp feeling. The story in the text was only briefly mentioned, but when Chi Hongdo became Old Lady Zhao, everything became a little different. This thin and taciturn girl who turned from text into a real person still had a little vitality in her body at this time, and had not completely lost all her true feelings. Chi Hongdo did not want to watch Zhao Yuxiu repeat the dark and damp life in the book. If we can continue the vitality in her and give her more opportunities to change, perhaps this girl will have a completely different life. Zhao Aimin was exhausted after working all morning and didn't want to move a finger. Even when he came home at noon and saw a good show, he didn't have the energy to jump around as usual. If there were no ribs hanging, he would have wanted to lie down directly after returning home. But after eating, Zhao Aimin became lazy. "Mom, look at my hands, look at my neck, the cuts from the grass. My sister-in-law saw it on the back of my neck, and there are marks from the sun. Mom, I don't want to go this afternoon. I really can't do it anymore." Zhao Aimin tried to play the victim to Chi Hongdo. But no matter how eloquent he was, Chi Hongdo didn't move. "AI Min, Mom believes in you. You will definitely be able to do it quickly and well. Besides, you have already done the work, but only for half a day. The scorekeeper doesn't give you any points. Isn't it all in vain? What a pity." Zhao AI Min felt dizzy again when he heard what Chi Hongdo said. He quickly lay down on the ground and started to act like a spoiled child. "No, I really can't do it anymore, Mom. I really can't do it anymore." Chi Hongdo moved her feet away to prevent Zhao AI Min from making a fuss. "You really can't do it anymore? Really? You just don't want to go to the fields? I don't want to do it anymore, even if you kill me." Zhao AI Min shouted loudly, and he wanted to raise his hand and swear to express his feelings at the moment. "Mom, as long as you don't let me go to the fields, I can do anything." "Anything? Anything," Zhao Aimin said firmly. "In that case, you don't have to go to the fields." Zhao Aimin smiled after hearing the first half of the sentence, but before he could laugh out loud, he heard his mother, who loved him the most, continue, "Then go chop wood and fill the woodshed with firewood this afternoon." It was a bolt from the blue. Zhao Aimin's hands were still numb after chopping firewood for most of the day yesterday. To pick peanuts in the field, the sun is a little stronger, but it's just a matter of moving your hands. It's not as hard as chopping wood. Zhao Aimin sat up immediately, with a grunt. "There's not enough firewood at home, so you'll have to work harder today. As long as the family has to fire every day, there will never be enough firewood." Chi Hongdo seemed not to see Zhao Aimin's grief-stricken expression, and spoke seriously. "Think about what your mother said to you last night. Can your mother still harm you?" Chi Hongdo bent down, pretending to brush off the dust from Zhao Aimin, who was sitting on the ground, and lowered her voice. "Last night Mom said, a beautiful daughter-in-law, and a pair of fancy new sneakers. But Mom, my hands are shaking even when I hold the axe right now," Zhao Aimin said with a sad face. The second grandson, Zhao Xiangnan, who was watching from the side, happened to meet Zhao Aimin's eyes. He thought of the brown sugar eggs that his grandmother gave to his daughter-in-law a few days ago, and now he took the initiative to stand up. "Grandma, there's not enough firewood. I'll go chop it." As soon as Zhao Xiangnan opened his mouth, Zhao Aimin happily turned his head to look at Chi Hongdo. "Mom, Xiangnan has the firewood, so I don't have to go, right? Oh, how comfortable it would be to lie down at home and take a nap after eating spare ribs." Zhao Aimin seemed to have seen the beautiful picture of himself, lying on the bed and taking a nap. "If Xiangnan chops firewood, you can go to work in the fields." The cold and ruthless voice of the mother came. With a sound of click, the beautiful picture that Zhao Aimin imagined was completely shattered.
"Mom."
Zhao Aimin tried to cheat. "Don't you want new sneakers? Don't you want a beautiful wife? Do you still want to eat meat in the future?" Chi Hongdo patted Zhao Aimin's dog head and just patted it twice before retracting it. "This guy hasn't washed his hair for a few days. It's so dirty. His hair is as messy as a bird's nest." The disgusted look in Chi Hongdo's eyes when he retracted his hand made Zhao Aimin feel inexplicably wronged. He thought that he had disappointed his mother because he didn't want to work. After all, his mother had been very good to him. And his mother also said that letting him work was for his own good. Before, his mother always cooked for him. Although it was his mother's preference, it was all his mother's gift. If he could give it to him in front of his brothers like the egg cake he gave him that day, it would not be bad. Thinking of the scene of his mother rewarding him with a pair of new sneakers in front of his brothers, it seemed very good. Zhao Aimin did a few sit-ups in his heart and finally followed Zhao Yuanwen and the others to the fields. Compared with chopping wood, the work assigned to him today was easy. Zhao Xiongnan, who was willing to take the blame, watched his uncle wave and leave, and didn't say anything. He just carried the hatchet, the pole, and the rope and left. When the family members went to the fields and worked, and when they had almost dispersed, Chi Hongdo was already a little sleepy. Since she did nothing and no one dared to say anything to her, she closed the bedroom door and prepared to go to the exclusive ward of the convenience hospital to sleep. Before going to bed, she would do a special healing treatment for the elderly. She had to take good care of this body. Her physical foundation was too poor, so she didn't expect to live to more than 100 years old, but she would earn a lot if she could extend her life by one more day. After all, it was a 1-to-1 return of life. Chi Hongdo's nap was not long. Maybe Mrs. Zhao herself was a high-energy person, and 4 or 5 hours of deep sleep a day was enough. Maybe there was some truth in the saying that people sleep less as they get older. Anyway, Chi Hongdo used to sleep for 10 hours in a row, but after becoming Mrs. Zhao, her sleep was almost shrunk by half. After half an hour of nap, Chi Hongdo got up and integrated the fabrics in the 2 large wooden boxes under the bed. The cloth that was given to the daughters-in-law before was all from this place. However, because the old lady had accumulated a lot of cloth, even if she gave away a few large pieces of cloth, the things in the box were not much less. She simply took out all the large pieces of cloth in the box at once. The largest piece of cloth was about 7 feet long, and it was an old coarse cloth. There were also 7 or 8 pieces of cloth that were 4 or 5 feet long. Then there were smaller pieces of cloth that were 2 or 3 feet long and smelled old, and small piles of scraps of cloth. The scraps of cloth were the bulk of the things in this box. And because they had been stored for a long time, some of the pieces of cloth had already shown signs of decay. Chi Hongdo put the large pieces of cloth into the box and cleared out all the scraps of cloth. She still had 2 pieces of fine red cotton cloth and gray cotton cloth that had been cut, and 2 pieces of waistcloth that had not been used since they were bought. These pieces of cloth were enough to make more than 10 or 20 pieces of clothing. She has now changed into new clothes produced by Mao Mao Tailor Shop. Good fabrics feel different when worn. She had just put on new clothes today when she encountered the incident in the kitchen at noon. In addition, because they had eaten meat at noon, no one in the family noticed it. However, given Mrs. Zhao's difficult personality, even if she saw it, no one at home, whether her son or daughter-in-law, dared to ask her when she made the new clothes. She was interested in rummaging through the old fabrics in the box because today Happy Town icons were opened again, just after she woke up from her nap. 2 super practical icons. An idyllic villa with complete furniture, 2 floors, bedrooms, bathrooms, and kitchens. Chi Hongdo no longer has to sleep in the ward at night. Although the beds in the ward in the game are many times softer and more comfortable than Mrs. Zhao's bed, it always feels weird. Now it's good, a real 2-meter bed, she can roll around as she pleases. Although she still can't take the things in the villa out and can only use them inside, who cares? She just enjoys it. There is another icon that is not as luxurious as the villa, but it is also very good. Delicious shopping stall, a small shopping stall with a pushcart on the street. The one selling shopping is a chubby uncle NPC. There are many kinds of shopping on the small shopping stall. Salty shopping, white sugar shopping, brown sugar shopping, sesame shopping, egg yolk shopping, dried plum shopping, chestnut shortbread and beef, and scallion stuffed shopping. A total of 8 kinds. After Chi Hongdo transferred her shopping to her own pastoral villa, she bought one of each shopping, sat on the sofa in the villa, and tasted them one by one. Sure enough, she still liked chestnut shortbread and beef pies the most. Sesame shopping is very fragrant, and white sugar shopping is not bad either. After all, it is the first icon related to food opened by Happy Town. Chi Hongdo feels that she doesn't need to eat tonight. She is satisfied with beef stuffed pies. After eating and drinking, Chi Hongdo took a hot bath in the bathroom of the rural villa and washed her hair. After coming out, she felt much lighter. She pushed open the door of the villa. There was a flower bed in front of the door, 4 or 5 fruit trees, a grape rack, and a swing, all of which she had planted herself before. There was almost an acre of land behind the villa. In this acre of land, about 2 mu of land was divided to plant some vegetables and fruits, and the rest was all planted with rice. Not far from the side of the front door flower bed, there is also a small pond. If you use the exclusive bait in the game, you have a chance to catch crayfish, small turtles, and fish that are edible. If you are unlucky, you will catch some garbage. But now Chi Hongdo can't even catch garbage. The icon is open for the villa, and the flower bed, vegetable field, and small pond are not included. I can only wait for the next icon to be opened. Life is really getting more and more promising. Zhao Xiongnan works much more efficiently than Zhao Aimin. He cuts more and better firewood, and even his chopping skills are much better than Zhao Aimin's. The firewood that Zhao Aimin piled up in a mess yesterday was neatly stacked in the firewood shed today, just like an emergency assembly. I don't know where Zhao Xiongnan got the patience from. Chi Hongdo glanced at the firewood pile that formed a wall, and it seemed that there was not even a single sticking out from the pile. If you are not a meticulous person, you really can't do this job. Although the granddaughter-in-law Lin Chuyu got the brown sugar egg, she still didn't dare to appear in front of the old lady. But Chi Hongdo still remembered the scene of Lin Chuyu holding a thin baby. When Zhao Xiongnan was sweating profusely and chopped the firewood and was about to take a bath in the pond at the door, Chi Hongdo called him. "This is for your wife and daughter. Grandma bought it for you in town the day before yesterday. Take it back quickly and don't let anyone see it." Zhao Xiongnan never thought that his grandma would bring things back from town for his wife and daughter. Because he was a grandson, although grandma would occasionally give him good things before, it was never so expensive. "This is Maltese? Grandma, this is too expensive." Zhao Xiongnan had only heard of it but never seen it. He felt that it was too hot to hold in his hands. After all, eggs and brown sugar can be seen at ordinary times. Who in the village can afford malted milk? Chi Hongdo pulled her face. "Hurry up and go. Hurry up, you don't know to take the good things, are you stupid?" Chi Hongdo drove Zhao Xiongnan, who had changed from being shocked to being touched, away. When she saw the malted milk, she wanted to give it to the poor mother and daughter. A young wife, who didn't even have confinement, and a 5-month-old baby. How can a person bear it without eating something nutritious? But a can of 800g malted milk is quite conspicuous after all, and she didn't find the opportunity before. Today happened to be, Zhao Xiongnan was willing to chop wood for Zhao Aimin, which could be regarded as a reward for Zhao Xiongnan. She took out the malted milk. She had only drunk that can of malted milk once, and she never touched it again after tasting the legendary taste. For Chi Hongdo, who was used to drinking milk tea in the later generations, malted milk was not tempting. Zhao Xiongnan was certainly not a fool. He didn't even bother to take a bath with the malted milk. While no one saw him at this moment, he quickly ran back to his room and put the malted milk away. Then, he quickly took a bath in the pond and ran back to explain to his dumbfounded daughter-in-law Lin Chuyu. Lin Chuyu might have a more developed tear gland. After listening to Zhao Xiongnan words, her tears had wet her clothes. There were 2 daughters-in-law in the big room, and it was difficult to give the whole piece of cloth for the milk. However, because Nyonya was still young, Wang Xiaoqiao used those scraps of cloth to make several diaper rings for Nyonya. Lin Chuyu was also an honest child. She thought that she had been eating eggs and brown sugar these days, and she felt embarrassed to eat them. But whether for the sake of the child or for herself, she couldn't bear to refuse the hard-earned brown sugar eggs. She had a vague feeling that she was about to have milk. Now with this can of malted milk, it greatly increased the hope of the couple. How could Zhao Xiongnan and his wife not know that little Nyonya was thin? Because it was the first child, Zhao Xiongnan and Lin Chuyu didn't dare to sleep through the night. The child slept between them. One reason was that they needed someone to take care of it, and the other was that they were afraid that they would fall asleep and crush the child. In the past, there were precedents in the brigade where novice couples were careless and accidentally crushed their children to death while sleeping at night. In addition, the family conditions were not good and little Nyonya was thin, so the couple was even more terrified. But now, no matter what, they have overcome a hurdle. Little Nyonya will definitely get better and better. Grandma seems to like watching us work now. Zhao Xiangnan, who got a can of malted milk, thought about it and felt that Grandma gave him malted milk because he worked today. Just look at his uncle and uncle recently. Only those who work and obey can get benefits. Otherwise, not only will they get nothing, but they may also be slapped. The younger generation can't discuss the right and wrong of the elders openly, but the slap marks on Uncle Six's face took almost a whole day to completely disappear. Almost everyone in the family saw it. They also knew why Uncle Six was beaten. Lin Qiyu grabbed her man's arm. Then we must listen to Grandma honestly in the future and do more work. Although they did it this way before, how could Grandma think of taking care of their little girl before? But no matter what, Lin Qiyu is still willing to be the honest and obedient one. Even if Grandma is unwilling to take care of her and little Nyonya in the future, it will be good as long as Grandma doesn't target them. Lin Qiyu couldn't say anything profound. She just felt at ease in the current situation. Zhao Xiangnan thought a little more, but he didn't have any special clues. When he was lying in bed late at night, Zhao Xiangnan thought of something. It happened before his sixth uncle, Zhao Yuanshuang, proposed to divide the family, not long after the beginning of this year. At that time, almost everyone in the Red Flag Brigade knew about this matter. That was the death of Widow Wang in the village. Widow Wang had 3 sons and 2 daughters, but when she got older, she was annoying, and none of her 3 sons were willing to take care of her. So Widow Wang had to live alone in a narrow, thatched house. The winter in Nan province is particularly long and cold. Widow Wang had been dead for almost half a month before anyone found out that she was dead. When dealing with her affairs, Widow Wang's 3 sons blamed each other for fear of taking more responsibility, and the 2 daughters were not seen. It sounds like a very tragic thing, but everyone in the Red Flag Brigade knows that Widow Wang is extremely patriarchal. One of her 2 daughters was sold to the mountains by her, and the other was married to an old man with loose teeth who had a high bride price. Her 3 sons were even more scoundrels than the other. Widow Wang treated her 3 sons with all her heart and soul. She raised all 3 sons into useless people with bad character, bad work, and nothing else. But as long as these sons could and breathe, they were the treasures in Widow Wang's heart. Widow Wang froze to death in the thatched house thinking of her precious sons, even until she died. However, some people said that Widow Wang starved to death because when Widow Wang was found, there was no rice in the house, not even a piece of dried sweet potato. Zhao Xiangnan didn't remember how his grandmother reacted when he knew about this, but his grandmother, who didn't have many friends in the village, attended Widow Wang's funeral. Maybe his grandmother was stimulated by Widow Wang's affairs? The more he thought about it, the more he felt that this was the case. Otherwise, how could such a powerful person like his grandmother fainted because of Aunt Six's words divide the family? If it had been before, if Grandma had heard this, she would have torn the roof off the house and skinned Uncle and Aunt. The family would have been in a gloomy mood for at least a month. How could it be over in 2 days? In the dead of night, Chi Hongdo didn't know that her eldest grandson, who looked honest and taciturn, had so much in his mind. But it can't be said that Zhao Xiangnan was wrong. The death of Widow Wang did bring a lot of stimulation to old lady Zhao. When people get old, they are afraid of losing power and becoming useless and despised. But given old lady Zhao's state of mind at the time, she would never reflect on whether she had failed to discipline her children like Widow Wang. She just felt that Widow Wang shouldn't have split up the family. She shouldn't have been coaxed by her 3 sons to stay in the shabby thatched house to fend for herself, and she was still thinking about her 3 precious sons until she died. She, Zhang Daihe, would not be so stupid. If she wanted to control her sons, she would control them for life. Let these sons, daughters-in-law, and even grandchildren all become her slaves. And she has been doing very well over the years, and no disobedient and unfilial descendants dared to resist her. She is different from that stupid Widow Wang. As a result, before Mrs. Zhao could feel proud for long, she heard that her son and his wife had proposed to separate the family. This was absolutely a bolt from the blue for Mrs. Zhao. The shock brought by this stimulation was not only because her son and his wife were bold enough to propose separation, but also because when she was complacent and thought she could sit on the Diaoyutai and be an old lady enjoying the blessing of her son, an unexpected accident that was completely out of her plan occurred. This was a provocation to the rights in her hands, a resistance. It was a declaration of war. That's why Mrs. Zhao was so angry that she fainted at that time. However, except for Chi Hongdo, it is estimated that no one else can know and understand these things so thoroughly. It is not easy for Mrs. Zhao to raise 9 children and start a family in this era, but her meanness and viciousness are like feeding them poison while raising her children. That's why the soil for the best parents like the 6th husband and his wife was created. Now, the tuition for middle school is 6 yuan per semester, but for Li Xiaoyi and Zhao Yuanshuang, it is better to buy meat and clothes for themselves with these 6 yuan than to send their daughter to school because she will get married sooner or later. Chi Hongdo certainly cannot let Zhao Yuxiu, who is only 14 years old, get married, nor does she expect her to do heavy work in the fields. How many work points can a child like her earn by working so hard? Although she cannot take the college entrance examination now, she can take the college entrance examination after Zhao Yuxiu finishes her studies and waits a few years. Mother. After Zhao Yuxiu fed the chickens in the morning, she turned around and saw Chi Hongdo standing at the door. She was startled. According to her previous temper, she would have lowered her head and gone to do other work. But this time, I don't know what Zhao Yuxiu was thinking, she rarely called Chi Hongdo. Chi Hongdo nodded. Almost all the adults and children in the family went out. The granddaughter-in-law took the little girl to stay in the room and didn't go out to take care of her health. There were 3 granddaughters and Chi Hongdo at home again. Come here, take down the bedding in my room, and wash the sheets. Chi Hongdo handed Zhao Yuju a small bag of washing powder and soap bought from the supply and marketing cooperative. Grandma, is this soap? Zhao Yuye's round eyes widened, pointing at the soap in the 4th cousin's hand. Xiaoping's family in the village used soap, but their families seem to have never seen it. If it's not soap, what else can it be? What other clothes do you have? If you want to wash them, take them together and wash them clean. Zhao Yuju was afraid that her cousin would not know the seriousness of the matter and might say something to upset Grandma, so she quickly pulled her sister away. When she passed by Zhao Yuxiu, she did not forget to pull Zhao Yuxiu away with her. Someone was washing clothes in the pond at the door at this time, so Zhao Yuju took her 2 sisters to the small river farther away to wash clothes. The white soap powder dissolved in the wooden basin, and a lot of foam would come out if you rubbed it a few times. Zhao Yuya was only 17 years old and had a lively personality. Seeing the foam in her cousin's hands, she immediately said, "I'll do it, sister. Let me rub it." Zhao Yuju looked at Zhao Yuya with amusement and pushed the wooden basin in her hand towards her cousin. What a little kid. She finds washing clothes fun. Zhao Yuju has a relatively calm personality, and because she is about to get married and feels that she is an adult, she now looks at her 2 sisters at home like children. Zhao Yuya, who was next to her, tried the washing powder and took the soap next to her while Zhao Yuju was not paying attention. Wow, it's so slippery. Hey, it seems to have a fragrance. Zhao Yuya was having a lot of fun by herself. Zhao Yuju moved to the side, and her 6th cousin Zhao Yuxiu was silently beating the dirty clothes on the bluestone slabs with a mallet. Or find a chance to talk to Grandma again? Living under the same roof and sleeping in the same bed, how could Zhao Yuju not see Zhao Yuxiu's thoughts? The mallet paused in midair. Then the sound of pounding clothes continued. Grandma won't agree. Zhao Yuxiu's voice was dry, and her eyes fell on the dirty clothes on the bluestone slab. Her life seemed to have just begun, but she felt that it had been hammered to pieces. I saw some people in the village catching centipedes, toads, and cicada shells to exchange for money at the health center. Every day when I go to cut grass for pigs, I will look under the stones, on the trees, and in the fields. I will catch more and exchange more for more money. 4th sister. Zhao Yuxiu stopped what she was doing and looked at Zhao Yuju, who was talking non-stop in front of her with red eyes. Didn't you also help me collect herbs to exchange for money to raise tuition? I don't have your brain for studying, but I can still do some work. If Grandma doesn't agree, we will beg you. If it doesn't work once, we will beg you again. Don't be afraid. I'm here, I'll be with you. The living environment of the Zhao family's granddaughters is not very good. There is nothing to fight about when several girls are together. Most of the time, they protect each other when Grandma gets angry. Zhao Yuju saw that since the second half of last year, after her uncle and aunt cut off her sixth cousin's way to study, her sixth cousin's face gradually showed less and less expression. Of course, she knew that her sixth cousin became like this not only because she couldn't continue to study, but also because of her uncle and aunt. But compared to the changes in her uncle and aunt, who she couldn't blame, it was more realistic to find a way to raise money. And her cousin was really smart in studying. Almost every teacher in school had praised her before. She could also see that her sixth cousin really liked to study, otherwise she wouldn't be so disappointed because she couldn't study. Zhao Yuxio's tears fell silently, and her throat choked. The $2 Grandma gave me are still there. Zhao Yuju wiped the tears from her sister's face. Sister, I understand. Now we only need to collect $4, right? Zhao Yuju smiled. Her gentle features and the bright sunshine behind her made Zhao Yuxio, whose inner world had been gloomy, feel warm. Fourth sister, what are you talking about? Hey, Yuxio. Why don't you use the laundry detergent Grandma gave you? Let me tell you, this laundry detergent and soap are very useful. With the lively Zhao Yuye chattering nearby, the slightly dull atmosphere just now immediately dissipated. After washing clothes, sheets, and quilt covers, the three sisters carried the larger wooden basin home in two people and one carried the smaller wooden basin. After hanging the clothes at home, Zhao Yuju prepared to start making lunch. Grandma said that she would make steamed cornbread for lunch today. There was not a drop of soup left from yesterday's stewed pork ribs with potatoes and eggplants. If there was a little left, today's stir-fried vegetables would have a bit of flavor. But Zhao Yuju was already very satisfied to eat a piece of pork ribs yesterday. After all, no one can eat meat every day. Zhao Yuye went to the field to deliver water. After Zhao Yuxio and Zhao Yuju finished making steamed cornbread in the kitchen, she couldn't help but be absent-minded for a while. Sixth sister? What's wrong? Zhao Yuxio stood at the kitchen door and looked at Qi Hongdo, who came out. She turned back and glanced at Zhao Yuju. Then she walked straight towards Qi Hongdo. Qi Hongdo originally planned to talk to Zhao Yuxio today to make things clear, but she didn't expect that before she opened her mouth, the little girl took the initiative to come towards her.
Grandma.
Zhao Yuxio called her calmly, as if she was not the one who made a major decision in her heart just now. Qi Hongdo was just about to respond. She heard a thump and the thin little girl in front of her knelt straight down to her. Grandma, I want to go to school. As long as you let me go to school, I am willing to do any work, and I will find a way to raise the tuition as long as you agree to let me go to school. If the old lady didn't speak, Zhao Yuxio would not be able to go to school peacefully even if she raised the tuition. Qi Hongdo looked at the little girl's dark eyes that revealed a sense of stubbornness and determination, and felt a little happy. Originally, she wanted to find an opportunity to talk to Zhao Yuxio about this matter, but she didn't expect that she would be willing to open her heart and express her thoughts. This surprised her a little. She was prepared for this little girl to be stubborn to the end. Zhao Yuju looked at the sixth sister outside the kitchen and was anxiously turning around in the kitchen. Grandma, I will also find a way to help raise the tuition for sixth sister. Just let sixth sister go to school. I can catch centipedes, toads and other things and exchange them for money at the clinic. The person in charge of the clinic in Qianjin Commune was a younger doctor. Although he practiced Western medicine, the villagers all knew that he came from a family of traditional Chinese medicine. However, it was not easy for the villagers to see doctors. In the city, the old ninth class was discredited and the doctors were flattered. They still respected the doctors here. No one talked about traditional Chinese medicine or Western medicine. What's more, the doctor would take the initiative to collect some medicine materials caught by the villagers and let them exchange them for some money. Only a fool would report it. It is not easy for the villagers to have more income. It is difficult for them to make money by digging in the soil. As long as they can catch some medicine materials that are not difficult for them to get, they can exchange them for money. Who would not be happy? However, Zhao Yuju dared to say this in front of the old lady, and she was also taking a huge risk. After all, with Mrs. Zhao's temper, Zhao Yuju dared to say so clearly that she wanted to earn money for her sister's schooling, which was also a challenge to her authority. Are you really determined to go to school? Zhao Yuxiu nodded firmly. I want to go to school. What a good seedling, what a good seedling. In the future, there are a bunch of children who hate studying, but such a precious child who is determined to study can go to college with student loans in the future. Qi Hongdo nodded. Okay, Grandma agreed. You can get up. The trip she went out yesterday morning was to the middle school teacher's house in the next brigade. There were 2 eggs in her pocket. She wanted to understand the school situation and Zhao Yuxiu's previous study and life in the school. Although the teacher's cultural level was not at the level of a professor, he gave a very positive answer. That is, Zhao Yuxiu is definitely a good student. If she could take the college entrance examination in the past, she would definitely be a university seedling. As for coming back to continue studying, rural schools have unstable student sources, so it is normal for students to come and go. It is completely fine for Zhao Yuxiu to go back to study. After understanding the situation, Qi Hongdo left 2 eggs, and under the embarrassed gaze of the teacher's family, he went back with his 2 old, cold legs. No one knew about this except Qi Hongdo himself and the teacher's family. No one in the Zhao family thought that the old lady would go to find the teacher at the school. At this moment, Zhao Yuju was very happy to hear Qi Hongdo's clear answer. Zhao Yuxiu suspected that she was hallucinating, but looking at the happy smile of her 4th sister next to her, she knew it was true. Don't worry, Grandma. We will not fall behind in the housework, and we will also pay the tuition. Qi Hongdo waved his hand and tightened his wrinkled chrysanthemum face. What centipedes and toads are all poisonous things. If you catch them, get bitten, and get poisoned, whose fault is it? Should the family spend money to show you? Have you been raised for nothing? The smiling faces of the 2 sisters, who were happy for less than a minute, froze rapidly. What does Grandma mean? Don't let them catch things to exchange for money? How can they raise the money? Qi Hongdo felt that she should not breathe for even a second when she was talking, otherwise she would end up like this. Looking at the 2 little girls in front of her who were instantly frowning, she tapped the sisters' foreheads. Grandma, the tuition fee? Zhao Yuju cautiously asked. If they were not allowed to collect it themselves, the tuition fee could not fall from the sky. Qi Hongdo did not waste time talking to them, and took out a neatly arranged 6 yuan bill. Grandma has paid the tuition fee. Before the 2 sisters could show their shocked and happy expressions, Qi Hongdo turned back to the bedroom, actually to get a pack of prepared sesame cakes from the game. It was wrapped in oil paper, and before it was opened, the 2 sisters smelled a sesame fragrance. Study hard at school. Don't embarrass your grandma. Take it back and divide it among you sisters. The advantage of being the head of the family is that no matter how crazy you are or what you do, no one dares to question you casually. The 2 sisters, stunned by the surprise, returned to their mud and thatch house. They counted the bills first. It was 6 yuan, not a penny less. And in the oil paper bag, there were 4 fragrant sesame cakes. Sesame cakes. Pure white flour. 4th sister? 6th sister? Zhao Yuye ran straight to the kitchen after delivering the water and touched her head. What's going on? Where are the people? Just as she was about to shout again, Zhao Yuye saw the figure of the 4th sister Zhao Yuju at the door of their room. 4th sister, what are you doing in the room? Zhao Yuye said while walking towards her 4th sister. As soon as Zhao Yuye entered the door, the wooden door of the mud and thatch house was closed. Well, the girls are quite smart and know that good things should be eaten behind closed doors. Qi Hongdo clapped her hands and picked up a bowl from the kitchen, wanting to get herself some water. But she remembered that few families had thermos at this time, and the Zhao family didn't have one. And, because it was summer, everyone drank cold water. This cool water is the water from the well. Qi Hongdo scooped a bowl of well water from the bucket. It was icy and cool, and it seemed a little sweet. Hiss. The only bad thing was that the bowls in the Zhao family were too bad. The bowl she picked up casually was even chipped. Forget it. She should go back to her big villa to drink boiled water. At least the cups in the villa would not scratch her mouth. Girl's room. Zhao Yuya covered her mouth, trying not to make any sound. White flour sesame cake. She had eaten sesame cake once at her grandfather's house, but it was a salty sesame cake without anything else, but it was also delicious. She didn't expect to eat sesame cake again, and a whole one at that. The time she ate at her grandfather's house, she and her brother split it in half, and that sesame cake was not as big as this one. In fact, these sesame cakes look wide, but not thick. One sesame cake is not enough to fill an adult. But for few girls it is enough. When Zhao Yuya knew that the sesame cake was given by their grandmother, her eyes almost popped out. Did Grandma give it to the wrong person? It looked like Grandma prepared it for the brothers. Is there something wrong with Grandma's eyes? Zhao Yuya thought wildly. Don't talk nonsense. Zhao Yuju knocked on the fifth sister's head. How could she say bad things about Grandma? Zhao Yuya rubbed her forehead. The fourth sister's knock didn't hurt. She thought, since Grandma didn't give it to the wrong person, then there are exactly 4. Leave one for the seventh sister, and the rest will be divided into 3 parts. I don't know how the fourth sister and the sixth sister could hold back a bite, but Zhao Yuya couldn't help it. She began to swallow her saliva. Zhao Yuju and Zhao Yuxiu looked at each other. They were more stimulated than the heartless Zhao Yuya. Although they were greedy for the sesame pancake in front of them, they really didn't know whether they should eat it or not for a while. Why don't you eat it? Grandma usually gives a lot of good things to the eldest brother and the second brother. It's not easy for us to get a turn. Why don't we eat it? If we don't eat it now, if Debao and Erbao see it, they will definitely not be able to eat it. Zhao Yuya said it very logically, but seeing that the fourth sister and the sixth sister still didn't want to eat it, she picked up a pancake with one hand and stuffed it into their mouths. Zhao Yuju and Zhao Yuxiu both bit the pancake, subconsciously. Seeing that the fourth sister and the sixth sister had eaten, Zhao Yuya nodded with satisfaction, and then went to get her own sesame cake. Although it was completely cold, it was still very fragrant. Zhao Yuya nibbled on the fragrant white flour sesame cake, and her mood was lifted. It must be brought back by Grandma from the town. My uncle and brother and Debao and Erbao must have eaten it before. Zhao Yuya chattered while eating. Still talking. Zhao Yuju glanced at the door. If she was heard, it would be terrible. Zhao Yuya noticed the look in the fourth sister's eyes and quickly lowered her voice, shut up, and ate the sesame cake honestly. But there was something delicious, and she couldn't stop smiling. Seeing that the fifth sister was as happy as a little mouse falling into a rice jar, Zhao Yuxiu was infected and smiled. She also lowered her head and ate the sesame cake in big mouthfuls. This one for the seventh sister must be hidden from her and can't be seen by others. After eating the sesame cake, Zhao Yuya began to walk around in the room. She was not satisfied no matter how she looked at it. There was no place to hide anything in their small house that was so clear at a glance. Debao and Erbao were running around all day, and they had dug several mouse holes in the house. When Yushan comes back at noon, let's let her eat it. This is the safest way. Even Zhao Yuju agreed. After sharing the pancakes, Zhao Yuya learned that Zhao Yuxiu could go to school.
Good thing.
Zhao Yuya went to junior high school, but she couldn't concentrate on learning, so she didn't continue to study. Zhao Yuya didn't have as many twists and turns as Zhao Yuxiu when she was studying, because her biological mother Jiang Yun handed over her salary every month. 1 month's salary was enough for her to study for a year. Old Mrs. Zhao didn't find fault with this, and Zhao Yuanwu and Jiang Yun were not as selfish and indifferent as Lao Lu and his wife. Otherwise, Zhao Yuya wouldn't have developed this temper. My mother still has the small cloth bag I used to put my books in. I'll give it to you later. Zhao Yuya gestured. My mother also embroidered a leaf on my small school bag as a mark, so I don't have to worry about it being stolen. In the dimly lit small room, the 3 girls from the old Zhao family were talking with a smile on their faces. The hot sunlight outside didn't seem so harsh. The branches and leaves of a locust tree in the pond at the door swayed gently, and the green water in the pond spread out. A breeze blew on everyone's face, as if blowing away the heat in everyone's heart. After working for 2 consecutive days, Zhao Aimin felt that he was not feeling well. At noon on the first day, he still had the energy to act like a spoiled child with Chi Hongdo in an attempt to avoid labor. By the second night, Zhao Aimin didn't even have the energy to cry. He went home, ate, fell asleep, and snored loudly. Chi Hongdo gave him 10 fructose candies. He ate one when he was tired in the field, in front of his brothers, without any hesitation. He ate all the candies in 2 days. Fortunately, everyone in the Zhao family knew that the old lady was partial to the youngest child. Obviously, the youngest child was not given the candies that day, but the youngest child ate them the next day, and no one was surprised. The old lady loved the youngest child for so many years, but she stopped loving him all of a sudden. Is that possible? Moreover, Zhao Yuanwen and the others knew that the youngest child was a posthumous child and had no father to love him since birth. That was why his mother doted on him even more. When Zhao Huarong left, he didn't even leave a photo. Zhao Aimin's older brothers and sisters at least knew what their father looked like, but Zhao Aimin didn't have this impression at all. In comparison, Zhao Aimin should have been quite pitiful in the eyes of his brothers. Of course, this little bit of pity, which was almost non-existent, had long disappeared in the old lady's 20-year-long preference for the youngest child. Sanya, this dress needs to be washed too, and the shoes. Remember to wash them clean. Li Shaoyi had been arranging work for Zhao Yuxiu since the beginning of the morning. But this time Zhao Yuxiu did not take the clothes from Li Shaoyi's hand immediately. Sanya, what are you doing? Come over here. What's the fuss? Are you calling for help? Chi Hongdo had just finished showing off a beef and green onion pie in the house when she heard Li Shaoyi's voice outside. Upon hearing the voice of her mother-in-law, Li Shaoyi lowered her voice instantly. Mom, it's nothing. I asked Sani to wash the clothes. Chi Hongdo drank a glass of water and rinsed her mouth before coming out of the house. Sani doesn't need to wash today's clothes. What does the little girl want to do by not washing clothes? Is she going to heaven? Li Shaoyi was puzzled. Sanya is going to school today, Lalu. Take Sonia to the school to find a teacher named Fong to register.
What?
Li Shaoyi scratched her ears. Mom, Sonia is going to school? She had already found a boyfriend for Sonia and was ready to see him. What's the point of going to school? Isn't it a waste of time? I'm happy to do so. Do you have any objection to the money I'm giving you? But Mom, I've found a boyfriend for Sonia. We can meet each other when I'm done with this busy schedule. Li Shaoyi was anxious and blurted out her prepared arrangements. Chi Hongdo's face turned green in an instant. Although rural girls get married early nowadays, and many get married at the age of 15 or 16, it is heartless for a mother to let a girl who is only 14 years old get married. Yuxiu is our Zhao family's daughter. How come I don't know that she wants to get married? When will it be her turn to make the decision on family matters? Li Shaoyi was suppressed by Chi Hongdo's stern eyes and felt that she couldn't raise her head. Although 14 years old may be a little young, how big is the difference between getting married at 14 and 15 or 16? Zhao Yuanshuang, is this your wife's idea or yours? How come I have never heard of Yuxiu getting married? When Chi Hongdo and Lao Lu and his wife confronted each other, Zhao Yuxiu in the corner pursed her lips tightly. Zhao Yuju glanced at her expression and saw that she looked wrong, so she came over and gently held her hand. Only then did she realize that Zhao Yuxiu's hands were shaking. Unless Zhao Yuanshuang's brain was kicked by a donkey, it would be impossible for him to nod at this time and say that it was their idea to let their little daughter get married. Li Shaoyi had mentioned it to him, but for Zhao Yuanshuang, it didn't make much difference whether his daughter got married a year earlier or later, so he didn't express any opinion. But his silence was a tacit agreement to Li Shaoyi. That's why Li Shaoyi contacted the matchmaker to find a husband for her daughter. Mom, it's a shadowy thing. It's a good thing that Yuxiu can go to school. We have no objection. With the previous experience, Zhao Yuanshuang quickly expressed his opinion. The old lady had paid the money, so the matter was set in stone. They didn't have to pay, so they just followed the old lady's wishes. Zhao Yuanshuang was not like Li Shaoyi, who felt sorry for the gift money that was about to be received. He didn't even know which family Li Shaoyi had found for Zhao Yuxiu, and he didn't have the real feeling that his little daughter was going to get married. Chi Hongdo pointed at Li Xiaoyi with his finger in the air. Remember this. Don't let me hear these messy words next time. When it's your turn, Li Xiaoyi, to be the boss of the Zhao family, if you come to show off your power again and I find you again, you will go back to your mother's house. Li Xiaoyi shuddered subconsciously when she mentioned the word mother's house. The harsh and indifferent expressions of her brothers and sisters-in-law from her mother's family instantly appeared in her mind, as well as the disgust and contempt of her parents. In her mother's house, she has always been the child that her parents disliked the most. She is the most useless and stupid daughter in her parents' eyes. For Li Xiaoyi, she would rather face the scolding of the fierce and extreme widow mother-in-law from the Zhao family than to face the indifference and disgust from her parents and brothers and sisters-in-law from her mother's family. Moreover, her mother-in-law had never mentioned sending her back to her mother's house before. This time, when her mother-in-law said so, Li Xiaoyi did not dare to take it as a joke. This time, the war has really died down. Chi Hongdo looked at Li Xiaoyi's humble look and knew that what he had said just now had touched Li Xiaoyi's sore spot. Originally, Mrs. Zhao was already a person who favored boys over girls, but compared with Li Xiaoyi's parents, she was really a little bit of a dwarf compared to the big witch. When Li Xiaoyi was 14 or 15 years old, her parents prepared her to find a husband's family. Moreover, her parents looked at their son-in-law, not at his character, reputation, or ability, but only at his money. At that time, there was a lame old widower who sawed wood in their village. He had been a widow for many years and fell in love with the beautiful girl Li Xiaoyi and paid a generous betrothal gift. Li Xiaoyi's parents, who were greedy for money, wanted to marry Li Xiaoyi without saying a word. At that time, Li Xiaoyi was desperate and caught Zhao Yuanshuang, whom she had known for a short time. The two young people didn't know how much emotional foundation they had, but at that time, they knelt in front of the old lady and cried and begged her to pay a high betrothal gift of 66 yuan. Of course, after paying this money, Lao Lu and his wife were inferior to the old lady from then on. The old lady treated them like cattle and horses. But more than 20 years passed in a flash, and the girl who was frightened because her mother gave her a lame old man has become someone who can say without emotion that she will find a husband for her 14-year-old daughter and happily prepare to receive the betrothal gift. Chi Hongdo lowered her eyes. Human nature is changeable. On this point, she was powerless to comment. But Li Xiaoyi, if you have a conscience, think about how you entered the old Zhao family back then. Chi Hongdo waved her hand to let the other spectators finish their meals and go to work in the fields. Zhao Yuanshuang, this is your daughter. I'm paying for her schooling. Now I'm asking you to take your child to school to register. Do you have anything to say? Zhao Yuanshuang quickly shook his head. Mom, I have nothing to say. Yushio can go to school again and she should thank you. Sonia, come here. Thank you, Grandma. Zhao Yuanshuang's clever reaction was slick, but he didn't show any emotion. Li Xiaoyi's expression and eyes were a little confused and ashamed at this moment, but Zhao Yuanshuang's face was nothing. Grandma, I don't need Dad to send me to school. Yushan and I will walk together and arrive in half an hour. Zhao Yushio looked stubborn. Zhao Yushan, who was standing behind her, was frightened by the atmosphere at this time and dared not say a word. Chi Hongdo sneered. He is your father. It is his duty to send his own daughter to school. You are not without a father or a mother. Why don't you let him go? It doesn't mean that having a daughter doesn't require any responsibilities and obligations, right? He is so beautiful. Zhao Yushio didn't understand her grandmother's intention, but since she insisted, she didn't say anything. With the money in her hand, she was not afraid of any accidents, nor did she have to expect Zhao Yuanshuang to help her. The young girl Zhao Yushio was determined in her heart. She carried the small cloth bag given by Zhao Yuya and went out side by side with Zhao Yushan. Your daughter has walked 2 miles. Why don't you go? I asked you to send Yushio to school? Do you think my words are wind around your ears? The old lady's sarcastic eyes, somehow, pierced the heart of Zhao Yuanshuang, who had become a seasoned man. Seeing the backs of the 2 girls walking side by side at the door, He hurriedly chased after them. There were not many teachers in the school, and Chi Hongdo also reminded Zhao Yuanchuang to find a teacher named Fang. He walked into the school and asked one person, and he found the teacher. It was easy. In the simple office, Teacher Fang took out Zhao Yuxiu's file and praised her after reading it. The little girl studies very hard, and she ranks first every year. It's amazing. Zhao Yushan had already gone to class. At this moment, only Teacher Fang and Zhao Yuanshuang and his daughter were in the office. With your grades, why didn't you come to school before? Teacher Fang showed a regretful look. Zhao Yuanshuang paused and made up an excuse that his family was in financial difficulties at the time. Teacher Fang didn't ask any more questions. In fact, the reasons for students not coming to school these days are similar. Especially for girls, the reasons for not going to school are more unified. Either their families are poor or they are old and want to get married. The teacher wants to manage, but he is powerless. Now, among a group of students who left either voluntarily or passively, there are still some who can come back to continue to go to school, and the teacher is also happy. Once happy, Teacher Fang grabbed Zhao Yuanshuang and said a lot of things. In these words, Zhao Yuanshuang heard Teacher Fang repeatedly mention the excellence of his little daughter. After listening to Teacher Fang's repetitive words, Zhao Yuanshuang and Zhao Yuxiu came out of the teacher's office one after another after completing the registration procedures, looking a little dazed. He had never cared about his little daughter's academic performance before. Born in the countryside, and because of the limitations of his knowledge, and the fact that the old Zhao family were all farmers who worked hard in the fields, only the fifth sister-in-law worked in the brick factory, and it was arranged by the fifth sister-in-law's family. The entire Red Flag Brigade had never produced a working class. Zhao Yuanshuang had never expected his daughter to have much success. Anyway, she would get married and have children when she reached the age, and everyone was the same. Zhao Yuanshuang had heard that his little daughter was good at studying before, but it was different from what others said and what the teacher said in person. Especially the look in Teacher Fang's eyes when he looked at him was a little envious. What did she envy him for? Envy that he had a smart and studious daughter.
Reading more is never a bad thing.
If you are not good at studying, why do those officials have to be literate? Zhao Yuanshuang may not understand this truth, but these are too far away for him. And now, for the first time, he had a clear understanding that his little daughter was a good material for studying. Zhao Yuanshuang was in a somewhat subtle mood. Zhao Yuxiu followed behind him without saying a word, as if waiting for him to leave early. Zhao Yuanshuang touched his pocket and took out a few dates he picked from the wild jujube tree by the field. The thumb-sized dates were round and green-skinned. They were not sweet, but they could quench thirst. Zhao Yuanshuang stuffed the handful of dates into Zhao Yuxiu's hand, and after a moment of silence, he spoke. Sonia, go to school well. Dad is going back. Watching Zhao Yuanshuang's back gradually go away, Zhao Yuxiu lowered her eyelids and looked at the dates in her hand, pursing her lips. The school was not big, and it was common for 2 grades to be in one class. Zhao Yuxiu and Zhao Yushan, who was already a grade higher than her, were in the same classroom. Where did the dates come from? After class, Zhao Yushan came to talk to Zhao Yuxiu, and unfortunately, she saw the dates that Zhao Yuxiu had placed on the table. You eat it. Zhao Yuxiu stuffed all the dates to Zhao Yushan. Country people cherish food. Zhao Yuxiu didn't want to eat it, but it was a pity to throw it away, so she kept it. Now she gave it to Zhao Yushan, and she didn't feel reluctant at all. At this time, the child had almost no snacks to eat, and it was good to have a date to appease his mouth. Zhao Yushan didn't dislike it, and finished one in a few bites. It's a bit sour, but it's also very delicious. You really don't want to eat any? Zhao Yuxiu shook her head. Seeing that the sixth sister was really not interested in the dates, Zhao Yushan didn't continue to promote it. Speaking of which, sesame pancakes are still delicious. When she returned home yesterday, the fifth sister pulled her into the house without waiting for her to finish her meal. She thought something was wrong. As a result, when she entered the house, she saw the fifth sister took out a fragrant sesame pancake, which made Zhao Yushan's eyes widen. Sesame pancakes are so delicious. I wonder when I can eat them again. I heard from my elder sisters that maybe it was because they washed the sheets for Grandma yesterday that Grandma rewarded them. When Grandma asks her to wash the sheets, maybe she can have sesame cakes to eat. Zhao Yushan thought happily. Zhao Yuxiu flipped through the half-new textbooks she had just received with care. When she looked up, she saw her seventh sister Zhao Yushan holding her little face and giggling. You don't have to guess what she is thinking. The sesame cakes were so delicious that this greedy girl was giggling in her dreams last night. The fact that Zhao Yuxiu went back to school was not a big deal, but it spread quickly in the Red Flag Brigade where there was no news. It is said that Imin's mother gave the money to support her granddaughter's schooling. She feels sorry for her granddaughter. After all, isn't the daughter of the seventh son also in school? I heard that it was the idea of the sixth son and his wife to stop the sixth daughter from continuing to go to school in the first place. Oh, Imin's mother feels sorry for her granddaughter? That's nonsense. Who knows? I heard that the sixth daughter of the Zhao family is very smart in studying. The teacher praises her. They are all mud legs. What can they do? Besides, she is a girl. She will get married in 2 years. It's useless to study. Hey, that's true. But didn't the team's loudspeaker say that we are in a new society now? Girls are good at studying. Maybe they will have a bright future. So, the sixth daughter is really good at studying? Otherwise, why would Imin's mother agree to let her go to school? Didn't she let her come down to work last year and get married in 2 years? After a day's work, the big tree behind the village was full of people chatting and enjoying the cool. The most frequently talked about topic today was the study of the sixth daughter of the Zhao family. It seemed to me that they were planning to marry off the sixth girl. I felt sorry for her at that time. The child was not yet old. Why did they marry her off so early? An old lady with a kind face in the crowd said something. Someone noticed that the one who was speaking was Mrs. Zhao's sister-in-law, Gutsueji. Knowing that the two sisters-in-law did not get along well, they exchanged glances tacitly.
What are you talking about?
Sueji, is Imin's mother really planning to marry off the sixth girl? A chubby middle-aged woman next to Gutsueji said in a strange tone. That's not true. My mother said that we in the Zhao family would never mistreat a girl like this. I even advised my aunt at that time, but she scolded me for it. My mother did feel sorry for the sixth girl, but after all, she is not our child, so we can't control her, right? The one who was speaking was Gutsueji's daughter-in-law. The mother-in-law and daughter-in-law soon put the Zhao family on the spot. The world outside is very chaotic now. My sister-in-law speaks and acts in bursts. In the past, Lu Yadu wanted to study, but didn't let her child go. Now I heard that the school is not stable either. She doesn't leave the child at home, but sends him to school. It's really, well, I can't say it. Next to the big tree, Qi Hongdo, who was out for a stroll, and Li Xiaoyi, who had just returned from washing shoes by the creek, bumped into each other. Before the mother-in-law and daughter-in-law spoke, rumors about the Zhao family were spread one after another under the big tree. Li Xiaoyi didn't take it seriously at first, because it wasn't about her anyway. But why did it sound like they were talking about their family? The chubby daughter-in-law kept telling her mother-in-law a story, and when she saw more and more eyes focused on her, she spoke more excitedly. It's better for a little girl to stay at home obediently. Why don't Liuya's parents send Liuya to school? Why are they in a hurry to find a husband for Liuya? Who knows what's going on? None of the other little girls in their family have found a husband so early. TSK. I don't know what they are thinking now. They let Liuya go to school again. What if she falls in love with a boy in school? It would be better for her to marry at home properly. Wang Chuanfin's words were so serious that they aroused endless associations among the crowd. Some people couldn't help but ask, you mean that the sixth girl was not disciplined before? Someone else asked Gutsueji, who was sitting next to her, is that true? I didn't expect that the sixth girl, who looked so weak, would be so bold. Gutsueji seemed to be ashamed to cover up it's a family scandal. After all, this girl's surname is Zhao, so I can't say much. My mother is a good person. How could my mother gossip about a little girl when you ask me like that? So it's true? How could it be false? Otherwise, why did the sixth girl stay at home for almost a year before going to school? Isn't this to cover up the shame?
Wow.
The people around who understood took a breath. Does this mean the sixth girl is pregnant? Did she have an abortion again? Today's news is definitely explosive news. Tomorrow, it will probably be spread not only to the Red Flag Brigade, but also to the entire Tianjin commune. Chi Hongdo stood outside the crowd with a face that was so gloomy that it was about to drip with water. She waved to her great-grandson who was playing on the roadside to come over. Debeo, go home and call everyone over and say that it was Grandma who asked you to call. Do you understand? The little black charcoal Debeo nodded his little head, turned his head, and called to his younger brothers behind him, "Little soldiers, follow me. There is a mission." A group of children ran towards the old Zhao's house. Li Shaoi didn't notice her mother-in-law's movements. She clearly heard Wang Chuanfin and Gu Cuiji's slander of their family and their daughter Zhao Yuxiu. After Chi Hongdo gave the instructions to the little brat, she turned her head and didn't see Li Shaoi. Then she heard a sound of ouch. A figure like a cannonball rushed into the crowd of people enjoying the cool breeze, accompanied by Li Shaoi's high-pitched voice that was so angry that she split her legs. "Wang Chuanfin, I'll tear your mouth apart. I told you to talk nonsense. I told you to talk nonsense. Wang Chuanfin you." Li Shaoi couldn't describe how she felt now. The words of Gu Cuiji and Wang Chuanfin were like a bucket of cold water poured directly from head to toe in the middle of winter. The cold air rushed directly to the soles of her feet. This feeling was worse than being scolded by her mother-in-law. A group of people who were eating melons and chatting were shocked by Li Shaoi, who suddenly rushed in. Chi Hongdo was also a little surprised. She didn't expect Li Shaoi to rush in and beat people. In just a short while, Li Shaoi had already pressed Wang Chuanfin to the ground and slapped her in the face. However, Wang Chuanfin suffered because she was not prepared. With her body size, the situation soon reversed, and it became Wang Chuanfin on top and Li Shaoi on the bottom. But Li Shaoi didn't stop resisting because she was being pressed down. She got ruthless and directly hit Wang Chuanfin's eyes. With a scream, Gu Cuiji stood aside, and her kind and peaceful look just now disappeared.
Emignon?
Someone saw Chi Hongdo standing outside the crowd. "Is your daughter-in-law crazy? You watched your daughter-in-law beat someone and did nothing? Sister-in-law, so many people are watching, you should not make a scene too ugly. It will not look good for both families." Gu Cuiji barely calmed down and urged Chi Hongdo to stop Li Shaoi from going crazy. Chi Hongdo smiled at Gu Cuiji. The smile made Gu Cuiji feel uneasy. If it were in the past, old Lady Zhao would either get angry at Gu Cuiji or scold the crazy Li Shaoi. No matter which one, she would not be silent like now, giving her a strange expression with a fake smile. The other villagers who were watching also felt something was wrong. This was not old Lady Zhao's style. Then the next second, all the men in the old Zhao family rushed over. Chi Hongdo ignored the fight between Li Shaoi and Wang Chuanfin on the ground and turned to the men of the old Zhao family. "Today, your mother and our old Zhao family were stabbed in the back in front of us. If this matter is just past, then I, Zhang Daihe, will not be able to live like a human being, and you will never be able to raise your head when you go out in the future. Mom, we will do whatever you say." Although he didn't know the situation, Zhao Yuanwen could see that his mother was very angry. Since his mother was angry, he would find a way to make her not angry.
Just do whatever she said.
Zhao Yuanshuang saw his wife fighting, so he walked over. Before he could speak, someone next to him parroted what happened here just now and what Gu Cuiji and her mother-in-law had said. Zhao Yuanshuang clenched his fists instantly. Zhao Yuanwu heard it clearly from the side, and Zhao Yuxiu's cousins all looked cold. This was trampling the face of their old Zhao family into the mud. "Very good." Chi Hongdo nodded, raised his hand and said loudly, "Smash the Zhao family today." The houses of the brothers Zhao Huafu and Zhao Huarong were not built in the same place. Zhao Huafu's house was at the head of the village, and the old Zhao family was in a corner in the middle of the village. They were only a few steps away from the Zhao family, that is, the homes of Zhao Huafu and Gu Cuiji. Gu Cuiji never thought that her sister-in-law, who usually only threw tantrums and cursed in the street, would actually do such a thing. No matter how much Mrs. Zhao disliked her eldest sister-in-law in the past, no matter how much she hated her, she still had to consider that her husband and Zhao Huafu were brothers. The two brothers could not help each other, but they could not make things too awkward. After all, she was a widow who fled to the Red Flag Brigade in her early years. Her natal family had no relatives. If her husband's family refused to have any contact with her, wouldn't she be bullied to death? It was precisely because of Mrs. Zhao's concerns that Gu Hong, the mother-in-law, was so unscrupulous. Unless the Zhao family wants to break off the relationship, they will always have the upper hand. But who would have thought that Chi Hongdo didn't know what was wrong with her today, and she actually wanted to smash their house as soon as she opened her mouth. Some people thought Chi Hongdo was bluffing. If she really smashed the Zhao family, they would be enemies when they met in the future. Chi Hongdo performed for them on the spot, and she was not joking. She brought a group of men from the Zhao family, followed by a group of villagers who were watching the fun, and broke into the Zhao family directly. The door was kicked down by the fifth brother Zhao Yuanwu. After entering the house, there was a commotion. Whatever they saw was smashed. When Gu Xueji caught up, the house had been smashed to pieces. Gu Xueji opened her mouth and was about to get angry, and Chi Hongdo took off her cloth shoes and hit Gu Xueji with the soles of her shoes. Zhang Daiha, are you all crazy?
Gick vi skria med.
In terms of seniority, she was the only one in the Zhao family who was on par with this vicious old lady. It would be a bit awkward to order other people to slap her, so it was more appropriate for her to do it herself in this chaotic situation. Zhang Daiha, just wait. I won't let you go. Pa, another slap from the sole of a shoe. Gu Xueji was slapped by Chi Hongdo and fell to the ground. Will you dare to talk nonsense and spread rumors again in the future? Chi Hongdo squatted on the ground and pointed at Gu Xueji with the sole of his shoe. Don't hit my mother. Gu Xueji's son saw this and rushed towards Chi Hongdo. But before he could even touch Chi Hongdo, Zhao Yuanwu grabbed his neck and lifted him up like a chicken, with both feet off the ground. Our Yuxiu is only 14 years old. I call you grandma, but you spread rumors about the child. Do you really think that I, Zhang Daiha, am dead? Let me ask you, you made up a story about Yuxiu that didn't happen. Are you crazy? Chi Hongdo noticed that more and more villagers were watching outside the door, and his voice became louder. Today, in front of everyone in our team, Gu Xueji, tell me yourself, did you spread rumors and talk nonsense today? Gu Xueji's health is not much better than that of Mrs. Zhao, and Chi Hongdo has been going to the convenience hospital for acupuncture and taking medicine every day these days. At least she has recovered a little, which is much better than Gu Xueji, who was stunned by 2 hits from the soles of shoes. If it were in the past, Gu Xueji would never admit her mistake. Even if she talked her mouth off, it was still the fault of the widow Zhang Daiha. It was their family that had a crooked upper beam and a crooked lower beam, and it was the shameless child raised by Zhang Daiha. But the 2 shoes hit Gu Xueji so hard that she lost half her soul. Moreover, her husband, son, and grandson were all controlled by Zhang Daiha's sons. Now their whole family is being strangled. Old Lady Zhao hated her eldest sister-in-law Gu Xueji, and Gu Xueji also never liked her sister-in-law all her life. Because Gu Xueji only had 1 son, compared with Zhang Daiha's series of children, she didn't even have a daughter. Chi Hongdo sneered in her heart. Gu Xueji, this vicious old witch, did not have only 1 son in her life. As far as old Lady Zhao knew from her memory, Gu Xueji buried 2 little girls with her own hands. She knew one of them more clearly. The little girl was sick, and Gu Xueji dragged her to see a doctor. In the end, she saw that the child exhaled more than inhaled, so she pretended to take the child to see a doctor. As a result, the child did not even see the eldest lady and died on the way. Gu Xueji was so cruel that she dug a hole in the side of the road and buried the child. The child didn't even have a grave. And according to the old saying in the countryside, burying the child on the side of the road is to hope that the child will be trampled by thousands of people and never come back. In this way, no girl will dare to reincarnate in Gu Xueji's belly in the future. Not many people know about this matter. Old Lady Zhao is one of the few who knows about it and witnessed it with her own eyes. Good Sueji still doesn't know that the incident that year was seen by old lady Zhao. Feeling the sole of the shoe poking her face again, Good Sueji was worried that her sister-in-law would go crazy again. If she beat her up, even if she asked them for compensation afterwards, she would still suffer. So at this stage, she could only give in. I was talking nonsense, I said the wrong thing. Speak louder, your daughter-in-law is here. Good Sueji really didn't want to see the crowd outside watching the fun, so she could only close her eyes and shouted, my daughter-in-law Wang Chuanfin and I are spreading rumors and talking nonsense. Yushio is a good girl, and we made up those things tonight. When the team was idle and chatting, who hasn't made up a few lies? Because of this, there were quarrels and fights, but no one fought as fiercely as today. I have already admitted my mistake. Let me go. As soon as Gut Sueji finished speaking, the villagers watching outside the door burst into a burst of discussions that were more lively than the last. Among them, many people spit at Gut Sueji. It's so shameless, an old woman, spreading rumors about a young girl. Chi Hongdo did not put away the cloth shoes in her hand at this time. She pointed at Gut Sueji lying on the ground with trembling fingers and said with sobs, sister-in-law, for so many years, no matter how difficult my family was, I never expected you and brother to help me. Everyone in the team has seen how difficult my life is for a widow raising 9 children. Although I, Zhang Daihe, have a bad temper and am a little impatient, I have never done anything that is against the law of nature. During the holidays, when the 2 families meet at the graves, which child in my family does not politely call you aunt or grandma? Although I don't expect you and brother to support us, a group of orphans and widows, I always think that Huarong left early, and brother is Huarong's real brother after all. As long as we old bones are here, we will always be a family. Chi Hongdo rubbed her eyes as she spoke. After quickly giving herself some garlic juice, Chi Hongdo burst into tears and spoke with a nasal tone. As a result, the eldest brother now pretends to be deaf and dumb and treats us orphans and widows as heir, and you, the eldest sister-in-law, are even more vicious. Even if you came to me, Zhang Daihe, today, I would not be so angry. You talked nonsense with your daughter-in-law outside at night, patted her and walked away, turned your face and denied it, but you want to kill my granddaughter. Yu Xiaotsai is only 14 years old. Aren't you forcing her to die by spreading rumors like this? A few years ago, a young girl from the next brigade was favored by a second-rate guy. The second-rate guy spread rumors outside that the girl slept with him and forced the girl to jump into the river and commit suicide. A life was gone so easily. People's words are scary. People's words are scary. No matter how ignorant I, Zhang Daihe, am, I still know this saying. Who is not born by parents? Why do you treat people so badly? Are you bullying my man because he died early? Chi Hongdo sang, recited, acted, and fought, with tears in her eyes. Many of the villagers who were watching outside thought that Mrs. Zhao was making a big fuss because she smashed the Zhao family's house because of a few words. However, after watching Mrs. Zhao show off her power, listening to Good Sueji's own admission, and finally thinking about what Chi Hongdo said, no matter how you think about it, you feel that the Zhao family deserves to be smashed. A mouthful of spit can really drown a person. And in this situation, if rumors spread, the little girl might be reported and paraded through the streets. Good Sueji is too vicious. And just as Chi Hongdo said, if they hadn't happened to run into the scene today, when the morning came tomorrow and rumors were flying all over the sky, Good Sueji would have completely denied it. After all, there are so many people talking about it. How can it be blamed on one person? What if someone is really killed? Wouldn't they also bear a sin for nothing? The team leader was eating at home and was pulled out. No matter how hard he tried, the Zhao family's house had been smashed, and he could only hear the tale when he came. Regardless of other things, Chi Hongdo's words pointed out the seriousness of the rumors, and there were examples of evidence. In the end, she cried so sadly. If you were a person, the balance of your heart would have already tilted to one side. Moreover, Good Sueji was not right in this matter, and the 2 families were brothers. After confirming that no one was missing arms or legs, the captain didn't want to intervene. After all, It's hard for an honest official to judge family affairs. The captain said a few words to let Zhao Yuanwu and his men release Zhao Yanwei and his son first, and then asked someone to take Qi Hongdou, who was still immersed in the emotional expression of the whole world is bullying us orphans and widows. After persuading them for a few words, they thought of letting them solve the matter behind closed doors. But neither Qi Hongdou nor Ge Cuizhi were happy. The villagers who were watching were even more unhappy. They didn't have any entertainment activities in the evening. Who would be happy to let them leave halfway through the ready-made excitement? Ge Cuizhi didn't want to solve the problem behind closed doors. The main reason was that the group of tall and strong sons and grandsons behind Qi Hongdou were too dangerous for her. Moreover, both sides of her face were numbed by Qi Hongdou's shoe soles, and it hurt to death to make a slight expression. She was still frightened by the shoe soles in Qi Hongdou's hand. If she was hit again, she really couldn't bear it. Then, how do you want to solve it? I want Ge Cuizhi and Wang Chuanfin to admit their mistakes on the brigade radio tomorrow and make it clear that they're the ones who are malicious, spreading rumors and making up stories. I want them to pay compensation. This will make the sky a little dark, and Ge Cuizhi just didn't pay attention to the situation of her home being smashed. Now, when she looks carefully, Ge Cuizhi feels that her eyes are dark. Her tables, chairs, benches, doors and windows, and even the pots and pans in the kitchen have been smashed to pieces. There are even 2 chickens in the chicken coop, who are lying on the ground and motionless, not knowing whether they are too frightened or accidentally injured. Oh my God! After a fierce battle with Li Xiao, Wang Chuanfin, with a bruised face, hurried over and saw a smashed home. Oh my God! Is this going to let people live? The mother-in-law and daughter-in-law wished that they would faint at this time. The captain scratched his head, looked at Qi Hongdou and Ge Cuizhi, no matter which one was difficult. When Ge Cuizhi heard that she had to go on the radio to admit her mistakes and belittle herself, she immediately refused to do it. Don't be so arrogant. You want to target me for such a trivial matter? No matter what, you hit me today and destroyed our house. You must give an explanation. Wang Chuanfin covered the scalp on her head that was pulled bald by Li Xiaoyi and echoed, "Yes, you must give an explanation." Li Xiaoyi, that crazy woman, scratched and scratched her, and even bit her with her teeth. It's impossible for Qi Hongdou to care about this mother-in-law and daughter-in-law. The impulsive Lao Wu clenched his fists and made a crackling sound. Qi Hongdou patted his arm and asked him to calm down first. Then he turned to the captain and said to the onlookers, "Every family has a daughter. Today, I believe that no matter whose daughter is being slandered, Ge Cuizhi will not be spared, right? Who said it wasn't? Ge Cuizhi is too vicious. She is spreading rumors just to kill Yuxiu. I never realized that Ge Cuizhi was such a person before. Just now, under the big tree, people asked her if what she said was true. She and her daughter-in-law kept throwing dirty water on the girl. Then, fellow villagers, do you think that if you meet such a vicious person, should you teach her a lesson? Yes. Yes. Must teach her a lesson." The emotions of the onlookers were aroused, and some even thought of their own daughters/granddaughters and became angry. The captain was stunned. He didn't realize that the old lady had this ability before. Qi Hongdou turned back to the captain and continued to look pitiful like an old cabbage. "Captain, if Ge Cuizhi and her mother-in-law sincerely admit their mistakes and sincerely repent, I am not the kind of person who is unreasonable, you are not?" The captain thought silently in his heart. He was a person who remembered the glorious achievements of old Lady Zhao in the past. And Qi Hongdou's words continued. "But captain, look at their current appearance. Which point is that they really admit their mistakes. I didn't know what the radio said about catching the bad people of the people, but now I know. Ge Cuizhi and Wang Chuanfin are the bad people among the people. Pests. Now they have made mistakes and don't care about them. If they're not taught a lesson, they will become big pests in the future. By then, the reputation of our Red Flag Brigade will be implicated and tarnished by them. Where did the little old lady get these little words from?" The captain was confused. While confused, the captain also felt that what the little old lady said made sense. Pests. Big pests. Ge Gutsueji and Wang Chuanfin are big pests. The villagers raised their arms and shouted, obviously infected by what Chi Hongdo said, and they agreed with it very much. Very good. Now a small matter has become a big matter. What was originally discussed and solved behind closed doors has become a problem of pests among the people. The team leader. The team leader was a little bald at this time. He asked why the team secretary didn't come at night. Did the old guy hide because he expected this matter to be so difficult? The team leader cursed the team secretary in his heart, but his face remained stable. Be quiet. If there is a problem, the team will solve it. Don't make a fuss. After shouting, the villagers watching outside at least quieted down a little. But the situation did not get better because at this time, more and more people were watching the excitement outside. Almost all the villagers who heard the news came over. Some people even brought benches from home and stood on them to watch. What a group of troublesome people. The most troublesome ones are Gutsueji and Wang Chuanfin, the mother-in-law and daughter-in-law. He had nothing better to do than to go out and make up lies and spread rumors about a little girl. He deserves to be beaten. But this family has been smashed into such a mess, and the compensation captain, Gutsueji, is disrespectful to the elderly. Wang Chuanfin and Gutsueji are in cahoots. What happened today has caused serious reputation damage to our sixth girl. I demand that Gutsueji compensate our sixth girl 10 yuan as compensation for reputation loss and spiritual compensation. Okay. You still want compensation, and you dare to ask for 10 yuan. The captain's eyes almost popped out. Gutsueji and Wang Chuanfin were even more dumbfounded. You simply a bandit. Look at Chi Hongdo's behavior. What's the difference between him and a bandit? Beating, smashing, and robbing. Not one is left out. Why can't bad guys pay the price for their bad deeds? Captain, I have only 2 requests. One is to apologize and admit my mistakes through a loudspeaker, and the other is to pay compensation. Isn't that too much? The captain felt that his life was sublimated at this moment. It was the first time he encountered such a shameless request in person. Hey, can he learn this skill? It can be used when he goes to meetings in the commune and complains to the leaders about being poor. I heard that they are also going to set up a youth-educated camp here this year. Isn't this a joke? A group of city kids come to guide them in farming? It's a joke. The captain has no filter for college students in the city. Just look at the brigade in the neighboring commune that was messed up by a few youth educated in the city. As soon as the captain thought of this, another angry voice rang in his ears.
Impossible. Absolutely impossible.
After Gutsueji barely took a breath, she firmly rejected Chi Hongdo's request. Captain, our family will never give us 10 yuan. Today, their family smashed our house and beat me and my daughter-in-law like this. I asked them to compensate us, 15 yuan. Gutsueji stared at Chi Hongdo. If the one who beat people dared to ask for 10 yuan, she would dare to ask for 15 yuan. Seeing that the two were still bidding, the captain quickly interrupted them, saying that this was nonsense. Today's matter, speaking of it, it's still the problem between you two, the mother-in-law and the daughter-in-law. You dare to spread rumors like this, and you have to admit it if you are beaten, right? The captain didn't talk about big principles. Few country people would go to the Public Security Bureau for anything. The captain had settled more than 1 or 2 lawsuits, and his words were still very credible. In the cases that the captain had handled, people who were beaten for being mean were beaten for nothing in 9 out of 10 cases.
Why?
They deserved it. Those who were beaten were either mean-spirited or mean-spirited. They generally believed that they deserved to be beaten. Captain, we have admitted our mistakes. Gutsueji felt that the captain's tone sounded a bit unfavorable to her and quickly reminded the captain. Admitting mistakes verbally is one thing, and the actual attitude is another. Aiman's mother just said that your attitude of admitting mistakes is problematic. I see, and everyone sees, that your attitude is not correct enough. You can't blame others for being dissatisfied, right?
Captain, that's not what they said.
They are taking advantage of the situation. The captain frowned and said in a rough voice, "That's not what they said." What did they say? What I said is wrong, and what you said is right. He hadn't finished speaking yet. This Gutsueji was really old and likes to make trouble. She was much worse than her brother's wife. A capable captain must not only have prestige in the team, have a certain foundation among the people, but also have thunderous means. The captain's face was so tense that Gutsueji immediately thought, "Oh no." She was so angry today. How could she offend the captain at this time? However, the captain was a little more tolerant than Gutsueji thought. He did not dwell on Gutsueji's words just now, but turned to Chi Hongdo and said, "Although it was Gutsueji and Wang Chuanfin who made the mistake first, you also beat people and smashed things today. It's okay to apologize through the loudspeaker, but isn't 10 yuan a bit too much?" Chi Hongdo wiped his eyes with wrinkled and skinny hands and burst into tears. "Captain, you are a fair man. I know 10 yuan sounds a bit much, but Gutsueji almost killed my granddaughter with just a few words. No matter how many tables, chairs, and benches there are, can they be more valuable than a life? My granddaughter, every teacher in the school who has seen her has praised her for her good academic performance and said that she will have a great future. If it is because of Gutsueji and Wang Chuanfin, my granddaughter will not be able to go to school and become a person who contributes to the country. What a great loss it is. This is not only a loss for our family, but also a loss for our team and commune. Just for this, I asked Gutsueji to pay 10 yuan. Is that too much? My granddaughter's tuition is 12 yuan a year. Captain." It seemed like there was a mosquito buzzing in the captain's ear, making him dizzy. "Good man, this little old lady is really not good at making a big fuss, but you can't say she is wrong. After all, if this rumor is really spread like this today, it will only get worse and worse. In the end, no one cares about the truth, and it is really possible to kill people. As for not being able to go to school, that is also possible. Once the rumor comes out, the school will not be spared. Children are the best at parroting. However, it is still not right. Now these things are impossible to happen. How can you still ask for 10 yuan? Ai Minyang, 10 yuan is too much." The captain spoke. He was a little afraid of the old lady's ability to talk and make people angry. If she really wants compensation, it is not impossible, but it would be much easier if the amount is smaller. In this way, he can finish the work and go home earlier. Gutsueji and Wang Chuanfin listened to the meaning of the captain's words and quit immediately. "We won't give them a penny." Yes, dream on. They haven't received the compensation yet, and it's absolutely impossible to ask them to pay out. Stop arguing. Do you still want to solve the problem? The captain yelled at the mother-in-law and daughter-in-law who didn't understand the situation. Now they are the victims, they are in the right, and the two pests don't have a correct attitude to admit their mistakes and are still clamoring here, really thinking that this ghost is not big enough. The victims are here with snot and tears, and these two mother-in-law and daughter-in-law are here with eyes that are not eyes and noses that are not noses. From the perspective of the picture, these two mother-in-law and daughter-in-law look like villains. Of course, the captain did not forget the scattered furniture and benches behind him, all of which were smashed by the old lady in front of him who was crying and crying. The captain is still rational. "Auntie, you have beaten and smashed things today, and you have almost vented your anger. Tomorrow I will ask Gutsueji and Wang Chuanfin to go to the brigade headquarters and use a loudspeaker to review and admit their mistakes. This matter will be over. How about that?" Chi Hongdo raised her head tremblingly, stammering. Before she could say anything, Wang Chuanfin exploded. "Why do you want us to apologize? How can this matter be settled like this? They beat people and smash things. According to what my mother said, they have to compensate us 15 yuan. Captain, our family must pay this compensation. How can we live after they smash things like this?" Gutsueji followed Wang Chuanfin and complained. The captain's face turned black. What's wrong with these two guys not understanding good or bad words? Didn't he just help them to say good things and let someone exempt them from the compensation of 10 yuan? Not only did the mother-in-law and daughter-in-law not appreciate it, but they also jumped out. You still want compensation. If he wasn't the captain, he deserved it for being such a bad-mouthed rumor-monger and having his legs broken in front of the victim. Chi Hongdo, whoa. "Captain, I also want to make peace, but they are bullying people like this. And they still ask us for 15 yuan. Whoa. Chi Hongdo didn't howl at the top of his lungs, but sobbed and gasped, looking very pitiful. Good Sueji was probably inspired by Chi Hongdo, and she also leaned against her daughter-in-law and cried loudly. She cried and complained. Captain. The captain almost couldn't breathe, and he really wanted to be quiet at this time. It was impossible to be quiet. The matter was right in front of them, waiting to be dealt with. The captain really didn't want such a lawsuit to go on endlessly, so he said decisively, "Compensation is fine, but 10 or 15 yuan is too much. Ai Minyang's granddaughter is the real victim. You, the mother-in-law and the daughter-in-law, spread rumors and made such a fuss today. You should give the little girl some compensation, just 3 yuan. You can give her 3 yuan as a gift to buy her some clothes to apologize." Captain Good Sueji and Wang Chuanfin were full of dissatisfaction. They just shouted "Captain" and were suppressed by the captain. "Shut up. If you make any more noise, I will send you to the commune as examples." Recently, the commune has also issued tasks which are to catch bad guys and rectify the atmosphere. The Red Flag Brigade is usually peaceful. If the captain is an official fan, he should be worried that there is no example to send to complete the task. But the captain was quite a down-to-earth person. He would rather his superiors have a mediocre impression of him than to make an example of him to mess with others. But he thought so in his heart, but he was not stupid enough to say it out loud. Isn't it good to scare people? They usually publicize the documents of the commune on the loudspeaker. So at this moment, Good Sueji and Wang Chuanfin were really scared. The captain saw that his deterrence was effective, nodded with satisfaction in his heart, and then continued. "As for your family, the tables, chairs, and benches are all worthless things, and 15 yuan is too much. Not only the tables, chairs, and benches, but also the injuries on the mother-in-law and daughter-in-law." Good Sueji screamed in her heart, but considering the captain, she still held back. The captain looked around and said to Chi Hongdo, "You should pay 2 yuan to the man. After all, the house was smashed and people were beaten, so give 2 yuan as a token of your appreciation." "Well, actually, you don't have to pay $2 because Good Sueji and the others have to pay $3 in compensation, so Chi Hongdo doesn't have to pay a dime, and he can still get $1. Chi Hongdo didn't have any objections. The point is not how much compensation to pay, but that with this compensation, the matter can be completely settled. Good Sueji and Wang Chuanfin still want to make trouble, and after all this time, they still want their family to pay $1. The captain is biased. The captain looked at the villagers, and many people gave him a thumbs up. What a biased devil. "Hurry up, stop dawdling, give them the money, and you too, come to the brigade's radio room tomorrow and reflect on yourselves on the radio," and you, the captain, said to the villagers who were watching, "You should also learn a lesson. It's okay to gossip about the neighbors, but don't make up stories like Good Sueji and Wang Chuanfin. Evil practices are not good. I really can't help but gossip. First, feel your pockets and think about whether they are enough for others to come and pay you. Then feel your arms and legs. Don't come to me if they are broken. Do you understand?" Some of the villagers were laughing, and some were serious. The voices they spoke together were messy, but they could still be heard vaguely. "Got it. Don't worry, Captain." There were also people shouting, "Good Sueji, I asked you to pay the money, hurry up." "That's right. Pay the money." The villagers who were watching the fun suddenly turned into law enforcement officers and began to urge Good Sueji to pay the money. "Didn't you say you were wrong? If you were wrong, why don't you pay compensation to them?" "That's right, Mrs. Go, don't play deaf. If you hadn't been so vicious and hurtful today, would Ai Minyang have come to your door?" Chi Hongdo kept sobbing with her head down, not saying a word. When Zhao Yuanwen and Zhao Yuanwu brought people in to smash and destroy things, not many villagers saw it, but the situation at home was still clear at a glance. If they used King Kong means, they naturally couldn't use King Kong faces. Otherwise, it would be so scary. By then, she would be a victim, and even if she was right, she would be wrong. Good Sueji's heart was bleeding. $1. Food was only 1.4 cents per pound. She could buy more than 7 pounds with food. Pork was 74 cents per pound, and she could buy a pound of pork with $1 and still have some left. Gutsueji, who was frantically using $1 to exchange various supplies in her mind, forced herself not to hand it over. Things had come to this point, and she could only take out $1 to settle the matter. A stack of 1.1-cent notes was handed to Chi Hongdo. The captain saw Chi Hongdo got the money, and he felt relieved. He thought, is this done? Can he go home? But the next second, he heard Chi Hongdo's voice again. Captain what? The captain looked fierce. What else did this old lady want to do? He was immediately on alert. If she continued to make trouble, he would be in trouble. Chi Hongdo smiled shyly and said to the team leader and the villagers who were watching, today, with the team leader in charge and the villagers as witnesses, our family can get justice. So I thought about it and decided to donate this $1 to the team. Our team has always had insufficient farm tools, and I think that any contribution is a contribution. In addition to this dollar, our family will also pay $1, a total of $2. It's not much, but it's also our family's heart for the team. Team leader, please accept it. Chi Hongdo took out $1 from his pocket, put it together with a stack of banknotes in his hand, and handed it to the team leader. Wow! The villagers shouted. After a brief moment of confusion, the team leader looked at the little old lady in front of him with new eyes. What a great person! She is worthy of being a little old lady who raised 9 children and is invincible in the Red Flag Brigade. Donate $2 as soon as you say so. What courage! Look at her ideological awareness. Look at the mother-in-law and daughter-in-law Ge Tsueji and Wang Chuanfin. Hey, they can't be compared. The difference between them is really huge. Facing Chi Hongdo, who donated money to the team so sincerely, the team leader's attitude was much more serious than before. He accepted 2 yuan in front of the villagers and took out his small notebook from his trouser pocket in front of the villagers and solemnly wrote down the time and amount of Chi Hongdo's donation. On behalf of the team, I accept the 2 yuan donated by Comrade Zhang Daihe, which will be used for our team to buy farm tools, and on behalf of the team, I thank Comrade Zhang Daihe for his generous donation.
Good.
There were also people who applauded when they saw this. It seems that they regarded the excitement tonight as a model opera. The team leader listened to the cheers or surprised discussions of the onlookers, but his face was not dark. The lack of farm tools in the team is a practical difficulty, and it is not easy to call on the villagers to contribute money and effort. At this time, every household is in difficulty, let alone asking them to take it out of their pockets to give to the collective. Now that Chi Hongdo has done this today, it's a good time to publicize it on the loudspeaker. Maybe I can get more money to buy farm tools. Maybe there will be an unexpected surprise. For several days after that night, the topic of discussion at almost every household was Chi Hongdo's heroic act of smashing her uncle's house with her son and grandson today, and Chi Hongdo's generous donation. The villagers said all kinds of things. Some said Chi Hongdo's behavior was fierce, some said she was fierce, and some said she was stupid. Yes, let's not talk about the previous grudges. Who would have thought that Chi Hongdo would donate 2 yuan in the end? Aiman's mother is also stupid. What else can't she buy with 2 yuan? Some people felt sorry. Some people also thought that this old lady who had been widowed for more than 20 years and had a bad reputation in the village was unexpectedly a warm-hearted person. Just like what was said above, what else can't she buy with 2 yuan? But she donated it. The donated money was used to buy farm tools in the brigade, and every household might use it in the end. This is the pattern. But for Chi Hongdo, this is exactly what she wants to see. You can't be a soft persimmon. Otherwise, once there is something thankless, the first person that others think of is you. But you can't take all the benefits at the same time. People may envy you on the surface, but behind the scenes, they are full of hatred. Chi Hongdo gave out 2 yuan and it didn't hurt. If she really took Ge Tsueji's money and took it back to use, even if it was only 1 dime, the taste of her family standing up for their granddaughter today would have changed. In the future, there will inevitably be gossip. So instead of being said to be unreasonable and greedy, it is better to let people say that this little old lady is powerful, but she is not very smart in some small things. In this way, when others come to trouble her, they will also think about her strengths first and fear her in their hearts. In the eyes of the villagers who see each other every day, she may be a kind of verbal dislike, but in fact, she is a bit cute when getting along with them. Chi Hongdo is not as naive as Mrs. Zhao, who thinks that she can be a relative of Zhao Huafu and Gu Cueji for life. From today on, she doesn't plan to accept this marriage. That's why she can give up relatives, but she can't give up fellow villagers and neighbors. It's inevitable to have a good relationship with the team. After Chi Hongdo took the men of the Zhao family back, Zhao Aimin's baby face was shining all the way. "Mom, you're so awesome." The second-rate Zhao Aimin said that he was a mess, but in fact, he just did nothing with his friends all day, wandering around. When had he ever seen such a scene? Thinking of the scene where his mother pointed her finger and asked them to smash it, Zhao Aimin still felt a little excited. Chi Hongdo really didn't want to pay attention to this cheap son who was jumping around like a rabbit. This guy not only has a baby face, but also has two small canine teeth when he smiles. When he smiles foolishly, he looks like a mentally person. "Mom, today is really fun. I have long disliked Zhao Yanwei, that hypocritical dog." Zhao Aimin despised his cousin Zhao Yanwei. He felt that Zhao Yanwei was a baby who was still in his 30s and couldn't leave his mother's arms. Chi Hongdo narrowed her eyes. The other members of the Zhao family looked up at the sky when they heard Zhao Aimin's shameless words. I really don't know how Zhao Aimin had the nerve to say this, as if he was an adult who could walk independently. Without his mother's partiality and care, he would have either had his legs broken or starved to death. The burly Zhao Yuanwu covered his arm and frowned. In the chaos just now, Zhao Yanwei was angry and threw a bench at Chi Hongdo. In a hurry, he subconsciously blocked it with his arm. Of course, Chi Hongdo was fine. She didn't even notice the movement, but Zhao Yuanwu's arm was left with a purple blood mark, which showed how much strength Zhao Yanwei used. "Hey, fifth brother, what happened to your hand? Did that Zhao Yanwei hit you with a stick?" Zhao Aimin was in the excitement after the battle and talked a lot. He saw the scars on Zhao Yuanwu's arm and shouted. The fifth daughter-in-law Jiang Yun was shocked when she heard it. How could he be injured? The eldest daughter-in-law Wang Xiaochao also looked at her husband with some concern. "Are you injured?" she asked the honest Zhao Yuanwen in a low voice. At the sixth son's house, Zhao Yuanshuang only had a little redness and swelling on his face, but the sixth son's wife Li Shaoi looked like she was struck by lightning. Her clothes were torn, her eyes were red and purple, her arms and face were full of bloody nail marks, and her hair was a mess. She looked miserable and funny. The life motto of the seventh son and his wife has always been to protect themselves and fish in troubled waters. In this battle, the seventh son hid behind others and was fine. The seventh son's wife Kai Winley did not catch up with the first scene of the men in the family smashing people, but caught up with the tale of the battle between Li Shaoi and Wang Chunfin. Kai Winley did not go to help Li Shaoi, whom she hated, but after knowing why the two had fought, Kai Winley picked up a lot of small pieces of soil on the ground and threw them at Wang Chunfin, who was fighting with Li Shaoi. In the end, Wang Chunfin was hit all over her head, and she threw Li Shaoi away cursing and ran towards home. The grandsons, some with stains on their bodies and some without, were talking together, while the granddaughters were relatively silent. Especially Zhao Yuxiu, who was inexplicably slandered. The sky had completely darkened, and 2 kerosene lamps were lit at home. Chi Hongdo looked at the crowded room in the main hall and said in a deep voice, "Today's matter has been resolved." To be honest, although Mother is very angry today, she is also very relieved. As Chi Hongdo spoke, the main hall gradually became quiet. Mom hopes that in the future, no matter who in the family encounters problems, you can all be of one mind. In a family, as long as we are of one mind, the days will definitely get better and better. Don't play deaf and dumb. Don't think about sweeping the snow in front of your own door. If you can't work together, you will only be bullied in the future. The old was talking about Yuxiu in today's matter, but it's not just Yuxiu who is going to be ruined. If she really succeeds, What will happen to the girls in our family? Will their reputations still be respected? What will happen to you uncles and brothers? How will you have the face to hold your heads up in the future? You must always remember that everyone in this house is your relative. If you don't even think about helping each other among your own relatives, who can you rely on when you encounter problems in the future? A family cannot be supported by one person. I, an old woman, have finally realized this truth after living to an old age. In the future, our family will not count on those cold-hearted relatives. You should all stand up and help each other. This is not the first time Chi Hongdo has said that they should be of one mind. But it was obvious that there was something different in her words this time. What is a family? What is a clan? A simple bloodline inheritance cannot be called a clan. They need closer connections, need to achieve some functions that can benefit people, and form a collective identity and sense of honor. The power brought by one person moving forward and a group of people moving forward is different. Since ancient times, the Chinese nation has had the saying, a single tree cannot make a forest. Chi Hongdo, who said this at this time, was just habitually pumping up the blood of the Zhao family, instilling the concepts of concentration and common to facilitate her to manage better. But it left a vague seed in the hearts of the Zhao family that they didn't know what it looked like. There are not many good things at home, so today Mother will give you some candy as a reward. Before the adults thought about it, the sleepy children who were scratching the threshold at the door suddenly woke up from their dreams and began to cheer.
Oh,
There are candies. There are candies. There are candies. The youngest, Sibao, who was still drooling, followed his brothers, grinned and whispered, "Candies. Candies." The candies that Chi Hongdo distributed to each room a few days ago were all put away by the daughters-in-law. Even if some of them took out candies to share with the children, they were given in numbers. How could they eat all the candies at once? Chi Hongdo bought 5 kilograms of cheap fructose last time, which was about 500 candies. She ate 2 and felt that the taste was not very good, so she planned to make these candies as welfare and save them for distribution. I didn't expect that they would be used so soon. The children's laughter was as lively as the new year. Chi Hongdo distributed 20 candies to each room this time and asked the daughters-in-law to go back and distribute them to the children themselves. Chi Hongdo didn't plan to give Zhao Aimanai 20 candies at first. She knew that he finished 10 candies in one go last time. But this kid was shameless and sticky all the time. His eyes were shining. Chi Hongdo was annoyed by him and gave him 20 candies. But as soon as he got the candies, some little brats were instructed by their own mothers or fathers to come to Zhao Aimin to ask for candies. After all, the candies Chi Hongdo gave to the daughters-in-law had to be redistributed according to the number of people, but Zhao Aimin was different. He was a bachelor who could feed the whole family and could eat as much as he wanted. Zhao Aimin was coaxed, and his hands were loose. Especially today, Zhao Aimin was in a high mood. After being hugged by a few little brats and coaxed with nice words, he really gave 3 candies. Of course, there would be no more. He wanted to eat more himself. After distributing the candies, everyone went their separate ways to wash and sleep. Jiang Yu took her man back with a distressed look on her face to check his injuries. The scars, which were about 3 fingers wide, were particularly eye-catching on her man's thick arms. How painful it must be. They didn't have any medicinal wine or anything, and this kind of injury was not easy to treat, so they could only leave it like this. Zhao Yuanwu himself didn't think it was a big deal, but when he looked up, his wife was crying beside the kerosene lamp, crying so sadly. "It will be fine in a few days." Jiang Yu choked. "You are made of flesh, not iron. It will be fine in a few days, but you will have to suffer for a few more days." Zhao Yuanwu picked up his wife's cloth handkerchief on the table and wiped his wife's tears with his uninjured hand. As a result, Jiang Yu's tears surged even more. She was aggrieved for her man. "You blocked the bench for Mother, and Mother didn't ask you a word at night." Jiang Yu didn't have much temper about her own affairs. For example, her mother-in-law would wait at the door of the brick factory to collect her salary every month. The total salary was 18.5 yuan, and her mother-in-law took 13.5 yuan. Although she was left with 5 yuan, she had promised her parents that she would give her parents 500 yuan for taking this job. She had been married to the Zhao family for 17 years and finally paid back 500 yuan. She had lived a tight life for the first 10 years, and she had to beg her mother-in-law to agree to the 5 yuan a month. Earlier, her salary was less than 18.5 yuan, just over 12 yuan, and she could only keep 3 yuan a month. She had to pay back a few yuan a month with her teeth. Only because her own mother didn't despise her could she breathe a sigh of relief. 2 years ago, her eldest daughter got married. She was afraid that her daughter would be bullied and looked down upon by her husband's family after she got married, so she discussed with her husband to take 80 yuan out of the 120 yuan she had saved in the past few years and give it to her eldest daughter as a dowry. Of course, all this was kept secret from her mother-in-law. Their eldest daughter and eldest son were married, and there was still a youngest son and daughter who had no place to go. They had to prepare some money for them. After all, the mother-in-law had always been only concerned with collecting money, not paying it out. In this way, Jiang Yun, as the only person with a job in the old Zhao family, is almost equivalent to working for the old Zhao family, and she is unreserved. But it is not necessarily that Mrs. Zhao looks at her differently. Jiang Yun can accept all these. The only thing that makes Jiang Yun sad is that her husband has been scolded by her mother-in-law for being brainless and likes to make trouble because he fought with others when he was young. Even though her husband has been married to her for so many years, her mother-in-law still has few good words for her husband. If Zhao Yuanwu is really a rough man without brains, he may just ignore the scolding. But as a pillow, Jiang Yun knows that her man is rough on the outside but delicate on the inside, and Zhao Yuanwu will hear what his mother-in-law says in his heart. Zhao Yuanwu certainly can't feel good when he is disliked by his own mother. Looking at the thick and wide purple scars on her man's arms, Jiang Yun's heart is not good no matter how she thinks. The brother-in-law didn't do much, but he was good at talking and coaxing people, but the mother-in-law always favored him. But the husband who really did the work didn't even get a distressed look from his mother-in-law. It's not a big deal. Besides, there are too many things to do at home. How can mother take care of them all? Don't cry, go to sleep. We still have to go to work tomorrow. The kerosene lamp was blown out, and Jiang Yu wiped her tears and lay down. Maybe she was tired of crying, and she fell asleep soon. Zhao Yuanwu, who said it was okay, didn't fall asleep for a long time. I didn't expect that mother would let you rush in and smash that old woman's house today. In the Seven Sons room, Kai Winli looked very excited. It's so exciting. Under the dim kerosene lamp, the weak seventh son, Zhao Yuanquan, smiled at his wife. That look on my aunt's face is uglier than if she had eaten. Hey, don't tell me, I didn't see my aunt's face, but did you see the looks on Lao Lu and his wife's faces tonight? Kai Wenli and Zhao Yuanquan looked at each other, recalled the wonderful looks on Lao Lu and his wife's faces today, and couldn't help laughing. Honest, the couple of Lao Lu were the ones who should have fought the most today. After all, it was their daughter that was rumored by their aunt Go Tsueji. Sixth brother usually smiles a little when he sees people, but his smile is fake. Zhao Yuanquan said while shaking his head, but today, sixth brother is still a bit brave. When he rushed in to smash things, Zhao Yuanquan hid behind his brothers and nephews and saw clearly that the sixth brother was the most ruthless one except the fifth brother. Kai Wenli pouted, I don't believe that the couple did it for Yushio. After all, they must have felt that their face was hurt. After all, it can be seen that the couple of Lao Lu only care about their son. Usually, they don't care much about their daughter. I saw the school bag that Yushio was carrying. There was a small willow leaf embroidered on it. It was sewn by the fifth sister-in-law for Yuya before. Li Shaoi never thought of sewing a school bag for Yushio. Zhao Yuanquan did not deny this. This is the fact, and anyone with eyes can see it. However, his mother's fighting power has soared a lot. In the past, she could only ensure that her family would not suffer any loss. Who would have thought that they could make a fuss and gain a reputation in the brigade? He looked at the expressions of the brigade leader and the villagers tonight, and felt that this time their mother led them to make trouble, and the effect was extraordinary. Kai Wenli wanted to talk very much at this moment. She talked about Lao Lu and his wife, his aunt Go Tsueji, and the men and women in the village who liked to spread gossip every day. Finally, she took out 2 candies from her pocket, one for herself and one for Zhao Yuanquan. It was really sweet. Last time, the couple got less candy, and Kai Wenli was reluctant to eat it. Today, she got another 20 in one go. At least, she could taste it. But it was a bit strange. In these 2 times of distributing things, the mother-in-law directly distributed them to the daughters-in-law. Although it was in front of the men, the meaning of who the things were distributed to was still different. When they were distributed to them, they saved the process of turning their palms up, and they could directly arrange how to distribute the things they got. Still have some initiative. But thinking about it, in the past, the things in the house were distributed by mother-in-law, and there was no fixed habit of handing things over to the men. It seems nothing strange that mother-in-law is doing this now. By the way, what do you think mother is thinking? She has been dragging the youngest son to work in the fields these 2 days. Is she really planning to let the youngest son start to earn work points? Uncle has been working so hard these 2 days that he looks like a nobody. Maybe mother will feel sorry for uncle and stop him from working tomorrow. Kai Wenli grabbed her man and kept talking until midnight. She almost overslept the next morning. When Zhao Yuxiu was serving porridge in the kitchen in the morning, Li Xiaoyi also came over. "Serve 2 bowls for me and your father too," Li Xiaoyi said while breathing in pain. After a night, Zhao Yuanshuang has recovered 70% of his usual style. He smiles when he sees people and has a natural slickness. He no longer looks like he rushed into Gutsueji's house and smashed things last night. Zhao Yuxiu certainly knows what happened last night. After all, so many people were at home. Even the grandmother used the sole of her shoe to beat the grandmother. If it were an ordinary girl, after hearing what Gutsueji said, she would either be ashamed and angry, or aggrieved and angry, and her heart would probably be affected to some extent. But Zhao Yuxiu was much calmer. Compared with the vicious words that Gutsueji and Wang Chuanfin said that could kill her, what made her feel even more incredible was that it was her grandmother and the whole family who came to her house because of this matter. Even Zhao Yuxiu glanced at the bald scalp on Li Xiaoyi's forehead and the nail marks on her face, and felt a little absurd. This person who raised her like a pig in Li Yuxiu's heart and couldn't wait to sell her when she grew up, actually fought for her? For the precocious Zhao Yuxiu, she couldn't feel the so-called touch now, but only felt absurd. The precocious and cold-hearted girl had a high wall in her inner world, especially when facing her parents. Her defense was pulled to the highest level. She listened to Li Xiaoyi's words, silently served her and Zhao Yuanshuang 2 bowls of porridge, then picked up her own bowl and quietly walked aside to eat. Qi Hongdou really couldn't stand the various smells emanating from every corner of the Zhao family and even from people. Especially when a group of people came back from work and gathered together to eat. The smell was simply unbearable. It could smoke a good person's head into a bad head. Moreover, the chicken coop and pig pen at home are located at the front door and the back door respectively. When the weather gets hot and the smell rises, the nose will basically go on strike. Today, the 3 granddaughters-in-law and 2 granddaughters were all left behind by Qi Hongdou. Her reason was that the old Zhao family had to do a big cleanup, including but not limited to the chicken coop, pig pen, every corner of the Zhao family, and everyone's personal hygiene. Among the people who were specifically named was Zhao Aimin, whose hair grew like a thief. "Mom, my hair needs some wax to look good." "No, Mom. I've grown it so long with great difficulty, Mom. I won't cut it." Qi Hongdou would never pay attention to him. Waxing and looking good. Poor and lazy. You can't look good even if you have a handsome face. Qi Hongdou didn't give Zhao Aimin a chance to talk back, and even stopped Zhao Aimin's idea of, if I really want to get a haircut, I have to get some money for Mom. Go to town to get a haircut and have a good time. She took out the rusty scissors of Mrs. Zhao from the drawer of the bedroom. She asked the eldest and the 5th to hold Zhao Aimin down, and then cut Zhao Aimin's hair into a dog-bitten head with a few clicks. Because there was no mirror at home, Zhao Aimin couldn't see what he would look like after his hair was cut. But without a mirror, Zhao Aimin had eyes. He could see the laughter on his brother, sister-in-law, and nephew's faces. What is this? This is a blatant ridicule. What happened to his stylish hair? But no matter how he yelled, no one released their hands without Qi Hongdou's order. Chi Hongdo didn't do it on purpose. It was just that the rusty scissors didn't work well. Besides, she didn't have much experience in cutting men's hair, so she just did it as quickly and easily as possible. At least Chi Hongdo didn't let Zhao Aimin go out with a dog-bitten head. Instead, she squinted her eyes and made the uneven dog-bitten hair almost even. Not to mention, after cutting his hair short, Zhao Aimin's forehead was completely exposed, and he looked much more refreshed. After dealing with Zhao Aimin's dog-bitten head, Chi Hongdo had an idea of how to deal with the men's hair at home. In the morning, they had to go to work, so she asked everyone to go to the fields, and when they came back at noon, everyone had their hair cut. But she didn't do the rest by herself. She just moved her mouth and asked them to cut each other's hair. Except for Zhao Aimin, who had particularly messy hair, the hair of the other men in the Zhao family was not long. Even if some of them had long hair, it was because they had no time to cut it. As for the women, except for the fifth son's wife Jiang Yun, who had long hair to her buttocks, and the seventh son's wife, who had a big braid to her waist, the hair of others was not long. Chi Hongdo did not plan to cut their hair. After checking, she found that there were no lice. But in fact, she thought it would be better to cut these people's hair short, because their hair was either dry and split, or yellow and malnourished, and there was really no need to grow it long. If you really want to grow good hair, it is better to cut it off and grow it again. Zhao Yuxiu, who came back from school at noon, watched several brothers cutting each other's hair and looked at their rusty scissors for a long time. Make it neat and tidy, it will be more convenient to work, put it all away for me. Chi Hongdo's rough and hoarse voice was heard beside him. After the uncles and brothers finished their hair, Zhao Yuxiu took the scissors, pointed at her chin twice, and then neatly cut off her shoulder-length hair. With a click, she cut her hair a little above her chin. After the men in the family finished their hair, they either went to the pond at the door to wash their hair and faces, or were busy eating and drinking. After dinner, the daughters-in-law and granddaughters were busy cleaning the house. Chi Hongdo heard the squeaking of mice at night. She wanted the whole family to use the spirit of catching the 4 pests 10 years ago to eliminate the dead corners of hygiene and block all the mouse holes. So except for Chi Hongdo, who was idle, no one noticed Zhao Yuxiu's sudden move. Zhao Yuxiu, who cut her own hair, couldn't see whether she looked good or not. She just felt that after cutting her hair, she felt a little relieved. She put down the scissors and prepared to work with her sisters for a while. After all, she had to go to school later. Chi Hongdo looked at the tuft of messy hair on the back of Zhao Yuxiu's head and called her. Zhao Yuxiu turned around when she heard the voice. Come here. Chi Hongdo picked up the scissors that Zhao Yuxiu had put down. Zhao Yushan and Zhao Yuya, who had just finished their meal, happened to see this scene and looked at each other in surprise. What did Grandma want the sixth sister to go over for? Chi Hongdo touched Zhao Yuxiu's hair, which was not very nutritious but still quite black, and said, Girl, how can you go out without trimming your messy hair? Then he asked Zhao Yuxiu to sit down on the wooden block at the door where firewood was chopped. Zhao Yuxiu's body had been a little stiff since Hongdo touched her hair and talked to her, but she still sat down obediently. When Chi Hongdo was vain before, she also cut her own hair. There are many videos on the internet that teach people how to cut their own hair, and there are all kinds of hairstyles. There are many kinds of short hair alone. Zhao Yuxiu has clean eyebrows and eyes. Most of the Zhao family members have double eyelids, but Zhao Yuxiu's eyes are probably single eyelids like her mother. She has a narrow nose and a beautiful mouth. At first glance, she looks a little weak, but her clear and calm eyes, which are different from those of children of the same age, make her look a little different. Especially, she had a single ponytail before, and her whole face was completely exposed, but now she had short hair, and the outline of her face was weakened, so that people could not notice her appearance at first glance, but were attracted by her eyes involuntarily. Of course, Zhao Yuxiu looked more obedient with short hair, but in Chi Hongdo's eyes, this child seemed to have found a shade to hide her body, and couldn't wait to hide herself. Chi Hongdo didn't say anything, and trimmed Zhao Yuxiu's hair around her ears and the back of her head in a few strokes, and also cut her into a choppy bangs that were more popular in later generations. In the sun, Zhao Yuxiu, who seemed to be wearing a helmet, changed a little bit after Chi Hongdo's few scissors. Zhao Yuye and Zhao Yushan went from curiosity and surprise at the beginning to amazement later, and the expressions on their two red faces were almost synchronized. That's almost it. That's enough. Let's get back to work. Chi Hongdo looked at the freshly baked delicate daisy in front of her for a moment, then pretended to be impatient and waved her hand to let Zhao Yuxiu go. Zhao Yuye and Zhao Yushan looked at each other and walked forward to pull Zhao Yuxiu to the back of their room. It's so beautiful. Six sisters short hair. Lu Chunmei in our class is short hair, but not as beautiful as six sisters. Zhao Yushan surrounded Zhao Yuxiu, looking left and right, and gesticulating with her hands and feet. Zhao Yuya nodded. I think six sister's short hair is also very good. I want to cut it a little bit. Grandma cut my hair once before. I remember it was because I had lice. So it was cut very short at that time. Zhao Yuya scratched her head. If she asked Grandma to help her cut her hair short like Yuxiu this time, I wonder if it would work? Chi Hongdo certainly didn't let Zhao Yuxiu cut her hair in such a hot day. It was hot and stuffy and it didn't look good. She thinned the ends of Zhao Yuxiu's hair, and the bangs on her forehead were light and fine, with an airy feel. It didn't look as suffocating as the previous pot-covered hair. And a young girl in her teens doesn't need much decoration. Just a suitable short hair can already give her a bit of a compelling aura. It's no wonder that Zhao Yuye and Zhao Yushan were moved. Zhao Yuxiu was surrounded by her sisters and sisters looking at her curiously, and she felt strange. She couldn't see what her short hair looked like now. Sixth sister, why did Grandma suddenly cut your hair? Zhao Yushan was eager to make a move. No matter how she looked at it, she thought Zhao Yuxiu's short hair looked good. Although Zhao Yuye was moved, she touched the red hairband on her head and was a little hesitant. Faced with the curiosity of the seventh sister, Zhao Yuxiu was a little confused, but she still answered honestly that she didn't know. Maybe Grandma was in a better mood today? Zhao Yushan pondered over it. Her heart was like being scratched by a cat, and finally, she couldn't help it, and ran to Chi Hongdo before going to school at noon. Grandma, I also want to cut my hair short, just like sixth sister. Kai Wenli, who was about to go to the field, heard her daughter's words, and her heart skipped a beat. What a stinky girl. Why did you cut your hair for no reason? And you ran to your mother-in-law to tell her. You are so bold, she muttered in her heart. But before Kai Wenli pulled her daughter to her side, Chi Hongdo nodded in agreement. Although Zhao Yuxiu's hair was a little malnourished, it was still quite black. When it came to Zhao Yushan, she was a typical yellow-haired girl. It is definitely better to cut this hair short and grow it again than to keep it as a straw. Kai Wenli watched her daughter's hair being snapped by her mother-in-law until it reached her chin. It was too late to say anything now, and she could only watch her mother-in-law cut her daughter's hair. Kai Wenli's worry at this moment was actually unnecessary. If it wasn't Zhao Yushan who came to Chi Hongdo to get her hair cut, she might not have paid any attention. The grandchildren reluctantly cut each other's hair short. No matter whether it looked good or not, as long as it met her standards, she didn't care. Anyway, if it didn't work once, she would let them practice more in the future. The granddaughters were not close to her as a grandmother. It was rare for them to take the initiative to ask for it. Of course, she would not refuse. Chi Hongdo cut Zhao Yushan's hair into a lively girl's short hair, which set off the little girl's rosy face and was particularly simple, cute, and lively. Seeing her daughter touching her freshly baked cute short hair excitedly, Kai Wenli swallowed all the words on her lips. It looked good, and her daughter liked it, so there was no need for her to offend her mother-in-law. After the family went to work and went to school, the granddaughters-in-law and granddaughters continued to work hard. Chi Hongdo stood at the door and watched the eldest granddaughter-in-law Sun Hongyun use a dustpan to catch 5 or 6 little mice with red eyes that had not yet opened. The two granddaughters were too scared to look. At this time, a rat ran out from the door. The other two granddaughters-in-law also chased out panting. Chi Hongdo's every word was implemented, and the family really dug out even the rat holes. The house was very dusty at the moment. The ground inside the house was compacted with mud. Once it was slightly dry, dust would fly. It had to be swept every day and sprinkled with a little water-pressed ash. All the sheets and quilts in each room were taken out and washed and dried. The Hongchi Brigade was poor, but there was one good thing, that is, each household lived in a relatively open space, unlike the brigade next door, where every household's house was built close together. If the neighbor farted, you could hear it. Anyway, Lao Zhao's family washed and dried so many quilts and clothes at one time, so there was absolutely open space at the door. Especially Lao Zhao's family had no neighbors behind the back door, only 4 connected grain drying fields. The open space was huge. When the grain was not dried, it was basically empty. The children in the village liked to come here to run and play. Chi Hongdo took the opportunity of this house cleaning to move several jars of pickled cabbage from her room to the kitchen. If it weren't for the current situation of the old Zhao family, Chi Hongdo would have wanted to clean out everything in her room. Old Mrs. Zhao was also a first-class ruthless person, and she was not afraid that the things in her room would attract mice and insects. It's not impossible not to put too many things in the kitchen, but it's unnecessary to put several jars of pickled cabbage in her room. If you are really afraid of being stolen, wouldn't it be the same to put it in the kitchen and lock it? Chi Hongdo moved a small stool and sat under the locust tree by the pond, thinking slowly. The patched quilts, clothes, and sheets drying on the ropes of the big tree next to her once again verified her previous thoughts. No one in this family has a piece of clothing that is not patched. Only she was wearing clothes produced by Mao Mao Tailor Shop, and she specially asked the little tailor to make 2 patches for her. She did it to avoid being too conspicuous, but even if her clothes were patched, they were still soft, breathable, and comfortable. Much better than the clothes of the other people in the old Zhao family. It is estimated that the clothes of all the people in this family combined may not be able to fill a wardrobe. Speaking of the closet, this time, in addition to the clothes that were taken out to dry at the door, there were also tables, chairs, benches, and boxes that were dragged out to wash and dry. It was necessary to remove every moldy corner of the old Zhao family. The scorching sun fell on this pile of wood, clothes, and sheets, and a thorough ultraviolet disinfection was carried out. This soap is really easy to use. Yes, it's really dirty. Apply soap and rub it gently, and the dirt will disappear. On the bluestone slab at the mouth of the pond, 2 granddaughters-in-law who were washing clothes whispered. Compared with working in the field under the sun, cleaning at home is considered an easy job. When the granddaughters-in-law were cleaning, there was absolutely no objection. Hey, big sister, what are you doing today? The pockmarked grandmother, who had watched a big show last night but didn't get enough, showed a surprised expression when she walked to the pond with a bucket of clothes. Chi Hongdo greeted her with a smile. There are mice at home, so I asked them to do a big cleaning at home. The old sister is in better health than me. I can't wash clothes now. The pockmarked grandmother laughed in her heart and thought Chi Hongdo was showing off. There is no other old lady like Chi Hongdo who is so free and easy and doesn't work in the entire Hongchi Brigade. There are many elderly people in the countryside who are over 60 years old and still work in the fields. It is rare to enjoy the good life and wait for retirement. The pockmarked grandmother also has a lot of sons and grandchildren at home, but her old man is still there. It is not her turn to be the master of the family, and she is definitely the one who suffers hardships. Old Lady Zhao used to think that Ma Zi's grandmother was too silly. At her age, she was controlled by her husband, and she couldn't even handle her daughter-in-law, so she didn't chat with Ma Zi's grandmother. But living in the same village, they see each other every day, and it's impossible for them not to say a word. Now, there is a ready-made topic, and Ma Zi's grandmother couldn't help it. Sister, you're still good at enjoying life. I was listening to the radio today. Yesterday, you and the team leader talked about asking your sister-in-law to admit her mistake on the radio, right? Why is there no movement now? Ma Zi's grandmother asked this question out of the curiosity of most of the villagers in the Hongchi Brigade. Chi Hongdo shook the broken palm leaf fan in his hand, calm and composed. Aren't everyone working in the fields now? The team leader is also busy. I guess he will wait until the evening. If the team leader doesn't keep his word and helps Gotsueji to cheat, wouldn't this be a ready-made handle in her hands? What happened last night was witnessed by the villagers. Oh, come to think of it, I really didn't expect that your sister-in-law is so mean at her age. Come to think of it, you must have suffered a lot from your sister-in-law in the past, right? Ma Zi's grandmother mentioned the sad things that old lady Zhao had experienced. Unfortunately, neither Qi Hongdo nor old lady Zhao would talk about how much they had suffered in front of others. When fighting and complaining, heartbroken is a means. In normal times, if you like to complain when you have nothing to do, you'll either leave people with the impression that you are weak, vulnerable, and incompetent, or make people feel annoying. And if you finish talking about it, the rest may be spread all over the world. So Qi Hongdo didn't pick up the topic at all. Ma Zi's grandmother also had to wash clothes, and she didn't have time to hold Qi Hongdo, but she still secretly imagined a lot of sad things that old lady Zhao had experienced. At least her old man is still here to help her share some of the burden. What does Mrs. Zhao have? She is just a widow. Look at the clothes and sheets drying on the rope. There is not a single valuable piece of good fabric. TSK. Even so, she pretended to be a big shot and donated 2 yuan to the team. Although she didn't get more gossip from Qi Hongdo, the pockmarked grandmother, who had a lot of information about the miserable life of the Zhao family, still washed the clothes and went back satisfied. As Qi Hongdo guessed, Gu Cuizhi and Wang Chunfin's self-criticism was conducted in the evening. Zizi, hello. Hello, this is the broadcasting room of the Red Flag Brigade. Just yesterday evening, our Red Flag Brigade had a serious defamation incident. Now, we let Gu Cuizhi and Wang Chunfin, who made mistakes, conduct a profound self-criticism to all the villagers. I, Wang Chunfin. Compared with the loud voice of the brigade leader in the beginning, the voices of Gu Cuizhi and Wang Chunfin seemed more depressed. When the broadcast sounded, the door of Zhao Huafu's house was closed, and even the youngest great-grandson was kept at home and not allowed to go out. Shame. And the old Zhao family, the whole family ate while listening to the self-criticism of Gu Cuizhi and the daughter-in-law on the radio.
Cool.
After Gu Cuizhi and Wang Chunfin finished their self-criticism, the captain made a summary and taught everyone not to make up stories and slander, and also praised Qi Hongdo for donating money last night. Learn from Comrade Lei Feng. Thank Comrade Zhang Daihe. Special praise. Sitting at the dinner table, Qi Hongdo was very satisfied with the attention of a group of people. The captain is an open-minded person. What's the difference between doing good deeds without publicity and walking at night in brocade clothes? Debao, Erbao, and other little brats were wearing the pants that their mothers had just sewn today, listening to the sound of the radio under the big tree, and they were a little confused. Who is Zhang Daihe? As soon as they asked, they were slapped on the head by their father or mother. That's the wife's name. Don't shout it nonsense. Qi Hongdo pretended not to see it. She was fed up with those little brats going in and out all day long. They are not primitive people, so they should at least wear pants. Don't little boys have any sense of propriety and shame? Of course, Qi Hongdo couldn't say that to the family. She just took advantage of the fact that the granddaughters-in-law were doing a good job cleaning the house today, and gave each of them a stack of old rags from Mrs. Zhao's box, and asked them to make a few pairs of pants for the little kids at home. Some of those old rags would rot if they were no longer used, so it would be better to make use of their residual heat. The daughters-in-law didn't dare to breathe in front of her, let alone the granddaughters-in-law. They did whatever Qi Hongdo said. And it's a good thing to have pants to wear. So, today all the children in the family put on new pants. The youngest one was used to being, and he couldn't get used to wearing pants. He wanted to take them off, but of course he was severely punished. The child held up the pants, felt the burning pain on his, and used his limited brain capacity to think about the cost of not wearing pants. In the end, he cried and shut up and stopped making a fuss about being. Dig deep holes, store up grain, grasp the revolution, promote production, prepare for war, prepare for famine for the people. Propaganda slogans of different sizes can be seen everywhere on mud walls and blue bricks. Qi Hongdo carried a small basket and staggered to the gate of the town's brick factory. The old man at the gate wanted to hide when he saw Qi Hongdo. There was nothing else. This old lady was too powerful. He couldn't drive her away, and he couldn't scold her, so he wanted to hide when he saw Chi Hongdo. But hiding is impossible, who made him guard the gate. Chi Hongdo still had to register. Although the old man was familiar with Chi Hongdo's registration information, after all, he was not a factory employee, so he still had to register. However, the factory paid wages today, and the old man was mentally prepared. If this old lady dared to make trouble in the factory, he would definitely be the first to drag her away. Chi Hongdo had not even entered the brick factory, but he had already felt the old man's attitude of avoiding him like a snake and scorpion. Chi Hongdo sighed silently in her heart, remembering the twinkling eyes of Jiang Yu when she met her eyes last night. Chi Hongdo couldn't remember what it was at first, but when she heard Li Xiaoyi yelling that it was time to get her salary, she remembered it instantly. Jiang Yu was going to get her salary. Every time Jiang Yu got her salary, Chi Hongdo would go to the brick factory to wait for her salary. Everyone in the brick factory knew that the accountant in their factory had a wicked mother-in-law. Every month, Jiang Yu's salary was almost just passed through her mother-in-law's hands, and all went to her mother-in-law. She liked to yell for nothing and made a lot of jokes in the brick factory. The old Zhao family hadn't split up yet, and it was harsh for old lady Zhao to take Jiang Yu's salary, but it couldn't be said that it was unreasonable at all. Chi Hongdo didn't plan to give Jiang Yu's salary directly now. Thinking about the thatched roofs of the old Zhao family shabby houses that were precarious in windy days, and the mud walls that collapsed several times in heavy rain, Chi Hongdo thought that it would be great if he had the opportunity to build 2 decent houses. Jiang Yu happened to work at the brick factory, so it would be nice to come and have a look. "Big brother, please sign here." Chi Hongdo greeted the old man at the door in a calm tone and signed the registration form with a pen. After completing the process, Chi Hongdo said, "Big brother, you are busy. I will go in first." There were no more than 3 sentences before and after, but the old man guarding the gate was scared. "Look at the sun outside. Didn't it come out from the west this morning? What's wrong with this old lady?" Chi Hongdo is now a mean old woman, not a rabid dog patient, so there is no need to bite anyone. It's not a sin to be calm and peaceful, and no one can say anything. A man wearing glasses saw the old lady at the factory gate from a distance and walked back reflexively. The bald man walking with him glanced in the direction of his gaze, and his scalp tingled as well. He followed the man and walked back. Within half an hour, almost everyone in the brick factory who was well-informed knew that the mother-in-law of their factory accountant had come. I wonder what tricks that old witch is going to play this time. Jiang Yiyun had such a difficult and evil mother-in-law, and everyone mentioned her with a trace of sympathy. Accountant Jiang is just too obedient to her old mother-in-law. If it were me, if my mother-in-law dared to do this to me, I would definitely tear the roof off. The unmarried temporary worker girl in the back kitchen cafeteria said fiercely. Accountant Jiang is not easy either. She is married to someone else, and is his daughter-in-law. How can she go against her mother-in-law? The middle-aged aunt in charge of the fire shook her head. The world in the eyes of young people is either black or white, but in reality, it is not that simple. That evil mother-in-law is a widow who raised 9 children. If you don't get along with her, what will your husband do with a son raised by the widow? You can't just live like that. You can only endure it. The temporary worker girl pouted. I have endured it for more than 10 years, and I am afraid I will have to endure it for another 10 years. You have endured it all your life. Why does it sound so frustrating? The little girl said was not wrong, but what else could she do if she couldn't bear it? If the man was on the same side as her, she would lose if she really went against her mother-in-law. And no matter what, the evil mother-in-law always occupied the filial piety. So, the middle-aged aunt finally shook her head. At least there is hope if you bear it. Every family has its own problems, and the conversation between the two in the brick factory cafeteria was limited to that corner. At this time, Chi Hongdo calmly put 2 pancakes in the basket in her hand. One was a dried plum pancake, and the other was a white sugar pancake. Jiang Yu was sitting in the office, feeling a little anxious. When Chi Hongdo entered the factory gate, someone reminded her. Jiang Yu was not surprised at all by Chi Hongdo's appearance. If she hadn't come, Jiang Yu would probably have been surprised. Strange, Accountant Jiang, your mother-in-law is standing outside today. Why doesn't she come in? Chi Hongdo was standing under the old locust tree in front of the brick factory office, holding a basket. Jiang Yiyun and Chi Hongdo saw it through the window. To be honest, Jiang Yiyun was used to being paid, but the only thing she couldn't get used to was her mother-in-law's unreasonable style. Especially when the monthly salary was paid, she wished she could immediately hand the money to her mother-in-law and let her leave quietly. She was afraid that she would make trouble in the office and the factory, adding gossip material to people. Today, the mother-in-law didn't come in at the door of the office. Jiang Yiyun's heart skipped a beat. Would the mother-in-law do something weird again? Thinking of this, Jiang Yiyun immediately took her salary and the tickets she had just received and left the office.
Mom.
This is this month's salary and tickets. Please count. Jiang Yiyun rubbed her fingers. Her mother-in-law was like an invisible mountain, pressing on her back for more than 10 years. When she saw Chi Hongdo, she naturally became a little nervous. Because they were in the factory, she couldn't wait for Chi Hongdo to speak, so she stuffed the money bill into her pocket. She prayed in her heart that her mother-in-law would leave soon. She could feel the eyes of her colleagues behind the window behind her. It made her feel uncomfortable. Chi Hongdo was normal, except that she stopped talking and yelling. She lowered her head and counted out 5 yuan for Jiang Yiyun. In the early years, Jiang Yiyun and her mother had said that they had to pay back the money to the family for work. Old Lady Zhao still had to save face in front of her in-laws, so she left some for Jiang Yiyun. Later, Jiang Yiyun's eldest son and daughter got married one after another. Jiang Yiyun paid for the son's betrothal gift, and Old Lady Zhao paid for the daughter's betrothal gift. Later, the matter of leaving 5 yuan every month was retained. Anyway, in Old Lady Zhao's mind, since she left money for Lao Wu and his wife, they had to find a way to solve their own problems. In fact, Lao Wu and his wife did the same. Mom, are you thirsty? Do you want some water? Jiang Yiyun didn't even count the 5 yuan she received and put it in her pocket. She thought that her mother-in-law should leave quickly, but she asked carefully if she was thirsty. Chi Hongdo knew what was going on, but she was not Huang Shuren, and she couldn't bully someone to death by squeezing cabbage. I won't drink the water. I have to go to the supply and marketing cooperative later. This is for you. Chi Hongdo took out an oil paper bag from the basket and stuffed it into Jiang Yiyun's arms. Okay, Mom is leaving. Chi Hongdo felt that she was now an evil mother-in-law who took the fruits of someone else's hard work for a month, so there was no need to stay here to irritate her daughter-in-law. She turned around and left with a stack of bills. Jiang Yiyun was stunned, and her colleagues in the office ran over. What is that? Accountant Jiang, did your mother-in-law take the wrong medicine? She even brought you food? Jiang Yiyun was holding an oil paper bag, and she could faintly smell the fragrance of food. People these days are very sensitive about what they eat. Jiang Yiyun opened the oil paper bag blankly and heard her colleagues exclaiming, "Oh my God! It's white flour pancakes. It smells so good." Accountant Jiang, what's wrong with your mother-in-law today? After receiving the salary for so many years, this was the first time that Accountant Jiang's evil mother-in-law not only did not make trouble in the factory, but also brought something to Jiang Yiyun. Jiang Yiyun didn't want to eat it at first, and planned to take it home at night. But the sesame seed cake smelled so good that Jiang Yiyun, who had 2 steamed breads and a bowl of mixed vegetables for lunch at noon, couldn't help it. Encouraged by her colleagues, she broke open a sesame seed cake. The sweet aroma spread in the air. White sugar. The thick white sugar juice inside made people drool. Jiang Yiyun took a bite. The outside of the sesame seed cake was crispy and fragrant. The white sugar juice inside touched the tip of the tongue and spread in the mouth. The whole person seemed to be bewitched by the sweetness on the tip of the tongue. When Jiang Yiyun reacted, a white sugar sesame seed cake had been eaten. The colleagues swallowed their saliva. I don't know what your mother-in-law is thinking today. She is willing to spend so much money. Even if they have jobs, they may not be willing to buy this white sugar sesame seed cake. Accountant Jiang's evil mother-in-law was willing to buy 2 at once. Jiang Yiyun put the remaining pancake into the drawer, and she would take this one back. All day, Jang Eun was tense in the morning because of her mother-in-law's arrival, and she was puzzled in the afternoon because of her mother-in-law's arrival. Until the evening on the way home from work, Jang Eun still couldn't figure out why her mother-in-law was so generous to give her 2 pancakes. Could it be that her mother-in-law had a change of heart, as her colleagues said? Jang Eun shook her head and threw this impossible idea out of her head. Colleagues would think so because they didn't know that her mother-in-law had brought people to smash her eldest uncle's house. How could such a tough mother-in-law have such a guilty thought? Chi Hongdo originally planned to come to the brick factory to ask about the price of bricks and estimate how many bricks would be needed and how much it would cost if she wanted to build a house. However, as soon as she entered the door, she saw that someone in the factory automatically turned around when he saw her 10 meters away, so she gave up. Think about it. There is a ready-made brick factory accountant at home, so if there is anything she wants to ask, just ask Jang Eun. As for trying to get close to the leaders of the brick factory, haha, I'd better find another opportunity. After collecting the money from Jang Eun, Chi Hongdo went straight to the butcher shop. It's not easy to find connections in the brick factory, but there is a connection in the butcher shop that she just established not long ago. She cut the 2 pieces of cloth bought from Mao Mao tailor shop in half and kept them all for Zhu Dashan. One is a piece of gray-brown coarse cotton cloth, and the other is a piece of dark blue fine cotton cloth. Both are stain-resistant and unattractive colors. When Zhu Dashan saw Chi Hongdo coming, his face was full of surprise. The last time he went back with that piece of cloth, his wife was so happy. She touched the material and praised it. She also blamed him for not trying to buy more when he knew there were so many people in the family. Last time, Chi Hongdo said that she didn't bring much cloth, and he couldn't buy more even if he wanted to. Chi Hongdo was at home. Zhu Dashan was looking forward to seeing her every day. After finally waiting for Chi Hongdo to come, Zhu Dashan was so excited. "Auntie, I thought you were not coming." This enthusiasm made Chi Hongdo almost dazed. Did she forget that she really had such a big nephew? People in the countryside are busy. It's not easy to come to town. Chi Hongdo smiled and greeted Zhu Dashan. There was no meat on the butcher's table, and there was not a single bone left. Chi Hongdo slapped her thigh. "I came too late today. I can't buy anything." "Hey, Andy, others come and have nothing. How can you come and have nothing?" "I saved 2 pounds of pork fat today. Especially for you, Andy." Zhu Dashan, who looked fierce, lied without thinking. Even if Chi Hongdo didn't come today, there would be no problem finding a buyer for these 2 pounds of pork fat. This is the best stuff. Zhu Dashan was in charge of the meat supply point of the state-owned food station. There were many people who came to him to ask for his help in getting meat and oil. These 2 pounds of pork fat might be a favor from one of them. Chi Hongdo smiled and didn't expose it. "Thanks to you for thinking about your aunt, and your aunt also thought about you. Last time I heard that you have many children in your family and you wear clothes with waistcloth, so I specially found 2 pieces of stain-resistant cloth. Take a look." Zhu Dashan rubbed his hands excitedly and welcomed Chi Hongdo into the meat stall. Chi Hongdo untied the big basket on his back halfway and took out 2 pieces of cloth from it to show Zhu Dashan. The color is stain-resistant and easy to wear, with fine cotton and coarse cloth, cheap and expensive. More importantly, each of these 2 pieces of cloth is half a piece long, and the quantity is sufficient. If I buy all of them back, my wife will definitely not wait until the new year to complain about me that my children can't wear new clothes. Although it might not be really reserved for herself, Chi Hongdo did not hold on to the price this time for the sake of 2 caddies of pig fat and agreed to Zhu Dashan's bargaining. Blue fine cotton cloth was 70 cents a foot, brown coarse cloth was 35 cents a foot, and 2 caddies of pig fat was 2.2 yuan in total. Chi Hongdo used the pig fat to pay for the money and still made 50 yuan and 30 cents. Zhu Dashan was indeed a wealthy man that Chi Hongdo had chosen, and he bought nearly a whole piece of cloth at once. Although it was a combination of coarse and fine materials, ordinary people were not so generous. However, after buying so much, it was uncertain whether Zhu Dashan would wear it himself or sell it to others, and, of course, she had no control over it. After buying the pig fat, Chi Hongdo went to the supply and marketing cooperative, spent several bills that were about to expire, bought a caddy of fragrant egg cakes, bought a caddy of salt, and saw the white sneakers on the counter, but Chi Hongdo pretended not to see them. After leaving the supply and marketing cooperative, Chi Hongdo met two more acquaintances who greeted her. After exchanging a few pleasantries, they went back to their homes. The town was still too small. Even if not everyone knew her, she might know people in the village, and she might even have some aunts and uncles. So Chi Hongdo didn't plan to continue selling cloth in the town. And Zhu Dashan probably bought enough this time, and he wouldn't need cloth in the short term. When preparing to go back, Chi Hongdo saw the bus from the town to the county. These days, the position of ticket seller on the bus is a stable job, which is the envy of countless people. Chi Hongdo blinked her eyes, which were drooping due to aging, and glanced at the bus. Now the management of urban and rural mobility is strict. You need not only money in your pocket to go out, but also a letter of introduction. Without a letter of introduction, you can't even go to a restaurant in the county. You might be stopped by a checker and be arrested and repatriated as soon as you arrive in the county. It's really not an easy thing to go to the county. Chi Hongdo fiddled with her old arms and legs and walked slowly towards the Red Flag Brigade. Although she bought lard today, she didn't buy meat, otherwise she could make some meat buns. Last time, she got 7 or 8 kilograms of food coupons from the town when she traded for cloth. She exchanged them for several kilograms of flour. Although she had all kinds of sesame cakes to eat these 2 days, she couldn't help wanting to change her taste. Just when Chi Hongdo was thinking about buns on the way back, the panel suddenly flashed. The familiar light golden light made Chi Hongdo impatient to click it. An icon that looked a bit crude flashed in front of Chi Hongdo's eyes. Zhang's grain and oil shop among the many dazzling icons in the game Happy Town. This small grain and oil shop was really inconspicuous, so much so that Chi Hongdo had never thought of such an icon before. She looked around and saw that there was no one on the road. Although she could enter the game directly, she still held back. When she arrived at the entrance of the village, Chi Hongdo saw a pretty girl carrying a basket and holding 2 little boys walking past her. Even if the villagers are not related, basically everyone knows each other. After the girl walked over, Chi Hongdo remembered. Lu Chunyan, coincidentally, this girl is the granddaughter of the cousin of the eldest sister-in-law who is not on good terms with him. It's a bit confusing to say, anyway, this girl's grandmother and old lady Zhao are half enemies. Usually, this girl may be because of her grandmother. She looks at people from the old Zhao family, especially old lady Zhao, with squinting eyes. Today, she looked at it and wondered why this girl seemed to dodge her eyes when she looked at her. The doubts in her heart flashed away, and Chi Hongdo returned to the old Zhao family with a basket and an empty basket for smoke bombs on her back. It was not time to get off work yet, and the labor force in the family was basically in the fields. The weather was hot, and meat and other things could not be kept for a long time. Chi Hongdo took out the pig fat tied with straw and asked Zhao Yuju to refine the oil. Everyone in the family knew that Grandma went to the town to ask Aunt Wu for salary today. In the past, Grandma would occasionally bring some things back from the town, but usually only her brothers and nephews could enjoy the things she brought back, and they didn't even touch the edge. Unexpectedly, after Grandma took out the pig fat, she would also give her a familiar oil paper bag. You sisters share it. After going to the town, it was more convenient to take things out. Chi Hongdo didn't need to explain anyway, the things were all taken out. This time she prepared a brown sugar pancake for each of her granddaughters. It's a little sweet, so it should be very good. As for the baskets and baskets she used as smoke bombs, Chi Hongdo didn't open them, and no one dared to ask. She took them all to her bedroom. The baskets and baskets were of course empty, and the things were all in her small villa space. Chi Hongdo's attention was not here now. She was more concerned about the new icon that had just been opened. That small and inconspicuous Zhangji grain and oil shop that she had forgotten. She opened the panel, clicked Zhangji grain and oil shop, and entered the game. A golden light flashed, and a small shop with a storefront of only 10 square meters appeared in front of Chi Hongdo. In front of the dark wooden counter, a gray-haired old man NPC saw Chi Hongdo enter the store, but he didn't even say welcome. He just rubbed his eyes and continued to lie drowsy in the rocking chair. Chi Hongdo was silent. It seems that there is a reason why this icon was almost completely forgotten. She looked at the goods sold in the grain and oil shop. The shop is not big, and there are not many goods, but it looks particularly surprising. Rice, glutinous rice, black rice, flour, noodles, cooking oil, black beans, soybeans, red beans. You can see the goods packed in sacks and lined up together when you enter the door, which is very down to earth. Chi Hongdo grabbed a handful of rice and looked at it. This rice is very similar to the local rice in Nan province. The rice grains are long but not thin, and it will not make people suspicious if you take it out. The cooking oil is packed in a large oil barrel. Chi Hongdo smelled the fragrance of rapeseed oil, which is not the blended oil or vegetable oil used in later generations. Chi Hongdo likes rapeseed oil very much, and like the rice above, such oil can be mixed in her own oil bottle without being suspected because of its specialness. Chi Hongdo was very satisfied, and she dug in various sacks, feeling that she now owned the whole world. She had endless rice. She had been in this world for so many days, and she had not been able to eat rice happily once. Her body was being taken care of every day, and her health value was slowly rising, but her satisfaction value had always remained at a very low value. Thinking about her previous life, she had been working part-time since junior high school and suffered hardships, but ended up with a cancer diagnosis. Chi Hongdo felt that she should care more about herself and pamper herself more. For example, now if she wants to eat rice, she has to eat it. Chi Hongdo came out of the grain and oil shop with 20 kilograms of rice and smelled the fragrance of lard residue coming from the kitchen. Zhao Yuye was guarding the stove, wiping her saliva and asking her fourth sister, "Can't you really eat a piece?" The lard residue seemed to be waving at her. Although she had just finished a brown sugar pancake, Zhao Yuye felt that she could still eat more after touching her belly. Zhao Yuju shook her head. Of course, the pig fat residue was delicious, but if they were caught eating it secretly without Grandma's permission, they would be miserable. And Grandma gave them brown sugar pancakes today, regardless of whether their brothers and nephews had some, but they couldn't just stare at the food and make Grandma upset. "Grandma is not here. I'll just eat one piece, a small piece, okay." Zhao Yuye's saliva was overflowing, and she shook Zhao Yuju's hand. Chi Hongdo, who had already walked to the kitchen door, raised his eyebrows. Among the granddaughters, the fifth and seventh were both foodies. For a bite of food, they would work hard and never complain. When Zhao Yuju was in a dilemma, Chi Hongdo's voice came from the kitchen door. 2 pieces per person, eat it. The pig fat residue made from 2 pounds of pig fat was less than a bowl. It was impossible for everyone to eat as much as they wanted. It was good to keep it for cooking. Zhao Yuju and Zhao Yuye were startled when they heard the voice, "Grandma." "Grandma, why are you looking at me? Don't you want to eat lard residue? Eat it." Chi Hongdo saw the 2 granddaughters standing there stupidly, put a bag of rice by the door, walked over, and picked up a piece of lard residue with chopsticks. It was crispy, fragrant, and soft. As expected, the more delicious the food, the simpler the cooking method. There were few people in the old Zhao family who had a lot of money, including the old lady Zhao herself. Chi Hongdo didn't think it was such a rare delicacy before eating it, but after taking a bite, the feeling was different. There were 2 granddaughters standing next to them, and Chi Hongdo asked them to take it themselves. Zhao Yuye came back to her senses and said happily, "Thank you, Grandma. Grandma is so nice." Zhao Yuju swallowed her saliva. There were not many good things at home. Putting this bowl of lard residue in the dishes would allow everyone to have a taste of meat, but she still didn't eat it. "Chi Hongdo, your piece of lard is not bad for cooking. Eat it." Zhao Yuju is a bit honest and straightforward. She said she didn't want to eat, not for show, but because of her elders and their husbands' words and deeds. Zhao Yuanwen himself is not a flexible person, and Wang Xiaoqiao is a dedicated person who will never stop spinning silk until death. Whenever there is something good, the first person she thinks of will definitely not be herself. But people are not machines. People have selfish desires. If they suppress their own desires and demands, they will either become abnormal or numb in the long run. What's more, Zhao Yuju is still a big girl who is not married yet. If she marries with such a spirit of dedication to death, she will be exhausted to death. Chi Hongdo saw it and thought it would be good to slowly change Zhao Yuju's habits from small things. Facing Chi Hongdo, Zhao Yuju did not dare to disobey Chi Hongdo again and finally picked up a small piece of lard from the bowl. Is it delicious? Zhao Yuya, who had already finished a piece of lard, looked at her fourth sister with sparkling eyes, her lips glistening with oil, her face bubbling with happiness. How could it not be delicious? No matter how guilty she felt, her taste buds would not lie. Zhao Yuju nodded. It's delicious. Chi Hongdo clapped her hands, picked up another piece, and gave each of the two sisters a piece. Eat. Life is all about eating and drinking. If you have something to eat, just fill your stomach first. Why think so much? Zhao Yuya thought that a piece of lard was the limit, but she didn't expect to eat another piece. Grandma, you're so nice. The girls in the old Zhao family were not very close to the old lady Zhao. Only the fifth Zhao Yuya and the seventh Zhao Yushan, the two granddaughters, sometimes wanted to eat something as delicious as their brothers and be a little sweet. When the old lady Zhao was in a good mood, they could occasionally get some scraps from the corners. Of course, most of the time there was nothing, only a scolding. She scolded them for being the reincarnation of starving ghosts and for being lazy and gluttonous. After scolding them, she would also scold their parents, their own sons and daughters-in-law, and she could scold them for most of the day. However, children only remember food and not beatings, and these two granddaughters are foodies. After being scolded last time, they will come over again when they see something delicious. Chi Hongdo was amused by Zhao Yuya's cat-like flattery. It's certainly not a bad thing that a little girl has a sweet mouth. She took out a handful of fructose from her pocket and gave half to each sister.
Eat it.
Zhao Yuya was really stunned this time. She looked at the wrinkled face and gray hair in front of her. Chi Hongdo saw a gentle smile on the face of the skinny old lady, which she had never seen before, and felt a strange sour feeling in her heart. Chi Hongdo looked at the sun outside, and it was almost time to get off work. After turning over the vegetable garden behind the house, she went to coax Xiao Nyonyo. The granddaughter-in-law Lin Qiyu was preparing to cook dinner with her two sisters-in-law, but when she entered the kitchen, she found Chi Hongdo there. The timid granddaughter-in-law's body instantly became stiff reflexively. Milk. Lin Qiyu called out, her voice as soft as a mosquito's hum. If you listen carefully, you can hear a slight tremor in her voice. After a few days of brown sugar, eggs, and malted milk, she already had milk. Although it wasn't much, it was enough to feed little Nyonyo a little. With milk, little Nyonyo's eyes looked a little more lively. Zhao Xiongnan and Lin Qiyu were both very grateful to the old lady in their hearts. Lin Qiyu also wanted to do more to make her grandmother happy, but she was born timid, and the old lady's majesty as the head of the family was too heavy, so she didn't dare to talk to Chi Hongdo. Just like now, when the two of them were facing each other, she didn't dare to look at Chi Hongdo. When Chi Hongdo saw this granddaughter-in-law, she instantly felt that Huang Shuren had taken over again. Ouch, my head hurts.
Cook.
Pick some eggplants and tomatoes behind the house and wash them. The old hen laid a few eggs today, bring them here. As Chi Hongdo gave orders, several people in the kitchen found their own work. Lin Qiyu had something to do, so she was not so nervous. Working can calm people down. Chi Hongdo moved her mouth, and soon, the eggplants were washed and cut. The juicy tomatoes with a little green skin were cut according to her requirements, and the eggs were beaten and stirred for use. Pick a few more green onions. As soon as Chi Hongdo finished speaking, Lin Qiyu hurried out to pick and wash the green onions. In the kitchen, Zhao Yuju was making a fire. Zhao Yuya was waiting beside her to help, and Lin Qiyu came back to cook. Did you seem to forget something? Chi Hongdo sat on the bench that Zhao Yuya brought over and saw the rice bag leaning against the wall. Oh, I forgot this. Yuya, wash the rice. We'll have dry rice tonight. Several people in the kitchen instantly pricked up their ears and widened their eyes like little rabbits.
What?
Dry rice. Chi Hongdo was calm and composed. I went to the town to get my wages today. I have to work hard at the autumn harvest at home. We The Zhao family will have something good to eat these days. Although people in the southern province eat both rice and noodles, and in the north they even eat noodles as the main food, the people in Qingyan City are still used to eating rice. It's just that few people can eat rice every day these days. As soon as the rice bag was opened, the white rice made people's heart beat faster. It was really good rice without bran, pebbles, or insect holes. It was clean and good rice. Zhao Yuya, who was in charge of washing the rice, was extremely careful for fear that she would spill a grain of rice. In the heavy wooden basin, the white rice was like a peerless beauty, making people salivate. When scooping rice just now, Zhao Yuya didn't dare to scoop more, and Qi Hongdo poured it in. There are so many people in the family, and it's also thanks to the big pot made by old lady Zhao. Otherwise it might not be able to cook all the rice. Milk, oil, is there too much oil? The young wife Lin Chu looked at the shallow pool of oil at the bottom of the pot and spoke tremblingly. She thought that since she had refined lard today, she could use the pot to stir-fry a pot of vegetables. Who would have thought that after washing the rice and putting it in the pot, Milk put a large plate of steamed eggplants on the grate, turned around and added a little oil to the pot next to her. She thought that the shiny bottom of the pot was enough for stir-frying. She actually added more. Qi Hongdo asked Lin Chuyu to look at the half basin of tomatoes next to her. With so many tomatoes in, what oil can you see? It can't be stir-fried at all. How can it be delicious without adding oil and frying the tomatoes until they are sandy? Qi Hongdo waved her hand, ignoring Lin Chuyu's little inner struggle, and directed her to continue cooking. Courage is acquired through practice. After she cooks a few more meals according to this specification, she will be bold. Zhao Yuju and Zhao Yuya were also surprised, but seeing Qi Hongdo's indifference, they just thought that Grandma was in a good mood because she got the money today. They still had a handful of fructose in their pockets, and a bag of sesame cakes was hidden under the pillow in the room. When the group of laborers in the old Zhao family came back, they walked to the kitchen door, and none of them could move their legs. Rice. Mom, are you cooking today? The dog-nosed Zhao guessed today's staple food without even opening the lid of the pot. It was obvious that the rice cooked at home every day was different from the rice tonight. Zhao, who felt exhausted even though he was slacking off, originally planned to come back today to complain to his mother and not go to the fields again, but when dinner was served, Zhao forgot to say anything. He wanted to stuff his head into dinner. Qi Hongdo put enough, 1 bowl of rice per person, a large pot of fragrant tomato and egg soup, greasy steamed eggplant, and a large pot of fried beans with lard. Although there are only 3 dishes in Lao Zhao's house, this is definitely the standard of a state banquet. Look at this soft and white rice. Look at the tender egg flowers in the soup. Look at the greasy steamed eggplant and fried beans. This is how the new year is. The doubts in my heart are only a moment. There are many people and little food. Eat first. At that moment, everyone tacitly chose to shut up, holding the coarse porcelain bowl, eating without raising their heads. Qi Hongdo drank the soup slowly. She wanted to eat when she was hungry. She didn't wait for them at all. The steamed eggplant was soft and rotten with rice, and the fried beans were fresh and tasty. She had already finished a bowl of rice. At this moment, a bowl of tomato and egg soup sprinkled with chopped green onions was used by her to escape. The taste of pure natural and pollution-free is good. The stomach is satisfied, and Qi Hongdo is also satisfied. In fact, it is not enough to let everyone eat enough. After all, the laborers in the family consume a lot of energy. Usually they can only eat 50% full. Today, after eating a bowl of solid rice, they can eat 80% full. The most important thing is that this is rice, and the satisfaction brought by eating it is different. What's more, the oil and water in the dishes today are so rich. In the past, the old lady would be a little more generous when she brought back money, but that was limited to bringing some small things to the sons and grandchildren at home. How could everyone have a share? Mom, did you cook today's meal? Zhao held a bowl of tomato and egg soup and drank it. When he looked up, his baby face, eyes and eyebrows were full of joy from the bottom of his heart. Zhao thought that other people in the family didn't seem to have the skill in cooking, and today's meal might be cooked by his mother. As soon as he opened his mouth, Most of the eyes in the room turned to him. Jiang Yun still had a pancake in her bag. She didn't find a chance to tell her man that she was eating steamed eggplant with lard and garlic and eating rice. She felt that the rice slid down her throat without chewing. Kai Wenli just secretly asked if she had a salary increase. Otherwise, why did her mother cook such a good meal today? Jiang Yun shook her head. She didn't know what was going on. But the rice was definitely delicious. If you have it, eat a few more bites. Who knows when you will eat rice without sweet potatoes and dried grains next time. It was made by Xiangnan's wife. Chi Hongdo drank the last mouthful of soup slowly. She didn't clean up the dishes. With so many people at home, it was not her turn as an old lady to wash the pots and dishes. But when she said this, Zhao Aimin, Zhao Xiangnan and others looked at Lin Chuyu, who was sitting on the bench and eating silently. Being looked at by so many people at once, Lin Chuyu blushed instantly. Zhao Aimin, my nephew's wife has the skill? Not to mention Zhao Aimin, even Zhao Xiangnan was extremely surprised. Lin Chuyu waved her hands repeatedly, stammering and unable to speak.
No, no.
If you are willing to put oil, what is not delicious? Moreover, in that pot of egg soup, according to Chi Hongdo's request, 7 or 8 eggs were beaten into it at once. Otherwise, how could you see the tender egg flowers with so many people eating, and you would only see tomatoes? And the oil residue, a bowl of oil residue, was eaten in one meal. Of course, the taste is good. Lin Chuyu explained haltingly, but the family members gradually understood. In the final analysis, it is only when you are willing to add more ingredients that it tastes good. Apart from other things, the rice and pickles are delicious. The wild vegetable dumplings and bran grains that we usually eat are so hard to swallow that it makes our throats hurt, and it is difficult to go to the toilet. We have to work hard in the autumn harvest, so you should eat well and consider it as a supplement for your body. Chi Hongdo looked at the whole family. I, an old woman, have no other wishes. I just want you all to be well.
Mom.
Zhao Yuanwen held the rice bowl with a moved expression. Mom has suffered all her life, and she has never eaten anything good. When they were serving the rice just now, Mom held the bowl and drank the soup and insisted that she had already eaten. No matter how Zhao Yuanwen thought about it, it was because Mom was reluctant to eat.
Mom did this for them.
The 5th child, Zhao Yuanwu, ate silently. He also heard that the reason why he ate so well today was because Mom was happy to get his wife's salary. The father-in-law has always known about this. He feels a little sorry for his wife, but there is no other way. If the family can be divided, the situation may be better, but the fate of the 6th son and his wife is there, so division is impossible. He doesn't want to irritate his mother again. Among so many sons, the youngest is undoubtedly favored, and the eldest son is the eldest son. Although he has no ability, his mother can always think of him when there is something. He had many fights and troubles in his early years. His mother thought he was a troublemaker and scolded him many times. When Zhao Yuanwu was eating with a bowl, the bruise on his arm was still aching. He listened to Chi Hongdo's words and felt inexplicable. Jiang Yiyun's words that day echoed in his ears again. You were injured, and mother didn't ask you a single question. Zhao Aimin touched the oil on his lips and said excitedly, Mom. So, there will be rice to eat tomorrow? If you work hard and earn more work points, you will have rice to eat. Chi Hongdo took every opportunity to make big promises to Zhao Aimin. This kid went to work in the fields as if he was going to the execution ground. He was always dawdling and came back every day looking exhausted. Chi Hongdo saw it but pretended not to see it, fooling him like a donkey, blindfolding him, fishing carrots in front of him, and telling him to work if he could, and if he couldn't, there were other tricks waiting for him. Zhao Aimin smacked his lips, making a difficult choice in his heart. He originally thought of asking his mother tonight if he could rest for a few days. But from what his mother said, even if there was rice, it would only be available during the busy autumn harvest period. When he rested well, the rice would definitely be gone. Otherwise, should he hold on for another 2 days? As the saying goes, a young boy can make his father poor. Although Zhao Aimin is no longer a young boy, he is a 20-year-old youth, and he is a bottomless pit of food. Zhao Aimin, who is favored by the old Zhao family, has never experienced what it feels like to eat a lot at one time. A solid meal of rice has bewitched Zhao Aimin's heart. He can't even remember the sneaker ticket under his pillow at this moment, so he just wants to eat it. By the way, my mother went to the town today. Did she bring anything delicious? Zhao Aimin's eyes were shining, and he suppressed his curiosity. Even if he wanted to ask, he had to wait until no one was around. If he asked now, the little brats at home would definitely fight with him. After everyone went back to their own rooms in the evening, Zhao Yushan and Zhao Yuxiu received the brown sugar biscuits and a few fructoses given by their fourth sister Zhao Yuju. Grandma gave it to you? Zhao Yushan's apple-like face was full of surprise. Zhao Yuju nodded. Zhao Yuya was wiping her saliva. No, she had eaten everything herself and couldn't drool. The milk is so good. Single-celled Zhao Yushan touched her stomach. Although she was quite full tonight, she still couldn't help wanting to eat the sesame cake in her hand. Sixth sister, do you want to eat it? Zhao Yuju's sesame cake was still untouched. She planned to keep it and secretly share it with Wang Xiaoqiao tomorrow. Zhao Yuxiu shook her head. I won't eat it tonight. I'll take it to school tomorrow. Because there is usually thin soup in the morning, they will be hungry if they can't wait until noon to eat. Usually at this time, they have to endure it. Now there is a sesame cake which is better than anything else to keep it from being hungry. That's right. Zhao Yushan also planned so she endured and put the sesame cake in her school bag. She took the fructose that Zhao Yuya gave her. If she didn't eat the sesame cake, it would be okay to eat a piece of candy? The little girl held the fructose in her hand and looked up at her sisters. Zhao Yuju and Zhao Yuya laughed. Eat it quickly, otherwise the sesame cake will be gone. At least she occupied her mouth with candy. Zhao Yushan was not shy when she was laughed at. She peeled off the candy wrapper and stuffed it into her mouth. It was sweet. The moonlight poured into the simple mud and grass hut through the window, reflecting the rare relaxed smiles on the faces of the girls, weaving into a light dream and adding a touch of color to the gray life with the chirping of insects and frogs outside. After returning to the house, Zhang Yu took out the sesame seed cake from the bag. Zhao Yuanwu saw it but didn't say anything. His wife's hands were a little loose, and sometimes she would buy some food and daily necessities to improve her life. I didn't buy it, my mother gave it to me. Zhang Yu saw that her man didn't speak, so she knew she misunderstood. She told Zhao Yuanwu what happened today. My mother gave it to me? 2 more? Zhang Yu nodded. I ate one. It was filled with white sugar. When she said this, it seemed that the tip of her tongue was filled with an alluring sweetness. Jiang Ian swallowed her saliva. I think this pancake must be given by mother. There was not enough to share among the children, so she didn't take it out. Zhao Yuanwu thought of the way his mother looked at the eldest and the youngest. During dinner, she hardly looked at him. So mother still thought about him? Zhao Yuanwu thought so, and felt a little unbelievable. But the white flour pancake was clearly placed in front of him. With the light behind him, Zhao Yuanwu's expression could not be seen clearly. He picked up the pancake in his wife's hand and smelled the fragrance. He took a bite subconsciously. Zhao Yuanwu had a big appetite and was always hungry. Although the rice tonight was substantial, a bowl of rice could only make him half full. Eating another pancake was not a big deal. After finishing a pancake with pickled mustard greens and a few bites, Zhao Yuanwu came to his senses and found that he had already eaten the pancake. How is it? Zhang Yu asked him in a low voice. Zhao Yuanwu was silent for a moment before speaking, salty. Who asked this? Zhang Yu laughed softly. What a fool. This is because mother still has you in her heart. Zhang Yu muttered. Her husband was not good at speaking and could not say nice things. The old woman did not seem to have said anything soft to her husband. It was probably because she could not save face that she gave her the pancake. Otherwise, for no reason, I have been paid for so many years and never thought of giving them anything. Why did I think of it today? Zhao Yuanwu, lying on the bed, listened to his wife's chattering and felt a little unconfident. Is this really because his mother is thinking about him? If Zhao Aimin said, the person who is most in his heart is of course him. Apart from him, the sweetheart of his mother, Who else is worth thinking about? So Zhao Aimin ran to knock on Chi Hongdo's door late at night. Chi Hongdo, who didn't care about anyone, had another piece of egg cake and drank a cup of mango sago before going to bed, and was sitting in the newly opened Yunduo milk tea shop counting the milk tea categories after dinner. Then Zhao Aimin, the debt collector, came to the door. Chi Hongdo didn't want to open the door for him, but Zhao Aimin had no sense of disturbing others and kept knocking on the door quietly. Little Chi Hongdo came out of the Yunduo milk tea shop cursing and opened the door for Zhao Aimin. Mom, did you bring back anything good when you went to town today? By the way, my sneakers, did you buy me sneakers? Mom, can I not work tomorrow? I'll stay at home with you. The little is good at dreaming. Chi Hongdo chuckled. The sneaker ticket is with you. How can Mom buy it for you? Speaking of which, Mom actually went to the supply and marketing cooperative today and saw the sneakers, but I had money, but no ticket. Mom was anxious and could do nothing. Ah, there really are sneakers. Zhao Aimin thought of the sneaker ticket in his room and regretted it instantly. How stupid he was. Why did he keep the sneaker ticket in his pocket and give it to Mom for safekeeping? How could Mom not buy him the shoes? Mom has always loved him the most. At this moment, Zhao Aimin regretted it so much. This time when I went to town, I bought 2 pounds of pig fat specially, thinking that I could nourish your body during this period. Your brothers are just taking advantage of you. If you don't go to the fields, how can I let you cook rice? Mom, I'm already looking for a wife for you. If you work for 3 days and rest for 2 days, how can I tell you that I'm going to find a beautiful wife? If you don't work, how can I give you rice openly? Your brothers and sisters-in-law will have opinions.
Mom.
Zhao Aimin spoke weakly. What his mother said was all for his own good. Even cooking rice was to nourish his body. If he said he didn't work at this time, would he still be a human being? That's a fool. Be good. Tomorrow I'll ask them to put more rice and cook an extra bowl of rice for my baby son, just for you. How could it be possible to distinguish one person's portion from such a big pot of rice? Whoever eats it gets it. She was just talking and she didn't promise. But Zhao Aimin believed it. He scratched his shorter hair and fell into the topic circle from his mother again. Mom, then I'd better get back to work. By the way, I'll bring the sneaker tickets over. You should keep them. Next time you go to town, remember to buy me sneakers. Zhao Aimin ran to his room and brought the sneaker tickets to Chi Hongdo. Finally, after Chi Hongdo's loving teaching, he returned to his room empty-handed. How can you give him special treatment every time? You have to draw pie in the sky occasionally to teach him a lesson. Chi Hongdo yawned, closed the door, and felt a little sleepy. She put Cloud Milk Tea Shop aside and would look at it tomorrow. She went straight back to the pastoral villa in the game, took a bath in the jacuzzi, and then returned to the soft embrace of Simmons. It's so comfortable. I feel like I can live another 500 years lying like this, hee. Red bean milk tea, pearl milk tea, taro paste buple, mango sako, watermelon popo, käseberry, lemon tea, rav coconut latte. Milk tea, fruit tea, coffee, light milk tea, a small milk tea shop, all of them. Chi Hongdo was as happy about the opening of Yunduo Milk Tea Shop as the opening of Zhangji Grain and Oil Shop. In addition to basic material needs, life must also have some spiritual pursuits. There are no TVs or mobile phones in the countryside now, and even radios are rare, and there are basically no entertainment activities. When you can't even eat enough, you won't think about some vague needs that can only soothe your mouth but not your stomach. Fortunately, Mrs. Zhao doesn't have high blood sugar, otherwise Chi Hongdo would not be happy to see the opening of Yunduo Milk Tea Shop and would only cry. After getting up in the morning, Chi Hongdo first made himself a cup of raw coconut latte with ice. God knows how depressed Chi Hongdo was in the hot weather in Lao Zhao's house where there is no electric fan. After taking a sip of iced coconut latte, I felt that most of my anger caused by the heat had disappeared. Wow, so good. For breakfast, the Zhao family ate steamed cornbread with sweet potato and grain porridge, which was basically at the unified food standard of the Red Flag Brigade. As Zhao Aimin ate the sweet potato porridge, he missed the rice from last night more and more. Thinking of the promise made by his mother last night, he wished that it would be noon now so that he could have the fragrant and soft rice to eat. However, it was futile to think about it because time would not speed up to lunchtime instantly because of his wishes. Zhao Aimin could only accept his fate and go to the fields to work. These days, because Zhao Aimin went to the fields every day, it has become a scene in the Red Flag Brigade. After being surprised, many people were counting the days to see when Zhao Aimin would give up. The team leader knew about this matter, but he was just watching the fun at first. After the donation incident happened later, the team leader thought that the little old lady might have her own plans. Today we are on the same land. You should try harder and put in more effort, okay? Zhao Aimin certainly couldn't abandon his cunning nature just because he had worked for a few days. After finishing breakfast and wiping his mouth, he pulled Zhao Weiguo over. He wanted to put his arm around his shoulders, but Zhao Weiguo was 1.85 meters tall, and Zhao Aimin was less than 1.80 meters tall, so he had to give up. Although they didn't link shoulders and were shorter, Zhao Aimin was still able to command people smoothly. Zhao Weiguo was Zhao Yuanwu's second son, and Zhao Aimin's fourth nephew. Zhao Yuanwu's two sons, Zhao Baojiao, was married and had children, while Zhao Weiguo was 1 year younger than Zhao Aimin and still had no place to go. Zhao Baojia and Zhao Weiguo were both like their father in height and build. They were the ones who raised the overall height standard of the Zhao family. They were all tall and strong. Zhao Weiguo had a hot temper. He also took after his father. But despite his hot temper, he was willing to work hard. Zhao Aimin knew that after he was assigned to work with his nephew, he hoped that he could do more, and it would be best if he finished his own work before doing his work. That would be the best. Zhao Weiguo had no objection. In the old Zhao family, his uncle's status was beyond doubt. He would do more if he could. If his uncle complained to his grandmother, he would be in trouble. In the old Zhao family, Zhao Weiguo was afraid of two people. One was the old lady, and the other was his own father. Seeing that his nephew was so easy to talk to, Zhao Aimin stumbled. He had a hold on his nephew's pigtail and was prepared to use it to threaten him if he didn't agree. He didn't expect it to be so non-challenging. Zhao Aimin sighed in his heart, and on the way to the field, he ran into Lu Chunyan carrying a basket. Zhao Aimin didn't forget to turn around and wink at his eldest nephew. However, the eldest nephew's face was tanned and tall. The sunlight dazzled his eyes, and Zhao Aimin did not see Zhao Weiguo's expression clearly. Humph, this kind of thing will definitely come to light. There will always be a day when the truth is revealed. Zhao Aimin decided to let his eldest nephew go for the time being. When he arrived at the field, facing the endless sweet potato field, Zhao Aimin began to feel sorry for himself again. His hands were worn out from working in the fields these days. You are so slow to do some work. Who are you trying to save face for? When Qi Hongdo went to pick vegetables in the private vegetable field of the old Zhao family by the creek, she heard a sobbing cry. There were also curses and swearing one after another. Zhao Yuya, who came to the vegetable field with her, curled her lips when she heard the sound. It's that bad old woman from the Lu family again. Zhao Yuya muttered softly. Qi Hongdo stood up and looked over. Oh, it was indeed. The old lady who cursed was one of Qi Hongdo's enemies, Wang Damei, who was Gu Cuizhi's cousin and had once teamed up with Gu Cuizhi to beat old lady Zhao. The woman she cursed was Wang Damei's daughter-in-law. The woman was as thin as a reed stick. She held the heavy wooden basin in her arms and staggered when she walked. Qi Hongdo doubted whether she could walk home safely. Sure enough, halfway through the walk, the woman fainted. Wang Damei's first reaction was not to call for help, but to curse. You're going to die. Freshly washed clothes. You little, tell me if you did it on purpose. The woman who fainted on the ground moved her dry and peeled mouth, but did not make any sound. Wang Damei was still cursing. After a while, she finally realized that her daughter-in-law who fainted on the ground was not pretending, so she cursed and went back to the village to call for help. The vegetable plot behind the old Zhao's house was only the size of a palm, and it was not enough to eat, so Qi Hongdo followed Zhao Yuya to pick vegetables from the private vegetable plot by the stream. I didn't expect to see such a thing. The vegetable plots by the stream were originally wasteland, and were reclaimed by the villagers of the Red Flag Brigade themselves. In the years of collective big pot meals, no one had not been hungry. Later, the villagers looked for opportunities to reclaim wasteland in various ways to try to be self-sufficient. The team leader saw it, but didn't say anything. Anyway, the reclaimed vegetable plots did not belong to farmland, and everyone had to eat, so the team leader turned a blind eye. Moreover, almost every family had a share of the vegetable plots on both sides of the stream, so no one in the village went out to make a fuss. If you talk nonsense and lose the vegetable plots, it will not be just one family that will be offended, but the entire red flag brigade. Zhao Yuya looked at the woman who fainted on the ground, revealing a look of pity. But thinking of the disharmonious relationship between the two families and the fact that her grandmother was right next to her, Zhao Yuya didn't rush up stupidly. In fact, it was right for Zhao Yuya not to rush over, because a man not far away saw the fainted woman on the ground and walked over. Just as he squatted down to ask about the situation, Wang Damei rushed over with her men. She was still yelling dirty words. She said that the man's face was green. He was kind, but in Wang Damei's mouth, he was a beast who took advantage of others. There was a chaos at the moment. Wang Damei and her daughter-in-law, as well as the unlucky man who passed by, pushed and shoved back to the village. Afterwards, Qi Hongdo heard that Wang Damei took advantage of the situation and said that the man took advantage of her daughter-in-law. She didn't care about her daughter-in-law's life or death, and asked for a chicken and $1 from the man's family as compensation. TSK. What the granddaughter said was indeed right. Wang Damei is a very bad old woman. After listening to the gossip of other people's families, Qi Hongdo started his own supervisory work. Because it was time to make lunch. The reason why she wanted to supervise was not because she was worried that someone in the kitchen would embezzle money, but because she was worried that they were shortchanging the weight. She didn't dare to put even a pinch of extra rice, and she didn't dare to put even a drop of extra oil in the stir-fry. She felt that if she didn't supervise, the quality of this lunch would go back to the past in a second. The rice was okay, but there were not many vegetables, mainly no meat. Peppers, tomatoes, long beans, water spinach, pure natural and pollution-free farm vegetables, delicious, but without meat, it was not tasty.
Madam. Aunt.
Second aunt. Suddenly, a few little kids who looked like mud monkeys rushed in from the door, crying and saying incomprehensible words. It was taken away. The snails that Dabeo touched. Woo-woo. Danny-yu and Ernie-yu hit me. It hurts so much woo-woo-woo. The little kids became more and more sad as they talked, and finally cried until the sky collapsed and the earth cracked, heartbroken. Qi Hongdo was overwhelmed by the noise. She looked and saw that the eldest of the great-grandchildren was not there. "Where's Dabeo?" she asked. Zhao Yuju and the others were also confused, but although they didn't know what the kids were saying, it looked like they were bullied. Fighting among children in the village was commonplace, and adults usually didn't take it seriously. But Qi Hongdo couldn't stand the little kids' evil voices, so she simply took one of the little kids to find the oldest one. The older one didn't look stupid, but he didn't go home after being bullied. What was he thinking? Qi Hongdo was led to the river by the crying little kids. Qi Hongdo arrived. The older one was holding his head high, with a stubborn and unyielding expression on his face, snatching a worn-out wooden barrel with a little boy who was a little taller than him. Looking closely, there seemed to be something in the barrel. "This barrel belongs to my family." "Yes, it belongs to my family." There was another child behind the little boy, and a pretty girl stood next to him. The girl was none other than Wang Damei's granddaughter, Lu Chunyan. The two boys were called Dinyo and Ernyo, and they were Lu Chunyan's younger brothers. The one who fainted while washing clothes by the river and was scolded by Wang Damei before was their biological mother. Seeing Qi Hongdo coming, Lu Chunyan, who was originally planning to bully the younger one again, withdrew her hand. "This rotten wooden barrel has been by the river for a long time. If you say it's yours, it's yours?" Zhao Dabeo had a bruise on his face. He was outnumbered, but he refused to admit defeat and even found evidence to fight back. "It's originally mine." Danny was very proud. "Who told you to use our wooden barrel to touch the snails? Now this barrel and the snails inside are all ours." "No way." Zhao Dabeo suddenly exerted his strength and pulled the barrel and the man to his side. Danny was caught off guard, and fell flat on his face. Wow, it hurts. Dania fell to the ground and cried loudly. Chi Hongdo understood that these kids saw a wooden barrel by the river and thought of touching the snails. They put the snails they touched into the barrel. There are several chickens at home. The food for people is not enough, let alone chickens. Although the free-range chickens can find some leaves to eat, it is not enough. There are many snails in the stream and pond. The snails that the children touch are most likely smashed and fed to the chickens. Of course, people can eat it, but making this thing is not only time-consuming and laborious, but also wastes oil and seasonings. Most people are reluctant to waste oil and salt to make snails, so of course they feed them to chickens. Looking at the half-full barrel in the wooden barrel, and then looking at the situation of the little guys like mud monkeys, you can tell that they have been playing with this half-barrel of snails for a long time.
Debao.
Madam. Zhao Debao, who was holding the wooden barrel tightly, heard Chi Hongdo's voice and was instantly excited. The kid dragged the wooden barrel to her side with a clang. Grandma Zhao, this wooden barrel is ours. Lu Chunyan looked at Zhao Debao dragging the wooden barrel and said anxiously, "Why, this barrel has your Lu family's name on it. If it says it's yours, it's yours?" The little girl's eyes rolled around, and her clothes were stained with a few spots of dirt. The mud didn't look like it had just touched snails when it went into the water, but rather like it was stained by bullying the kids at home. Chi Hongdo narrowed her eyes. Zhao Erbao, Zhao Sanbao, and two other children from the same village behind her were all pointing at Lu Chunyan and Daniu and Erniu indignantly. Zhao Debao was 9 years old, Erbao was 8 years old, Sanbao was only 3 years old, and the other two children looked only 3 or 4 years old. Lu Chunyan on the opposite side was already 18 years old, Daniu was 10 years old, and Erniu was 9 years old. So, although there were fewer people on the opposite side, they still had the advantage in strength. Chi Hongdo looked at the bruises on her kid's face, and then looked at the 3 people on the opposite side, and she didn't like it no matter how she looked at them. Although Daniu and Erniu also had bruises on their bodies, they were on their side after all. Although Chi Hongdo had a vague impression of the kids at home, it didn't prevent her from being an old lady protecting her kids at the moment. Lu Chunyan was cunning, but this cunning was fine for bullying little brats, but not for Chi Hongdo. And she had something to hide, so she was speechless when she questioned Chi Hongdo like a ghost hitting a wall. Daniu was still crying, and Ernie shouted angrily, "It's ours." "Is it yours? Ask your parents to come find me, Debao, go home." Chi Hongdo waved her hand and asked the children to carry the wooden bucket home together. Lu Chunyan was afraid of the tough history of the identity of old lady Zhao and did not dare to continue to pester her. "Sister, why don't you take our things back?" Erniu complained behind her. "It's all because of my useless sister. Otherwise, you can go back and tell Grandma that you and Daniu were bullied and ask Grandma to help us get them back," Lu Chunyan suggested. Chi Hongdo's body was sharp after the treatment, and she heard clearly. Wang Damiai and her cousin Ge Tsueji learned to be hypocritical. They pretend to be kind and weak in front of others, but mean and vicious behind others. Chi Hongdo was not afraid of Wang Damiai coming to make trouble, but some things could be solved without violence. For example, now Chi Hongdo was walking on the road with a group of kids home. Many people saw them. Because the kids had bruises on their faces and were very eye-catching like mud monkeys, and seeing Chi Hongdo, some people came up to talk to them, thinking that the kids had made mistakes and were caught and taught a lesson by Chi Hongdo. Chi Hongdo answered every question with great patience. Why are the kids so dirty?" "Oh, the kids know how to reduce the burden on their families, so they go to the river to catch snails as food." Why do the kids look like they have fought?" "Oh, it's useless for me, an old woman." The kids wanted to get some food for the family, but they finally touched half a bucket, and someone came up to grab it. So, they started fighting? What, you ask who did it? It was the Lu family. The older one took care of the younger one, bullying the younger one. I know their grandmother, and I don't get along, but no matter what, you can't bully children. Look at how our little kid got beaten. It's pitiful. Chi Hongdo kept talking as she walked. No matter whether others believed it or not, the snails in the barrel were real, and the wounds on the little kids' faces were real. What she said was of course true. As for what others think, that's their business. If you are right, you are not afraid of going anywhere. As long as Wang Damiai's brain is not covered with, she knows that she has no face to come to her door to cause trouble. As for the snails that the little kids touched, Chi Hongdo planned to take out the bran and chaff that were reserved for making dumplings in the bag at home and feed them to chickens and pigs. These snails are all big and look very plump. It's a waste to feed them to chickens. It's better to keep them for a few days and make spicy snails. As for the little kids with tears and snot, they all went to the bluestone steps of the pond to take a bath, and then each of them took a piece of fructose, and the world returned to peace. Seeing his brothers all having candies, Sibao, who was abandoned by his brothers, leaned on the doorstep and drooled, cried out twice, tears and saliva flowing out together. Brother.
Candy. Candy.
The 2-year-old Sibao cried for a long time, but no one paid attention to him. Suddenly, the drizzle turned into heavy rain, and he burst into tears. He cried so sadly. The kid lying on the doorstep was crying so hard that those who didn't know would think he had suffered a great injustice. Chi Hongdo took out a candy from his pocket, looked at the thumb-sized candy, and then looked at the little guy in his shorts who was trying to touch the door frame to stand up but couldn't control himself and staggered from side to side, and was silent. This thing doesn't seem to be suitable for a kid, right? What if it gets stuck? Chi Hongdo thought about it, took out a piece of soft egg cake, broke off half, and gave it to Sibao. Before giving it out, Chi Hongdo waved to Debeo, who was still licking the candy next to him. Take a towel and wipe your brother's face clean and wash your hands. The kid looked particularly dirty. Sibao is Debeo's younger brother. Wang Xiaoqiao has 2 sons. The eldest son, Zhao Xiangdong, married Sun Honyun, who was in good health. Sun Honyun gave birth to 3 sons, namely Debeo, Erbao, and Sibao. However, the older child usually only likes to play with children of the same age or older. Debeo had no brotherly love for this silly little brother who couldn't even speak clearly. But Chi Hongdo spoke up, so he still held Sibao and took a gray towel to the pond to wash the little brother. Debeo washed very roughly, and Sibao, who was thinking about the egg cake, sobbed but didn't resist. As they washed, Debeo and the little brother in his arms were soaked in the water. What? You ask what to do if the clothes are wet. It's easy to do, just sit in the sun and dry them and you don't need to change clothes at all. Looking at the great-grandson who went from a dirty kid to a drowned kid, Chi Hongdo was selectively blind. Rural children are tough, and this situation is very normal. When she distributed the egg cake to Sibao, who had been washed clean, the little guys next to her had bright eyes. Brother Bao, is that an egg cake? The 4-year-old dog boy slurped his saliva, holding a candy that he had licked several times but didn't want to eat. This is Debeo and Erbao's little follower. Chi Hongdo felt a little soft-hearted when she saw the group of skinny kids around her. She turned back to the bedroom and took out 2 more egg cakes. Debeo and Erbao each got 1/2, and Gohua and another kid named Donghua got 1. Sibao and Sambao got the one in her hand. Are you really giving it to me? Donghua was timid and didn't dare to reach out to take it. Erbao was also a little uncertain. My wife gave it to me, so I'll just eat it. Compared to his brother's hesitation, Debeo decisively took the egg cake from Chi Hongdo's hand and gave it to his brother. Sambao was heartless, and Sibao only had egg cake in his eyes. Gohua and Donghua finally happily shared a piece of egg cake with Chi Hongdo's affirmative answer. Today's lunch was still prepared by Zhao Yuju, Zhao Yuya, and Lin Chuyu. A big pot of white rice was cooked, followed by stir-fried water spinach, scrambled eggs with peppers, and loofah egg soup. Green vegetables, tender scrambled eggs, red and green peppers, with enough rapeseed oil in the bottom of the pot. Each dish looks particularly delicious. Dried peppers are hung on the wall of the kitchen. Chi Hongdo asked Zhao Yuju and others to wash the snails that Debeo and others brought back and prepare to make spicy snails. The little brats remembered to eat, but not to be beaten. After drying their pants and eating candy, they ran out again. Even Sibao, who could not walk steadily, had no patience to stay at home. He grabbed his brother's hands and ran out. Anyway, when it was time to eat, Everyone would go back to their own homes, so there was no need to worry about them. Listening to the noise of children playing crazily not far away, Chi Hongdo, who was sitting at the door of the kitchen, thought of Debeo and Erba. These two kids are 9 and 8 years old. Shouldn't they go to school? She thought about it. Debeo had been to school, but the child hated school. He ran back after less than a month and then refused to go to school. Erba followed suit and never went to school. No one at home paid attention to the child, so they just let him run around the village. Chi Hongdo. What else can I say? The parents don't care, the grandparents don't understand, and the great-grandmothers are even more frugal, even if what they save may be the turning point in their great-grandson's life. Anyway, as long as they benefit, why should they care about other people's life and death? It's true, people from the same family stick together. A bunch of fools. At least they can learn a few more words. It's better than being illiterate. Chi Hongdo shook his head and turned to point to Lin Chuyu to find a small bag of spices in the drawer of the kitchen cabinet. To make spicy snails, you have to remove the smell and fishy smell, and the ingredients must be heavy to make it delicious. Spicy snails are already here, so how can crayfish be far away? Chi Hongdo thought about the carefree scene of herself taking a bite of crayfish and a sip of iced milk tea, and she felt beautiful. Speaking of which, will Wang Damei come to Lao Zhao's house to make trouble today? Chi Hongdo fanned herself with a broken palm leaf fan, thinking carelessly. The result was no. Not that Wang Damei didn't want to make trouble, but that she had other things to do and didn't have time to come. It was still the incident when her daughter-in-law fainted. The man who came to greet her happened to be a man in the village whose wife had died. Even though the two had never met at all, and one of them was still in a coma at the time, Wang Damei was still holding on to her, believing that the man was taking advantage of her daughter-in-law. The man was tongue-tied and couldn't win the argument with Wang Damei at all. In the end, he could only admit that he was unlucky and compensate Wang Damei with 10 eggs. Of course, Wang Damei's initial request was not just 10 eggs. She wanted both chickens and money, but she didn't succeed. But having eggs was already an extra gain. After all, they were free. With these eggs, Wang Damei didn't care about the snails that were oily and difficult to eat. She went home with the eggs, as if she had won a battle. As for the rotten wooden barrel, it had been by the river for 800 years and no one wanted it. Big Cow and Second Cow were just lying. Of course, it didn't belong to their family. Although snails are hard to eat, they are tasty and they are meat after all. Besides, Chi Hongdo was so willing to put in more ingredients. Looking at the full pot of soup, Chi Hongdo asked Zhao Yuye to pick some edamame from the vegetable garden and put it in. Just cook it together like stewing, the taste is just as good. At noon that day, the laborers of the old Zhao family had not returned home yet, but they could smell a deadly fragrance from a distance. There were even villagers who winked at them and greeted them. What delicious food are you making today? Half of the village can smell it. Are you making braised pork? Zhao Aimin, who was soaked in sweat and half dead, heard the 3 words braised pork and immediately ran away and rushed home. Mother didn't say she was going to make braised pork yesterday. Could she want to give him a surprise? Zhao Aimin was running while fantasizing in his heart. My mother is so good to me. Zhao Yuanwen and the others were confused. Others didn't know that they had rice to eat today, and they didn't shout about it. Having rice to eat is enough to make people envious, and eating braised pork? Impossible. Is my mother going to die? When they got home, Zhao Yuanwen and his friends were relieved to make sure that the family didn't make braised pork today. However, soon, with Zhao Aimin's startled voice, they found that they were relieved too early. Wang Xiaoqiao, who had been frugal all his life, looked at the big pot of shiny, spicy, and tempting snails and reflexively began to calculate how much oil was used to cook the snails. If it were a normal family meal, how long would it take? Kai Wenli was also shocked and hurried to the kitchen. There was still rice in the pot, and it had not become a mixed grain rice steamed bun. How come the Zhao family's food has suddenly made a qualitative leap? If everything needs to be explained carefully, then is Chi Hongdo still the tyrant of the Zhao family? Just cook whatever you want. Didn't you see that Zhao Aimin had picked up a snail and started it? This kid really knows how to eat. He first the taste on the snail shell, and then started to eat the meat. Mom, this must be a lot of oil.
Cai wen li et galim.
Li Xiaoyi had already run to the kitchen to get some rice. She probably learned from the previous lessons that if there was something to eat, she should not rush to eat it. She should eat it first. Only what was in her stomach was hers. Several married and unmarried grandchildren, all young and strong men, could not resist the smell of it, and they did not care how much oil was used to cook the snails in front of them. Chi Hongdo looked at the group of people standing there stupidly. Don't you want to eat? If you want to eat, go to the kitchen and get some rice. Zhao Aimin had already sat on the bench and called his fourth nephew, Weigua, bring me a bowl of rice. This saved him the trouble of even serving the rice. The snail meat was firm, fragrant, and chewy, and Chi Hongdo asked Lin Qiyu to use enough ingredients, so it was of course delicious when it was cooked. Otherwise, the villagers would not mistake the Zhao family for making braised pork. Of course, the villager who was talking didn't really think that the Zhao family was making braised pork. Who could eat braised pork if it wasn't a festival? However, there was not only smoke coming out of the chimney, but also the aroma of snail meat. Even if it wasn't braised pork, it was probably good stuff. Someone who worked with Zhao Aimin thought about it and gossiped with others. I guess the old lady felt sorry for her youngest son working in the fields, so she made it delicious. This reason was completely tenable. Whether it was Zhao Aimin who boasted to others that his mother loved him the most and always found ways to make delicious food for him, or the old lady who was so partial that everyone in the Red Flag Brigade knew about it, this reason was easily believed by everyone. After a brief shock, Zhao Yuanwen sat down at the table with his bowl in his hand, picked up a chopstick and ate a mouthful of edamame cooked with snails, and suddenly he had nothing to say. After working hard in the field for half a day, he had accumulated a lot of fatigue, which seemed to be completely dissipated in this mouthful of rice and vegetables. Food is the first necessity of the people. China has had a small peasant economy for thousands of years. From ancient times to the present, countless people have spent their entire lives just to have this ordinary meal. No matter how turbulent the outside world is, in the eyes of Zhao Yuanwen, who has been doing farm work for half his life, it has little to do with him. Being able to eat and wear warm clothes is the most amazing thing. It's just that he is useless and can't let his mother enjoy the happiness. He has to work hard for his mother to run the family. This rice and lard, the mother doesn't say, but Zhao Yuanwen knows that it is absolutely impossible for him to find connections to get these. He has no way at all. The family depends on the mother inside and outside. When the family was about to run out of food in the early years, he thought he was going to starve to death, and the breath in his heart was about to dissipate. It was also the mother who found a way to get a bag of coarse grains and pulled him and his brothers and sisters back. Thinking of this, Zhao Yuanwen, who was eating with a mouthful of fragrance, felt very guilty. It's all my fault. I've never brought glory to my mother in my life. Zhao Aimin was very happy with the meal. He had a big bowl of snails and edamame. There was a lot of it. He left a small portion in the kitchen for dinner. He was willing to add oil according to the normal amount of cooking. Even the water spinach growing wildly in the field became so crisp and delicious. If there was a little wine at this time, not only Zhao Aimin but also all the men in the Zhao family, big and small, would have eaten well. After a mouthful of full rice and a mouthful of spicy snails, I felt that I had no more requirements. After a meal, my fatigue disappeared. I felt that I could turn over an acre of land after eating. My sister-in-law's cooking skills are really good. The eldest grandson's wife, Sun Honyun, praised Lin Qiyu. Zhao Xiongnan looked at his wife, and he also looked proud. Grandma said that his wife would still be the chef today. Even if Grandma was willing to add oil, it was still his wife who cooked. Thinking of this, Zhao Xiongnan felt a little happy. In addition, because of the recent supplementation of brown sugar, eggs, and malted milk, Xiao Niuniu ate milk, and his wife's complexion was much better. The big stone in Zhao Xiangnan's heart was also moved. Originally, he was really worried that he could not support Xiao Niuniu, and if Xiao Niuniu could not survive, he was afraid that his wife would also lose half her life. Now his wife and daughter are fine, and he still has strength. It is right to work harder and earn more work points. What's more, the quality of the family's food has been rising in the past few days. If he doesn't take advantage of this time to earn more work points, what if the milk thinks he is lazy? Then let alone brown sugar, eggs, and malted milk. If he treats his wife and Xiao Nianyo worse than before, then he will really be helpless. Zhao Xiongnan, who was afraid that one day it would become like this, shuddered in his heart. No, it must not happen. Nothing bad will happen. As long as he works hard, life will always get better. There is always endless work to do during the autumn harvest, but the group of laborers in the old Zhao family go out early and come back late every day, but it is rare to see anyone complaining. Even Zhao Aimin, who always complains that he can't work anymore, has persisted all the way. Don't ask why. In the morning, the rice porridge is thick enough to stand chopsticks, the fragrant egg pancakes, and the rice at noon are enough. Because they are willing to use oil and salt, the taste is close to the stir-fried dishes in state-owned restaurants. At night, you can also eat enough, without worrying about waking up hungry in the middle of the night, and being hungry and unable to sleep all night. Once a person is full and well-fed, most of the hostility in his body will disappear. The adults don't say, but the little brats in the family have been eating well recently. Debao and his friends seem to have got some inspiration from touching snails, and they want to get some food in the river and pond in various ways. Not to mention, they persevere in bringing snails home, smashing the small ones to feed the chickens, and raising the big ones in a large basin. Chi Hongdo said that they would keep them for making spicy snails later. Later, Debao and the others caught 2 small grass carps, which were not very big, one weighing a little over a pound, and the other less than a pound. They also caught 2 loaches, but they couldn't be cooked separately, so Chi Hongdo asked Lin Qiyu to make loach noodles for breakfast. Chi Hongdo looked at the little kids, who were always thinking about how to get more food every day. But no one thought there was any safety hazard, whether it was Zhao Xiongdong and Sun Honyun in the big room, the eldest couple, or Zhao Baojia and his wife in the 5th room, and the 5th couple. No one thought there was any safety hazard. No one in the big room stood up and said that Debao and Erbao were old enough and should go to school. There was no awareness of this, and no one mentioned it because Debao hated studying. Chi Hongdo observed for half a month and found that Debao and Erbao were not stupid children. When it comes to studying, at most they are not smart students, but they can't read at all. It depends on whether anyone in the family pays attention to it. But it is obvious that except for her who noticed the learning problems of the little kids, no one else in the family thought about this problem. Madam, persimmons are delicious. I don't know if it's because he drools too much, but the 2-year-old Sibao has always been unclear in his speech. He looks stupid to begin with, and talking like this and drooling makes him look more like a little fool. Zhao Debao looked at her with disdain, thinking that this stupid boy couldn't be his own brother, or that his own mother had taken him by mistake in the clinic. Nowadays, some people give birth to their own children by finding a midwife at home, but the notoriously stingy and vicious old lady Zhao, who has always had a bad reputation in the Red Flag Brigade, agreed to let her granddaughter-in-law give birth in the clinic. In this regard, most of the old ladies in the Red Flag Brigade may not be as good as old lady Zhao. There are male doctors in the clinic. The feudal old stubborn people don't know anything else, but many of them will hold on to this point. Most people don't have the ability to accept new things like old lady Zhao. This is probably why old lady Zhao insisted on learning to read from scratch after getting married, showing her extraordinary acceptance. There are 6 or 7 persimmon trees in front of old Zhao's house. When spring comes, the locust trees by the pond bloom with clusters of snow-white locust flowers, followed by the persimmon flowers that are full of bells on the persimmon trees. An old persimmon tree can bear so many persimmons as big as a baby's fist in a summer that the branches are bent by the pressure. This thing is delicious, but it can't be eaten as a meal. Eating too much will make your stomach hurt. Persimmons are cold in nature and there are many taboos. But children are greedy. In late autumn, the red persimmons on the branches of the persimmon tree have thin red skins that break easily. The tender red flesh and sweet juice inside can be up in one mouthful, which is sweet to the heart. There is no child who doesn't like it. The annoying thing is that the ripe persimmons on the branches will mostly be eaten by birds, and the ones they're staring at that are about to ripen will always be eaten first. But it doesn't matter. The persimmons can also be dried into persimmon cakes. The white layer of frost sugar on the persimmon cakes tastes soft, thick, and delicious. But these are things that happen in late autumn, or even after winter. Now the persimmons are still green-skinned. But greedy children don't care about these. Sibao, who couldn't speak clearly, stuck out his and tried to reach the persimmons on the branch. Once, twice, he didn't have much skill, but he was very patient. Because of his unstable center of gravity, he fell on his but didn't cry. His eyes were still fixed on the persimmons. Sanbao, who was 1 year older than Sibao, saw this scene and came over happily. He was like a big brother and tried to pick up his little cousin and let him pick persimmons. The result was, of course, that the two little guys fell together, forming a stacked posture. However, because of their height, even if the two little guys fell, they were only standing or lying down and they didn't fall far. At this time, Debeo and Erbao came back with the broken wooden barrel they used to touch snails that day. Looking at the smiles on the faces of the two little guys, you know that they didn't return empty-handed today. By the way, the broken wooden barrel in their hands has been repaired. It was repaired by the seventh son, Zhao Yuanquan. The old lady's seventh son was weak and timid and acted cowardly, but unexpectedly seemed to be born with some manual work. Debeo had originally asked his grandfather to help him fix the wooden barrel, wanting to keep it for use, but Zhao Yuanwen couldn't fix it after few attempts. He saw Zhao Yuanquan passing by and asked his younger brother to fix it. Zhao Yuanwen fiddled with the broken wooden barrel that he couldn't fix during the day, but in Zhao Yuanjuan's hands, it was fixed without much effort. Madam.
Fish.
We caught fish. The wooden barrel was brought over, and Shi Hongdo took a look. Well, there were 1 big and 3 small ones. The big one was only as long as the palm, and the 3 small ones were only as long as fingers. They were really small. The 2 big ones here looked like they were asking for praise, and the 2 small ones over there were still slurring their words and craving for persimmons. Lin Chuyu and her 2 granddaughters were working, and there was a baby who had just woken up in the main room and tried to crawl towards her. Lin Chuyu, as a mother, was always worried about leaving little Nyonyo alone in the house. Chi Hongdo saw that she always carried little Nyonyo on her back with a red sling wherever she went. No matter how light the baby was, it still easily bent the waist of this young and thin mother. She asked Lin Chuyu to put little Nyonyo on the cool bed in the corner of the main room to sleep. She had nothing to do and could help to take a look. The surface of the cool bed was woven with bamboo strips. Because it had been used for several years, the bed surface had long been smooth, without a single burr. The legs of the bed were made of thick bamboo tubes, square and easy to lie on for 2 adults. Chi Hongdo directed Erbao to coax little Nyonyo, and then looked at Zhao Debeo. Zhao Debeo, who was excited, suddenly felt something was strange. Why did the wife look at him like that? Chi Hongdo laughed in his heart. Do you know why adults invented schools? If it is not for the sake of honoring the ancestors, but for peace of mind, adults will also be happy to put these 7- or 8-year-old children who are disliked by dogs into schools.
Come here.
Chi Hongdo waved to Zhao Debeo. The little brat put down the barrel and ran over. As the eldest of the eldest grandsons in the eldest house, his status is always a little different in the eyes of the old people with old ideas. In this regard, Mrs. Zhao is no exception. Zhao Yuanwen is not very good to his wife, but he is filial and obedient to his mother. He is also the eldest, and his eldest grandson gave Mrs. Zhao the first boy of the great-grandchildren. Mrs. Zhao is very good to Zhao Debeo. Otherwise, how can we say that the eldest son and the eldest grandson are the treasures of the old lady? The old sayings are also based on facts. Because of the partiality, Zhao Debeo is not afraid of Chi Hongdo and even quite close to her. Madam, what's wrong? Zhao Debeo asked her with a dark but energetic face.
Here, take it.
Chi Hongdo took out a palm-sized booklet from her pocket and then took out a short half-pencil head and handed it to Zhao Debeo. Zhao Debeo took the blank booklet and pencil with a puzzled look on his face. He wondered why Chi Hongdo gave him these things. Zhao Debao held the pencil head with a confused look on his face. He couldn't write at all. How could someone who went to school for less than a month and then ran back home write? But Chi Hongdo pretended not to know. Debao, Madam sees you catching fish and snails every day and bringing things home. Madam will also give you work points. You can exchange the work points with Madam for candy. Do you want it? Yes. Is there any need to ask? You must want it. There is no child who doesn't crave candy. The candy that Madam had given to Grandma before was put away by Grandma, saying that it was to be saved for the new year. Even Debao, who is so favored, can't easily get a piece of candy. Hearing Chi Hongdo say this, Zhao Debao was very excited. Madam, how do you calculate work points? Chi Hongdo said seriously, work points are easy to calculate. If you bring back snails and hairtails, you will get 2 work points each time. If you can keep your younger brother from being naughty or fighting, you'll get 1 work point a day. Zhao Debao listened attentively. He didn't know how to count, but when he thought of what Chi Hongdo said about exchanging for candy, he listened to every word without missing a word. But Chi Hongdo hadn't finished yet. These can all be counted as work points for you. 10 work points equal 1 candy. Madam will give you as much as you work, but there is one thing. What? Chi Hongdo paused here, and Zhao Debao hurriedly asked, fearing that Chi Hongdo would regret not exchanging candy for him. It's just how many work points you earn every day and how you earn them. You write them down in this booklet. Madam is old and afraid that she will forget. You have to write down every day and every item clearly and calculate the work points clearly, and then Madam can exchange them for candy for you. Chi Hongdo finished the last sentence slowly, and Zhao Debao was dumbfounded. He can't write. He can't do arithmetic. He can't even write his own name. Zhao Debao, who was full of energy and eyes shining just now, instantly became depressed.
Madam, I can't.
The little brat was frustrated. Chi Hongdo pretended to be surprised. Hey, didn't Debao go to school? How come you can't do this? Madam, you can do it at your age. Zhao Debao's dark face was blushing, but it was too dark to see. He just can't do it. He can't learn it at all, he thought in his heart, recalling the experience of going to school for more than half a month. Every day was a mess. The teacher's words seemed to be talking about heavenly books. He couldn't understand anything. There were smart classmates who understood it at once and laughed at him. He felt ashamed and angry, so he couldn't hold on for less than a month and rolled around at home and refused to go to school. Chi Hongdo could of course see that the little brat was worried, but he didn't say it, so she didn't ask. As for whether he wanted to exchange it for candy, that was Zhao Debao's own business. Let him think about it slowly. The booklet was cut out of a medical record booklet that she bought from the convenience hospital for a gold coin. The cover and page numbers were cut off, and what was given to Zhao Debao was just a blank-lined booklet with nothing visible. The pencil stub was left by old lady Zhao when she was keeping accounts. Zhao Debao was left scratching his head while Chi Hongdo asked Zhao Yuye to bring the scissors. She cut a large basket of green-skinned hard persimmons from the persimmon tree and then casually pointed to Zhao Weigua, who was tall and strong and had just returned from working in the fields, to fetch 2 buckets of well water and poured all the persimmons cut from the branches into the well water in 2 buckets to soak. Green-skinned hard persimmons can of course be eaten. Just soak them in well water for about a week, changing the water 2 or 3 times in between, and the persimmons can be eaten. They are crispy and sweet and are no worse than apples. In the future, there are live broadcasts on the internet that specialize in selling orange-peeled chocolate crisp persimmons. Those crisp persimmons are very gimmicky, but the taste is really not as good as these green-skinned hard persimmons soaked in well water. The kitchen and the main room were full of people, busy with their work, and no one noticed Zhao Debao, who was sitting by the door holding a booklet and looking embarrassed. When Zhao, who was always the most enthusiastic about going home after work, saw a figure flashing by the haystack behind the kitchen of old Lu's house, and his feet turned around naturally. Brother Weigua, I really have no choice. Please help me. The pretty girl with a red hairband bit her lips, and her ordinary eyes looked even more beautiful because of the flashing tears. The tall Zhao Weigua seemed a little at a loss in the face of Lu Chunyan. Brother Weigua, I don't want to marry someone else. I already have someone I like in my heart.
Right?
Lu Chunyan pushed her full chest and slowly rubbed against him. Zhao Weigua was shocked and took a big step back. Zhao Aimin, who was hiding in the corner, saw this scene and cursed his nephew in his heart for being stupid and not knowing how to take advantage of the opportunity that was delivered to his door.
Just tell me what you want me to do for you.
Zhao Weigua's voice inherited Zhao Yuanwu's loud voice, and even if he deliberately lowered it, it was difficult to hide his rough nature. Lu Chunyan lowered her head, and no one could see the flash of disgust in her eyes at this time. After a while, Lu Chunyan wiped the corners of her eyes without tears and said to Zhao Weigua with a touching face, "I knew that you would help me, Brother Weigua. My sister-in-law arranged a marriage for me, and I didn't know about it before, but my sister-in-law secretly took 20 yuan from the other person. Later, my nephew fell ill, and my sister-in-law spent the 20 yuan. I don't want to marry that person, but my sister-in-law insisted that it would be impossible to take out the money. I can only find a way to collect money to pay that person back. But where can I get 20 yuan at the moment? Brother Weigua, I know this is a lot of money, but I really don't know who to find. My mother is also sick recently, and my father has no money. There are so many things at home, and no one can take care of me." Ying ying. Lu Chunyan bit her lip, looking miserable, like a peerless little white flower blown by a storm, the most pitiful person in the world. Zhao Aimin listened to Lu Chunyan's long speech, not to mention being moved. Even his eyelids didn't move. He shouted in his heart, "This little is really tricky." His silly nephew wouldn't take it seriously, would he? No way. How could he believe something so unconvincing and full of loopholes? But before Zhao Aimin could finish expressing his thoughts in his heart, the tall and strong but surprisingly easy to deceive Zhao Weigua nodded, I'll find a way to get it together for you." As soon as he finished speaking, Lu Chunyan, who was originally in a miserable state, suddenly became happy. "Really, Brother Weigua? You are such a good person." Zhao Weigua saw the happy smile on Lu Chunyan's face from the bottom of his heart, and he couldn't help but smile. 20 yuan is certainly not a small amount, but Lu Chunyan said it so difficultly and pitifully, of course he couldn't refuse. There are few people in this world who can say no to the girl they like. Therefore, it seems understandable that Zhao Weigua has no difficulty in conquering her. The two young people only met briefly, and Zhao Weigua didn't even touch the girl's hair, but he inexplicably owed 20 yuan. Zhao Aimin didn't care about the previous situation, he only saw the last point. He was shocked in his heart. The girl from old Lu's family really dared to ask for such a high price. Sure too, the second-rate guy who hung out with him, also had a girl he loved, but the girl's request to Shirtu was at most small things like a red hairband and a cloth handkerchief. Which girl can treat a man as a sucker and fool him like this? Although he doesn't have a partner, Zhao Aimin has a reference partner around him. When you compare people, you can know what kind of person they are. Zhao Aimin saw through Lu Chunyan's little thoughts at a glance, but what he didn't expect was that his good nephew Zhao Weigua was willing to be the sucker. This kid, usually he was silent, looked very scary, but I didn't expect so easy to cheat. And that's 20 yuan. Is he planning to cut the meat off his body and then sell it by weight for money? Otherwise, why would he agree to help others collect money? Zhao Aimin thought it was unreasonable. Zhao Weigua didn't know that his little secret was bumped into by his uncle, Zhao Aimin again. He was also worried about how to make money. Lao Lu and his wife secretly sold mountain products to acquaintances. In fact, they earned hard money. They got up early and went to bed late and got some mountain products in the mountains. After accumulating a certain amount, they would hide from people and secretly sell them for money. But after Qi Hongdou got angry and confiscated most of Lao Lu and his wife's private money last time, they haven't bought mountain products for a long time. The main reason is that the farming season has been busy recently, and there is no time. Zhao Weigua went to the commune twice when he helped the team transport grain to the grain station, and he also took the opportunity to go to the town. Young people have active minds, and Zhao Yuanwu and Jiang Yin are not stupid, so their son is naturally not bad. Compared with other young people of the same age in the village, Zhao Weiguo is actually quite good-looking. Because Zhang Yun can still keep 5 yuan every month, Zhao Yueying, who is already married, has 80 yuan of dowry money from Zhang Yun, and she can stand up straight when she goes to her husband's house. And Zhao Weiguo's brother married his wife, with the money collected by Lao Wu and his wife. Although it is not much, it is not unfair to the young couple. And his sister Zhao Yuya is also the one who never lacks red hairbands and has the least patches on her clothes among the cousins. Zhao Weiguo himself is not bad-looking, and he can occasionally get some sweet things from his parents. Compared with other young people in the village who are timid, listless, always short of money and embarrassed, he has a certain competitiveness. Perhaps this is why Lu Chunyan would talk to him. At first, it might just be to help someone with a sprained ankle, to chat and joke with a little shyness, or to lift the heavy basket casually when the girl was too weak to carry it. However, at this young and ignorant age, as the little things in daily life accumulated, the boy felt strange in his heart. But the girl knew the boy's strangeness very well. Gradually, the girl had all kinds of small troubles that needed the boy's help to solve, which might be endless farm work, a steamed bun when she was hungry, or the red hairband on his sister's head that was envied, but she didn't have. The boy never refused her once, and as these small problems were solved one by one, the boy seemed to have a different sense of accomplishment in his heart. It seemed that all the troubles of this person became his responsibility. It was also because of this that Lu Chunyan asked for 20 yuan this time. Even though Zhao Weiguo felt embarrassed in his heart, he still agreed without hesitation. "Nephew, tell your uncle quietly, do you have any way to make money?" After hearing Zhao Weiguo agree to raise 20 yuan for Lu Chunyan, Zhao Aimin's heart was full of weeds. He secretly paid attention to Zhao Weiguo for several days, but he didn't find any other tricks besides working. This shouldn't be the case. Zhao Aimin knew that his nephew was a little naive, but he would not lie. Since he promised Lu Chunyan, there must be a way. What is the way? Zhao Aimin guessed in his heart, and when he couldn't figure it out, he simply went to Zhao Weiguo to ask. Zhao Weiguo was stunned by the question, and then shook his head. What does shaking your head mean? No, or don't want to tell your uncle. Don't be so stingy, nephew. We are all family. If your uncle makes money, he will definitely not forget you. Zhao Aimin said it with real feelings. He has been working in the fields for almost a month, and he hasn't worn the new sneakers of his dreams yet. But this can't be blamed on my mother for not keeping her word. In the past month, the white rice and various oily dishes at home have made him eat deliciously. Mother told him privately that these rice were exchanged by her. It was just to nourish his body. Mother has spent so much effort to exchange so much good rice. How can she go to the town to attract attention and buy new sneakers? If the group of gossipers in the village knew about it, there would definitely be a lot of gossip. Zhao Aimin is not afraid of being gossiped about. If he was afraid of being gossiped about, he would not be a second-rate person. But they eat so well. They dare not let others know. What if someone with bad intentions does bad things? Zhao Aimin himself is not very kind, so he is very defensive on this point. So Qi Hongdo never went to the town again, and Zhao Aimin didn't make a fuss, saving Qi Hongdo a lot of saliva. But Zhao Aimin didn't forget the ticket for the pair of sneakers. He was waiting for his mother to buy it for him after the autumn harvest. If he had the money, he would have gone to the town with the ticket to buy the shoes. Zhao Aimin was thinking about it, so he stared at Zhao Weiguo. If he could get the money, a pair of new sneakers would be nothing. He would buy 2 pairs at a time, one to wear and one to look at. Humph, being rich means being capricious. But Zhao Aimin's beautiful dream of getting rich could not be realized with Zhao Weiguo. Looking at his nephew, who kept his mouth tightly shut, Zhao Aimin frowned and began to grind his teeth. Okay, kid, you're going to try this on your uncle, right? Zhao Weiguo carried and turned the ground over and over again, and he kept saying, Uncle, what are you talking about? I don't understand. Hey, you won't cry until you see the coffin, right? Zhao Aimin clapped his hands, put down his, and came close to Zhao Weiguo. Do you really not understand, or are you pretending? That little girl from old Lu's family asked for 20 yuan, and you agreed so readily. Don't you have some connections? As soon as these words came out, Zhao Weiguo, who had been working hard, was struck by lightning and stopped moving. Humph, now you know how powerful your uncle is, right? Zhao Aimin looked at Zhao Weiguo's face with satisfaction, which looked like he was struck by lightning. You have to force him to say it out. Who can you blame? It's just that you don't know what's best for you. Zhao Aimin snorted and muttered indignantly in his heart. The little girl in old Lu's family is actually not that good-looking anyway. He doesn't like her. And she has a bad heart, so it's just that he, the nephew who is being taken advantage of, is rushing to jump into the trap. He originally planned to remind his nephew not to be really led into the ditch by that girl. Lu Chunyan had winked at him before, but he didn't like her. However, from this point, it can be seen that Lu Chunyan's mind is not pure. After hooking up with his uncle, she hooked up with his nephew. How can she be a good person? Zhao Aimin touched his chin and thought, after all, his nephew's surname is Zhao, and he is not a family member, so he still needs to remind him. But Zhao Aimin didn't expect that his nephew was so obsessed with Lu Chunyan that he didn't care about him or the Zhao family. He was wary of him and didn't intend to tell him the truth. Zhao Weiguo was really panicking at the moment. He didn't expect that Zhao Aimin would know about this. He knew his uncle's position in the family. If his uncle told the old lady about this, then he would be finished. But if his uncle was involved in such a dangerous matter, if something went wrong one day, he would not be able to escape. Zhao Weiguo, who was in a dilemma, hung his head, feeling a little impatient. How did his uncle know about this? It didn't matter if Zhao Weiguo didn't say anything at this time. Anyway, Zhao Aimin had already broken the window paper. In the next few days, whenever he found a chance, he would grab Zhao Weiguo and ask him about making money. Zhao Weiguo was forced into a corner, and finally, he could only tell him the way to make money. But not everyone can make this money. At least. Zhao Weiguo, squatting on the ground, raised his head and glanced at Zhao Aimin, who was squatting on a small mound of earth. At least his uncle probably couldn't make this money. Yes, he should have thought of it earlier. The reason why he was chosen by others to go hunting in the mountains to make money was because of his body shape and because he had a lot of strength and courage. But what about his uncle? Working in the fields for a while and then resting for a while, I have no strength. If I really encounter wild boars, jackals, etc., I guess my legs will be scared and I won't have the courage to chop them, let alone raise my knife. If this is the case, how can I make money? Zhao Weiguo, who has figured it out, let out a sigh of relief in his heart, feeling that he had worried too early before. I should have told my uncle earlier, so that my uncle would give up. After listening to Zhao Weiguo's words, Zhao Aimin did have the idea of being timid, but after thinking about it, he felt that there was still some tricks in this. He thought for a while, grinned, revealing two sharp little tiger teeth, and leaned next to Zhao Weiguo. He didn't look like Zhao Weiguo's uncle, but Zhao Weiguo's younger brother. But Zhao Weiguo couldn't regard this uncle, who was 1 year older than him, as his younger brother, especially when he saw the smile on Zhao Aimin's face. What's going on? Why is my uncle still smiling? Zhao Weiguo had a bad premonition in his heart. There is a piece of soap on the kitchen windowsill of old Zhao's house. Qi Hongdou told them to wash their hands before meals, after going to the toilet, and before going to bed. At first, they were reluctant to use it, but they got used to it. Now, before the Zhao family has a meal, a group of people will go to the pond to rub their hands with soap. Qi Hongdou's words are basically equivalent to the imperial edict in the Zhao family, and no one dares to disobey. Besides, if you can have enough food to eat, why not listen to the old lady? And after a month of busy farming, who would have the energy to make trouble? Even the restless Lao Lu and his wife have calmed down a lot. At the end of the month, Zhao Yuxiu got the first place in the exam. She didn't say it herself, but Zhao Yushan, who was in the same classroom with her, came back and shouted that the whole family knew about it. Qi Hongdou praised Zhao Yuxiu in public and rewarded her with 10 fructose. There has never been a scholar in our Zhao family. Grandma is waiting for you to have a great future. Qi Hongdou's praise was very straightforward, and everyone understood it. It's just that in the past, whenever the old lady talked about things like bringing honor to the family, she would always tell her sons and grandsons. This was the first time that the old lady placed her previous expectations for boys on girls in front of everyone. Li Xiaoyi looked at the handful of candies in her daughter's hand, and then looked at the envious or surprised expressions of the sisters-in-law around her, and couldn't help but poke the arm of the man next to her. What is the old lady doing? Seriously? After poking for a long time, Zhao Yuanshuang didn't see any reaction. When she looked up, she saw that her man's expression was also strange. Zhao Yuanshuang didn't know what was going on. He only knew that when the old lady expressed her expectations and affirmation for her daughter, he felt a faint and unknown pride and complacency in his heart. This is his daughter, Zhao Yuanshuang. None of the sons and daughters of the eldest, fifth, and seventh brothers are so smart in studying, and none of them are praised by the old lady in front of everyone. The eldest brother, Zhao Yuanwen, looked at his niece who was praised and rewarded, and felt a little uncomfortable. His sons and daughters were not good at studying. Of course, his mother had told his sons and him before that she hoped they would have a promising future. Although such expectations would bring certain pressure, they also represent a special kind of glory. However, after most of his life, he failed to achieve this glory, and neither did his children. At this time, Zhao Yuanwen remembered that his two grandsons of school age should have been in school, but they refused to go. Thinking of this, Zhao Yuanwen felt even more upset. The sixth son, who was so unfilial, could have a child that made his mother so happy. How could he, who was so filial to his mother, not have a child who was smart in studying? Zhao Yuanwu was also a little surprised by Qi Hongdou's praise for Zhao Yuxiu. He really didn't know that Zhao Yuxiu was good at studying.
This was the first time he knew about it.
Zhao Yuye was only at an average level when she was studying. She didn't continue after junior high school, and he didn't quite understand it. At this time, the seventh son, Zhao Yuanquan, looked at his daughter, who was silly and happy because her cousin got the first place in the exam. At the same age, although Zhao Yuxiu entered school a year later than Zhao Yushan, she not only caught up with the learning progress quickly, but also won the first place. What about his own daughter? Zhao Yuanquan sighed in his heart. He was not smart, so it was no wonder that his daughter did not strive for success. The sons of the old Zhao family had different thoughts. Zhao Debao in the crowd looked at the handful of candy in the hand of his sixth aunt, and he also had a lot of little thoughts. Qi Hongdou said to Zhao Debao that Day had been playing in his little brain over and over again in the past few days. The blank booklet and pencil stubs are also under Zhao Debao's bed. It's just that he has the pen and notebook but hasn't used them yet. He can't count or write, so it's useless to have them. Zhao Debao has touched snails several times in the past few days. As usual, he smashed the small ones to feed the chickens and kept the big ones. According to Qi Hongdou, these snails can be regarded as contributions to the family. They can be counted as work points and exchanged for candy. But because he can't write or count, the booklet is blank until now. The opportunity has been wasted. Before this happened, Zhao Debao wouldn't have felt bad about it, but since he knew that his contribution could be counted as work points and exchanged for candy, Zhao Debao has been thinking about this all day long. Children love to imitate adults. Zhao Debao felt that Qi Hongdou agreed to calculate his work points as adults, which meant that he was not being treated as a child. Zhao Debao was very impressed by this. But it was useless to just accept this. After all, he had to be capable. Zhao Debao was anxious because he missed the opportunity to record his contributions and calculate his work points for several days. Seeing Qi Hongdou praising his sixth aunt in front of the whole family, Zhao Debao suddenly realized how smart and powerful his sixth aunt was. He couldn't write or count, but there were people in his family who could. Otherwise, he could ask his sixth aunt to help him remember. Zhao Debao was a little hesitant. He didn't have a close relationship with his sixth aunt before. Would his sixth aunt agree to help? The little brat fell into a distressed dilemma. After Qi Hongdou praised Zhao Yuxiu, he glanced around and found Zhao Aimin, who was distracted. This little usually likes to stir up trouble. Why is it so peaceful today? Qi Hongdou narrowed her eyes. Zhao Aimin had been thinking about the pair of sneakers for a long time. It was almost the beginning of the month, and Zhao Aimin had been pestering her these days, wanting her to go to town and spend the sneaker tickets. Not coming to dawdle today? Because she had been paying attention, Chi Hongdo soon discovered Zhao Aimin mumbling with Zhao Weiguo in the corner. The two sons of the old fifth family, Zhao Baojia and Zhao Weiguo, were both hardworking and usually quiet. When did Zhao Weiguo have so much in common with Zhao Aimin? What else could Zhao Aimin and his eldest nephew have in common? Of course, Zhao Aimin wanted to get rich and was thinking of ways to make money. As mentioned earlier, as a second-rate person, Zhao Aimin's mind was definitely not that simple. He would definitely not be able to hunt, but he could definitely bargain with people. He didn't expect to make money by hunting himself, so he was thinking about whether he could be a middleman and make some of his eldest nephew as hard-earned money. Isn't it just a matter of making money by reselling the prey when others bring it back? Although speculation is risky, it sounds easy to make money. Zhao Aimin was very tempted, and the more he thought about it, the more he felt that it was the case. A good opportunity cannot be missed. So, he kept encouraging Zhao Weiguo to go hunting at this time after the busy autumn harvest, when he could take a breath and rest for a few days. Of course, he must take him with him. Zhao Weiguo never thought that hunting did not scare Zhao Aimin away, but instead stimulated his mind to find a side door. He is also in partnership with others. Not to mention whether it is dangerous in the mountains, there are really wolves there. As for the partners, they would not easily accept him to bring someone to join the group. Especially his uncle didn't think about joining the group at all, but thought about smashing the other person's pot and starting a new one. Such an offensive thing. Who can do it? Isn't it just offending people? Zhao Weiguo's hair was about to be scratched bald by him, and there was no way to make Zhao Aimin give up the desire to make a fortune. This is a high-risk way to make money. If something unexpected happens, even if he is skinned alive, it is not certain that his uncle will be safe. His grandmother will eat him alive. Zhao Aimin, who was standing next to him, had no self-awareness at all and fooled Zhao Weiguo. No matter what, outsiders are definitely not as good as family members. Others will cheat you, but will your uncle cheat you? Zhao Weiguo. He would rather be cheated by outsiders now. Zhao Debao hesitated for a long time, but finally did not go to Zhao Yuxiu for help. I don't know if it was because he was shy or because he was not close to Zhao Yuxiu. Anyway, Zhao Debao held the booklet to the door of the mud and grass hut, turned around, and went back. On the way back, Zhao Debao met Zhao Aimin, who was in high spirits. Debao, what are you doing? Zhao Aimin was in a good mood and talked to his nephew leisurely. Debao looked a little depressed, Grandpa Jushu. What's that in your hand? Oh, Debao, there's a pencil stub. Are you going to learn to write? Zhao Aimin's hands, like playing cats and dogs, snatched the booklet and pencil stub from Debao's hand. He was teasing his nephew with a smile. Debao's dark face tensed instantly. Facing Zhao Aimin's teasing, Debao wanted to be a man and pretend not to hear it, but it was too difficult to pretend not to see it with Zhao Aimin, such a big man standing in front of him. Mainly because Zhao Aimin's voice had attracted many people in the family to look over. Debao was a little anxious. Grandpa Jushu, no, this is given by my wife, given by my mother? Why did my mother give you this? Zhao Aimin felt strange. Debao felt even more embarrassed when he thought that the booklet was still blank after so many days. He whispered to him what Chi Hongdo had said to him that day. Really, Zhao Aimin became a second-rate person, partly because of the indulgence and over-pampering of old lady Zhao, and the rest of the big part can be attributed to this guy's bad heart. You see, when he looked at the little brat in front of him, he had a bad idea. Debao, actually this matter is very simple. Zhao Debao looked at Zhao Aimin, and he really didn't know how this matter could be simple. He felt that it was extremely difficult. Zhao Aimin patted Zhao Debao's tender shoulders. It's just writing. Your uncle can do it. Zhao Debao was young, inexperienced, and didn't understand the truth that people's hearts were unpredictable. After listening to Zhao Aimin's words, he was instantly as excited as if he had finally found light in the dark. Uncle Jiao. Do you want Uncle Jiao to help you? Debao nodded quickly, fearing that he would miss the good man who came to his doorstep if he was a second late. Good man. Zhao Aimin looked at Debao with satisfaction and nodded, then smiled and said, but Uncle Gio can't work for you for free, right? How about this? Uncle Gio will take a little loss and I'll help you keep the account, and then we'll split it in half after the job is done. Only Zhao Aimin could speak so frankly about such a shameless trick to cheat a child of candy. How about it? Are you willing? Looking at Uncle Gio's approachable smile, Zhao Debao felt that he had suffered a loss, but he still nodded in agreement. The important thing is that he seemed to have no other choice. Now Uncle Gio can help him keep accounts, which saves him the pain of entanglement. I do. Zhao Debao agreed straightforwardly. Zhao Aimin took the booklet and patted Zhao Debao's head with old comfort, but Zhao Debao dodged it. How can you touch a boy's head casually? Zhao Debao had heard old lady Zhao talk about it many times before, and he was very sensitive to it. Zhao Aimin didn't care about him as a little brat. Anyway, Zhao Debao would work for him for free in the future. He didn't have to work hard, but he could enjoy half of Zhao Debao's labor results, hee. In this way, these two partners of different generations, one willing to fight and the other willing to suffer, found Qi Hongdo to register work points. After Qi Hongdo learned from Zhao Debao why things turned out like this, she lifted her drooping eyelids and glanced at her adopted son, who was smiling slyly. He looked harmless with a baby face, but he even coveted the candy of a child.
Ugh.
Qi Hongdo despised him in her heart, but seeing Zhao Debao's confidence in handling the matter, she didn't point it out. She nodded. Since you and your uncle have agreed, then it's fine. Zhao Debao, who didn't know that the world was complicated and people's hearts were treacherous, watched his uncle write a line of words on a blank booklet in front of his wife. Debao caught half a bucket of snails today, which counts as 2 work points. The crooked typos, even smeared, hurt Qi Hongdo's eyes when she looked at them for a second. She wondered, with this level, Zhao Aimin was so embarrassed to take on so much responsibility. Could he figure it out himself? Qi Hongdo laughed in his heart. He wondered how much he could sell this big and small piece by weight. After a busy month of autumn harvest, the Mid-Autumn Festival came in a blink of an eye. Among the 4 seasons and 8 festivals, the Mid-Autumn Festival is a festival that counts. If it weren't for the strict control now, there would be lively activities such as dancing grass dragons, holding torches, visiting temple fairs, etc. In the countryside during the Mid-Autumn Festival, it's just that large-scale activities are difficult to organize, but everyone has the same desire to celebrate the festival. Small things like touching autumn, building pagodas, and eating moon cakes can still be done. Touching autumn means that children steal some fruits and vegetables from the fields to eat. I don't know where this custom came from, but everyone thinks it is a symbol of blessing. However, at this time, everything in the field is collective. The children have been told to pick 2 melons and tomatoes from the private plots on both sides of the stream. The same principle applies to building pagodas. Children collect broken bricks and tiles that no one wants, and then carefully pile them into the shape of a pagoda. There is space in the pagoda to light candles or oil lamps, which symbolizes light and blessings. The construction of pagodas can be meticulous or crude, which depends mainly on the children's skills. Of course, adults will inevitably help. No matter what era, people's desire for blessings is the same. However, there are many restrictions at this time. For example, on August 15th, the door was set up with a table, incense was lit, yellow paper was burned, moon cakes and pomegranates were offered to the moon, and then the family watched the moon together and shared moon cakes and fruits. These procedures are also simplified. There are omitted rituals and procedures, and naturally there are also those that cannot be omitted. In the southern province, during the Mid-Autumn Festival, married daughters usually go to their parents' home to give gifts. Although this means family reunion, if a married daughter returns empty-handed, she will be gossiped about. Qi Hongdo is not sensitive to the calculation of dates, such as the lunar calendar. It was when Ma Zi's grandmother came to the pond to wash clothes that she gossiped with her and mentioned her married daughters several times. Especially the eldest daughter. Qi Hongdo followed the conversation of Mozi's grandmother and finally understood why Mozi's grandmother asked about the married daughters of the old Zhao family. It turned out to be the Mid-Autumn Festival. She was thinking about why the daughters-in-law and even granddaughters-in-law in the family looked at her cautiously these days. Chi Hongdo was still thinking that she hadn't been angry with anyone recently, so what happened to these people? So that's what happened. Mozi's grandmother asked whether the daughters of the old Zhao family would go home, and the daughters-in-law of the old Zhao family were waiting for her to speak. Although it is a custom for married girls to go home for reunion, what can they do if the evil mother-in-law forcibly stops them? Besides, you can't go home empty-handed. Even if you take 2 sweet potatoes from your mother-in-law's house home, what can you do if your mother-in-law is not happy? And if you really take 2 sweet potatoes back to your mother's house, you'll be laughed to death. So the daughters-in-law of the old Zhao family are afraid that Chi Hongdo will not agree to let them go back, and they are also afraid that Chi Hongdo will agree, but let them go back empty-handed. Although Chi Hongdo had not been difficult with the daughters-in-law and granddaughters-in-law in the family recently, they were still afraid of the old lady's prestige. Recently, the laborers in the family were busy earning work points, and the children were also busy earning work points. Zhao Aimin had dug a hole for Debao, and Debao, who was unaware of it, went out every day with full energy to find everything that could be exchanged for work points. Because taking care of his younger brother could also be exchanged for work points, although 1 day of care could only be exchanged for 1 work point, Zhao Debao was not too ambitious and took her Bao with him. Sambao was too young, so he left him at home to take care of Sibao. With Bao, a free laborer, to help, he could not only help him find snails and pick wild fruits, but also complete the daily task of taking care for a day, which Debao was very satisfied with. Bao followed his brother happily, thinking that his elder brother only took him and not Sambao, and that his elder brother and himself were the best in the world. So, he went to be a free laborer happily. After a busy day, Debao's happiest thing is to wait for Zhao Aimin to come home and then keep accounts for him. He feels that every day is fulfilling. Zhao Aimin is also very happy. He finally pried open Zhao Weiguo's mouth and waited for a few days to rest and make a fortune. Of course, it is also good to make a small fortune before making a big fortune. So every day when he came home and saw Debao waiting for him with a booklet, Zhao Aimin always had a smile on his face. For a time, the relationship between the grandfather and grandson in the next room increased rapidly. Sister-in-law, Mid-Autumn Festival is coming soon, and mother hasn't said anything. What should we do this year? Kai Wenli couldn't sit still, and took the opportunity to go to the pond with Wang Xiaoqiao to wash her hands and face in the evening, and asked quietly. There was no haze, no tall buildings blocking the view. In the evening, the clouds in the sky seemed to burn the entire clear sky. The rich glow of the clouds fell on Wang Xiaoqiao's face, which was full of frost and furrows, as if she had been condensed into a colorful painting in a moment. But the next moment, the illusion was broken. Wang Xiaoqiao had never been able to wear a red wedding dress when she got married in her life. So where did she get such a rich moment like a painting? Listening to Kai Wenli's words, the wrinkles at the corners of Wang Xiaoqiao's eyes folded into a line, and her eyes were a little sad and helpless. Mom didn't say it, it's probably.
Don't reply.
After all, if they go back, they can't all go empty-handed. Although their food has improved a lot during this period, the mother-in-law said it was because of the autumn harvest. Wang Xiaoqiao thought about the Mid-Autumn Festival in previous years and felt that it might not be a bad thing not to be able to go back to her parents' home. Although they wanted to go back to their parents' home for a reunion, if their mother-in-law was unhappy, they would not have a good life after returning home. As the daughter-in-law of the old Zhao family for so many years, Wang Xiaoqiao had already learned to accept everything. Kai Wenli then realized that she was too anxious and had found the wrong person. The eldest sister-in-law was so stubborn that she didn't dare to speak loudly to her mother-in-law. It was impossible to expect the eldest sister-in-law to take the lead. Kai Wenli turned around and ran to Jiang Yun to discuss it. The eldest sister-in-law was a workhorse. Whether in her husband's family or her parents' home, she would work hard and never say a word. But Kai Wenli was not like that. Although Jiang Yun was a little less angry with her mother-in-law, she was not the kind of person who would swallow her anger. Among the sisters-in-law, Kai Wenli and Jiang Yun had similar tempers. As for Li Xiaoa, Kai Wenli thought about it and felt that this sick sister-in-law probably wished that her mother-in-law would not let them go back. After all, her parents' family is like that. Jiang Yu is also anxious. She is the one with the best family conditions among her sisters-in-law, and her parents are the best. Kai Wenli is doing it for face, but Jiang Yu really wants to go home to see her parents. Of course, it would be best to bring something decent back to her parents. But usually, her husband will help her solve the latter secretly, such as secretly going to the mountains to shoot 2 pheasants or something, or they use their own money to exchange for some brown sugar to bring back, which are all very presentable gifts. As long as the mother-in-law says it first, it will be easy. It seems that mother really doesn't mean to do so. Why don't we discuss it with the eldest sister-in-law and others? Jiang Yu said uncertainly. Kai Wenli waved her hands and talked about the conversation between herself and Wang Xiaoqiao. It's useless to find the eldest sister-in-law. The eldest sister-in-law has a temper and will definitely do whatever the mother says. Not to mention Li Xiaoyi. She hasn't been back to her parents' home for several years. What should we do? I think the mother seems to be in a good mood recently. Why don't we go to her and ask her? Jiang Yiyun and Kai Wenli looked at each other. Kai Wenli thought of what her greedy daughter had secretly told her, that the old lady had given them 2 portions of white flour pancakes. She hesitated for a moment, thinking that she would definitely not get any good results if she took the initiative to ask. In fact, Kai Wenli was not worried that her mother-in-law would not let them go back, but that she was worried that the old lady would let them go back empty-handed. Not to mention that every household had difficulties in the past few years, and in recent years, it was not to the point of starvation. It would be too embarrassing to go back empty-handed. Last year, she went back with a small bag of sweet potatoes and was ridiculed by her sister-in-law. This year, Kai Wenli didn't want to repeat the same mistake. Thinking of this, Kai Wenli gritted her teeth in her heart. If it really doesn't work, she will take the cloth that her mother gave them last time back. Kai Wenli has been holding on to the 4-foot coarse cloth and is reluctant to touch it, thinking that if her mother can give her some more cloth by the end of the year, she can make 2 clothes for her 2 children. But at this stage, Kai Wenli is too proud to think about the cloth. The daughters-in-law are like this, and the granddaughters-in-law are even more uncertain. Lin Chuyu, one of the granddaughters-in-law, had her biological mother passed away a long time ago. Her biological father married a stepmother, and her biological father became a stepfather. Later, her father also passed away, and the family became the home of her stepmother and stepbrother, not her home. Lin Chuyu didn't care whether she went back or not. The other 2 granddaughters-in-law were different. They still wanted to go back to their parents' home during the Mid-Autumn Festival and bring some decent gifts back. The women were in a mess because of the Mid-Autumn Festival, but most of the men were unaware. They didn't have the troubles of their parents' home and in-laws' home, so naturally they wouldn't think of implementing this little thing in the Mid-Autumn Festival gifts. Debeo heard from his great-uncle Gio that he already had 30 work points on his booklet, so he happily came to Chi Hongdo to exchange for candy. He originally wanted to save up more work points, but the child was greedy and couldn't wait any longer. Besides, the candy was earned from his hard work, so it was needless to say that it was extra sweet, and Debeo was looking forward to it. He calculated that if he exchanged for 3 candies, even if he gave 1 candy to his great-uncle Gio, he would still have 2 candies. The little brat had a beautiful imagination, but when he took the booklet to Chi Hongdo, he found that it was not the case. Chi Hongdo took the booklet and checked it with Zhao Debeo one by one. The words on this line are not clear. How can you tell how many work points are accorded? Is it written here 1 or 2? It's all blurred into small dots. Does it add up to 30? Let me calculate. It's clearly only 15 work points. Chi Hongdo could find fault with every record and asked Debeo while talking, "Madam, did you calculate it correctly? Is it only 15? Debeo stuttered. His brain was not able to turn around at all, but Uncle Gio said it was 30. Chi Hongdo shook his head. "This is your own account book. Don't you know it?" Debeo's dark face turned red again. He grabbed the booklet and turned around to run to Zhao Aimin. 3 minutes later, Zhao Debeo rushed back with his good Uncle Gio. "Mom, I remember it was 30 work points. Why did Debeo rush to say that you said it was not 30 but only 15? Zhao Aimin was not ashamed of writing a sloppy account book and was even a little surprised. Zhao Aimin felt that his mother could count these numbers with her eyes closed. Even without this account book, she could remember them clearly. How could 30 become 15? And why did his mother and Debeo count so seriously? Isn't this account book used to amuse the little ones? The more Zhao Aimin thought about it, the more incredible it seemed. Could it be that his mother was just teasing them? Zhao Aimin thought so, and looked at Qi Hongdo with a bit of disbelief. There was a biological son and a grandson in front of him. Who would the old lady tease? She wouldn't tease them, right? Although he had some doubts in his heart, Zhao Aimin didn't ask because of the confidence he had accumulated over the years. Qi Hongdo laughed in his heart. He didn't know where this guy got the confidence from. Did he really think that the old lady called him her darling before, so he was really her darling and couldn't leave her? With a stern face and frowning eyebrows, Qi Hongdo said very seriously, "Since I have given you the account book, of course I will not deny it, but you too should take a good look at what is written in this account book." Debeo, have you read it yourself? Debeo nodded. Of course he had. Every time Uncle Joe kept accounts, he would watch by the side. Qi Hongdo. Then what do you say is written in this line? She pointed to a line of words and asked. Debeo didn't recognize a single word, and of course he couldn't read it. Qi Hongdo asked Zhao Aimin again. Look at what's written here. A few crooked words were smudged together. Zhao Aimin was looked at by his own mother and suddenly felt a little discouraged. He didn't pay attention when he wrote it, so how could he remember what he wrote? He thought it was a two-way thing, but Zhao Aimin didn't expect that his mother would suddenly attack him. Zhao Aimin hesitated. Qi Hongdo threw the booklet to the two of them. You can't even explain what's written here. How can I calculate it for you? I think 15 work points is too much.
Mom.
Madam. Qi Hongdo pretended to be soft-hearted when the two called him. Although your account book is a mess, I, the old lady, feel sorry for you. How about this? I will give you a candy based on 10 work points for this settlement. If it were someone else who recorded the account like this, I would definitely not give you anything. Qi Hongdo reached for her pocket with a loving look on her face and fumbled for a long time before she found a candy. Debeo looked at the candy, and the joy on his face was gone. Zhao Aimin knew that he had cheated his nephew this time, and what the old lady said was the truth. Now he tried his best to look at the sky and the earth, but not at Zhao Debeo's eyes. Things went wrong. 3 candies became 1, and the Iron Grandfather and Grandson partnership was about to break up. Qi Hongdo ignored the changes in the expressions of the two people in front of him, and after giving them a candy, he waved and drove them away. Little brat, you can't read and be illiterate. There will be many more such things in the future that you can't say about being cheated. You should learn your lesson slowly. As for the older one, haha, he still wants to trick the little brat into giving him candy. Let's see if you are embarrassed to ask for a candy this time. You haven't done enough farm work, otherwise you wouldn't have so much free time. Qi Hongdo made a serious note for Zhao Aimin in the little notebook. Because of the matter of going back to her parents' home, the daughters-in-law and the family have been a little absent-minded these days. The men don't have the initiative to care about their own wives, so no one speaks up. In the 5th room, Zhao Yuanwu's eldest daughter-in-law Jiang Huifang looks smart, much smarter than her mother-in-law Jiang Yun, who looks smart but is actually a softie who easily loses control of her tears. She privately poked Zhao Baojia. You can't let me go back to my parents' home empty-handed, can you? Go ask our mother what she plans to let me bring back. Jiang Huifang knew clearly that her situation was much better than the 2 sisters-in-law in the 1st room. At least her parents-in-law still had some money. No matter what, she couldn't go back to her parents' home empty-handed. But there has been no movement at home. She wondered if her mother-in-law would also want to learn from her grandmother and deduct money from them. The more she thought about it, the more worried she became. Jiang Huifang went to instigate her husband to find out what her mother-in-law was saying. Jiang Huifang was just talking about the fact that she and Jiang Yu were relatives in a roundabout way. Jiang Yu was usually quite nice to her eldest daughter-in-law. But people's hearts are different. Jiang Huifang has her own little calculations. Zhao Baojia still has a younger brother, Zhao Weiguo. What if one day her sister-in-law comes home? What if her mother-in-law is partial to her and leaves all the good things to her sister-in-law? Wouldn't she have wasted everything? Zhao Baojia is relatively single-minded. He didn't listen to his wife's words at all. He even said to Jiang Huifeng, "When has your mother ever treated you badly? Why are you asking this? Why ask this? There are many people in the family and little meat, so of course she has the upper hand." Jiang Huifeng hit her husband. What a fool. Zhao Baojia, who had a strong body from working, did not move at all. His wife's little fist was no different from a tickle. He grabbed Jiang Huifeng's arm with his backhand. It was late at night. The 3-year-old Sanbao was already asleep at the end of the bed. The young couple, one was angry and the other was unintentional, but they stuck to each other and finally became one in the dark. After a night of love, the next morning Jiang Huifeng thought of what she had not finished saying last night and was furious again. That thief, he was good at this, and he was a fool at other times. Jiang Huifeng did not give up and went over to her mother-in-law when she got up early to wash her face. "Mom, Mid-Autumn Festival is coming soon. What do you think I should bring back then?" Jiang Yian paused while washing her face. The old Zhao family had not split up. Even if they could secretly get something to take out as a gift, it would not be a good idea to make a big fuss so that the wife and mother-in-law would be unhappy if they knew. Jiang Yu thought for a while and whispered to Jiang Huifeng, "In a few days, your father-in-law will take the Bao family to the mountain to get some mountain products, and then they will be brought back to you." Jiang Huifeng was a little dissatisfied, but since her mother-in-law said so, Jiang Huifeng suppressed her opinion. In the 5th room, you can still count on the men to go up the mountain to collect some mountain products, but in the 7th room, Kai Wenli was holding a piece of dark-colored cloth and touching it again and again. She couldn't bear it. She didn't want to take this cloth back to her parents' home, but her husband was in poor health, and her son and daughter were still in school. They were all children, so she couldn't count on them. After thinking for a long time, Kai Wenli still cast her eyes on the main room of the big house. Chi Hongdo was a little strange. The daughters-in-law in the family, whether they were daughters-in-law or granddaughters-in-law, usually wanted to lower their heads and take a detour when they saw her. Why did one take the initiative to come up to her today? Kai Wenli filled a bowl with half a bowl of jujube and brought it to Chi Hongdo. "Mom, these are the jujubes that Heping and Yushan picked. They are specially reserved for you. Would you like to try some?" In the coarse porcelain bowl, the distorted and unprepossessing jujubes looked like the embodiment of some cells in the chemistry textbook at first glance. Just looking at them, they didn't look like something edible at all. But Chi Hongdo tasted one and found it was really sweet. Delicious. Zhao Yushan is a foodie and she loves sweets very much. She had been eyeing these jujubes for a long time and hiding them in the hills. When they were ripe, she would drag her brother to help her pick them. Kai Wenli watched her daughter drag her son to pick the jujubes. She was distressed and wanted to offer them as a gift. "Mom, if you like it, I'll ask Yushan and Heping to pick more for you later. Everyone in the village can see the delicious food in the fields. If you go too late, they will have been picked up by everyone. Only a few people know about the jujube tree." Since Zhao Yushan and her cousin went up the mountain to cut grass and found the jujube tree, she would drag her twin brother to the mountain to check it several times every year at this time. Check if the jujubes are ripe and if they have been picked up by everyone. It's a very important thing to watch. Kai Wenli certainly knows that her daughter is guarding the jujube tree like a treasure. It's true that this thing can make your mouth sweet, but it can't fill your stomach. And the adults have to work every day with a lot of things to do, and they don't have time to think about this. Only the children can't forget this sweet taste. It was really the first time for Chi Hongdo to eat jujubes. The freshness and sweetness brought by this unprepossessing fruit is no worse than cherries in later generations. And they're small in size, and you can feel sweet but not choking when you eat them. Just one bite, Chi Hongdo ate a small handful in a short time. "It tastes good." Chi Hongdo gave Kai Wenli a positive affirmation. This gave Kai Wenli more confidence. "Mom, you see, Mid-Autumn Festival is coming soon. This Mid-Autumn Festival, what should we bring back when we go back to my mother's house?" Kai Wenli asked boldly.
Oh.
Chi Hongdo looked up at Kai Wenli. She had been mumbling about this in private for so many days, and she thought no one would ask her. Unexpectedly, this is actually a good phenomenon. It is inevitable that a family will be negligent sometimes. Whether it is intentional or unintentional, if everyone keeps it in their stomach and does not say it out, sooner or later there will be problems. Since Kai Wenli found her to ask this question, it shows that she is not stupid. If you have something to say, it is better to say it out than to let it rot in your heart and finally rot and fester into a scar. Of course, the scar is definitely not caused by such a thing. Bad things accumulate over time. In the end, who knows when it will explode? The food of the old Zhao family has improved a lot this month. Although they didn't have big fish and meat every day, everyone could basically have a full meal. They wouldn't feel hungry soon after dinner, nor would they get up in the middle of the night to drink a lot of water. They could eat rice every 2 or 3 days, and there was porridge in the morning and evening, and a large amount of mixed grain rice. They were willing to add oil to stir-fry green leafy vegetables, and the green leaves could taste meaty. It's no exaggeration to say that after eating this for a month, the complexion of the old Zhao family looked much better. The most direct feeling of the little brats was that going to the toilet was not so painful. Before, there was no oil in the intestines, and going to the toilet was a very painful thing. The day before the Mid-Autumn Festival, Chi Hongdo invited the old Zhao family to hold a second family meeting. In front of Chi Hongdo was a basket covered with cloth. There were also several wooden barrels next to it, which were all filled with soaked green-skinned hard persimmons. The persimmons on the branches were gradually turning red and soft. The old Zhao family had soaked hard persimmons several times, and this was the last batch. Because the persimmons are not astringent after being soaked, they taste crispy and sweet. Almost everyone has eaten several persimmons this month. Kai Wenli looked at the persimmons next to the old lady and had a bad feeling in her heart. She looked at her man. Would the old lady let them take the persimmons back home? Although not everyone has a persimmon tree in front of their house, persimmon trees are not so rare in Tianjin Commune. Facing everyone's expectant eyes, Chi Hongdo began to speak. Mom said last month that in the future, we will see your performance. If you are obedient, filial, and willing to work, you will be given things every month according to your performance. Originally, this should have been given at the end of the month, but the Mid-Autumn Festival is coming soon, so I gave it to you in advance. Mom, you're so nice. What should we give for the Mid-Autumn Festival? Give me mine first. Zhao Aimin was the first to jump out. He felt that his was the best, unlike the brothers who had a lot of things to give to the whole family. Chi Hongdo grabbed the broken cattail leaf fan at hand and blew it towards Zhao Aimin's arm. I'll give you everything first. Don't you see your brothers are all here? Wait. He is so spoiled that if you don't know him, you would think he is an only child. I haven't finished what I'm saying yet. We're dividing the things in advance this time. If anything goes wrong, I will not only take back the things, but also teach them a lesson. After Chi Hongdo said this, several pairs of eyes glanced at Lao Lu and his wife. The criminal records of these two were all vivid in their minds. The scratches on Li Xiaoyi's face had healed long ago. She was very unhappy to be stared at now. She almost couldn't hold back and started yelling again. Fortunately, Zhao Yuanshuang didn't have a 7-second memory. He secretly pinched Li Xiaoyi and reminded her to hold back. Otherwise, they really wouldn't get a share this time. Thinking of the good things in the old woman's hand, Li Xiaoyi finally held back. Chi Hongdo had already untied the cloth on the basket in front of her and took out a black coarse cloth bundle. Chi Hongdo felt that the moment she took out the bundle, there was fire in the air. TSK, not only the women, but also the men's eyes were shining. This is from the old house. After commenting on the performance of the men and women in the big house, Chi Hongdo opened the bundle. This time is just like the bonus at the company's annual meeting. The things given out are to be shown to people. Some people think that the cash is too small to be seen, and some people make enlarged checks to attract attention. This is the effect of giving people chicken blood. The bundle was opened, and there were 5 round eggs, 2 small square handkerchiefs with small red flowers, 20 fructose, and a 1-foot-long cloth. When you go back to your mother's house tomorrow, Each person will take 20 more persimmons from the basket. Our family's life is not much better, and there are not many things. You can do it yourself. Zhao Yuanwen just felt relieved after hearing his mother's praise, and he didn't think that this thing was too little. Besides, he didn't have this treatment before, so how could he complain about it being too little? There weren't many things, but almost all the women in the family noticed the two bright handkerchiefs with yellow background and small red flowers in Wang Xiaocao's hand. The old lady still had this good thing in her hand. She was willing to give it to them. Wait, it won't be given only to the eldest sister-in-law, and they won't have a share later, right? The daughters-in-law were very nervous, and they didn't even count the eggs, hoping that they could also have two such bright and fresh handkerchiefs in their share. In fact, it's hard to see any bright colors these days. And judging by the eye, the small handkerchief is made of fine cotton cloth, and you can tell that it must be very soft without touching it. This thing is not bad to give it to the eldest girl as a dowry. Shi Hongdo found that the women's eyes were all focused on the small handkerchief. She had expected it long ago. This handkerchief was made by her at the Mao Mao tailor shop. 1 gold coin makes a dozen, and a dozen has 12, with different patterns and colors. When she got the handkerchief, she picked one to keep for herself. Then he turned around and ordered 24 more. Small gadgets are cheap and can be used to fool people. Shi Hongdo thought it would be better to make more to be prepared. And now they're used. The handkerchiefs were very cheap, and one could be given to each person in the family. But Shi Hongdo knew clearly that these little things were as cheap as napkins in her place, but they were different when they were taken out. The daughters-in-law looked at the 2 handkerchiefs and couldn't take their eyes off. Except for the handkerchiefs, all the other things for the Mid-Autumn Festival were ready-made. The fabric was the surplus that Mrs. Zhao had saved before, and the candies were the leftovers from the last supply and marketing cooperative. The eggs were from the family. The old Zhao family raised 10 chickens, 1 rooster, and 9 hens, and they could collect 7 or 8 eggs every day, and sometimes they could collect 10 eggs. Anyway, every day when the granddaughters collected the eggs for her, she would collect them in her room in front of them, but in fact, she put them in the villa in her game. Putting them in the room was afraid of rats and that the high temperature would turn good eggs into bad eggs, so she put them all in the kitchen of the game villa. Anyway, no one came to her room to count the eggs. As for how many eggs were in a basket and how many eggs were left if she went to town, no one knew. The 5th family had 10 fewer candies than the 1st family, but everything else was the same, including 2 handkerchiefs. Oh, the handkerchiefs had different patterns. The one Jiang Yun got was a more refreshing light blue one, with 2 thumb-sized flowers on the edge. White flowers. Jiang Yun loves to be coquettish, and the red hair string she gave to Zhao Yuye has never been broken. She likes these 2 handkerchiefs very much. Thank you, mother. Jiang Yun was very excited. Such delicate handkerchiefs would probably not be cheap even if they were bought. She knew this in her heart, so she was even happier. The remaining 6 and 7 families had 1 less handkerchief each, compared with the 5th family. Li Xiaoyi and Kai Wenli also took out the handkerchiefs and rubbed them as soon as they got the things. They liked them very much. Although the men could not understand it very well, their mother said that being able to share these things with their wives was the result of their hard work and dedication. Especially since each family got different things, the men also silently weighed Shi Hongdo's attitude towards them in their hearts and guessed their weight in the old lady's heart. As for the handkerchiefs, although they didn't need them, it was fine as long as the wives liked them. Who doesn't like to see a happy and peaceful family? Zhao also received his bag. Mom, why don't I have a handkerchief? Zhao certainly wouldn't use a handkerchief with a small flower, but seeing the attitude of his sisters-in-law, Zhao who had recently been obsessed with the dream of getting rich, started to think. He didn't have a dime in his hand, and he couldn't even get the startup capital for making money in a side business. This handkerchief looked like it would have a good market and would definitely sell. Every penny earned was a penny earned. Zhao even thought that he probably didn't need to go to the town to ask, just find his second-rate friends, and if they had a crush on him, he would definitely be able to sell it. He was calculating in his mind, but when he opened the bundle, he didn't even see the shadow of the handkerchief. You don't use a handkerchief, and besides, what you can do alone can compare with what your brothers and sisters-in-law do. Zhao Aimin only got a 1-foot-long piece of cloth, 10 fructose and 3 eggs, and that was it. Oh, he could probably eat as many persimmons as he wanted at home. But he couldn't squat by the basket and eat persimmons every day, or he would get sour water. Zhao Aimin had never felt so wronged. Although he didn't get full work points for a single day this month, he worked in the fields every day. He thought that he would be no worse than his brothers in this distribution of things, but what happened? It turned out that his brothers all got a share of the handkerchiefs, but he didn't have a wife, so he got none? Zhao Aimin wanted to roll on the ground. But when he turned around, he met Chi Hongdo's eyes, and he suddenly had an idea. Mom, I don't get a handkerchief, but I can get sneakers, right? Look at my shoes. They are so broken that they can't be worn. Zhao Aimin raised his foot to show Chi Hongdo, and indeed, the soles of his shoes were broken. Sneakers? Catching the key words, everyone in the family looked over. The best shoes in the Zhao family are cloth shoes. Most of the time, they wear straw shoes they made by themselves to fool around, and if that doesn't work, they go barefoot. No one has ever worn sneakers. The main reason is that they don't have tickets or money, so they can't wear them even if they want to. Zhao Aimin is definitely gifted at taking advantage of others. Chi Hongdo raised her eyelids and smiled lovingly. Aimin has worked hard this month, and now he can earn work points to support himself. Mother is very pleased. In a few days, Mother will go to town and visit you brothers. I will try my best to buy you a pair of shoes that fit you. Chi Hongdo said, and then looked at the pair of black cloth shoes on her feet that she had worn for several years. This made the Zhao brothers, who were instantly excited because of buying shoes, regain a little conscience. Zhao Aimin also shut up. He didn't do it because he suddenly found his conscience, but because he felt it was inconvenient to talk with so many people. He would go and talk to his mother alone later, and he would definitely get what he wanted. Zhao Yuanwen felt that he was the eldest brother, and he didn't compete with the youngest for food and clothes. He showed filial piety to Chi Hongdo. Mom, please buy yourself a pair of good shoes. You need tickets to buy shoes now, and those tickets are hard to come by. We can go to the fields barefoot. The sixth son, Zhao Yuanshuang, was annoyed that the eldest son was the first to act as a filial son. The eldest son, who seemed quiet at ordinary times, was actually the best at showing filial piety in front of his mother. The seventh son said nothing, but in his heart, he probably got them involved because the youngest son had just called him out on buying shoes for him. Otherwise, why would she think of them for such a good thing? The fifth son nodded with the eldest son. Mom, buy yourself a pair of shoes. They were so at wearing shoes. Why would they need good shoes to work in the fields? When they went to the fields to plant rice, everyone went barefoot. No matter what, these annoying sons seemed to be obedient at the moment. Chi Hongdo felt that she had earned another day of life. After distributing the things, she sent them back to their rooms. As for what the daughters-in-law and granddaughters-in-law should bring back, these are the things that are on the table. It's okay to bring a few candies. Anyway, who can eat mooncakes and bring mooncakes out as gifts at this time?
Just get the point across.
Chi Hongdo didn't think these things were not good enough. It was better to have them than not. Besides, the Zhao family was not a wealthy family. In the big room, Wang Xiaochao was holding 2 handkerchiefs and was in a dilemma. She had 2 daughters-in-law and a daughter who was going to get married during the Chinese New Year. Everyone liked such a delicate little handkerchief, but there were not enough to share. In the 5th family, Zhang Yun was also very distressed. Although she only had 1 daughter-in-law at present, she still had 2 daughters. She also wanted a beautiful handkerchief. After counting them, 2 were not enough. The next day, when Zhang Yun and Kai Winli were chatting, she talked about her troubles. Kai Winli also treasured that beautiful handkerchief. She could understand Zhang Yun's dilemma. After thinking about it, she gave Zhang Yun an idea. If you take something to exchange with Li Xiaoyi, she will definitely exchange it. Among the sisters-in-law who would be willing to exchange such a beautiful and exquisite handkerchief, it can only be Li Xiaoyi. To Li Xiaoyi, although the handkerchief is beautiful and can be used, it is not very practical for her as it is not suitable for eating or wearing. If Kai Wenli had something to exchange, she would have wanted to find Li Xiaoyi to exchange it herself. Of course, if she went to exchange it, she would definitely have to argue with Li Xiaoyi. After all the calculations, it was still the most appropriate for Jiang Yu to go to exchange it. Jiang Yu's eyes lit up when she heard what Kai Wenli said. Yes, why didn't she think of it? She turned around and went to the house to look for something to find Li Xiaoyi to exchange the handkerchief. Zhao Yuanquan was in the room watching his wife. She had put the handkerchief into the box under the bed. It was a custom in southern province that any married daughter who was a little particular would be given a dowry box. Kai Wenli also had 2 painted wooden boxes. She didn't have much of her own stuff in them, all of which were the belongings of the 7th room. You're not taking the handkerchief back? Zhao Yuanquan had heard his wife mutter many times in the past few days. He didn't know what to bring back to her parents' home as a gift. A few days ago, he saw her take out the cloth her mother gave her and put it back in. Today, she also looked at the handkerchief again and put it back. He thought his wife would be reluctant to part with the cloth and would take the handkerchief back to her parents' home. Unexpectedly, his wife was reluctant to part with both. Kai Wenli turned her head and rolled her eyes at her husband. They were all good things. If she took them back and her brother's wife snatched them away, she would feel guilty. Just take 2 eggs and a few candies back for her parents to eat. The fabric can be kept for making clothes, but even if she doesn't use the handkerchief with a small flower, can't she keep it for her daughter? Men just have simple ideas and don't think too much. Kai Wenli snorted and sat on the bed. After a while, she couldn't help but take out the handkerchief and look at it. She thought, I don't need it, but I have to take it with me when I go back to my parents' home tomorrow. I have to show it off and let my ignorant sister-in-law open her eyes. Zhao Yuanquan squatted on the ground to fix the stool. There was only 1 bed in their room, 2 wooden boxes under the bed, a small table and 2 small stools beside the bed, and not even a cabinet. It was also a simple condition that you could see the family's assets clearly by standing at the door. Thinking about various things after returning to her parents' home tomorrow, Kai Wenli suddenly said, "Such a beautiful handkerchief. How did mother get it? She was willing to share it with us." Zhao Yuanquan shook his head. Mother's things are well kept. I guess no one in the family knows how much things she has in her hands. Not to mention what it is. Kai Wenli thought about it, and it was true that her mother-in-law was really tough and capable. Otherwise, how could there be such a big family? Forget it, her current skills are not enough to show off in front of her mother-in-law, so she should not think about calculating her mother-in-law's things. Learn from the eldest sister-in-law, and accept whatever the mother-in-law gives you honestly. If the gossip is heard by the mother-in-law, she might be treated the same as Li Xiaoyi. Kai Wenli noticed today that when the mother-in-law was scolding her, her eyes were on Li Xiaoyi. If Li Xiaoyi did anything wrong today, she would definitely not have a share of the handkerchief today. Why did Li Xiaoyi hold back today? Kai Wenli thought with regret. On the Mid-Autumn Festival, except for Li Xiaoyi, all the daughters-in-law went back to their parents' homes. Among the granddaughters-in-law, everyone knew about Lin Chuyu's situation, so it was reasonable for her not to go home. The daughters of other families went home, but the daughters of the old Zhao family did not make any movement. Qi Hongdo sent Zhao Aimin, who came to her to ask for Mid-Autumn Festival gifts and sneakers, and sat at the door and saw the pockmarked grandmother walking towards her house. There seemed to be something flashing in her hand. No way. Qi Hongdo narrowed her eyes and greeted Ma Zi's grandmother. Old sister, what delicious food are you cooking at home today? It was almost time for lunch. The smoke from every household was rising, and the kitchen of Lao Zhao's family was already busy. Ma Zi's grandmother came over with a smile on her face and chatted with Qi Hongdo. My daughter came from the next county at night to see me and brought me a lot of things. It feels different to raise a daughter than a son. A daughter is so caring, giving me sweets and oil, and really willing to spend money on my old bones. Ma Zi's grandmother tugged at her clothes from time to time while talking. The clothes on her body were still old clothes with patches, but the thing in her hand was not. Qi Hongdo asked, "Hey, old sister, this in your hand is not also a gift from your daughter, right?" The bright light was dazzling in the sunlight in the distance, and it could be seen clearly when you got closer. The hand of the pockmarked grandmother was a wide copper thimble, which she put on her finger when doing needlework. Chi Hongdo had never thought that the pockmarked grandmother could make a copper thimble look like a gold ring. But it was obvious that the pockmarked grandmother was very proud of the filial piety she received from her daughter. Otherwise, she would not have come to show off when it was almost time for dinner. Chi Hongdo was very supportive. "Oh, this brand new thimble is beautiful. It looks like a gold ring. Whose wife can wear a gold ring now? I don't know if the wives of the chiefs and the wives of the county magistrates wear one. Anyway, they don't. Needles and thread look small and inconspicuous, but it's not so convenient to buy them. It's not like in the city, where you can buy them as soon as you go out. Country people can't go to the city every day. Sometimes when they need to sew something urgently and can't find it, they have to borrow it from their neighbors. So although this thing is small, it is practical." Ma Zi's grandmother nodded proudly and followed Chi Hongdo in praising her daughter, and then mentioned the married daughters of the old Zhao family seemingly inadvertently. "Where are your girls? What did they bring back for you?" The question sounded normal, but Ma Zi's grandmother knew it well. None of the 4 married daughters of the old Zhao family had come to visit her until today. Ma Zi's grandmother came to see a joke. It cannot be said that Ma Zi's grandmother's heart is so bad. It can only be said that it is human nature to hate people who have something and laugh at people who have nothing. It is universal in the world. Chi Hongdo laughed. "I am old and have no major problems, and everything is fine at home. They don't need to bother to come back from afar. It's Mid-Autumn Festival after all. How can I not come back?" Ma Zi's grandmother knew what was going on as soon as she heard it, so she added some emotion to her words, and her gossipy eyes could not be concealed. "Oh, it's getting late. I'll go in and see how the food is going in the kitchen. Today is a festival, and we cooked a pot of white rice. Don't let them burn it and waste it." "Oh, sister, you haven't told me what you're eating today? Your daughter is so thoughtful. You came back from far away. Did you kill a chicken for your daughter?" Chi Hongdo looked at Ma Zi's grandmother eagerly, as if she was already standing at the kitchen door of Ma Zi's house, waiting for dinner. Ma Zi's grandmother stopped talking immediately. "White rice and killing a chicken, it's just the Mid-Autumn Festival, not the Chinese New Year. Big sister, you are really generous. Why don't you mix sweet potato with rice?" Ma Zi's grandmother didn't quite believe it. After all, Mrs. Zhao's style to the outside world was stingy. Is it possible to cook a pot of rice for the Mid-Autumn Festival? Chi Hongdo, it's being cooked in the kitchen. Why would I lie to you? Why don't you come with me to take a look? By the way, your family killed a few chickens today. It's rare for your daughter to come back, so you must treat her well, right? Ma Zi's grandmother was shocked. Would you be willing to kill chickens for your daughter to come back? Just eat some sweet potato porridge and order some pickled vegetables and radish strips. There was no way to chat today. Just now I asked her if she killed chickens, but now it became how many chickens she killed. If I continue to ask, the Red Flag Brigade will announce that her daughter is back today, and they have a full banquet. Ma Zi's grandmother tossed her 2 unsteady legs and left. Or you can say she ran away. The Zhao family is also amazing. The daughters are nowhere to be seen, and the 3 granddaughters who were married have not been seen until now. It can be seen how bad the living environment of the girls in the old Zhao family is. Otherwise, who would not want to go back to their parents' home? When it was time to eat at noon, 2 of the 3 granddaughters came back. Li Shaoi looked at the affectionate scene between the eldest sister-in-law and the 5th sister-in-law and the daughter, and looked at Zhao Yuxiu, who was sweeping the floor at the door. Zhao Yuxiu was very calm. The man her sister Zhao Yulan married was not good. When she left home, her sister went out empty-handed. Zhao Yulan really had no nostalgia for this family. It felt that leaving the old Zhao family and those relatives in the old Zhao family was like passing by strangers. Zhao Yuxiu was very clear about this, but she felt that her own mother Li Shaoi might not be as clear as she was. Wang Xiaochao was honest and gentle, and she cared about her children. Seeing her daughter Zhao Yuxia, whom she had not seen for a long time, Wang Xiaochao was happy from the bottom of her heart. She went back to her parents' home early in the morning and sent some things to her parents and came back. She missed her daughter. She had not seen her for a long time and didn't know how her daughter was doing, so she rushed back early. Jiang Yun had lunch at her mother's house and gave her a pheasant that Zhao Yuanwu had gotten and a handful of candy. After chatting with her family for a long time, she hurried back. Zhao Yueying, the eldest daughter of the fifth room, and her mother returned to the old Zhao's house one after the other. Afterwards, the mother and daughter naturally exchanged glances and shed tears. The old Zhao family naturally did not kill a chicken today. There was a pot of loofah and egg soup, a large plate of stir-fried water spinach, a plate of salted beans, and a plate of salted fish. This was the salted food that the old lady had originally hung on the beams. The bacon was basically untouched, but this was the last salted fish. The salted fish had a strong smell, and Chi Hongdo thought it was best to eat it. There were 4 dishes in total. Although they were not as good as the chicken stew, they were definitely of high standard. The most important thing was that there was also a full pot of white rice. Zhao Yuxia and Zhao Yueying had not been back to their mother's house for a long time. They were surprised that the food level of the old Zhao family had improved to this level. Looking at the egg droplets in the loofah and egg soup, you can tell that at least 3 or 4 eggs were beaten into this bowl. Look at the oily leaves of the stir-fried greens. Look at the plate of salted fish. And finally look at the rice in the bowl. Mom, did our family pick up money? Zhao Yueying inherited Zhao Yuanwu's loud voice. She was already heroic and spoke and acted quite heroically. Zhao Yuxia on the other side only dared to pull Wang Xiaoqiao to ask quietly and did not dare to speak loudly, for fear of attracting Chi Hongdo's attention. This girl, how can she talk like that? Jiang Yun quickly pinched her daughter, then smiled at everyone. Yueying is homesick. She fooled the whole thing over. In fact, the granddaughters came back late because they all thought of the same thing. In the past, Mrs. Zhao often scolded them at home for eating white rice and wasting food. Although it was a mid-autumn festival reunion, the old Zhao family had not split up. If they rushed back to have a meal at the old Zhao family, who knows how the old lady would complain. The granddaughters knew it well, so they chose to arrive later. Unexpectedly, the old Zhao family had a late dinner today. There was no boiled vegetables or grain rice on the table. There were only delicious dishes and rice. It's no wonder that Zhao Yueying said that the family had picked up money. If they hadn't picked up money, they wouldn't have spent it like this. It's painful to spend a penny of your own money, but if you picked up someone else's money, you can spend it as much as you want. Zhao Yuxia came back with a basket of eels. It was all arranged by the men in the family. Eels are good for the body. Even if they are not oily, they can be eaten boiled. After all, they are meat. Anyway, there is a saying in the countryside that eels are very nutritious. Zhao Yueying came back with 5 caddies of cornmeal. She got full work points every day at her husband's house. She was more capable than her husband, earned more, and had a different say. She thought that her own mother was a soft bun who looked smart but was actually easy to bully. She hadn't seen her for half a year and didn't know how she was. She had brought the food back specially, thinking that her grandmother would give her and her mother a good face for the sake of 5 caddies of cornmeal. But now, holding the rice that her mother Jiang Yun had served her, and the dishes that she kept putting into her bowl, Zhao Yueying's suspicions became even heavier. When her mother was doing all this, her grandmother was sitting in the main seat, looking at the overly rich bowl of food in front of her, and she didn't say a word. It was so weird. Zhao Yuxia next to her was also trembling with fear. If she really let her eat all this, would her grandmother beat her to death? Chi Hongdo pretended not to see the little movements of people whispering at the table and coughed. Eat. Very good. The noise was instantly muted, and everyone buried their heads in eating. As soon as the meal was over, the sisters-in-law quickly washed all the pots and pans. Jiang Yun pulled her daughter, who couldn't control herself and was about to ask questions again, into the house and explain the situation at home to Zhao Yueying first. Zhao Yuxia also talked to Wang Xiaoqiao in private while she was tidying up the vegetable garden behind the house. After the 2 pairs of mothers and daughters had a heart-to-heart talk, both granddaughters were dizzy. Is the milk still the same strong milk, but it seems that she is starting to be reluctant to eat it? Faced with her daughter's doubts, The two mothers who didn't quite understand it pushed the timeline forward again and talked about the incident when Lao Lu and his wife proposed to separate the family and the old lady lay in bed for 3 days. As soon as they heard it, they knew that it was a big event, and the two granddaughters listened very attentively. Look at this handkerchief. Is it beautiful? Is the color very bright? Jiang Yiyu took out 3 handkerchiefs. Yes, she asked Li Xiaoyi to exchange the handkerchief in Li Xiaoyi's hand for 3 cents. Her 2 handkerchiefs were light blue, and Li Xiaoyi's was light green, both of which were very fresh and beautiful colors. Zhao Yuang saw the smile on her mother's face and knew how much she liked it. These were all given by your grandma. Jiang Yiyu showed the cloth, fructose, and other things to Zhao Yuang. Of course, the focus was on the beautiful little handkerchief in her hand. Take a look, which one do you like? Jiang Yiyun was of course partial to her daughter, especially since Zhao Yuang was her first child. As a new mother, Jiang Yiyun couldn't help but be partial to her first daughter. Moreover, she knew how to love her daughter when she was born. She was very well behaved and not noisy at all, which saved Jiang Yiyun a lot of time to be in a hurry. When Zhao Yuang was 2 months old and didn't have a name yet, Jiang Yiyun's brother from her mother's side came to visit his sister. He was a simple farmer, holding his beautiful and lovely niece, and he couldn't let go. He thought it would be great if this was his own girl, so he could take her home. The old Jiang family has been dominated by men for 2 consecutive generations. When the family gathers together to do something, they look around and see a lot of hot-tempered young men. Jiang Yiyun has 3 older brothers, a younger brother, and 4 uncles. She is the only girl of that generation in the old Jiang family. If it weren't for this premise, Jiang Yiyun wouldn't be able to get a job in a brick factory with the help of her mother's family. The brother-in-law wanted to take his niece home, and it was not without reason. Anyone can see that his sister's mother-in-law favors boys over girls, and there are many cases of secretly drowning baby girls these days. Zhang's eldest brother-in-law thought that such a beautiful little girl, who was already 2 months old, was not even given a name by his sister's mother-in-law, which showed that she did not like her. He was worried that his niece would be abused by the evil mother-in-law, so he told his sister that it would be better to take her back. Anyway, they are all family members. He has 4 sons, so it's okay to raise his niece as a daughter. He will not treat his niece badly. But Jiang Yiyun was reluctant to do so. When the little baby blew bubbles at her, she would be surprised and happy for a long time. Even though she knew that what her brother said was true, her daughter might be much better with her brother than in the old Zhao family, but Jiang Yiyun still couldn't bear to do so. You said that a daughter raised like this would be so sensible and filial when she grew up. How could Jiang Yiyun not be partial? So, he took out the handkerchief for his daughter to choose. He made up his mind to give the one his daughter liked. Although Zhao Yuang looks heroic, she is not a tomboy. Naturally, she likes such a beautiful and delicate little thing. However, she shook her head when she looked at her own mother's baby. I work in the fields all day, so why would I need this? Jiang Yiyun glanced at her eldest daughter. Do you still sleep in the fields at night? There must be some time, and after the busy farming season, it is almost time to prepare for winter. Even if there is work in the fields, there will not be much. Do you have to be as embarrassed as in the fields all day at home? Do you like this color? Jiang Yiyun didn't listen to her eldest daughter. How could anyone not like a good thing? I'm afraid they would just complain that there are not enough. Jiang Yiyun compared 2 handkerchiefs, one blue and one green, and looked at them for a long time. In the end, she decided to give her daughter the light blue one with white flowers. This color is good-looking and suits her daughter. Zhao Yuye quietly opened in the door. Jiang Yiyun heard the sound and turned around and saw her daughter looking sneaky there. She was so grown up, but she was still like a child. Jiang Yiyun laughed and scolded, "Come in if you want. It's so beautiful to be stuck in the door." Zhao Yuye rushed in with a silly smile. She was afraid that her mother was still crying with her sister. Zhao Yuye and Zhao Yuang were a little afraid of Jiang Yiyun's terror incontinence. It was very scary when she cried. It felt like they didn't know how many unforgivable sins they had committed. Zhao Yuang touched her sister's little head and pinched her cheeks. "You've gained weight. Although it was only a little bit, she was her sister after all, so she noticed it immediately. Zhao Yuya held her little face with two blushes and smiled. I noticed it too. Recently, she was able to eat a full stomach, and Zhao Yuya was also growing up. She absorbed well, so she naturally gained a little weight. Of course, no matter who in the old Zhao family gained weight, it had nothing to do with being fat now. It can only be said that they don't look so scary now. There will be no scary feeling of hungry eyes glowing green. The main reason why Zhao Yueying went back to her parents' home was that she was worried about her biological mother and sister. Now that she saw that they were all fine, she felt much more relieved. But no matter how she thought about it, she couldn't understand what was going on with her grandmother. After Jiang Yun took Zhao Yuya to talk to her eldest daughter for a while, she took out a piece of candy from her pocket and stuffed it into Zhao Yuya's pocket, and sent her away. Some things are not suitable for little girls to hear. Zhao Yuya took the candy, left happily without any worries, and didn't think about keeping a secret to see if her biological mother and sister had any private words to tell her. She didn't have that kind of mind. Zhao Yueying was worried about Jiang Yun, and Jiang Yun was worried about her as well. The eldest daughter had been married for 3 years, and there was still no sign of pregnancy. Jiang Yun was anxious, but she didn't dare to ask her daughter right away, for fear of irritating her. Infertility after 3 years of marriage would be gossiped about in the entire Tianjin commune. Or should we go to a hospital in a big city? Ask your team leader to write a letter of introduction, saying that you are going to see a doctor? Jiang Yu spoke carefully. She didn't want to urge her daughter, but if she dragged it on like this, her daughters-in-laws would definitely have something to say. As a mother, she didn't dare to think about such a situation, and she was afraid that her heart would be broken. Zhao Yueying was silent for a while, and shook her head at Jiang Yu. Let's wait and see. Going to the hospital is not the best solution. First, it makes too much noise. When you go to the team leader to get a letter of introduction, you have to explain the reason. Even if you don't say explicitly that you are going to see if you can get pregnant, people will definitely guess. Because the letter of introduction must state the details of the service, and people know that you're going to the hospital. How can they not guess? Another thing is that the family is not a wealthy family, and going to the hospital will cost money, which Zhao Yueying can't spend. Such a simple, hard-working, and frugal girl doesn't want to make her mother worry or embarrass her in-laws. So I thought about waiting and seeing, maybe it's not the right time. After her daughter said so, Jiang Yun was no longer anxious. She could only hope in her heart that this fate would come sooner. Zhao Yueying brought the 5 caddies of cornmeal to Qi Hongdou. According to the old Zhao family's rule, all things must pass through Qi Hongdou's hands, and then she will collect them and distribute them. Grandma looks much better and in better spirits. Does your leg still hurt? I asked around and found that someone in Laoheqiao makes a family-inherited plaster, which is very useful for removing rheumatism, but it is hard to buy. If I buy it, I will send it to you. Zhao Yueying is not a fussy person. She speaks straightforwardly and is simple. When she said these things to Qi Hongdou, there was no trace of perfunctoriness. To be honest, this was the first caring words Qi Hongdou had heard in all these days at old Zhao's house. She was inexplicably touched. Who doesn't like to be cared for? It's not like she's crazy. She's not thinking about being enemies with the world all day and doesn't like everyone. Zhao Yueying's personality has always been like this, straightforward and generous, and very nice to everyone in the family. Of course, she knew that her grandmother was tough, but the old lady in front of her, who had a hunched back and a short stature, had been the backbone of the old Zhao family since she could remember. She didn't want to say something sad to this old lady. Caring for her was what she should do as a younger generation. Qi Hongdou nodded. Although she now went to the convenience hospital every day to see both Chinese and Western medicine and had ancient acupuncture and medicinal baths every few days, she still accepted the care from her granddaughter. Then you keep an eye out for me. It meant that if she could buy the plaster, she would bring it back. Zhao Yueying also agreed, okay. Grandma, you're in good health, then I will go back. The transportation was inconvenient, and the roads were all dirt. Zhao Yueying walked to the Red Flag Brigade, carrying 5 caddies of cornmeal. It took 2 hours to walk there, and it would take another 2 hours to go back. She said she would go back to her mother's house for a day, but in fact, she spent most of the day on the road. Zhao Yuang thought that if she went back early, she could also help with some housework. She planned to leave after telling Qi Hongdo. Qi Hongdo, take this back to eat, okay, let's go. After Zhao Yuang walked out of the Red Flag Brigade, she took out a handful of fructose from her pocket. After searching in one pocket, she found another handful of fructose in the other pocket and a beautiful light blue handkerchief. One was given by Qi Hongdo, and the other was given by Jiang Yun. Zhao Yuang was already married, but she didn't expect her biological mother and grandmother to put candy in her pocket. Really, she was not the child who had not grown up like Zhao Yuya. Zhao Yuang thought to herself, but to be honest, I have never had so much candy in my pocket since I was a child. I feel that I have never been so rich. I feel as if I am surrounded by a sweet smell all of a sudden. Inexplicably, Zhao Yuang felt a little sour in her nose. But she still quickened her pace to rush to her husband's house. The days kept chasing her. She still had a lot of things to do, and dared not stop to rest. As the eldest among the grandchildren, Zhao Yuxia is definitely a model of an elder sister, like a mother. Since she was a child, she stood on a stool to help cook and do chores at the stove, took care of her younger brothers and sisters at home, washed clothes, cooked, and cut grass for pigs without complaint, and was even more old than an old ox. No matter how many things she did, she would never take credit and would never say what she did and what she paid. She completely inherited Wang Xiaocao's gentleness and honesty. It is also because of this that Zhao Yuxia really has no temper at all. Anyone can say a few words to her, and she will not talk back or resist. From childhood to adulthood, she has never quarreled with anyone or blushed with anyone. Qi Hongdo felt a little headache facing the granddaughter in front of him who always habitually stared at her toes when talking. With this kind of personality, the people around her will always benefit, and she can't expect to get any good things. Moreover, there is a big difference between Zhao Yuxia and Zhao Yuang's personalities. Qi Hongdo had just seen a granddaughter with a pleasant personality and caring words. Facing the overly docile Zhao Yuxia in front of him, Qi Hongdo couldn't ignore the difference between the two. However, the development of personality is not a day or two. It is estimated that it will be difficult for Zhao Yuxia to change. Seeing that this granddaughter exudes the aura of I am easy to talk to and easy to bully, come and bully me quickly, Qi Hongdo rubbed his forehead and stuffed Zhao Yuxia with a handful of candy for the sake of the basket of eels. They didn't come empty-handed, and there was no need to let them leave empty-handed. Zhao Yuxia left with a handful of fructose in fear and trepidation under Qi Hongdo's pressured gaze. It's true that this is the first time I go back to my mother's house, and I can get something from my own grandmother. After Zhao Yuxia was stunned, she couldn't help feeling happy. She is a person who will automatically magnify 20 points if someone gives her a point of goodness. Moreover, this time when she returned to her mother's house, she not only ate rice, but her grandmother did not scold her and gave her a handful of candy. Zhao Yuxia, who is already a mother of 2 children, thought of this, and a happy smile appeared on her gentle face. After the 2 granddaughters who returned to their mother's house left, the mid-autumn festival of the old Zhao family was basically over. None of the 4 daughters really came back. Qi Hongdo looked up all the things about the 4 daughters from the memory of the old lady Zhao and thought about it, and felt something was wrong. It was expected that the eldest daughter, Zhao Darong, would not come, but what about the other 3?
Mom?
My sneakers. When are you going to buy them for me? Zhao Aimin was so frustrated that he couldn't even be happy to eat rice today because the soles of his shoes were broken and he couldn't wear them. When he came back barefoot from the ground today, he met one of his second-rate companions. The other party got a pair of leather shoes from somewhere. Although they were a little big on his feet, they were definitely impressive. They instantly attracted Zhao Aimin's attention. Zhao Aimin was extremely unhappy after he came back. Even Gosheng had a pair of leather shoes, but where were his white sneakers? Moreover, he used to have a higher status than Gosheng in the second-rate group. Now, after working on the farm for a month, he was exhausted by the wind, rain, and sun. His hair was cut, and his image was gone. His status was even lower than Gosheng for nothing. Whenever Zhao Aimin thought of this, he felt like he had thorns all over his body and was unhappy everywhere. He didn't like to suppress his temper. Thinking about what his mother said, she would go to the town to buy him shoes in a while, and he didn't know when it would be. He might as well come and urge her. If it doesn't work, he can get some money and buy them in the town himself. Having made up his mind, Zhao Aimin squatted beside Chi Hongdo's chair and kept acting coquettishly and humming. Chi Hongdo felt like there was a puppy circling around his feet. Seeing that the dog was about to get angry because of a pair of shoes, Chi Hongdo tapped his head with the handle of a broken palm leaf fan. "I'll go to town tomorrow." "Really?" Because recently, when he asked his mother for something, he would often hesitate for a long time and still not get it, and he even had to pay the equivalent of labor. Zhao Aimin didn't expect that his mother would be so easy to talk to this time. Zhao Aimin, who never went against his good luck, quickly turned his little brain and asked tentatively, "Then, Mother, can I take a few days off from working in the fields?" Zhao Aimin also learned to be smart. Instead of saying that he would not work in the fields, he took a step back and said to take a few days off. Chi Hongdo glanced at his adopted son with a smile. "A few days off? How many days do you want to take a few days off?" Is there a way?" Zhao Aimin's eyes lit up again, and he quickly asked, "How about taking a rest for 7 or 8 days? Half a month would be fine," but Zhao Aimin was not so stupid as to say so. But 7 or 8 days was not a short time, and Zhao Aimin's calculations began to click again. "Oh, you want to rest for 7 or 8 days?" Chi Hongdo's smile remained unchanged, but he was laughing in his heart.
How dare you think that?
Resting for 7 or 8 days at a time. Why not just say that you want to rest until the end of the year, just in time for the Chinese New Year? Zhao Aimin had come to his senses at this time. It seemed that he had said too much. What about 5 days? Touching the back of his neck that suddenly felt cold, Zhao Aimin counted on his fingers and began to lower his requirements. 5 days? Chi Hongdo's eyelids did not even move. 3 days. 3 days should be fine, right, Mother? Hee. Mother, I am your own son. Look at how tired I have been from work this month. 3 days is not enough, but 2 days should be enough, right? You have to tire your precious son to death first. Bah, precious. He really knows how to flatter himself. However, Chi Hongdo still gave in at this time. 2 days. When Zhao Aimin heard that Chi Hongdo agreed, although it was only 2 days, he thought his heart that since he agreed to give himself a rest, could he bargain? But before he could finish his words, Chi Hongdo interrupted him. "I'll give you 2 days to rest. It's just right for you to go visit your 3rd, 4th, and 8th sisters."
Why?
The 3 sisters didn't marry nearby. If he went to visit all 3 sisters, he wouldn't be able to rest for the next 2 days. He wouldn't have enough time to travel. Zhao Aimin didn't want to do it. It was so tiring. Besides, why did his mother mention his sisters for no reason? Didn't his mother usually treat his sisters as if they didn't exist? "You're stupid. None of your sisters came back for the Mid-Autumn Festival."
How can I feel good about it?
"We just had a big fight with your uncle's family. If others knew that your sisters didn't come back for the festival, wouldn't they laugh at us? You should go to their place just as a token of your appreciation. It will be easier for us to talk to others in the future, right? I am doing this for you. I still check the pen before buying pigs. If our family has a better reputation, your future mother-in-law will be less picky, right?" Although no one knew where Zhao Aimin's future mother-in-law was, Chi Hongdo still persisted in making false promises to Zhao Aimin. He believed the lie after telling it 1,000 times. Even though Zhao Aimin didn't know what his future wife looked like, with Chi Hongdo's description, he felt that his future wife must be the most beautiful one in the village. If he wanted to marry such a beautiful wife, his mother-in-law would definitely make things difficult for him. The atmosphere and reputation of the husband's family must be taken into consideration. So his mother really cared about him. Zhao Aimin scratched his head. So, should he go or not? "Mom, what about my sneakers?" "Chi Hongdo, you are my precious son. Who else can use the sneakers if I don't give them to you? Don't worry, I will buy you the shoes tomorrow when I go to town." "Mom, you are so kind." Zhao Aimin was overjoyed to get a definite answer. Forget it. Isn't it just a visit to a few sisters? It's better to walk than to work in the fields, right? Let's go. After sending Zhao Aimin to see the daughters, Chi Hongdo went back to the house to pack up. By the way, she made herself a cup of watermelon bobo milk tea. Few people in the Hongqi brigade grow watermelons in their own vegetable gardens. It was very difficult for Chi Hongdo to eat a piece of watermelon in the hot weather. It's better to ask for help from yourself than to ask for help from others. It's better to drink iced watermelon bobo in the house. She would send Zhao Aimin to see her daughters, one reason being that Zhao Aimin had indeed worked for a month, and if he was not allowed to go out and have some fresh air, he would probably quit. By then, it would be useless to make promises. Another reason was that it was indeed unusual that none of the 4 daughters came back for the Mid-Autumn Festival. The eldest daughter would not come back for no reason, and she would not come back unless she was needed. It was expected that she would not come back. But the 3rd, 4th, and 8th daughters had all come back before. In addition, Chi Hongdo had planned to assign someone to go and take a look because she had met fellow villagers from Chunshan Brigade in the town before. It was just right that she took this opportunity to let Zhao Aimin go and take a look. In these days, even if there were any family conflicts, divorce was not popular. Why did people generally not like their daughters to marry far away? It was because if something happened, they would not be able to run back to their parents' home in time. The simple folk customs of the time were good, but there were legal and literary illiterates everywhere. The country was still groping for development, and it was not possible to educate the people's thoughts for the time being. Therefore, Chi Hongdo asked Zhao Aimin to go even if she could tell her daughters that they would know the situation. As Zhao Aimin is the younger uncle, his mother is his elder brother. No matter which sister's house he goes to, his in-laws will give him some face. Chi Hongdo has been in good health this month. With the treatment of a combination of Chinese and Western medicine, her old cold legs are no longer cold, and her lumbar muscle strain has also been relieved a lot. She also bought a kind of health pill suitable for her constitution at the pharmacy under the recommendation of the old Chinese medicine NPC. I wonder if it has anything to do with the famous ginseng nourishing pill. Chi Hongdo thought divergently. But after eating this thing, I can really feel my body warm. It is not the kind of hot temperature caused by being exposed to the sun, but a comfortable feeling like soaking in a hot spring. If you are in good health, you will feel good. Moreover, Chi Hongdo does not have to work in the fields. If she has anything to do every day, she can just order people around. For a while, she really feels like retiring early and living a retirement life. Although her current body is really for retirement, from another perspective, this experience is unique. With money in her pocket, Chi Hongdo, as the first free person in the old Zhao family, went to the town. When Chi Hongdo was cleaning and drying quilts and furniture, she saw clearly that the old Zhao family only had a few hard and thick quilts. People in the north have kangs at home during the winter, but in the south, they have to shiver during the winter. Why did no one doubt that the widow Wang in the village was frozen to death? Because the winter is really cold. In winter, you have to use an axe to split the ice in the pond to see the water when washing clothes in the pond. When the snow is crazy, it can be waist deep. Well, it is still the waist of an adult. Although Chi Hongdo can enter the small villa where it is warm all year round by closing the door, she can't stay out for 24 hours. Besides, she doesn't want to wear the 2 tattered cotton jackets of old Lady Zhao. The autumn harvest is almost over and it is time for the slack season. It is time to prepare cotton quilts and winter clothes. However, it is not easy to buy cotton. It is limited and requires tickets. The Zhao family has not had a new cotton quilt for several years. She went to the town to ask where she could find cotton to avoid being caught off guard. Thinking of this, it seems that she still has a lot of things to do. Well, today is also a very fulfilling day, and there is no day that I will be angry to death by my unfilial descendants. Generally speaking, it is better to have a bird in your pocket when visiting someone than to go empty-handed. But Zhao Aimin is not like the average person. He is very thick-skinned. He thought he would go to see his sisters, but he left empty-handed. The old lady has always raised him as a baby. Even if his brothers and sisters don't like him in their hearts, they are very nice to him on the surface. They will not easily provoke Zhao Aimin. Even the nephews and nieces at home will deliberately give in to this little uncle. So, it is not without reason that Zhao Aimin can be so confident that he regards himself as the old lady's sweetheart. In addition, his brothers and sisters are much older, and no one has the patience to argue with a little kid about trivial matters. Whether the brothers dote on him or not is invisible and intangible, but the sisters, the eldest sister and the eldest Zhao Yuanwen are twins, and they are 20 years apart, like Zhao Aimin. When he was born, the eldest sister was already married, and she didn't often go back to her parents' home, so Zhao Aimin didn't have much impression of this sister. But the remaining third, fourth, and eighth sisters were all very nice to him. They would think of him when they had something good. Zhao Aimin thought that maybe he could get some good things when he visited his sisters' homes this time. He went to his third sister's home first, which was relatively close. On the way to his third sister, Zhao Chunhua's place, Zhao Aimin ran into the second-rate guy Gosheng, who was wandering around. "Hey, aren't you going to the fields today?" Gosheng had a small nose and small eyes, dark skin, and a bit of a mean look. When he spoke, his expression was mean. He was the kind of person that young girls and wives would avoid if they saw him on the street. "I earn work points to support myself. It's hard work, but it's worth it." Zhao Aimin, who was wearing straw sandals, pulled the collar of his clothes to try not to look at the pair of leather shoes on Gosheng's feet, which were one size larger, but still very bright and beautiful. Really, when I asked Gosheng where they came from, Gosheng didn't tell me. I just wanted him. But it doesn't matter. My mother will bring me new sneakers when I go back tonight. Zhao Aimin raised his chin and looked at Gosheng with a look that said things are different now, and we are no longer on the same level. Try to use all the high-sounding words that Chi Hongdo said when she was painting a rosy picture for him. Gosheng looked like he had stepped on dog after hearing this. We are all second-rate people. Everyone knows who. Do words like hard-working, independent, and diligent have anything to do with them? Are you possessed? Gosheng looked at Zhao Aimin suspiciously, wondering if your head was damaged by the sun after working in the fields for a month. Look at the face of his former good brother. He has been tanned a lot. The genes of the Zhao family are not bad. Zhao Aimin inherited the cold white skin of his biological father whom he had never met, plus a baby face that looks quite sunny. When he was a child, he was not only loved by everyone but also a very lovable kid. As a result, he grew up crooked and became a second-rate person. Gosheng scanned Zhao Aimin from head to toe, and the more he looked, the more he felt like he had seen a ghost. His hair was cut, his face was black, and even the way he looked at people was wrong. If it wasn't possessed by evil spirits, then what was it? "I know there is an old witch in Shanho village. How about introducing you to her?" Gosheng said stealthily in a low voice. Nowadays, people are paying attention to breaking the four olds and not doing these supernatural things, but it is difficult to seek medical treatment and medicine in the countryside, and everyone's greatest hope is to resort to ghosts and gods. Seeking divination has never been broken in China for 5,000 years, and it is impossible to completely eliminate it. Zhao Aimin was choked by Gosheng and rolled his eyes. "What the? I can't be better? Okay." Looking at the old vest that Gosheng was wearing, the ribs on his chest were so thin that they were clearly visible, and Zhao Aimin realized it. Gosheng was jealous of himself. He ate well and drank well at home. He worked when he wanted to work, and when he didn't want to work, his mother let him rest and even bought him sneakers. What about Gosheng?
What?
Gosheng's family is in a very bad situation, and they are extremely poor, but he himself is not the kind of person who is willing to work hard. The poorer he is, the more destitute he is, and the more destitute he is, the lazier he is. He thinks being a second-rate person is much better than working the land. At least that's how it is for Gosheng. Humph, his thoughts have improved now, and he has nothing in common with Gosheng. Zhao Aimin thought darkly in his heart, and then he planned to leave. He was too lazy to continue arguing with Gosheng. "Hey, wait, I haven't finished talking yet. Don't you want to know where my leather shoes came from?" Gosheng showed off his leather shoes in front of Zhao Aimin last time. Zhao Aimin chased him and asked him where he got these shoes, but he didn't tell him. It's not because Gosheng is good at keeping secrets, but because Gosheng wants to pretend to be big and deliberately tempt Zhao Aimin. So many days have passed. Gosheng is so addicted to pretending that he can't hold it back. He pulled Zhao Aimin and whispered a lot, and Zhao Aimin's eyes popped out when he heard it. Really? No one saw it? No one cared? Zhao Aimin's anxiety can be seen from his repeated questions. Gosheng smiled with satisfaction, which was exactly the effect he wanted. Brother, I plan to go there again in the next few days. Do you want to come with me? Gosheng encouraged Zhao Aimin. Zhao Aimin was very tempted. The leather shoes on Gosheng's feet were brought back from the county, or, to be more precise, they were picked up. Gosheng didn't know when he secretly ran to the county. When he was wandering around the county, he met someone fighting over shoes. The pair of shoes on his feet were picked up for free. The man and woman who were paraded in the streets seemed to be of some status. There were many people watching, and it was a bit chaotic in the end. Gosheng took advantage of the situation and picked up a pair of leather shoes for free. He didn't mind that they were worn by others. Anyway, he had never worn such good shoes since he was born. What's wrong with others wearing them? These are leather shoes. So he picked them up and showed them off to the whole village. Gosheng got a bargain for free, so he remembered it and kept thinking about when to go to the county again. Because the control is very strict everywhere now, Gosheng has to find a way to avoid people when he wants to go to the county. When he goes to the county to hang out, he has to hide himself as much as possible so that people don't find out that he is an idle person. Gosheng thought that he only had a pair of eyes to take care of everything, and sometimes there were patrols on the street, so he thought about finding someone to go with him. Look, Zhao Aimin came to his door. To be honest, Zhao Aimin, who hadn't been out for a while, was very tempted. He felt that his luck was always better than Gosheng and the others. Maybe he could get some good things when he went to the county, maybe better than Gosheng's leather shoes. How about it, do you want to go? Gosheng urged Zhao Aimin. Actually, I'm free today, too. Do you want to go together now? Zhao Aimin wanted to nod immediately. Gosheng's proposal was too tempting. Chi Hongdo went to the town and listened all the way. She didn't rush to ask, but listened to what people around her said first, and thought about where there might be clues. She was an old lady with gray hair, wearing a coarse cloth, carrying a basket covered with cloth, walking slowly on the street, very inconspicuous, and generally no one noticed her. Although Nan province is not as rich in cotton as Guangzhou, it has always been planted. And, because the country calls on farmers to sell patriotic cotton, Nan province has always had cotton delivery tasks. There are several ways to purchase cotton, such as requisition, unified purchase, assigned purchase, pre-purchase, exchange purchase, etc., which are constantly changing according to the issued documents and actual needs. This month, the cotton in Nan province has entered the big picking time. Limited by the current agricultural level, the current cotton production is not high, and the task of each brigade to deliver patriotic cotton is very tight, so it is not easy for farmers to get some cotton. It is even more difficult for people to pick cotton in the fields at this time. After entering October, although the weather is still very hot, it is the end of midsummer and early autumn after all. Every morning, I go to the field to pick cotton. There is still dew on the cotton leaves on the ridges. After only 10 minutes in the field, my clothes are almost all wet by the dew, which is very uncomfortable. But the most uncomfortable thing is not here. Because pesticides are not popular and there are problems with the quality of cotton seeds, there are more bollworms in the cotton field than cotton. These fat insects regard the cotton field as their own nest. You can kill many insects with just one step. After working in the field for half a day, you can shake out a lot of insects on your body, shoes, and hair. After a day of work, people will feel dizzy and suffer. When picking cotton, the sharp shells on the outside of the cotton can poke your fingers and make them bleed. Isn't the white, plump, and soft cotton cute? The countless bollworms are even fatter and softer than the cotton. There is no end to the work in the field, so you don't even have time to get goosebumps and scream. When Chi Hongdo thought of this, she was glad that she didn't have to go to the field. Otherwise, she probably wouldn't want the lifespan that was returned in a 1-to-1 ratio. It was too painful. She would have to find a way to get cotton. There was no thick quilt at home, and the old lady didn't have a thick cotton jacket to keep warm. In winter, she would have nothing to wear. Cotton flicking is an old craft, and the experienced cotton-flicking craftsman might have inherited the craft from his family. Chi Hongdo was careful and found the cotton-flicking master's house. Because he couldn't tell where it was, he knocked on a door and chatted with the old lady in the house under the pretext of asking for water. He soon figured out which family was the cotton-flicking master. In the inconspicuous bungalow at the end of the street, the dark wooden door had traces of wind and rain, making the door look older than Chi Hongdo now. Chi Hongdo knocked on the door.
Who is it?
A child's voice sounded at the door. Chi Hongdo coughed twice. Is Master Zheng home? The voice of an old lady who sounded very weak made the child inside the door a little less nervous. Old man Zheng in the house also heard it and came over to open the door. Big sister, are you looking for me? An old man who looked quite energetic looked at Chi Hongdo at the door. Chi Hongdo smiled rather weakly. Big brother, can I ask for some water to drink? It was inconvenient to talk standing at the door. Old man Zheng paused and raised his voice slightly. There's water. There is water. Big sister, come in and have a sip. Chi Hongdo went in. The small bungalow has 2 rooms. The front is the kitchen and the living room, the back is the bedroom, and there is a small yard in the middle. It looks quite spacious. Chi Hongdo met the gazes of the grandfather and grandson opposite and said honestly, I asked the elder sister Qian in front to find you, elder brother. To be honest, I want to ask you to fluff 2 cotton sheets. Old man Jing looked at the frail old lady opposite and hesitated. Now the world is catching speculators and profiteers. His skill of fluffing cotton was originally to support his family, but now it is neither good nor bad. The people have demand, but how can he charge for fluffing cotton for others? If someone has bad intentions and he makes the quilt for them and then gets reported for speculation, who can he complain to? So old man Zheng doesn't take jobs from strangers easily now and usually gives them to acquaintances. If others ask, he will say that he is doing it for relatives at home. But Chi Hongdo looks very honest, mainly because the general public generally has no vigilance towards the elderly, the weak, the sick, and the young, so old man Zheng didn't know what to say to Chi Hongdo. Chi Hongdo touched his pocket, took out a fructose candy, and handed it to the child next to the old man. Big brother, please help me. You see, I am an honest old country lady, and I came to you today just to make 2 quilts of cotton, nothing else. The child began to drool when he saw the candy, and before the old man could speak, he was involuntarily attracted to take the candy from Chi Hongdo. The old man looked at his grandson, who was so happy after eating the candy, and he was still cautious. He said, You can fluff the cotton, but I don't charge money. What do you want to exchange for it? It's hard to explain if you charge money. In this era, people don't talk about buying and selling, but only about exchanging. Anyway, fluffing a pound of cotton costs 20 cents, so just exchange it according to this standard. Everyone knows the number. Chi Hongdo agreed with a smile. Thank you, big brother. How about this? You see, I don't have much good things at home, but my eldest daughter gave me some cloth. The one I'm wearing, can I exchange it with you? As I said, materials are in short supply and cloth is in short supply. It is another hard currency besides food. After all, there are few people on the street whose clothes are not patched. Old man Zheng has good eyesight. He can tell at a glance that the cloth on Chi Hongdo is not bad. Of course, it is not the kind that is very rare. He thought about it, nodded, and agreed. He is the only one in the family who still has this skill. His son does not do this. He and his daughter-in-law sweep the streets to collect waste. Although the salary is not high, it is still a job. It is difficult to support a family with just the couple. He also thought that any money he could earn is good, so he agreed on the terms of the exchange with Chi Hongdo, and he would wait for Chi Hongdo to come to the town to bring cotton next time. Chi Hongdo had no objection. Before leaving, he gave the child another candy, which made the child so happy that his missing teeth were exposed. After finishing the cotton flushing business, Chi Hongdo went to the supply and marketing cooperative. He had no tickets in his hand. When he saw the pair of sneakers in the supply and marketing cooperative, Chi Hongdo thought about it and decided to buy them. After buying the sneakers, he turned around and saw a few pairs of dark green rubber-soled shoes on the cabinet next to him. These were much more practical than sneakers, but Chi Hongdo touched her pocket and she had no tickets. These dark green rubber-soled shoes are even more in demand than sneakers. If you miss them, you may not get them next time. Chi Hongdo thought about it, took out a dark blue handkerchief with a small red flower from his pocket, and wiped the non-existent sweat on his forehead in front of the saleswoman of the supply and marketing cooperative. The saleswoman quickly caught the delicate red color. The saleswoman looked at the handkerchief in Chi Hongdo's hand, then looked at Chi Hongdo, thinking, this old lady seems a little familiar? Thinking about it again, isn't this old lady the one who spent a huge amount of money to buy a can of malted milk before? No wonder she can use such a delicate handkerchief. The dark blue handkerchief in Chi Hongdo's hand is not the common dark blue of the farm cloth, but a calm azure blue like the sea. The small red flowers are not the kind with rough stitches. Although it is small and inconspicuous, it is actually very delicately made. There were only 2 salesmen in the supply and marketing cooperative, each responsible for a certain area. There were not many people in the supply and marketing cooperative at this time, and one of the salesmen was still working and did not notice Chi Hongdo. Jiang Xiaohui wanted to take a look at such a delicate handkerchief, but Chi Hongdo asked a lot of questions in front of her counter, and Chi Hongdo did not take out money or receipts for a long time, so Jiang Xiaohui felt something. After all, she was also a person working in the supply and marketing cooperative, so Jiang Xiaohui was cautious. It was almost time for lunch, and the supply and marketing cooperative took turns to eat. Jiang Xiaohui walked out of the back door of the supply and marketing cooperative with a lunchbox and saw Chi Hongdo waiting outside. Auntie, why haven't you gone home yet? Jiang Xiaohui talked to Chi Hongdo, but her eyes fell on a light pink handkerchief in Chi Hongdo's hand. Jiang Xiaohui could only say that she would just take a look at the dark blue handkerchief, but this light pink handkerchief was obviously new, and Jiang Xiaohui was really moved. To be able to work in the supply and marketing cooperative, one must either be well off or well employed, and Jiang Xiaohui is both. Her father works in a town unit, and her mother works in the supply and marketing cooperative. In fact, her job is a one-size-fits-all job. Old girls love to be coquettish. Although Jiang Xiaohui can see that Chi Hongdo is doing it on purpose, she thought that the old lady just wanted to buy something in the supply and marketing cooperative. She probably wanted to use her connections because she was short of tickets. Because of her work, people often come to her to get some defective products from the supply and marketing cooperative. So she didn't beat around the bush and asked Chi Hongdo directly what she meant. My daughter, you are worthy of working in the supply and marketing cooperative. You are so smart. These 2 handkerchiefs of mine are new. In fact, they were given to me by my daughter. How can an old woman like me use such good things? Wouldn't it be a waste? You are so beautiful. This pink handkerchief is just right for you. People are like this. Good words are pleasant to the ears. Even if you know that the other party is asking for something, you will be happy to hear it in your heart. As Chi Hongdo spoke, he stuffed the handkerchief into Jiang Xiaohui's hand. My daughter, you look kind and beautiful. It's like looking at my own daughter. I will give you this handkerchief as a gift. Jiang Xiaohui pinched the handkerchief and unfolded it. It was indeed soft and beautiful. However, no matter how much she liked it in her heart, she did not accept it with joy after hearing what Chi Hongdo said. Instead, she looked at Chi Hongdo with caution and stuffed the handkerchief that she had been reluctant to let go of just now back into Chi Hongdo's hand. Auntie, how can I just accept such a beautiful handkerchief? You should take it back and use it yourself. Seeing the vigilance in Jiang Xiaohui's eyes, Chi Hongdo thought, as expected, those who have a stable job these days are not ordinary people. Thinking so in her heart, Chi Hongdo was stunned at first, and then showed a big smile. Don't be afraid, my daughter. I don't want to do anything bad. I just want to ask you something. This handkerchief is just a gift, nothing else. Jiang Xiaohui still didn't take the handkerchief, but asked, What do you want to ask? Gifts must be given for something. Jiang Xiaohui helped if she could, but she didn't help everyone. Or maybe the family environment is very important. With the influence of her parents, Jiang Xiaohui is much more mature in this regard than her peers, or even colleagues who are older than her. Receiving gifts is not only about whether the gift is to your liking, but also about weighing your own weight and seeing what you can and can't do. The most important thing is not to lose your iron rice bowl for a little profit, otherwise it will not be worth it. Chi Hongdo showed Jiang Xiaohui a helpless expression. Oh, my girl, I just want to ask, can I buy those rubber-soled shoes without a ticket? There are so many people in my family, and there are not many pairs of shoes that can be worn out. I want to buy shoes, but I can't buy them without a ticket, so I want to ask you. As for what shoes can be bought without a ticket? Of course, defective shoes. This is also an open secret in the supply and marketing cooperative. Chi Hongdo gave the handkerchief to make friends, just like dealing with Zhu Dashan. It is normal for anyone to establish a relationship with anyone else by giving and taking. Hearing this, Jiang Xiaohui relaxed a lot. Although defective products are not common, this kind of request is also very common. However, rubber-soled shoes are easy to sell. She doesn't remember whether there are any defective products in this batch of rubber-soled shoes. There should be no defective products. If there are defective products, they are usually divided up internally at the first time. She hadn't heard of it, so it should be gone. Jiang Xiaohui wanted to shake her head, but the pink handkerchief was too much to her liking. After thinking for a moment, she said to Chi Hongdo, "Wait a minute, I'll go ask first." Chi Hongdo had plenty of time. Waiting was certainly not a problem. When Jiang Xiaohui turned around to ask people, Chi Hongdo took the opportunity to stuff the pink handkerchief into Jiang Xiaohui's pocket. This time, Jiang Xiaohui didn't refuse. Holding the beautiful handkerchief in her pocket, Jiang Xiaohui's mood couldn't help but jump for a while, and then she went inside to look for someone. A few minutes later, Jiang Xiaohui came out with a package. The package contained 2 pairs of defective rubber-soled shoes. After talking to Chi Hongdo, Jiang Xiaohui remembered that no one in her family wore this kind of rubber-soled shoes, so when the defective products in this batch of shoes were purchased, she didn't pay much attention. Instead, her colleagues left a few pairs of defective products in the warehouse and hadn't taken them home yet. Her colleague was another person in charge of other counters in the supply and marketing cooperative, but he had more experience than her, and no one said anything when he kept a few pairs of shoes in the warehouse. After Jiang Xiaohui went in, she found her colleague and told her about it. She took out her handkerchief and showed it to her. She also described the other blue handkerchief in Chi Hongdo's hand. The colleague also liked this beautiful handkerchief. Anyway, there will always be defective products in the supply and marketing cooperative. She originally planned to use these pairs of shoes to exchange for things. It's not impossible to give away 2 pairs. So there were 2 pairs of defective rubber-soled shoes that Jiang Xiaohui brought up. Oh, my girl, thank you so much. Really nice shoes. The soles are really solid. I said your girl is a capable person. So amazing. Chi Hongdo took the package and praised Jiang Xiaohui again and again. A pair of rubber-soled shoes cost 6.80 yuan, which is really not cheap. However, Chi Hongdo not only paid the money happily, but also stuffed the blue handkerchief she took out at the beginning into Jiang Xiaohui's hand. This handkerchief was brought back by my girl. It costs several yuan and is very beautiful. It would be a waste for an old woman like me to use it. It's better for you young people to use it. Also say thank you to your kind colleague, the elder sister. I don't have anything good in my hand, so this handkerchief is a thank you gift. Chi Hongdo's words were sincere and she acted so well, so Jiang Xiaohui had a better impression of her. It's good that she is not the kind of person who pushes the limit. Some people, after helping once, not only take it for granted, but also urge and ask when they will help again, and they don't even show any expression with their hands. It's hard to like them. It's just a small favor, not worth much, but I'll accept this handkerchief. The blue one is a thank you gift from Chi Hongdo to her colleague, and she won't refuse it on behalf of her colleague. She would have told her colleague about this matter, which shows that the benefits are shared. Although it is a favor from Jiang Xiaohui that she can buy rubber-soled shoes from Chi Hongdo now, it is a colleague who gave the things after all. Besides, the supply and marketing cooperative is not that big, and it is difficult for people who work together all day to have any secrets. So instead of hiding it, it is better to share it together. It can also enhance the relationship between colleagues. Usually in this situation, people with common secrets will have a better relationship. Oh, my girl, I'm glad you like it. I'm just afraid you don't like it. Chi Hongdo put the shoes into the basket in her hand and talked to Jiang Qiahui with a smile. This is sincere. Last time, she ordered a total of 36 handkerchiefs at Mao Mao Tailor Shop, and she still has 28 in her hand. If you really want it, you can order it for 100 or 80 yuan. However, things are valuable because they are rare. Chi Hongdo can't say that she has so many handkerchiefs in front of outsiders. Wouldn't that be speculation? But when she finished greeting Jiang Qiahui and was about to go back, she was stopped by Jiang Qiahui. Auntie, you just said that you have several handkerchiefs. Are they all like this? To be honest, Jiang Qiahui really likes this beautiful little thing. Otherwise, she wouldn't have turned around and went back to share it with her colleagues after talking to Chi Hongdo. The tender pink handkerchief in her pocket was really reluctant for Jiang Qiahui to use. But if she was reluctant to use one, she shouldn't be so reluctant to use two, right? Chi Hongdo looked at Jiang Qiahui's expectant eyes and smiled. The little girl is a little cute. It can be seen that she is very satisfied with the handkerchief. Yes, I have two more, but the color is not as pretty as yours. Chi Hongdo didn't put on airs since it was a familiar matter. Since Jiang Qiahui asked, she took out two brand new handkerchiefs from the basket. One was grass green with an orchid pattern on it, and the other was milky white with a pattern of a bright red plum on the edge.
Oh,
So pretty! Although the colors of these two handkerchiefs were not as pretty as the tender pink one in her hand, they were both very pretty. Jiang Qiahui fell in love at first sight. I like them so much. I want them. Annie, can I exchange these two handkerchiefs with you? Jiang Qiahui didn't want to miss this rare opportunity, so she decided to talk to Chi Hongdo again. Chi Hongdo didn't plan to charge Jiang Qiahui money. But it was impossible to exchange the rubber-soled shoes again, as they really didn't have that many defective ones. Thinking of the broken and cracked coarse porcelain bowls in the old Zhao family's kitchen, Chi Hongdo asked Jiang Qiahui, "My girl, I won't lie to you. I want to buy some bowls and plates. The bowls and plates at home are useless. I want to replace them with new and sturdy ones. Don't worry, these two handkerchiefs are not worth that much money. I will buy them with your money. It's okay to use two handkerchiefs as a stepping stone, but it's unrealistic to use two handkerchiefs to buy a set of bowls and plates." Jiang Qiahui was still hesitant about how to tell the old lady in front of her that the two sides might not be equivalent when she heard the first half of the sentence, but after Chi Hongdo finished speaking, Jiang Qiahui was relieved. The old lady looked old, but she knew what was going on. This time, Jiang Qiahui didn't need to go to her colleagues to discuss it. The bowls and plates were really available. There were a lot of old and young in the warehouse. All of them were coarse porcelain blue-rimmed bowls and plain white coarse porcelain plates. There were 10 coarse porcelain blue-rimmed bowls in a stack, wrapped with waste newspapers and straw to prevent them from breaking. There were also 10 plates in a stack, wrapped in waste newspapers and straw. Chi Hongdo bought 3 stacks of coarse porcelain bowls and 1 stack of plates and put them in the basket. The basket was immediately full and could not be stuffed in. "Annie, this is very heavy. Can you lift it?" Jiang Qiahui, who had counted the money and accepted 2 new handkerchiefs, squatted down to help Chi Hongdo sort out the basket. "Oh, thank you, my daughter. I can lift it. My son will come back to pick me up on the way." Chi Hongdo smiled at Jiang Qiahui, "My daughter. You are such a kind person. I have delayed you for a long time. I will go back today." "Hey, Auntie, please walk slowly and be careful on the road." Jiang Qiahui waved to Chi Hongdo, and when she went back to meet her colleague, she first gave the blue handkerchief and the money for changing rubber shoes to her colleague. Then she thought about it and took out the 2 handkerchiefs she got later to show her colleague. "That lady had only 4 handkerchiefs. I exchanged them all. Sister Zhou, take a look. Do you want any more?" "Oh, they are really nice. These 2 are also nice." Sister Zhou got the money and a free handkerchief, and she was in a very good mood. The rubber-soled shoes that the employees of the supply and marketing cooperative buy for themselves enjoy the internal price, but when they give them to Chi Hongdo, it is not the same. They are charged according to the counter price. Chi Hongdo is of course aware of this, But this transaction is a willing one for both parties, and Chi Hongdo has no dissatisfaction. Sister Zhou compared the two handkerchiefs, one green and one white, while chatting and laughing with Jiang Xiaohui. In this exchange today, each of the three of them got what they wanted and were very satisfied. Finally, Sister Zhou glanced at Jiang Xiaohui and chose the green handkerchief. Just now, when she compared the two handkerchiefs, Jiang Xiaohui's eyes were always on the white handkerchief with red plum. Sister Zhou laughed in her heart. The little girl's thoughts were too obvious. But Jiang Xiaohui was not a little girl who didn't know how to behave. Sister Zhou was very satisfied with what happened today. Everything went smoothly, so she didn't fight with the little girl for the things. Besides, the green one was not bad either. So, the two of them happily divided the two handkerchiefs. Chi Hongdo said that her son would come to pick her up, but of course, she was just saying it casually. All the laborers in the family had to go to the fields to earn work points. Zhao Aimin, who was the only one who might come to pick her up because she would bring good things back from the town, was sent away to visit relatives. So no one would come to pick Chi Hongdo up when she went back. Of course, she would not suffer the pain of carrying such heavy things all the way. She covered the basket with a cloth, and the things inside were quietly transferred to the game villa space. However, Chi Hongdo thought that no one would come to pick her up, but she saw Zhao Yuya when she was still a long way from the Red Flag Brigade. After filling the basket with the things, Chi Hongdo took a few steps and panted on the spot. The afternoon sun was still very hot, and she was sweating all over. Zhao Yuya also saw her, took 2 steps at a time, and trotted over. "Grandma, are you okay? Fourth sister asked me to pick you up." Zhao Yuya was sent by Zhao Yuju. Chi Hongdo came back a little late today. Zhao Yuju thought about it and realized that she was busy at home and couldn't leave, so she asked her sister to come. Zhao Yuya had 2 small braids tied with a red hairband bought by Jiang Yun. After growing a little flesh, her cheeks were no longer so thin and puffy. Her apple-like face was flushed. When she spoke, her eyes were smiling and she was particularly happy. "Grandma, let me help you carry the basket." Seeing the hair on Chi Hongdo's forehead wet with sweat, Zhao Yuya took the lead to pick up the basket that Chi Hongdo had put on the ground. The basket was very heavy. But Zhao Yuya carried it very steadily, not because she was born a strong man, but because country girls were not spoiled. Although Zhao Yuya was thin and not very eye-catching, she was also someone who could follow her sister to fetch water at the well when she was 11 or 12 years old. In the past few years, there was a drought, and the crops in the fields were almost dying. The team leader mobilized everyone to find a way to carry water from far away to irrigate the crops. At that time, the water level of the wells in the village dropped rapidly, and the children in the family, who were a little older, also ran around after the adults. There was no way. Farmers depended on the weather for their livelihood. The city had a fixed amount of food to guarantee, but they did not. Earlier, during the famine, people scrambled to eat guanine soil and old tree bark. So sometimes farmers would sigh after having a full meal, "People are not worth a bite of rice." It's not hypocritical, it's realistic. Chi Hongdo didn't fight with Zhao Yuya, and they were not far from home, so Zhao Yuya carried the basket. "Grandma, what's in it?" Zhao Yuya was not a person who could hide her thoughts.
She was curious and asked.
"It's bowls and plates. Be careful not to break them." Chi Hongdo didn't want to get her mouth cut by the broken edge of the bowl when she was eating that day, so it was better to replace them with intact bowls and plates. Besides, the total of 40 coarse porcelain bowls and plates were not expensive. 6 cents each, and a total of $2.40, which was quite cost-effective. When she heard that they were bowls and plates, Zhao Yuya was more careful when she picked them up, for fear that she would be beaten to death by her grandmother if she broke one. It was like a psychological shadow she had since she was a child. It was obviously just a bowl, but if it was broken, it would be a big deal. Sometimes she didn't even dare to cry, and could only lower her head and wish she could disappear on the spot. After returning home, Chi Hongdo did not directly uncover the cloth covering the basket, but reached in and took out an oil paper bag. Zhao Yuya had seen this oil paper bag twice, so she was very familiar with it. These are for you guys, take them back. Thank you, Grandma. Zhao Yuya was so happy. She knew what was inside. She felt touched that Grandma would bring them delicious food whenever she went to town. Grandma, have you eaten them? I'll give you mine. Zhao Yuya opened the oil paper package, and there were indeed 4 sesame cakes inside. I just don't know what the sesame cakes taste like this time. Zhao Yuya felt a little embarrassed thinking about how good Grandma was to them. Chi Hongdo looked at Zhao Yuya with a smile. Are you really giving them to Grandma? Zhao Yuya gritted her teeth and didn't look at the fragrant sesame cake in her hand. Yes. Grandma has eaten it, okay, take it back. Look at the little girl's pain. If she really ate her sesame cake, I guess the little girl would cry out of pain. Chi Hongdo drove Zhao Yuya away like a fly, then called Zhao Yuju over and took the dishes wrapped in newspapers in the basket to the kitchen. After washing them with hot water, they replaced the broken dishes in the kitchen and used them directly. Zhao Yuju was careful in her work. After listening to Chi Hongdo's words, she immediately took down the dishes and prepared to wash them. The dishes were all common coarse porcelain bowls, which were no different from those used in Lao Zhao's family. The only difference was that these dishes were intact. As for the 2 pairs of rubber-soled shoes and sneakers, Chi Hongdo took them directly into the room. Zhao Aimin had not come back at this time. When eating in the evening, the laborers in the family came in one after another. They had already developed the habit of washing their hands and faces in the pond first, and of course, they had to use soap. Chi Hongdo bought 2 more bars of soap in the supply and marketing cooperative today. It is better to use soap diligently than to get sick and infected. Weigua picked me up from a distance. Zhao Aimin saw Zhao Weigua squatting at the door washing his face with sweat all over his head. Zhao Aimin, who was very good at ordering his nephew, blurted out that he was ordering Zhao Weigua to work. Chi Hongdo came over after hearing the noise. In the evening, Zhao Aimin was sweating all over his face, with a large sack at his feet. It looked heavy. Zhao Weigua walked forward silently, picked up the sack and walked home. Zhao Aimin was wiping his sweat when he saw Chi Hongdo at the door. He pursed his lips and started complaining before he even entered the house. Mom, your precious son is so tired today. Carrying that sack of chestnuts all the way back, to put it bluntly, really made him tired to death. With Zhao Aimin's exaggerated expression, you might think he was doing some hard labor, such as digging a river bank. In fact, he just carried that sack of chestnuts from the village entrance to Lao Zhao's house. He met a kind person on the way and took the person's cart to transport it back. But even if it was only a short distance, Zhao Aimin was exhausted. Thinking about his new sneakers, Zhao Aimin became more and more pretentious. In order to be a good son to his mother, he refused Goshing's invitation today and did not sneak off to the county town but went to visit his sister's relatives. Otherwise, he would not have been able to get such a big sack of chestnuts. This sack of chestnuts was given by his 4th sister. Today, Zhao Aimin visited 2 relatives in total and went to his 3rd and 4th sister's homes. The only one left was his 8th sister, Zhao Xiaohua's. Zhao Aimin complained so much that he looked like he was about to faint, but he complained to Chi Hongdo for half an hour without stopping. This is actually a special skill. Chi Hongdo thought to himself that he had never thought that Zhao Aimin had such a talkative potential. He was too talkative. He was more talkative than his brothers combined. Chi Hongdo, who was disgusted in his heart, had a distressed look on his face. Oh, you have exhausted my precious son. What's in this bag? Where did it come from? Let's wash it and eat first and talk while eating. It was originally dinner time, and because of Zhao Aimin's return, it added a bit of noise. But soon everyone brought new bowls and started eating. Zhao Aimin shoveled food into his mouth like a starving ghost. There were many people in the family, so he was not slow when eating. If he was a little late, he would not be able to eat. This is a habit engraved in his bones, and it is even more so for others. During the busy farming season, there was no time to eat. The children at home would bring the food to the fields, and the food would be eaten in a few strokes. After finishing dinner quickly, Zhao Aimin pulled Chi Hongdo to tell him in detail what he had done that day. He first talked about his 3rd sister Zhao Chunhua, who was the first one he visited. The 3rd sister was busy looking for Sanmao, the only girl in their village, so she had no time to come back. The third daughter, Zhao Chunhua, married to Niuzhuang Brigade in the same commune and gave birth to 4 sons. Sanmao was the third child, and he was also 20 years old, and it was time for him to get married. Qi Hongdou listened and hummed. In the old lady's memory, the eldest daughter, Zhao Darong, was smart and powerful. The fourth daughter liked to be competitive. The youngest daughter was a coward, and the third daughter was a fool. The fool's daughter married a fool who was also a lazy man. The old lady didn't know how disgusted she was. However, this foolish third sister probably gave birth to the most sons among the sisters, giving birth to 4 sons in a row. Apart from anything else, the third sister's position in her husband's family is absolutely unshakable.
There is no way.
No matter how loud the slogans are that women can hold up half the sky, people nowadays still like sons from the bottom of their hearts. Old Mrs. Zhao is a ready-made example. Just raising 4 sons is tiring enough for the foolish third sister and the foolish and lazy third son-in-law. If you want to marry a wife, you have to have something to show her your sincerity. Not to mention the 3 turns and 1 ring in the city, there must be 36 legs in the countryside. A set of furniture such as tables, chairs, benches, and cabinets also costs a lot of money. At the very least, there is no 36 legs, but looking at the overall conditions of the family, there must be something good. But who would marry their daughter to a family with 4 brothers and parents-in-law who are not smart? With just a little thought, Qi Hongdou could roughly understand how the third daughter, Zhao Chunhua, was in such a mess. After talking about the third sister, it was the fourth sister, Zhao Huaihua's turn. The sack of chestnuts was given by Zhao Huaihua to her younger brother. The fourth sister, Zhao Huaihua, was beautiful, with a pair of almond eyes, cherry lips, and a nose, and inherited all the good genes of her parents. The man she married was also good, but the third sister, Zhao Chunhua, gave birth to 4 sons, while she gave birth to 4 daughters, none of whom had a. The fourth sister herself had a strong personality. Because she had no sons, Zhao Huaihua suffered a lot, but she never told her family. Zhao Huaihua loved her younger brother very much. I don't know if it was influenced by the old lady, but she felt as sorry for her younger brother as she did for her son. Otherwise, she wouldn't have given Zhao Aimin such a big sack of chestnuts. When there was not enough food at home, this thing could be eaten as a meal. Zhao Huaihua knew the situation of her mother's family. When she heard Zhao Aimin say that the old lady asked him to come, she thought that her younger brother was here to beg for money. She had no objection at all, and even took her daughter to the mountain to pick chestnuts for Zhao Aimin. As for why she didn't go back to her parents' home on the Mid-Autumn Festival, it was because Zhao Huaihua had a fight with her mother-in-law. The fight was so intense. Naturally, she couldn't go back to her parents' home. Qi Hongdou raised her eyelids. "Why are you arguing?" Zhao Aimin said heartlessly. The fourth sister is partial to the old lady. In fact, she was bullying Zhao Huaihua because she didn't have a son, so she always found trouble. Zhao Huaihua inherited a large part of the old lady Zhao's personality. After being scolded by the old lady for not having a son, she picked up a fire stick and fought with the old lady. Qi Hongdou frowned. Now only the youngest daughter, Zhao Xuehua, was left. After Zhao Aimin talked about the 2 sisters, his mind ran to other places. "Mom, I'll go to the 8th sister tomorrow. You promised me the sneakers." Zhao Aimin licked his lips. He finally waited for this moment. He looked at Qi Hongdou with expectation, a flattering smile on his face. Qi Hongdou felt that it was irritating to the eyes, so she took out the package that was blocked by her from behind the stool under her buttocks. After unpacking the package, a pair of clean and white new sneakers appeared in Zhao Aimin's sight. Sneakers. Zhao Aimin stood up instantly, holding the sneakers, rubbing the sneakers in his hands back and forth. His expression was very excited. I don't know if it was because of the previous month of working in the fields to lay the foundation. Zhao Aimin felt that the moment he got the sneakers, he actually wanted to cry. He felt that this was not something he got for free from his mother, but the result of his hard work. It felt particularly different. Really, this was the first time he had worked hard to get something since he was a child. And it took a month. Zhao Aimin excitedly took off his straw sandals and put on new sneakers. When he stood up, he felt like he was stepping on cotton, soft and fluffy, and he felt like he was about to fly. His mother bought his sneakers according to his own size, not like the leftovers, picked up from others, and it was uncomfortable to wear a size larger on his feet. Zhao Aimin thought happily, looking down at his toes, which looked beautiful no matter how he looked at them. Chi Hongdo was watching the whole process nearby. Zhao Aimin cried and laughed at times, like a kitten peeing, and it was a complete embarrassment. It was not enough for Zhao Aimin to show off in his own clothes. He also showed off in front of his brothers and nephews. "Sixth brother, look at my new shoes. Mom bought them for me." "Weigwa, what do you think? Your uncle's new pair of sneakers are impressive." "Debeo, do you like Uncle Joe's sneakers? Are they good looking?" He showed off all over the world. Within 3 minutes, even the 6-month-old little girl in the Zhao family knew that Zhao Aimin had a new pair of sneakers. It was really a cause for celebration. Wearing new shoes on his feet, Zhao Aimin's mood was particularly inflated. With a glance, he saw his eldest nephew, Zhao Weigua, leaving the house. His evil intentions suddenly came to life, and he followed quietly with a sly laugh. There must be something exciting to watch. Zhao Aimin got new shoes, and his older brothers heard it clearly. But no one stood up to ask Chi Hongdo if they had a share. The youngest is the youngest, and the others are the others. The brothers knew it very well. Mother always favored the youngest, and her partiality was open and above board, without hiding it. If she stared at the youngest and was jealous, she would not be able to eat, because she could not be jealous at all. The sons were used to it, and did what they had to do. But the youngest ran too fast just now, so I couldn't see clearly. What exactly did the pair of sneakers look like? Really, I have never worn such good shoes in my life. Chi Hongdo looked around and laughed in his heart. In fact, it is better to say it out loud, really. Looking at these people, although their mouths are tightly closed, the sour smell on their bodies is rising to the sky. She turned back to the house, took out the 2 pairs of rubber-soled shoes, called the eldest and 5th children to come forward, gave each a pair, and then said to the 6th and 7th children, "This time, Mother is also lucky. I asked someone to buy these pairs of shoes. You work hard, and next time there is a chance, Mother will buy you a pair of such shoes." The eldest and 5th children were stunned, holding the shoes in their hands. The 6th and 7th children felt lost, and their eyes were full of greed. Chi Hongdo said what she should say, thought for a while, and called to the door again. "Old family, you guys come here." She raised her hand and called several daughters-in-law to come over. "Go and get the package under the bed in my room." She directed Wang Xiaochao to get the things. Several daughters-in-law looked at each other, not knowing what the old woman wanted to do. "When you are not busy for a while, you guys make a pair of shoes for everyone in the family, the old family, and you should make my shoes." The cloth shoes on Chi Hongdo's feet were made by Wang Xiaochao for Chi Hongdo. After finishing her words, Chi Hongdo asked Wang Xiaochao, who was still confused, to open the package in her hand. Inside was a stack of black and blue canvas, as well as a softer dark cotton and a stack of felt. The canvas is thick and durable, the cotton is soft and close to the feet, and the felt is used to make insoles. As for the soles, she didn't have rubber soles or foam soles, so she could find some bamboo shoot shells or something to make them. Chi Hongdo spent only 5 gold coins in the Mau Mau tailor shop for this large package of materials. This was only a part of it, and she left a large part in the villa space. For the daughters-in-law, whether it was the lazy old Kai Wenli, the lazy and clumsy Li Xiaoa, or Jiang Yun, who didn't know how to make shoes at all, no one thought that Chi Hongdo's assignment was a very difficult task. Really, it's okay to spend some time making shoes, because it's for yourself and your family. Most people want to make shoes, but they don't have the materials yet. Moreover, the mother-in-law gave so many materials that it would be more than enough to make a pair for each person in the family. There might even be some materials left so that they could make one more pair for themselves. Chi Hongdo only assigned the tasks, and she didn't care how the daughters-in-law would distribute the tasks to the granddaughters-in-law. It would be exhausting to take care of everything. Wang Xiaochao was not unwilling to accept Chi Hongdo's task of making shoes for her. If the mother-in-law hadn't been able to do so much, they wouldn't have been able to get it. It was just making a pair of shoes for the mother-in-law, which was not a big deal at all. Wang Xiaoqiao made up her mind that she must be extra careful when making the pair of shoes for the mother-in-law, and she must make sure that the mother-in-law would be comfortable. Jiang Yu took the materials for making shoes that she was assigned and went back to discuss it with her daughter-in-law. She really didn't know how to make them, but her daughter-in-law was a little better than her. The mother-in-law and daughter-in-law thought about going back to the big room to learn from her. They should learn well, so as not to waste the materials for making shoes. But after returning to her room, she saw her man. Although there was no expression on his face, Jiang Yun could feel the happy atmosphere in her man's heart. Her man had never worn the brand new sneakers of her brother-in-law before, and it was probably the first time he saw them today. If there was anything, the person next to her knew it best. When Zhao Aimin was showing off to the world, Jiang Yun paid attention to her man. Although there was not much expression on her face, in Jiang Yun's heart, her man looked pitiful. She thought that although the palms and backs of the hands are all flesh, the flesh on the palms is thick, which is different. But she never expected that her mother-in-law would give her man a pair of good shoes today. Try it on to see if it fits your feet. Jiang Yun urged him. Zhao Yuanwu turned his head to look at his wife. There was a jumping light and shadow in the tiger eyes on his rough face. He shook his head. The ones my mother gave me must fit my feet. I haven't washed my feet yet. I won't try them. Otherwise I won't wear them and ruin them. He looked very cherishing. Looking at this silly man, holding the shoes in his hands, how could he be willing to wear them? Jiang Yun knew without thinking that Zhao Yuanwu was reluctant to wear these shoes. Just thinking so disgustedly in her heart, Jiang Yun had a smile on her face that she didn't even notice. Zhao Debao was a little depressed. Although he took her bao out to pick snails, wild fruits, and firewood every day as usual, he just felt uncomfortable. Last time, Zhao Debao kept it in mind after Zhao Aimin took the scribbled account book to Qi Hongdao and changed 30 work points into 10 work points. He read the account book over and over again. Although he still couldn't understand a word, Zhao Debao already regretted it. If he could recognize the characters, wouldn't he not have to rely on Uncle Gio and could keep accounts by himself? Because of the account overturned by Zhao Aimin, Debao was unwilling to go to him when he wanted to keep accounts. After searching for a long time at home, Debao finally found the easy-to-talk fourth aunt Zhao Yuju. He asked Zhao Yuju to help him register every day. Zhao Yuju was more reliable than Zhao Aimin, but she only went to primary school. She had not used it for so many years and had forgotten how to write many characters. So although Zhao Yuju's handwriting was much neater than Zhao Aimin's, she still stumbled when registering. Fourth aunt is stupid. If she was as smart as your sixth aunt, she would definitely know a lot of characters. Zhao Yuju thought for a long time before she figured out how to write the character she had forgotten. She couldn't help but laugh at herself. Is sixth aunt very smart? Zhao Debao suddenly asked. Zhao Yuju nodded. Yes, in our family, your sixth aunt is the best at studying. Grandma said that your sixth aunt will definitely be a promising person in the future. Maybe your sixth aunt can go to the city to work and won't have to farm anymore. Zhao Debao scratched his head as if he understood, feeling a little confused. He hadn't even finished elementary school and had no idea how much studying was good, or even that he could get a job in the city. I wonder if the work points will be recorded smoothly and without any problems. Zhao Debao thought in distress. He felt that it was difficult for him to earn a candy.
It was so hard.
Picking cotton is a very torturous job. A group of people went to the fields before the sun came out in the morning. Each person tied a bag or bib around his waist to hold the picked cotton. The dry leaves on the edge of the cotton bolls would break into pieces when rubbed and stick to the white cotton. They needed to be picked. It was very convenient to encounter fully open cotton. You could pick the cotton with a flick of your finger, but it would be more difficult to pick those that were half opened or not fully opened. The tips of the cotton bolls would poke your hands when you were caught off guard. It was not painful, but it was very annoying if it happened over and over again. Lu Chunyan was 18 years old, and she was considered an adult laborer. She felt very irritated after picking cotton every day. But even so, when she got home, she couldn't rest and had to work non-stop to take care of her younger brother. Lu Chanyen hated her current life very much. She had always had a dream in her heart that it would be great if she could escape from the countryside and become a city dweller without having to do farm work. Of course, Lu Chanyen never said this to anyone. But when she was facing Zhao Weiguo, she could still complain indirectly. The first thing she did was to show Zhao Weiguo her hands that were covered with scars from working. She raised her hands and sobbed with tears. Brother Weiguo. Zhao Aimin, who was hiding behind the haystack, couldn't help but get goosebumps when he heard this. Lu Chunyan's voice is a bit rough, not the kind of delicate and gentle voice, so when she acts like this, if you don't look at her expression, the effect is very scary. For example, now, Zhao Aimin, who is hiding behind the haystack, feels that this voice is scary. And Zhao Weiguo is soft-hearted and distressed. Chunyan, don't cry. But Zhao Weiguo is not good at speaking, and he can't achieve the effect Lu Chunyan wants. She lowered her head and rubbed her eyes, smiled at Zhao Weiguo embarrassedly, and pretended to be relaxed, and took back her tears. Look, I'm just taking care of myself, Brother Weiguo. You're also very hard. Brother Weiguo, am I annoying?
No.
Zhao Weiguo shook his head quickly. He looked at Lu Chunyan with red eyes shyly. You're not annoying at all. Hate. Lu Chunyan gently hit Zhao Weiguo's chest. Zhao Aimin stood up with the help of a big stone, and when he saw this scene, he poked his head out of the haystack and felt a toothache. Lu Chunyan, this little girl, is very experienced. Look at his nephew opposite her, who was hit by this little fist, and his soul flew away. Zhao Aimin was inwardly smacking his tongue. Because he had been pestering Zhao Weiguo, he went to the mountain with his nephew at night a while ago and watched a prey transaction. He was empty-handed, but Zhao Weiguo had a good harvest. So Zhao Aimin also knew how much money his nephew had earned. He thought that the money would probably end up in Lu Chunyan's hands. Instead of letting his nephew's money be cheated away by Lu Chunyan, it would be better to spend it on himself. What is this called? This is called keeping the fat water in the field. So Zhao Aimin came back today, just in case Zhao Weiguo couldn't think straight, and gave the money in his hand to Lu Chunyan in advance before he saved up 20 yuan. That's all his money. Zhao Aimin, who thought his nephew was very easy to fool, thought shamelessly in his heart. Sure enough, after the two people talked for a while, Lu Chunyan talked about money. Brother Weiguo, I will write you an IOU for the money, and I will definitely pay it back to you in the future. When can you give it to me? I really don't want to be harassed by San Lizzie anymore. I have been dreaming of returning the money as soon as possible these days, for fear that one day I will be snatched back by San Lizzie as a daughter-in-law. After all, the 20 yuan is also someone else's betrothal money. Lu Chunyan was really a little sad when she said this. She would never marry a rogue like San Lizzie. However, she didn't want to marry Zhao Weiguo either. She looked down on Zhao Weiguo and felt that he was incompetent, and the old Zhao family was not rich. She really wanted to get rid of the mud on her legs and become a superior person in her dreams. But before she became a superior person, she had to rely on Zhao Weiguo to support her through the current difficulties. Zhao Weiguo shook his head. I don't want your IOU. Don't worry, I'm already thinking of ways to get the money, and I'll definitely get it together for you. Zhao Aimin cursed Zhao Weiguo in his heart. There are prey on the mountain, don't you know? But why are there so few people going there? Because there are wolves, wild boars, and poisonous snakes on the mountain. If you encounter them, you're lucky to lose your arms and legs. You could die at any time. In order to get money for Lu Chunyan, Zhao Weiguo ran into the mountains regardless of the danger. He put in so much effort, but he kept silent about it. If he doesn't show off his achievements at this time, when will he? Zhao Aimin was shaking his head in his heart. This kid is really incorrigible. He must teach his nephew a lesson later. He is so enthusiastic about getting money for others, but in his nephew's mind, he is probably a big idiot. After the two finished talking, Lu Chunyan left, and Zhao Aimin followed Zhao Weiguo leisurely, then jumped up and patted his nephew on the back of his head. You say this is so mean, how hateful he is. If he wasn't a young uncle, he would have been beaten up by Zhao Weiguo. Zhao Weiguo was very angry, but he couldn't get angry at Zhao Aimin. But Zhao Aimin didn't have any self-awareness after the surprise attack, and he taught Zhao Weigua a lesson with his hands behind his back. Do you like that girl from old Lu's family so much? She doesn't look that good. Did you get fed up with it? You give her as much money as she wants? Are you stupid? Or is it because you have too much money? If you really hate money, why don't you spend it on me, your uncle, instead of giving it to that girl from old Lu's family? How about it? How much money have you saved now? Tell me, your uncle. I've never seen someone who eavesdrops and speaks so carelessly. To be honest, if it weren't for the protection of old Lady Zhao, let alone outside, even in old Zhao's house, Zhao Aimin would be beaten 3 times a day. On the way home wearing a new pair of sneakers, Zhao Aimin turned on his eloquent skills. Lu Chunyan may just treat Zhao Weigua as a spare tire and a scapegoat, but Zhao Aimin is just treating Zhao Weigua as the second idiot of the village. He almost reached into Zhao Weigua's pocket and robbed the money. This guy made Zhao Weigua angry. He didn't want to listen to Zhao Aimin at all, turned around and quickened his pace. Afraid that he would walk too slowly, he couldn't help but turn back and beat his uncle into a pig head. Hey, why are you running? Your uncle hasn't finished talking yet. Really, young people are too impatient. There is no connotation at all. He is reminding his silly nephew. Okay, and what he said is wrong. It's all right from beginning to end, okay? When he comes back from his 8th sister tomorrow, he will have a good talk with his eldest nephew. Debao took her Bao out for a stroll early in the morning, and the children couldn't stay at home. Chi Hongdo saw the eldest son Zhao Yuanwen in the morning and asked him, "Do your 2 grandsons still want to go to school?" Zhao Yuanwen didn't understand why Chi Hongdo asked this. Debao and Bao didn't want to go to school. Isn't this something everyone in the family knows? Children are ignorant, so are adults ignorant? Seeing that Zhao Yuanwen still didn't take it to heart, Chi Hongdo couldn't help shaking her head. Big brother, did mother tell you that in fact, you are the one who I taught the most among you brothers, and your brothers are actually not as good as you? Mother has the most expectations for you. Zhao Yuanwen looked at Chi Hongdo in disbelief. He always thought that he disappointed his mother. He felt that as the eldest son, he neither played the role of supporting the family nor brought glory to the family, and he accomplished nothing. This was the first time he heard his mother talk to him so heart to heart. Mom, the eldest son's voice was a little unstable, and his emotions surged. But he didn't understand why his mother suddenly said this. But Chi Hongdo's performance continued. It is difficult to say which is more terrible, ignorance or malice, but most of the time, ignorance and malice are inseparable. Zhao Yuanwen may not have done anything bad in his life, but sometimes he does nothing, which is terrible enough. Especially when he acts as a complete feudal patriarch in his own small family. Among the 5 sons of old lady Zhao, Zhao Yuanwen is the old lady's absolute supporter. He is absolutely dependent on and trusts the old lady without a second thought. It's as if with the old lady around, the brain is just a decoration and can't be used at all. But neither the old lady nor Zhao Yuanwen himself thinks there is anything wrong. On the contrary, both sides think they are doing very well. Zhao Yuanwen considers himself the most filial among his brothers. His younger brothers are not as steady as him, nor do they understand their mother's hard work as well as he does. The old lady is very proud. Just look at Widow Wang and her 3 sons to know that the old lady will never fall to that point. Among the 5 sons, even if the remaining 4 are disobedient, she still has Zhao Yuanwen. Zhao Yuanwen was really cultivated by her own hands into the foolish and filial character he is now. Chi Hongdo did not comment much on the past, but there was no reason to let the vicious cycle continue. Patting the eldest son's arm, he said earnestly, "Mom is thinking that Debao and Bao are running around the village all day long and love playing in the water. They may be in danger. It's better to send them to school. What do you think? Our family is farmers. It's nothing. We all depend on the weather for our livelihood. There's nothing wrong with farming. But Mom is thinking that if the younger ones go to school and learn more words, if they can have a bright future, you can also enjoy the good life. Mom is old, and I am living 1 day less. Mom has you brothers and a filial son like you. In fact, I won't have any regrets if I really pass away 1 day. Mom, listen to me first. Mom is also nagging because she is old, but we two don't lie. Even if I really pass away, I won't worry about you brothers. Even the youngest one has you brothers to help him, so I don't have to worry about anything. Mom is thinking that my eldest son has worked hard all his life, and I don't know when he can enjoy the good life.
Mom,
Zhao Yuanwen was shocked. Zhao Yuanwen felt warm all over after hearing such heartfelt words, and was particularly excited. Qi Hongdou could see the faint glow of excitement in Zhao Yuanwen's expression. It was just a few words, but for Zhao Yuanwen, the effect was almost like a magic pill. Tears were already overflowing from the corners of his eyes. Mother believes that the future will be better and better. 30 years ago, the Japanese were doing bad things everywhere. Mother was so scared that she couldn't sleep when she heard the slightest movement. Who could have thought that our family could live in peace like now? It will definitely get better and better in the future. We should also look ahead. There is no harm in training the children in the family to learn more words. Even if they can't go out to become high officials or become city dwellers, at least they are not blind and will not be easily deceived and suffer less losses in the future. The children can stand on their own feet, and you don't have to worry about them. The days of happiness will come. If there is a special one, but Mother can't see that day, when Mother dies, you can tell Mother when you go to her grave. Mother is also happy for us in the underworld. Qi Hongdou played the role of a qualified worried old lady, holding Zhao Yuanwen and talking a lot. Mother. Zhao Yuanwen held Qi Hongdou's hand tightly. He remembered the old lady with wrinkles on her dry face when she was young. He remembered that his mother was the most beautiful mother in the whole village, and other children's mothers were not as beautiful as his mother. His mother was not from the southern province, but fled from the north to escape famine. She was good at making pastries. His beautiful mother was always angry because his father was unreliable, so she often got angry and beat him. But when his mother was in a good mood, she would hug him and coax him and his cheeks with her palms. During the Chinese New Year, his mother would make delicious steamed buns, steamed rolls, and small fried buns. At that time, the children in the village drooled at her with envy. But as more and more brothers and sisters came, his mother smiled less and less. With the burden on her shoulders and the endless farm work, Zhao Yuanwen could no longer enjoy his mother's gentle love for him. After his father left, his mother smiled even less. Zhao Yuanwen thought about what Qi Hongdou had just said, especially the first sentence at the beginning. He listened to it in his heart at once. The knot in his heart for so many years seemed to be loosened with a click. There is a knot in Zhao Yuanwen's heart that even he himself has never thought deeply about. It seems that as long as his mother is around, he is still a child no matter how old he is, so he feels wronged. But his mother just said that among his brothers and sisters, she has the highest expectations for him. Yes, Zhao Yuanwen thought about it carefully. He has many brothers and sisters, but after him, his mother became busier and busier. She seldom took care of his brothers and sisters, let alone coax them. He is the youngest. His mother was already very old when he was born. It was really an accident to give birth to the youngest. His mother was not in a good spirit. It would be more accurate to say that she indulged the youngest rather than doted on him. At least when he was young, his mother had the patience to teach him to read with a branch, but the youngest did not have such treatment. It's just that he is stupid and has no patience for learning. Even now, at my age, I can only barely recognize a few words, so I am not blind. But my mother has been learning to read and write for so many years, and I can't compare with her. Thinking of this, Zhao Yuanwen felt a little regretful. If he had known that his mother liked educated children, he should have asked his sons to work harder even if he could not learn anything. Now, he is semi-illiterate, and his sons are almost illiterate, and he almost delayed his grandchildren. The more Zhao Yuanwen thought about it, the more ashamed he felt. Mom, it's my son who is ignorant and makes you worry, Qi Hongdou said with a dry mouth, and she wanted to drink some water to relax. She patted Zhao Yuanwen's arm. How can my eldest son be ignorant? It's just that you always think about not adding burden to the family, so you're used to saving money. Of course, I won't blame you. Okay, it's getting late. You go, and do your work. Think about what I said to you. I don't mean to blame you. Debao and Erbao are your grandchildren after all.
Think more about them.
They will definitely not forget their roots when they grow up and become sensible. After sending Zhao Yuanwen away with red eyes, Qi Hongdo returned to the house and ordered a glass of lemonade. One mouthful of it quenched her thirst and made her feel very comfortable.
But she was so tired.
Qi Hongdo patted her chest, wiped the water stains from the corners of her mouth, and let out a long breath. In the memory of Mrs. Zhao, although the eldest son was obedient and filial, he was a bit like a donkey that was easily up. If she wanted him to be obedient, the best way was to him smoothly, which would achieve twice the result with half the effort. Otherwise, it would be difficult. The issue of the kids going to school was one problem, but another problem was that Qi Hongdo wanted Zhao Yuanwen to open his perspective. It is difficult for people to change in a fixed environment and mentality. But if they can absorb some fresh ideas and accept them bit by bit, perhaps there will be different results. In the family have all gone to the fields, and the remaining few are busy with their own housework. Qi Hongdo drank a few sips of lemon water and felt that the half bowl of sweet potato porridge she had eaten in the morning had been digested. She turned around and bought a beef and green onion pancake from the pancake stall. Pancakes can be bought in the town, so they are easy to show off, but Qi Hongdo has never taken out beef pancakes. It is not easy to explain why this thing is taken out, so Qi Hongdo is the only one who enjoys it silently. The flavor of the beef filling is just right. The pancake is crispy on the outside and soft on the inside, and it is extremely satisfying to take a bite. After eating a beef pancake, Qi Hongdo touched her stomach and felt that she was bubbling with happiness. Opening the door, Qi Hongdo took her own small stool and walked out. She felt that she could go to the old locust tree by the pond to the wind. It's so comfortable. As soon as she sat down, Zhao Yuya ran past her in a hurry. Because she was so fast, it seemed that she didn't even notice her existence. Qi Hongdo waved her palm leaf fan. What happened? A little girl with a red pigtail and a red dotted dacron shirt was chasing Zhao Yuya and passed by Qi Hongdo. Qi Hongdo felt strange and stopped the little girl. Xiaoping explained the reason to Qi Hongdo. It turned out that Debao and Erbao had a fight with others again, and she came to report the news. Zhao Yuju went to cut grass for the pigs early in the morning, and Lin Qiyu had to feed the chickens and pigs and take care of the children at home, so Zhao Yuya had to be notified. After all, she is the aunt of Debao and Erbao, and she can't just ignore it. But Xiaoping didn't expect to meet Zhao Yuya's grandmother. As a member of the Red Flag Brigade, Xiaoping must have heard of the old lady Zhao's fierce record, and she couldn't help but feel a little nervous. Qi Hongdo asked, "Is it with the two boys from old Lu's family?" Xiaoping nodded uncertainly. "It should be. I didn't see clearly, so I hurried to inform Yuya." Under normal circumstances, if children fight, she would not be so nervous to run to report. The main reason is that the fight seems to be more fierce this time. Xiaoping is kind-hearted and is afraid of accidents. Qi Hongdo couldn't shake the palm leaf fan in her hand. You said she was relaxed for only 3 minutes, and the little brats really found trouble for her. Well, she couldn't sit down anymore. Let's go and take a look. Don't let others beat you up. It will be too late to regret. Xiaoping led the way, and Qi Hongdo accelerated forward in small steps. Why are you so arrogant? You dare to hit our family members, and my grandma will find out. I will make you pay. Qi Hongdo unexpectedly heard a scream from a distance. Coincidentally, this voice is a bit familiar. When she got closer, she saw that the one with her hands on her hips and her head held high arguing with others was none other than her heartless fifth granddaughter. Oh, I really didn't realize that. Zhao Yuya could still have such momentum. She didn't look like Jiang Yiyun, but more like Zhao Yuanwu. Qi Hongdo walked over. Zhao Yuya was still panting like a cow. The braid she had braided in the morning had fallen apart, and the red hairband was hanging loosely at the end of her hair. Across from her, there was a long nail mark on Lu Chunyan's face, which looked quite scary. Denyo, Ernyo, Debao, and Erbao were all like cross-eyed people, with varying degrees of injuries on their bodies. Next to the overturned wooden barrel on the ground, there was a big dead yellow eel. You beat me like this, and this matter is not over yet. Lu Chunyan covered her face and screamed. Zhao Yuya, this girl, actually had such sharp fingernails. She felt that her face was already broken. Dainyu, I saw the eel, so it's mine. Debao, I smashed it to death.
Mine. Ours.
Erbao, that's right. Erniu, my brother said it's ours. Chi Hongdo. Really great. When leading the two children back, Zhao Yuya, who had just stood with her hands on her waist like a small steaming teapot, suddenly turned into a mimosa, keeping her head down and not speaking. Debao and Erbao were holding the wooden bucket in their hands with a big eel in their hands. On the way back, the two children felt that they had not defeated Dainyu and Erniu again today, and they were very listless, mainly because they felt ashamed. Fifth aunt came to help them today, but she was also beaten by Dainyu and Erniu's sister. It sounds like a complete defeat, even worse. Chi Hongdo didn't say anything either. She had a stern face and looked very unhappy. She thought it would be good to scare these children. How could they not suffer losses if they always fought? If they suffer a small loss now, they will suffer a big loss in the future. It was really Dinyo who saw the eel first today, but the eel was too big and hard to catch, so Dinyo couldn't catch it at all. Debao and Erbao cooperated well. When they saw the eel running to them, one stopped it and the other caught it. In the end, Debao killed the eel with a stone. Dinyo and Ernyo certainly didn't want to do it because they saw it first. Debao and Erbao were even more unwilling to do it. What kind of logic is that if you see it, it's yours? I've never heard of it. Of course, whoever catches it belongs to him. Then they started fighting again. Lu Chunyan had a big fight with her sister-in-law at home today, and she was in a bad mood. When she was washing clothes by the pond, she heard that her two younger brothers were beaten, so she threw the mallet and came over. Then she ran into Zhao Yuya, who was trying to stop the fight. When Zhao Yuya came, the four little ones were still fighting, so she wanted to stop them first, but the four stubborn ones ignored her, so Zhao Yuya went up to stop the fight. Lu Chunyan thought Zhao Yuya was helping in the fight. If her two brothers were beaten, she would definitely not have a good ending when she returned. In addition, she was also angry because her sister-in-law secretly arranged a marriage for her, so she fought with Zhao Yuya. In the end, it turned into the situation that Chi Hongdo and Xiaoping saw when they arrived. Tell me if it's a headache or not. I want to tell Grandma. Grandma Debao is bullying people. Woo woo woo, my yellow eel. I want to go to Grandma to get the yellow eel back. Seeing the yellow eel being taken away by Debao and Erbao, Dinyo and Ernyo were furious. They ran straight home. Lu Chunyan, who was a step slower, also wanted to catch up, but when she remembered that her clothes had not been washed yet, she slowed down again. Suddenly, she saw a different fresh and elegant green in her sight. Lu Chunyan looked at the green, and a picture flashed through her mind quickly. It seemed that it fell when Zhao Yuya and herself were fighting just now. Lu Chunyan walked over, bent down, and picked it up. Her distorted face relaxed slightly. What a beautiful handkerchief. Lu Chunyan knew immediately that whoever lost such a beautiful handkerchief would definitely come back to look for it. She rolled up the handkerchief and stuffed it into her trouser pocket. Anyway, no one saw it. Besides, there was no name written on it, so who knew whose it was? Of course, it was hers if she picked it up. Chi Hongdo led 3 children, 1 big and 2 small, into the house, and Wang Damiai followed with her 2 grandchildren.
Grandma.
Zhao Yuya looked nervous, feeling that it was because she joined in later that things got out of hand. Grandma's face was not looking good again. Zhao Yuya was anxious, but she didn't know what to do. When the 2 little ones saw Wang Damiai and Dinyo and Ernyo, they felt like they were stepping on landmines and instantly entered combat mode. Chi Hongdo picked up the broken palm leaf fan in his hand, knocked on their heads one by one with the handle of the fan, and asked Zhao Yuya to take the 2 little ones to wash their hands and faces and do what they should do. Wang Damiai had a long string of Chinese curses in her throat, but before she could utter them, she saw Chi Hongdo arranging her little ones so leisurely, and she almost fainted. How unreasonable! This is simply too arrogant. Wang Damiai shouted, "Your Debao and Erbao beat our Dinyo and Ernyo. Are you blind? Can't you see? If you don't give an explanation for what happened today, there will be no end to our two families. In fact, Wang Damei could still use the yin-yang method she used to use. But as soon as she opened her mouth, Wang Damei found that she couldn't hold back at all. The main reason was that the old lady opposite was too arrogant. She didn't take people seriously at all. Oh, how can there be no end? Raising her hand to coax the hesitant granddaughter and great-grandson away, Chi Hongdo sat down on her own small stool. Wang Damei on the opposite side was so angry that her hair stood up, but when the scene switched to Chi Hongdo, it seemed like two completely different things. In fact, this scene had appeared to them before, but at that time it was usually old lady Zhao who was furious. Don't act so pretentiously. Your child hit our child, so you have to apologize.
Haha.
Ugly, but beautiful. That's what he said. What do you mean? Chi Hongdo's smile made Wang Damei even more crazy. She pointed at Chi Hongdo, who was sitting on a small stool and fanning herself. Don't think that no one in our Lu family is afraid of you. I knew that you, an old widow, were vicious and shameless. I didn't expect that you would even take the children's things. I must teach you a lesson today. Teach you. Wang Damei looked around, grabbed the pole supporting the clothesline at the door, and was about to hit Chi Hongdo. You see, there is no martial ethics, right? Chi Hongdo narrowed his eyes. He was so old, but he still liked to make moves. How rude. TSK, this old man with weak arms and legs is still imitating others to fight. Chi Hongdo shook his head in his heart, then raised his foot and kicked towards Wang Damei's calf. In terms of physical flexibility, Chi Hongdo, who takes health pills every day and has acupuncture and medicinal baths every now and then, is much better than Wang Damei. Humph, compare with her? Wang Damei thought that when she got the bamboo pole, she had already imagined the tragic scene of Chi Hongdo being beaten by her, but before she could turn her fantasy into reality, she fell flat on her face. Both Din Yo and Nyo were stunned. Did this turn have to be so abrupt? Ouch, Wang Damei screamed, and her decades of pretending to be an old white lotus in front of others was instantly broken. Old widow, you dare to kick me? Try to call another one? Chi Hongdo patted Wang Damei's old face with the palm leaf fan in her hand, looked at her changing expression, and shook her head. You are so old, but you are not dignified at all. Look, your children are the ones who are corrupted by you. Looking up, Din Yo and Nyo, who had already reacted, were about to rush over. You dare to hit my grandma. I'll beat you to death. Din Yo and Nyo rushed over with clenched fists. Wait a minute, Chi Hongdo's physical fitness has only improved, and she hasn't practiced peerless magic skills to beat the master to death with random punches. She doesn't want to try the feeling of being hit by these two children. So she pointed the handle of the fan in her hand at the eyes of Wang Damei, who was still lying on the ground and wailing. If you dare to move, I will poke your grandmother's eyes out. Chi Hongdo smiled and reminded the two children. The two children were frightened at once. This is too cruel. Wang Damei also cursed in her heart. Old widow. Too vicious. She wanted to curse and ridicule Chi Hongdo for not daring to do it, but her eyeballs were indeed facing the handle of the fan in Chi Hongdo's hand. What if this old widow really dared to do it? Wang Damei shuddered in her heart. Can you talk properly now? Except when she was facing those people in the old Zhao family, because of the performance, she would mobilize a lot of emotions. At other times, Chi Hongdo preferred to speak calmly. Don't yell all the time, it hurts people's ears. My throat is not comfortable either. Another reason is that Chi Hongdo secretly felt that she was a hot-tempered person in her previous life, which consumed her life. She felt that half of her stomach cancer was caused by this. Now that she has come to this world and become old lady Zhao, she is willing to keep healthy. It does not refer to the health of the mouth, but the health of the soul. If you don't like something, just say it. If you don't like someone, just do it, but you can still keep calm. Eat when you should eat and drink when you should drink. It's really not worth it to get angry for some trivial things. You see, now she hits people and says things, but she can still keep a peaceful state of mind. How elegant and beautiful. Chi Hongdo looked into Wang Damei's eyes and found the dark and twisted anger in her eyes. She shook her head. Summer insects cannot talk about ice. Comrade Wang Damei obviously hasn't reached her current state of mind. Tell me, the world is so beautiful, but you are so irritable. Is it appropriate? Chi Hongdo thought about giving Wang Damei a few words of advice, just to be a good person. Then Wang Damei Zhangdaihe, you old widow who kills your husband, your whole family is full of bad luck at %. A series of dirty words. Chi Hongdo instantly lost the mood to help Wang Damei to salvation. Pa fan blew on her mouth, covering her old face. Wang Damei was instantly silenced. You don't understand what I say? I asked you if you can talk properly? In the village, whose children don't fight, whose children don't have some conflicts. But to be honest, generally without adults intervening, children can always play together quickly. Forgetful. Besides, there is no irreconcilable life and death hatred between children. Only adults will hold a grudge and have dark thoughts and calculations. For example, Wang Damei, the two families are fighting 3-on-3, and the result has already been played out. What are you running over to yell about? I didn't know that. I thought you were more right. Wang Damei was stunned by Chi Hongdo's slap, and she grimaced, not really understanding what Chi Hongdo meant. Zhao Yuanwen and his family came back at noon. Before they even entered the house, they heard that his mother had a fight with the old lady of the Liu family. This scared Zhao Yuanwen a lot. His mother's arms and legs were old, and she would cry out in pain every time it rained or snowed. How could she compare with the old lady of the Liu family? Their sons were not around. There were only women and children at home. Isn't it obvious that they would suffer a loss? When Kai Wenli heard the news, she felt that she was worthy of being her mother-in-law. The fierce style was the same as always. The daughter-in-law also wanted to go home to see what was going on at home, but she couldn't compare to being a filial son and grandson. Zhao Yuanwen ran back. Mom, are you okay? Chi Hongdo, who was sitting on a small bench under the shade of the old willow and locust trees, was enjoying the natural breeze. She just heard the noise of the Zhao family returning. Just as she looked up, she saw a large group of people coming over. All of a sudden, the wind from all directions was blocked. Facing her eldest son's dark, bitter face and nervous eyes, Chi Hongdo felt that she was not sitting under the tree by the pond at the door, but in a hospital ward waiting for the doctor to pronounce a death sentence.
Bah.
Chi Hongdo pushed away her two grandsons. I'm fine, it's okay. Get out of here quickly, you want to kill me, an old woman with the heat. She drove away all the filial sons and grandsons around her. Zhao Yuanwen looked back every few steps, still worried. Mom, are you okay? Didn't they say they had a fight? Wasn't she injured? Didn't she hold it in because she was afraid that they would worry? Kai Wenli listened to Chi Hongdo's full-hearted voice to drive people away and quickly went to wash her hands and prepare for dinner. With her old lady's complexion, how could she look like someone who is injured and unwell? Kai Wenli felt that her uncle was just worrying for nothing.
Don't think about it.
If her old lady was really injured, she would not have to wait for them to come and greet her. She would have assigned them to go to old Lu's house to ask for an explanation. At lunch, Zhao Yuya and Debao and Erbao were both leaning against the wall. Everyone in the family already knew that the reason why the old lady had a fight with the old lady of old Lu's family today was because of these three people. The big yellow eel was still in the kitchen, and everyone saw it. When parents see their children being naughty, they will inevitably beat and scold them. Chi Hongdo saw it, but didn't stop it. Children are naughty, so they should be taught a lesson, but it's enough. Debao and Erbao cried with food in their mouths. So pitiful. Zhao Yuya is a big girl. Zhao Yuanwu is more comfortable beating his two sons, but he has never beaten his daughter. Jiang Yun usually doesn't come back at noon, so he can only glare at his daughter. As for educating his daughter, he should wait until his wife comes back. He is really not good at it. As for Zhao Yuanwen, while eating, looking at his two grandchildren who were crying like fathead fish, he felt more and more that what his mother said to him in the morning made sense. It is unrealistic to expect 8- or 9-year-old children to earn work points. If they stay at home, they will still like to be naughty everywhere. It is better to send them to school. The tuition for primary school is cheaper than that for middle school, 2 or 3 yuan per semester, which is affordable for 2 children. The eldest son shoveled the rice into his mouth. Since he can still work, he will earn more work points. The expenses of having 2 more children to go to school at home are not stressful, but not zero. He can't throw all the pressure on his mother and let her worry about it. Otherwise, wouldn't his mother raise him in vain? Compared with the relatively harmonious lunchtime of the old Zhao family, the old Lu family is not so peaceful. You say Wang Damei really thinks she has seen a ghost. Did the old widow take medicine? Otherwise, why is she so energetic? Before anything happened, Wang Damei had already fallen to the ground, and she didn't even have the opportunity to talk to others on an equal footing. Wang Damei was full of anger, but she was a little afraid of Qi Hongdou. The old widow had a lot of sons and grandsons. If they really started fighting, the Lu family would be at a disadvantage. And after all, it was just because of an eel. If it was because of a piece of gold, Wang Damei would definitely not let it go. But she was holding her breath in her heart, and she didn't like anyone. The first one to suffer was her daughter-in-law. She's like a sick chicken all day long. It's unlucky to look at her. You said you were sick and couldn't go out. How come you can't take care of the children at home? If you hadn't failed to take care of Dinyo and Nyo, would they have been beaten like this today? Her daughter-in-law didn't dare to raise her head because of the scolding. The more Wang Damei scolded, the more angry she became. She turned around and saw Lu Chunyan eating and hit her with a chopstick. What are you eating? Do you have a conscience? You don't know how to help your brother when he was beaten? How can you be so useless? You can't even beat the little girl from old Zhao's family. Look at your face. Eat, eat, eat. You only know how to eat. Why don't you eat yourself to death? You are the reincarnation of a starving ghost. At the dining table of old Lu's house, Wang Damei's scolding was deafening. Lu Chunyan covered the back of her hand and caught a glimpse of her sister-in-law's gloating smile and hated her in her heart. Zhao Yuye was about to cry. It was not because of the fight today that made Grandma unhappy, but because she lost Jiang Yun's handkerchief. The last time Grandma took out the handkerchief, Zhao Yuye saw it. There were 2 light blue ones. Later, her mother exchanged a green handkerchief at Aunt Six. Jiang Yun gave the blue one to the eldest daughter, and later gave another one to the eldest daughter-in-law. Finally, there was only a green one left. Jiang Yun liked it but was reluctant to use it. Zhao Yuye didn't really want a handkerchief, but she thought it looked nice. So she shared the matter of the handkerchief with her little sister Xiaoping. Xiaoping was the child of the brigade's secretary's family. The brigade's secretary's family was well off, and you could tell from the clothes on Xiaoping. Children with good conditions are naturally not like ordinary children. They don't care about anything except eating. So Xiaoping asked to see what the beautiful handkerchief looked like. Zhao Yuye took the handkerchief out of Jiang Yun's drawer. Before she had time to show it to Xiaoping, she had a fight with Lu Chunyan. Then, the handkerchief was lost. Zhao Yuye searched back and forth along the path for many times, but couldn't find it, and tears rolled in her eyes. How could such a good handkerchief fall? Zhao Yuye felt guilty for losing a good thing, and she was afraid that Jiang Yun would say something about her. After all, she took the handkerchief out secretly, and if nothing unexpected happened, she could put it back after showing it to Xiaoping. But now, there was nothing left to put. Zhao Yuye wiped her tears while picking at the grass, feeling extremely regretful. She didn't know if the handkerchief was blown away by the strong wind or picked up by someone, and whether she could ever find it again. Zhao Imin put on the new sneakers, and his waist and legs were no longer sore. He felt that all the strength in his body could be shaken off. It was not too far to go to Chunshan Brigade to see his 8th sister. He walked for almost 3 hours to Chunshan Brigade. These days, the population is not mobile, and strangers and acquaintances are discovered as soon as they step into the village. Young man, what are you doing here? Visiting relatives. I came to see my sister. Zhao Imin talked to an old man, his nose turned up, and he stepped on the ground with his feet. He looked very upright, but his nature was exposed as a second-rate person. In the eyes of the old man, this young man who seemed to have evil tendencies was the kind of person who would not be too much to be beaten 3 times a day. So the old man who was questioning him asked again, "Oh, who is your sister?" Don't tell me she is a bad person, right? Well, from the looks of it, it is very likely that she is.
So he had to check.
Zhao Aimin was very dissatisfied with the old man's lack of tact. Can't you see the new sneakers on his feet? Only decent people can wear this? Zhao Xuehua, Chen Lauer, my brother-in-law. Zhao Aimin had come here less often, otherwise everyone in the village could recognize who was who. When he heard Zhao Aimin say Zhao Xuehua's name, the old man thought about who it was. When he heard Chen Lauer, the old man looked at Zhao Aimin again. It was a bit like him. Zhao Aimin was not good-tempered to cooperate with an old man he didn't know. After entering the village, he was thinking about where his eighth sister's house was. He hadn't been here for a long time and couldn't remember it for a while. That's why he talked to the old man. Turn left at the fork in the road ahead, and it's the first house. The old man pointed the way to Zhao Aimin and looked at him with strange eyes. That's it. And he has still a close brother? He doesn't even recognize his own brother-in-law's family? Zhao Aimin didn't care what the old man looked at him with. He held his neck high and head high and walked away. There was no thank you. How many people would have the leisure to be interrogated as a bad guy? If he wasn't in a good mood today, Zhao Aimin might have scolded the old man. I went to see my eighth sister and completed the task. After walking a few steps to the door of Lao Chen's house, Zhao Aimin saw a skinny child of 6 or 7 years old being pressed to the ground by a short and fat boy riding a big horse. Hurry up. Big horse, go. Hurry up, if you don't listen, I will tell Grandpa to beat you. There were 3 dirty children trembling in the corner, as if they were afraid of being stared at by the short and fat boy. Standing at the door was a slightly older boy of 8 or 9 years old, and he kept urging them. Hurry up, it's my turn to play soon. Before Zhao Aimin could see the appearance of those children clearly, a figure rushed over him and pushed the short and fat boy down. Get out. Don't bully my sister. While the short and fat boy screamed miserably. Suddenly, a woman with a bun appeared in the room, rushed forward and hugged the little fat boy, and yelled at the girl who pushed him, You are an evil spirit.
You are so brave, aren't you?
You dare to hit your brother. The woman yelled and yelled, and the 8 or 9-year-old girl in front of her pulled the dirty child on the ground up, her hands shaking with anger. Zhao Aimin then realized that the older girl was his niece. The one she pulled up should be the second child of his 8th sister. You ran home before the pig grass was cut today, didn't you? You dare to hit your brother. I must teach you a lesson today. The difference in strength between adults and children was huge. Chun Li-di grabbed her second sister's hand, and her first reaction was to run. They couldn't beat her, and if they stood there, this woman would beat them to death. Then they could only run. But the expected pain did not come as expected. Instead, the woman who was shouting fiercely just now screamed and fell to the ground. Zhao Aimin met the shocked looks of his 2 nieces, one big and one small, and patted his shoes. He had just kicked them. He felt sorry for his shoes and thought they were dirty. Chun Li-di and Chun Zhaodi's jaws dropped to the ground, and their mouths could be stuffed with eggs. The 3 little ones shivering and huddled together in the corner were also dumbfounded. Who is this man? Wei Xinji, who was lying on the ground holding his stomach and screaming, was also shocked. In broad daylight, bandits came to his house. Where did this man come from? He was confused in his heart, but his face was still fierce.
Who are you?
Why do you come to our house to meddle in other people's business? Someone come here. The fat boy lying on Wei Xinji also screamed, Whoa, they're bad guys. Within 3 minutes, an old man carrying a ran out from the back of the house. As soon as the fat boy saw the old man, he rushed over. Grandpa, someone beat me and my mother. He pointed at Zhao Aimin and testified in person. Another older boy stood in the doorway, his eyes rolling, looking at the group of people in front of him. You can imagine how chaotic it was. Zhao Aimin was already furious before he even saw his 8th sister. The old man also looked at Zhao Aimin with a vigilant look on his face and couldn't remember who this person was for a while. It was only 9-year-old Chun Li-di who realized that this person was her uncle. Uncle! Chun Li-di suddenly became very excited after recognizing Zhao Aimin. Maybe because of the excitement, She couldn't control her volume, so when she spoke, this shrill voice scared Zhao Aimin. He lowered his head and saw his eldest niece looking up at him intently. The younger one looked at him like a life-saving straw, which made Zhao Aimin feel a little uncomfortable. Chun Leaguai was not so nervous after hearing his granddaughter's reminder. It turned out that they were relatives. Are you Laidi's uncle? Like Zhao Aimin, they had not dealt with each other for a long time. If they met on the road, they would not recognize each other. Zhao Aimin smiled at Chun Leaguai in a gloomy way. Yes. It turned out that he was Zhao Xuehua's brother. Wei Xianji covered her stomach and screamed even louder. Murder! Zhao Xuehua's brother killed someone. Your niece beat my son, and you kicked people as soon as you entered the door. Your family is full of murderers. Harmful spirits. Wei Xianji's family is in this brigade. Usually, she looks down on her second sister-in-law Zhao Xuehua. Knowing that she has a mediocre relationship with her natal family, she has no support to bully her, so she likes to abuse Zhao Xuehua and her children even more. Zhao Aimin beat her today, and this matter must not end. Zhao Xuehua's natal family rarely comes once a year. God knows if they are here to ask for money. Thinking of this, Wei Xianji became more confident. Chun Leaguai also felt that what Zhao Aimin did today was not fair. How could you come to visit relatives and then beat them up? Zhao Aimin ignored Wei Xianji shouting. Who knew who this woman was, and how dare she beat up his niece? He looked at Chun Leaguai and said, My dear, I came to see my sister. She didn't even come home for the Mid-Autumn Festival. What's going on in your family that makes you so busy? Chun Leaguai has 3 sons and 1 daughter. His daughter married in the brigade. His wife died of illness a few years ago, and he lived with his 3 sons. Zhao Xuehua married Chen Shulin, the second son of Chen. The eldest son and the youngest son are the oldest and the youngest, and Chen Shulin is a middle-class man, sandwiched between the eldest and the third son like heir. But Chen Shulin is still a good man. No matter whether it is his brother, his younger brother, or his biological father, he is willing to rush to do anything he wants. With her status as a man, Zhao Xuehua married into the Chen family, and it is conceivable that she suffered a lot. Her father-in-law Chun Leaguai has a weird temper, and her 2 sisters-in-law often join forces to squeeze her out of her place. She can't rely on her natal family, and she can't count on her man. Zhao Xuehua gave birth to daughters one after another in her early years, but no son. Even a good man like Chen Shulin would look at her in private. Zhao Xuehua could only swallow her anger. After giving birth to 4 daughters, she finally got a son. She thought it was a happy ending. As a result, not long after her son was born, the eldest son of the Qin family died. Inexplicably, her life became more and more difficult. Not only was her life difficult, but even her children became the cabbages in the fields, soaking in bitter water all day long. Chun Leaguai listened to Zhao Aimin's words, and his already unhappy mood became even worse. He felt that Zhao Aimin was looking for trouble. First, he beat people as soon as he entered the door, and then he was sarcastic in front of him. How could he, an old man, not let his daughter-in-law go back to her parents' home? I don't know who he is. Chun Sonia and Sia took their less than 2-year-old brother and approached carefully. They stood next to Chun Lai Di and Chin Zhao Di, and then raised their dirty little faces to look at Zhao Aimin. Except for the eldest Chun Lai Di, the following ones had no impression even if they had seen them before, and they all thought they were seeing them for the first time. This is the uncle. The fields are busy with farm work. A while ago, we dug a canal. All the laborers in our brigade went there to get processing points. How could your sister have time to go back? My dear brother-in-law, you can't just come over and beat up Jisu's mother because of this matter, right? Wei Xianji, who was beaten, was Chun Laosan's wife. She kept holding her stomach and yelling and cursing. That's not what you said, dear brother-in-law. How should I know she's a relative? I came over and saw her hitting my niece on the head. Look at her. She's such a big person. What if my niece's head is damaged by this slap? Zhao Aimin patted the head of the dark-skinned little girl beside his leg, thinking that this niece is even darker than Debao. What kind of talk is this? It seems that you really came here to do something righteous? Wei Xianji yelled at the side. What the? You came to our Qingshan brigade to show off. Chenlai Di, you little, do you think you can escape from the beating you've received today? Yaozu, go get some help. He ordered his son to go to his mother's house to get help. What's the big deal? Isn't it just a brother? Her whole family is here. Can she still be afraid of Zhao Aimin? If you tell a good citizen that you're going to get some help to beat you up, the good citizen will either kneel down and beg for mercy or run away immediately. But if you call for help from a scoundrel, Zhao Aimin was already angry, and when he heard Wei Xianji shouting, he was furious. He kicked over the bamboo basket with pig grass at his feet and pointed at Chen Leaguai. After all, he is a relative. Are you so arrogant? What? Are you going to beat me to death today? Do you think all my Zhao family members are dead? The young man raised his eyebrows and glared, with a fierce look, which made Chen Leaguai, who originally thought that it was not bad for the third daughter-in-law to call for help to teach this ignorant brother-in-law a lesson, sober up instantly. The Zhao family is really not easy to deal with. At least his daughter-in-law's mother is not someone who can be easily messed with. Yaozu. Chen Leaguai quickly stopped his grandson. Misunderstanding. It's all misunderstanding, right? Brother-in-law, come in and have a drink of water. Let's sit down and talk. Dad Wei Xianji didn't cooperate, so she was kicked. Chen Leaguai glared at her. If you were really kicked half to death, would you still have the energy to wail here? Let's get him into the house first, and see why he came. Finally, Zhao Aimin was invited in. Wei Xianji's eyes were full of hatred, but she still endured it because she was concerned about her father-in-law's instructions. Wei Xianji certainly didn't accept the kick because she thought she was unlucky. She knew that her father-in-law was an honest farmer who seemed to be quite reasonable, but in fact it was not the case. If the Zhao family is managed by the old lady, then the Chen family is managed by Chen Leaguai. Who knows, Zhao Xuehua, this brother, might suffer a great loss at the hands of the old man. Thinking of this, Wei Xianji got up from the ground. At this time, she didn't care about the pain in her stomach. She went to the kitchen and hid all the visible edible things. There was no need to cook for lunch today. Just boil some wild vegetables. Wei Xianji calculated in her mind that there was not even a portion of boiled wild vegetables for Zhao Aimin. Lu Chanyan looked at herself in the mirror, braided her hair, and then naturally took out a grass-green handkerchief from her pocket and wiped her face. Xiaoping, who came to the river with her sisters from the village to wash clothes, glanced over and her eyes fell on the handkerchief in Lu Chunyan's hand. Noticing that someone was looking at her, Lu Chanyan panicked at first, but when she found that the girls next to her were looking at the handkerchief in her hand with envious and amazed expressions, she relaxed again. Lu Chanyan proudly took the handkerchief and washed it in the water, wrung it out, and deliberately slowed down her movements to wipe her face again. Chanyan, your handkerchief is so beautiful. A girl came forward to talk to Lu Chanyan. It's okay, this one is just average, but it's not a pity to use it. Lu Chanyan wrung out the handkerchief and unfolded it to show the girl who talked to her. It sounded as if such a beautiful little thing was not worth anything to her, and there were many other ones. Invisibly attracted more envious eyes. It's really pretty, but it's just average. Where did you get such a beautiful handkerchief? Lu Chanyan was not panicked at all. Someone gave it to me. As for who gave it to her, she couldn't say. Lu Chanyan showed a shy expression at the right time. Anyway, let people guess for themselves. Maybe it was given by some young man. Xiaoping showed a confused expression on the side. Why did Lu Chunyan's handkerchief look so similar to the one Yuya described to her? It's just that Xiaoping didn't know that Zhao Yuya had lost her handkerchief and she had never seen the handkerchief, so even if she was a little confused, she didn't think about it in detail. Within half a day, almost all the young girls in the village knew that Lu Chanyan had a beautiful handkerchief. And Lu Chanyan didn't hide it. She took it out and used it openly. Many people saw it. After waiting for a whole day, and no one came to find her, Lu Chanyan became even more unscrupulous. At night when she got off work, she even blocked Zhao Weigua again. She was anxious to get the 20 yuan. Brother Weigua. With a deliberately soft tone, Lu Chunyan's pretty face with a blush appeared in front of Zhao Weigua. Under the setting sun, The scene of the girl who was attracted to him walking towards him with a smile made Zhao Weiguo stunned. He was uncontrollably excited. Chunyan. Brother Weiguo, the thing I told you last time. After approaching, Lu Chunyan bit her lip as she wanted to say something but stopped. Her face was full of embarrassment and embarrassment. Before she finished a sentence, she lowered her head. Under Zhao Weiguo's gaze, she nervously raised her hand to lift the hair on her cheek. As soon as she raised her hand, the red and swollen mark on the back of her hand came into view very clearly. Zhao Weiguo's excitement suddenly tightened. Did your family beat you again? Lu Chunyan looked up at him with tears in her eyes, aggrieved and helpless. It's because of the 20 yuan betrothal gift, Brother Weiguo. Do you have the money? I don't know if it's because of the trembling, crying voice. The end of the words sounded a little floating. But Zhao Weiguo's whole mind was immersed in the dependent eyes of Lu Chunyan when she looked at him, and he didn't notice this. 20 yuan, how can it be so easy to get it? Zhao Weiguo thought about the more than 2 yuan in his hand, which was far from 20 yuan. Last time, he was lucky enough to catch a big snake as long as a pole, and the skin could be peeled, the meat could be eaten, and the gall could be swallowed, so he got the money. And this is the harvest that can only be obtained when you are lucky. How can you earn this money every day? Zhao Weiguo shook his head with difficulty. The money is not enough. Lu Chunyan stepped forward and grabbed Zhao Weiguo's arm. Then how much can you take out now? I'm afraid that after the busy farming season this month, my family won't give me time anymore, Brother Weiguo. Hearing this, Zhao Weiguo felt even more uncomfortable. I only have 2 yuan and 20 cents now. Although Lu Chunyan didn't expect Zhao Weiguo to take out 20 yuan at once, she still despised the man in front of her in her heart when she heard the amount. The difference is too big. Lu Chunyan continued to shed tears. Her eyes were at a loss, and then she seemed to think of something. Can you ask Aunt Jiang for help? This is the idea of Jiang Yu. After all, there is only one worker like Jiang Yu in the entire Red Flag Brigade, and she's a person who can get a monthly salary. Zhao Weiguo is Jiang Yu's biological son after all, and it shouldn't be a big deal to take some money from his biological mother. But Zhao Weiguo didn't agree at once. Lu Chunyan gritted her teeth in her heart, but she didn't press on at this time. I know that it's good enough that Brother Weiguo can help me to this point. I shouldn't bother Aunt Jiang anymore. As she spoke, tears began to flow. Zhao Weiguo was distracted and tried to comfort her. Don't cry. I'll find a way. Take this money first. He took out 2 yuan and 20 cents from his pocket and stuffed them into Lu Chunyan's hand without hesitation. The moment the hot, sweaty big hand touched Lu Chunyan, she looked at the man in front of her inexplicably. It was very strange. Usually, when she saw those young boys who blushed in front of her, she thought they were stupid. She didn't know how anyone could think about this in this exhausting life. But at this moment, Lu Chunyan's heart flashed with a feeling she had never had before. It was just fleeting, so fast that she thought it was just her illusion. Watching Lu Chunyan leave, she put the money in her pocket while walking, and the corner of fresh grass green that was accidentally exposed. Zhao Weiguo subconsciously felt a little familiar. It was just that the handkerchief was placed in the pocket, only a corner was exposed, and Zhao Weiguo did not see the whole picture, so it became a corner of daily fragments, and he forgot it after seeing it. Zhao Yuya lost her handkerchief, and her eyes were swollen from crying. Jiang Yun came back, and before she found that the handkerchief in the drawer was missing, she saw her little daughter crying like a little cat, with 2 swollen eyes like walnuts. What happened, Yuya? Jiang Yun thought that when she was not at home, her daughter was bullied by someone, and she was anxious in an instant, and pulled the person into the room to ask. Zhao Yuya pointed to the drawer and sobbed to explain that she lost the handkerchief. It was obvious that it was definitely impossible to hide it. Knowing that her daughter was not bullied, Jiang Yun was not so anxious at least. It's just a pity for the thing. You said that you are so old, but you are still so careless in doing things. Don't you make me angry? Jiang Yun tapped her daughter's forehead and couldn't help scolding her. You're so grown up. How can you still be so careless? She spent 3 cents to buy it back, and she felt sad just thinking about it. But she couldn't continue scolding. Zhao Yuye was more sorry for the thing than she was. Otherwise, she wouldn't cry so hard. Facing her daughter's look of despair, Zhang Yiyun couldn't continue to lecture her anyway. Well, let's go out and drink some water to get out of this matter. When she went out, she saw her third son Zhao Weigua, who had just returned from work.
Mom.
The son wanted to say something but stopped. Zhang Yiyun felt strange and waited for her son to continue. As a result, Zhao Weigua opened his mouth, and the words were already on the tip of his tongue, but he swallowed them back. What's the matter? Zhang Yiyun urged him. This expression clearly showed that something was wrong. Nothing. Zhao Weigua shook his head, then pursed his lips tightly, turned around and took a towel to wash his face in the pond. It would be strange if nothing was wrong. Zhang Yiyun wanted to ask, but Zhao Weigua kept his mouth shut. As the saying goes, if a fool doesn't speak, even gods can't do anything. When the child grows up, the tacit understanding between mother and son seems to disappear automatically. Anyway, Zhang Yiyun can't guess it by guessing. While Zhang Yiyun was struggling, Zhao Aimin went home with a look of having eaten on his face. Qi Hongdou asked him what happened. Zhao Aimin put his hands on his waist and panted. He went to the kitchen to scoop a bucket of well water. After drinking it all in one breath, he frowned and said angrily, "It's the old man from the old Qin family. Bah, he's really a piece of. Mother, you don't know, when I went there today, I saw it before I entered the door." Zhao Aimin wiped his face and told everything that happened after he went to Qingshan Brigade today. Occasionally, there were one or two curses in the middle. Zhao Aimin was so angry that it was obvious that the in-laws of the eighth child Zhao Xuehua were worse than she expected. When Zhao Aimin saw Zhao Xuehua today, he almost didn't recognize that the haggard, skinny woman walking towards him was his eighth sister. Even so, Chen Leaguai asked his eighth sister to dig canals with men to earn work points, which was simply forcing people to die. At this point, Zhao Aimin couldn't help cursing again. The old man is really a piece of. This is deliberate abuse. Otherwise, why don't the other two daughters-in-law go? But his eighth sister is the only one who can be abused. First time Zhao Aimin saw Zhao Xuehua, he jumped up from the bench. The false calm after half a day of pretending to greet Chen Leaguai was instantly broken. Eighth sister. Zhao Xuehua was still a little overwhelmed when she saw her youngest brother at home. It was only after she heard Zhao Aimin calling her that she reacted. "I mean, why are you here?" Zhao Xuehua was surprised and happy to see her relatives suddenly. Even if Zhao Aimin was a carefree person, he felt bad when he saw his eighth sister in such a miserable state. As early as when he saw his sister's sister-in-law bullying his niece, he felt that the eighth sister situation in Lao Chen's house was not good, but he didn't expect it to be so bad. Mom saw that you didn't come back for the Mid-Autumn Festival, and she was worried about you. So she asked me to come and see if there was anything wrong at home. Chen Aimin gritted his teeth and turned to look at Chen Leaguai. "My dear brother-in-law, don't you give my sister food? Otherwise, why do the others look so energetic? Only his eighth sister is young, and the fatigue in her eyes can't be concealed, and the old Chen family is not in the point of not being able to make ends meet. Why is his eighth sister the thinnest in the family?" This question was straightforward and heart-piercing. Chen Leaguai was choked. "What do you mean by not giving food? It's not like the landlords exploited the tenants in the old society." Chen Leaguai certainly didn't admit it. "How is it possible? What my dear brother-in-law said, how could we not give you food? It's just that our old Chen family is poor and can't eat anything good. What do you think, my second wife? In front of my dear brother-in-law, our old Chen family didn't treat you badly, right?" Zhao Xuehua hadn't seen her relatives for a long time and suddenly heard her father-in-law say this again. For a moment, she even forgot to speak. Zhao Aimin's anger was rising. Among the sisters, he was not familiar with the temper of the eldest sister. But even the third sister, who seemed to be the easiest to bully, would not show mercy when fighting. Not to mention the fourth sister's temper. Only the eighth sister was the type to suffer a big loss silently. Before Zhao Xuehua could speak, Zhao Aimin took over and continued. "How can I say this? I have eyes and can see it. Look at your family, the Chen family. Who is as thin as my eighth sister? Chen Leaguai felt that Zhao Aimin was making a fuss. Fat people are rare these days. Isn't it normal to be thin? This young man is just looking for trouble and making trouble for no reason. After Chen Leaguai confirmed that Zhao Aimin was just visiting relatives to see his second daughter-in-law, he had no patience to continue arguing with Zhao Aimin. After all, this is the Qingshan Brigade, not the Hongqi Brigade, and he has the advantage of home court. Chen Leaguai was very perfunctory. Our Qin family has only this ability. If the brother-in-law is not satisfied and feels that our Qin family has treated your sister unfairly, you can take your sister home. He had been calling him brother-in-law before, but now he turned hostile. What kind of old man would ask his daughter-in-law to be taken home after seeing her family members coming? I would have thought that the daughter-in-law had made a big mistake. The more Zhao Aimin looked at Chen Leaguai, the more he felt that he was a piece of. If Xiao Xuehua hadn't held him back, he would have lost his temper. But compared to Chen Leaguai, his eighth brother-in-law Chen Shulin was the one who made Zhao Aimin the most angry. When he was talking, his eighth brother-in-law knew only to persuade him not to be angry, and couldn't say anything else. Although Zhao Aimin was angry, he didn't lose his mind. If he really came to the house today and took his eighth sister home, that would be a bad thing. If he really did that, people outside who didn't know the situation would only gossip, saying that the second daughter-in-law of the old Qin family did something and was taken home by her brothers from her natal family. Under the mediation of his brother-in-law Chen Shulin, Zhao Aimin endured and really used his limited patience to persevere. But he didn't hold on for long. When it was time to eat, he looked at the pot of boiled vegetables brought to the old Qin family by the third daughter-in-law Wei Xinji, and was about to curse in his heart, but an even more infuriating scene appeared. In the whole old Qin family, his sister and brother-in-law's family ate the worst, and when it was his turn, there was not even a bowl of boiled vegetables. When his brother-in-law Chen Shulin saw this, he stammered, looking embarrassed, not knowing how to speak. The eighth sister Zhao Xuehua pushed her bowl of half a bowl of boiled vegetables in front of him. Not to mention the meals at Zhao Aimin's house in the past month. Even the old Zhao family had never been so foolish at lunch before. There wasn't even a wild vegetable dumpling. This bowl of boiled vegetables could be digested in less than an hour. And the labor force in the family still had to go to the fields to work. What good would this do? And the wild vegetables in his eighth sister Zhao Xuehua's bowl were obviously more than half, less than those of others. What the little guys got was even less pitiful, much worse than the children of the first and third rooms of the old Qin family. If this isn't bullying, then what is bullying? The old Qin family, from Chen Leaguai to brother-in-law Chen Shulin, all spoke in the same tone. No one in the family treated anyone harshly, it was just that the conditions were not good. The other two sisters-in-law were still chiming in, openly and secretly squeezing them, and mocking Zhao Aimin for coming here empty-handed just to eat for free. I've never seen such a shameless person. I don't know if the family just needs this meal. He came all the way here empty-handed and sat at someone else's table. You are quite nice. Sister-in-law, what is the custom of your family? Why do you visit relatives when it is not a festival? It is really interesting. If I didn't know, I would have thought that your family is here to ask for money. We don't have any extra food. Wei Xinji probably thought that Zhao Aimin's previous kick was just a momentary impulse. Now facing Chen Leaguai and the whole family of Lao Chen, he didn't dare to get angry at all. So he ridiculed Zhao Aimin and Zhao Xuehua as much as he could. It was basically equivalent to getting close to each other and not even hiding it. Zhao Aimin's hair was about to smoke from enduring it. How could he endure this? Zhao Aimin kicked over the dining table of Lao Chen's family. After a loud noise, everyone was dumbfounded. Chen Leaguai didn't expect Zhao Aimin to dare to do such a stupid thing in front of him. He stood up and pointed at Zhao Aimin, his fingers shaking with anger. What kind of brother-in-law is he? He is just a second-rate guy. Zhao Xuehua was also frightened by her youngest brother's behavior, but when she saw that everyone in the old Qin family was glaring at her youngest brother, she subconsciously stood in front of Zhao Aimin. Her brother-in-law Chen Shulin's face was not very good either. The brother-in-law smashed the table to show the face of the old Qin family, and also made his own father so angry that he didn't even want to give him face. After all, he was his brother-in-law. Zhao Aimin looked at his thin sister who was blocking him, kicked over the stool that Chen Leaguai had been sitting on, and sneered, "Since you are all hungry, it doesn't matter if you miss a meal, so don't eat." When Zhao Aimin mentioned flipping the table, Chi Hongdo noticed that his adopted son's arm seemed to have scratches from a fight. Zhao Aimin had done something big in the Chen family. He was not afraid of the strong, but the strong. He was not afraid of the strong, but the desperate. Zhao Aimin was emotional for a while, just like he had taken a powerful pill, and he did not show any fear. He frightened everyone in the Chen family. He also took out the skills he usually used to fight with Li Xiaoa and scolded everyone in the Chen family. He cursed everything. Zhao Aimin was passionate, and he didn't think he had wronged the Chen family. Looking at his sister, and then at the nephews who were cowering like little chickens, he knew that he didn't scold the wrong people. Before leaving, he also said that if the Zhao family didn't do anything and dared to deduct and abuse his 8th sister and children again, he would bring the Zhao family to demolish the Chen family's broken house next time. The aura of this bandit gangster was totally different from the style of the honest farmers they usually dealt with. I think Chen Lauer is even worse than Chen Leaguai. If 8th sister has any problems, she can't rely on him at all. He was timid the whole time, his mouth was like paste, and his words were sticky. Can't he see what his wife and children are like at home? Is he blind or blind? Zhao Aimin looked down on a brother-in-law like Chen Shulin. In front of Chi Hongdo, he would not make up for Chen Shulin, but drag Chen Shulin out and whip his corpse repeatedly. Chi Hongdo now understood why the old lady she met in the town at that time said that Dashu's wife's family conditions were not bad. The Chen family withheld money from Zhao Xuehua, so it was conceivable that her current situation was very bad. She was also faced with a man who could not take charge, an old father-in-law who liked to taunt people without making a sound, and a difficult sister-in-law. In addition, Zhao Xuehua's own character of being at a disadvantage and her unreliable family made her life worse than that of the 4th child, Zhao Huaihua, who had 4 daughters. Before Chi Hongdo could speak after hearing this, Zhao Yuanwu, who was standing next to him, rushed out the door with his fist clenched. What the? Treating his sister so badly. Chi Hongdo quickly called his son and grandson to stop the 5th child. It seemed that they had to go to Qingshan Brigade, but they couldn't let Zhao Yuanwu go there in the middle of the night and make a scene at the Chen family. If that happened, it would be unreasonable. Tomorrow, my family will send someone to go with me to see Xuehua. Zhao Aimin only went there once, and if she didn't tell him, it would be impossible to guess what kind of life Zhao Xuehua usually spent at the Chen family. After searching her mind for a long time about the scenes of her youngest daughter, Zhao Xuehua, returning to her parents' home in recent years, she found that her youngest daughter seemed to be quieter every year. Zhao Aimin said that his 8th sister was so thin that only bones were left, and her condition was obviously worse than the last time she returned to her parent home. At least when Zhao Xuehua returned to her parents' home before, she was not as skinny as a stick. "Mom, I'm with you. Let's go together." Zhao Aimin was already irritated enough when she was at old Chen's house. Now that she was back, she told Chi Hongdo the whole process. Not only did she not calm down, but she became angrier the more she thought about it.
Mom, I'll go.
Old Five's voice was like a bell, and there was visible anger on his face. If someone from old Chen's family was there at this moment, they might be used as sandbags. The eldest brother, Zhao Yuanwen, nodded, thinking that it would be safer to take old Five with him. At least he would not be a coward in a fight. The others also looked at Chi Hongdo, waiting for her to appoint the troops. However, after Chi Hongdo took a look around, she still shook her head. At the moment, there are people who don't have enough food everywhere, and it is not very tenable to single out that old Chen's family abused Zhao Xuehua. If she brings people to fight again, it will become an enemy, even if it is not a feud. She can't just block Zhao Xuehua's way. Tomorrow, bring dozens of eggs, catch a chicken, and bring it with you, and old Seven's family come with me. Chi Hongdo made the decision directly. Kai Wenli, this lazy old man, is smart, but her level of earning work points in the fields is strictly speaking not as good as Li Xiaoa. It is better to take her with her to see Zhao Xuehua. After Xiao Aimin made a scene at old Chen's house, Chen Leaguai was completely humiliated, and the two sisters-in-law openly and secretly vilified Zhao Xuehua. I say, second sister-in-law, when has our family ever treated you badly? Are your brothers from your mother's side here to visit relatives or to make trouble? Wei Xianji blew on her fingernails, leaned against the door, and kept grinning, with eyes that seemed to want to eat people. We are all family, third sister-in-law. You should also speak nicely. Chen's eldest sister-in-law lost her husband unexpectedly last year and suddenly became another good person in the family besides Chen Shulin. Xuehua definitely didn't mean it. After all, we are all family. If there is a misunderstanding, we can just talk it out. Sister-in-law, look at you, you help others, but they don't appreciate it. You've been married for so many years, but you never bring back any goodies from your parents' home during the holidays. How come you're so arrogant when a brother suddenly comes to visit? Sister-in-law, your Zhao family has become rich, and you look down on us poor relatives? You're doing it on purpose, right? Wei Xianji suffered a great loss during the day, and then Zhao Aimin's outburst at the dinner table was so sudden that she only realized that she had not yet avenged herself after everyone left. But it doesn't matter. Zhao Aimin is gone, and Zhao Xuehua can't run away. Zhao Xuehua gritted her teeth and said nothing. As for the two sisters-in-law, not to mention the eldest sister-in-law, the third sister-in-law has the support of her father-in-law and brother-in-law, and if she quarrels with any of these two, her man will definitely not help her. Moreover, she originally thought that her eldest sister-in-law was a good person, but after her eldest uncle left, she suffered countless losses at the hands of the seemingly easygoing eldest sister-in-law, and then she realized what kind of person Chen's eldest sister-in-law really was. But in this family, the father-in-law has a bad temper, the daughters are still young, and the son is less than 2 years old, and he can't be relied on. As for her man Chen Shulin, he is very good to others, but to them and their mother, it is just like what her brother said today. As if she was blind, whether they were hungry or being bullied, she pretended not to see it all. She was petite, and now she was so thin that she was just a bag of bones, but she still went to the fields every day to earn work points. She couldn't take care of the children at home even if she wanted to. While gritting her teeth and working in the fields, Zhao Xuehua had to always worry about whether the children at home would be bullied by her cousins. She was burning the candle at both ends, and her body was quickly consumed. But there was no one to rely on, and she didn't even have time to breathe. So even if she was being weirded out by her sisters-in-law, she tried her best not to talk back. It was the first time that her youngest brother came to see her, and she couldn't expect someone from her mother's family to come every day. But even if she had to endure these unpleasant words because of her youngest brother, Zhao Xuehua still felt a different kind of joy in her heart. Although he came late, at least he came, didn't he? At least it gave her a little hope. Qingshan Brigade is not close, so Qi Hongdou and Kai Wenli set out before dawn. She was carrying a basket in her hand, and Kai Wenli was carrying a basket filled with old hens and dry food, which was considered as their own rations when visiting relatives. After all, Zhao Aimin didn't get a single bite to eat when he went to Lao Chen's house yesterday. Qi Hongdou also prepared 2 sets of coarse cloth clothes, which were made for Zhao Xuehua in Mao Mao tailor shop based on Zhao Yuju's figure. She also carried a bag of fructose and 2 kilograms of millet bought in Zhangji grain and oil shop. This show was absolutely enough. Qi Hongdou even told Kai Wenli to wear at least a patch dress when she went out. If you don't visit relatives when you are poor, it's impossible not to be looked down upon when you visit relatives in a shabby manner. Kai Wenli was amazed in her heart. The old woman was really willing to do so. The old hen was so fat that the mother-in-law said she would take it away, and she was carrying a basket in her hand. I wonder what else was in it. It was a piece of meat that fell from her stomach. She couldn't bear to hear the situation described by her brother-in-law yesterday, let alone the mother-in-law. Kai Wenli's biggest impression of Zhao Xuehua, the younger sister-in-law, was that she was a bit simple. It can't be said that she was completely innocent, but it can only be said that she would easily suffer when she met those with bad intentions. Qi Hongdou thought that the fourth sister Zhao Huaihua had a pretty face, but Kai Wenli thought that among the sisters-in-law, the youngest Zhao Xuehua was the most beautiful. Like Zhao Aimin, Zhao Xuehua inherited her father's cold white skin and a face like a lotus. In addition, Zhao Xuehua's simple and smiling personality made Kai Wenli privately think that the younger sister-in-law's appearance was not an exaggeration to say that it was not an exaggeration to say that it was a flower in the village. However, no matter how beautiful a girl is, after getting married and working day and night for a few years, it is inevitable that she will become haggard. But Kai Wenli really couldn't imagine what Zhao Xuehua looked like now. After seeing her sister-in-law in person, Kai Wenli was no less frightened than Zhao Aimin. Xuehua? Kai Wenli really didn't dare to recognize her at first sight. Thinness was secondary, but the main reason was that Zhao Xuehua had a dead air that was more frightening. Zhao Xuehua was a rare cheerful person among the four sisters of the Zhao family, and she loved to laugh the most. Qi Hongdo's heart sank when she saw her. This was not just caused by the withholding of food. The person standing in front of her was like a walking corpse, as if he had no soul. Qi Hongdo frowned even more when she saw the eighth son-in-law, who was stinging and stinging beside her. He had been walking around the room since he saw her coming, cleaning the tables and chairs and pouring tea, but he couldn't say a word. In the middle of the main room, Chen Leiguai sat in the main seat with a fake smile. Why is the mother-in-law here? What a rare guest. Chen Leiguai invited Qi Hongdo to drink water. The 5 children, from the oldest to the youngest, looked uneasy in the corner, as if they had sensed the undercurrents of the adults. Zhao Xuehua never dreamed that her mother would come to see her. Xuehua, come to your mother, let your mother take a good look at you. Qi Hongdo ignored Chen Leiguai and just waved at Zhao Xuehua. There were only a few steps between the two of them. Zhao Xuehua could clearly see Qi Hongdo's appearance at this time. When she walked to Qi Hongdo, her eyes were already blurred. She raised her hand and touched her face, which was full of water. Unlike the surprise and joy when she saw Zhao Aimin, the moment she saw her mother, Zhao Xuehua's heart was filled with infinite grievances, overwhelming and indescribable. Even if her mother was not very good to her, when the child saw her mother, she would subconsciously want to throw herself into her arms. Even if her mother was already very old. When Qi Hongdo found herself being hugged by Zhao Xuehua, her body was stiff for a moment, but after a moment, she raised her hand and gently patted the back of her tearful daughter in her arms. Through her thin, coarse cloth, one could easily feel her thin and protruding spine. Among a bunch of little ones in the corner, the oldest Chen Lidi lowered her head and rubbed her eyes, tears falling to the ground. She didn't know why she was crying, but she couldn't help it when she saw the look on her mother, Zhao Xuehua's face. The youngest boy, Chen Xiaobing, saw his mother crying and his sister crying, and subconsciously wanted to open his mouth and cry with them. His mouth was covered by his third sister, who was closest to him. The sensitive Chen Sanya vaguely felt that something had happened, and she didn't dare to let her younger brother make a noise, but just looked at Qi Hongdo and Zhao Xuehua without blinking. Just yesterday a brother from my natal family came, and today my mother-in-law came to visit. What are you doing, Zhao family? If you really miss your daughter, why don't you just take my sister-in-law back home? Wei Xinji thought the Zhao family was very strange. Who are they doing this for? What's the matter? They only come here twice, and they won't live together anymore? Do you want to give them a bad face? Kai Wenli, who was always fighting with Li Xiaoyi, had her radar ringing the moment Wei Xinji started talking. She looked him up and down. She knew at a glance that he was not a good person because of his drooping eyebrows, high cheekbones, thin lips, and erratic eyes. Listening to his words, it was no different from a dog barking. Kai Wenli immediately sprayed back. If we don't come, you will torture people to death without us knowing. Why can't you come?
Who are you?
No one in the Chen family has said anything. What are you doing jumping out? I heard that if my brother-in-law hadn't come in time yesterday, you would have hit our lady on the head, right? Tell me, how can you be so evil? Bullying a child and hitting her on the head, are you a human being? Chan Deseo looked at the third brother's wife being sprayed, and the foot that had just moved half a step back was retracted. Soon Chen Deseo knew that she was right not to jump out at this time, because Kai Wenli's level of spraying people was higher than Zhao Aimin. At least Zhao Aimin was not as good at grasping people's sore spots as Kai Wenli in quarrels. My sister-in-law used to be such a pretty girl. Look at what she has become in your Chin family. Bah, shameless. You come to ask for money, and you still have the nerve to flatter yourself. It's just that your Zhao came to ask for money yesterday and didn't get anything, but you dare to change someone else to come again today. You are so shameless. Ba Kai Wenli spitted at Wei Xianji's face. Without waiting for Wei Xianji to scream and curse, Kai Wenli pointed to the straw-covered baskets and baskets next to Qi Hongdou. The old hen had its legs and mouth tied, and it was quiet at the moment. The mother-in-law and daughter-in-law put down their things when they came in, so no one noticed it. You are blind, but I still come to your house to ask for money. Kai Wenli pointed at the basket. Although she felt very sad and reluctant to part with the old hen, she still put on a contemptuous expression and said, "Who would bring an old hen to your house to ask for money? Your Chin family is so poor that it is worth asking for money? It is really laughable." Kai Wenli's taunting skills were fully activated, and Chen Leaguai, who was sitting in the main seat, turned pale and blue. But he couldn't go and curse with Kai Wenli himself. He could only look at Qi Hongdou. Mother-in-law, it's all a misunderstanding. After all, the two families are not outsiders. Why are you making such a fuss? Second brother, help your mother-in-law sit down. Chen Leaguai originally regretted not asking someone to teach Zhao Aimin a lesson last night, but now he was a little glad that he didn't make a fuss. Otherwise, with the old lady's attitude, the old Chen family would probably be in turmoil. As a relative, Chen Leaguai knew about the fierce style of old lady Zhao. It's just that they haven't dealt with each other for a long time, so he almost forgot it. It was still Kai Wenli's sarcasm and scolding, which was louder and louder, that made him sober instantly. Qi Hongdou smiled at Chen Leaguai, looking easy to talk to, even a little weak and bullied. If the relative said it was a misunderstanding, it must be a misunderstanding. That's right, this is the attitude of serious communication. That brother-in-law and this daughter-in-law, once they opened their mouths, they were afraid that others would not know what was going on with their loud voices. Chen Leaguai thought to himself, wondering if he could control the old lady in front of him, and suddenly he had an inexplicable confidence in himself. It is common for us farmers to not have enough food and go hungry now. What is the situation of our Chin family? Sister, I am not afraid of you laughing at us. Our family is indeed not a wealthy family. But it is not just a few people who don't have enough food. When the brother-in-law came yesterday, I said that I really don't favor anyone or let anyone go hungry on purpose. After Chen Leaguai opened his mouth, he found that Qi Hongdou had no intention of interrupting his spell, so he became more and more talkative. In his words, Zhao Aimin was making a fuss and deliberately causing trouble. After his long speech, he did not forget to look at Qi Hongdou with expectation, waiting for her to agree with him. After listening to it, Qi Hongdou nodded thoughtfully. Then he looked into Chen Leaguai's eyes and said, "What my in-law said is true. They really don't treat us as outsiders. It's rare to see people who with their mouths these days, and Chen Leaguai is the first one who can do it." Qi Hongdou sneered in his heart, "But since we are all relatives, if you had known that the family was in such a difficult situation, you should have let someone know. Given the relationship between our two families, can you not help out? Let alone anything else. Just let Xuehua go back this mid-autumn festival and bring a message. It can also avoid these misunderstandings, right?" Chen Leaguai waved his hands, not believing Qi Hongdou's words of helping out at all. Besides, he, Chen Leaguai, still has some dignity, so why would he ask for help from his daughter-in-law's family? We are all peasants. What can the Zhao family show off? Chen Leaguai was disdainful in his heart. Every family is short of food. How can we ask you for help? Besides, our Chin family is not starving to death. Qi Hongdou said with a long-tail tone, turned around and patted Zhao Xuehua's arm. "So, my daughter is not hungry?" Chen Leaguai's face tightened. Why did the old lady's words sound unreasonable? How could he care whether his daughter-in-law was fat or thin? Chen Leaguai, who felt something was wrong, quickly changed the subject. "Since the mother-in-law is here, let's have a meal before leaving." The words were quite enthusiastic, but in fact they were urging Qi Hongdou to get out. No one's family was rich in food, and ordinary people would not easily eat at other people's homes. Whether the food was good or not was another matter, and it also required a favor. Originally, with the relationship between the two families, they would have eaten a meal. But Zhao Aimin had just overturned the table in the Chen family yesterday. Chen Leaguai waited for a long time, but did not receive an apology from Qi Hongdo, and he was already very uncomfortable. He still wanted him to keep people for dinner impossible. Chen Leaguai glanced at his third daughter-in-law. If the mother-in-law and daughter-in-law really stayed today, he would prepare the same boiled vegetables as yesterday. Let's see if the mother-in-law and daughter-in-law are thick-skinned enough to eat it. Not to mention Qi Hongdo. Even Kai Wenli could hear the real meaning of Chen Leaguai's words. Kai Wenli felt that she was too subtle in her scolding just now. What a shameless relative. There are also those who drive people away. Even if it is the neighbors in the village who come to visit, there is still some face. This old man is good. He says one thing but actually means another. There is no such thing as being a relative. Qi Hongdo shook his head as Chen Leaguai wished, I won't eat the meal. I won't eat the meal from your old Chen family. It's said that the two families are relatives. How can I let your family suffer a loss? I came to see my daughter, of course I brought food. In-laws, I won't eat the meal. Is it okay for me to use your kitchen? Qi Hongdo said, and directed Kai Wenli to pull out the tied old hen in the basket. The old hen that had been quiet for a long time was suddenly lifted up upside down, and immediately started flapping its wings desperately. The heavy and plump old hen made Wei Xianji, who was waiting for the old Zhao family's mother-in-law and daughter-in-law to brag, dumbfounded. The little Chen shabbing his fingers, not knowing what chicken tasted like, and just looked at it stupidly. His sisters would never have thought that their mother-in-law, who had a poor memory and had never been close to them, would bring an old hen to their door. They would never have thought that their family would actually kill a chicken today. Chen Leaguai looked at the big fat hen in Kai Wenli's hand with his eyes popping out. Of course, he heard what Kai Wenli said just now, but he didn't believe it in his heart. As an old lady, could he bear to see his daughter bring back a chicken? Could it be that the reason why this old lady appeared here today was not because the second daughter-in-law did not bring anything back to her parents' home during the Mid-Autumn Festival, so she deliberately made trouble? Chen Leaguai thought that this was the truth, and there was no thinking that it was not the case at all.
Wow.
Such a fat chicken. Both Chen Deseo and Wei Xianji swallowed their saliva subconsciously. This is meat. He was not bragging. My dear, I don't need to give you the firewood for the kitchen, right? After all, our two families are relatives. Don't worry, my wife is very skillful. Cooking a meal won't take up much of your time. Qi Hongdo held down Zhao Xuehua, who wanted to speak, and spoke to Chen Leaguai slowly and honestly. How could Chen Leaguai refuse? He couldn't say no now and not lend the kitchen, right? After all, Qi Hongdo even said that he would return the firewood, which clearly blocked his way out. If it really came to this, then their Chen family would not be able to show it off. Chen Leaguai forced a smile. Look at what my dear mother-in-law said. Isn't it just to use the kitchen? We are relatives, so you can use it as you like. It's just an old hen. As if no one has it. Chen Leaguai was furious, but Wei Xianji's eyes were rolling as he watched Kai Wenli kill the chicken and bleed it. This old hen was killed at Chen's house and cooked in the kitchen. It didn't make sense that the Chen family couldn't eat it, right? Chen Shulin thought that Chen Leaguai was really willing to let his mother-in-law use the kitchen. After grunting and walking around Qi Hongdo and Chen Leaguai, he went to the kitchen to help boil water. After killing the chicken, you need to bleed it and remove the feathers. You must use boiling water to remove the feathers. While Kai Wenli was killing the chicken, Qi Hongdo had completely lost interest in playing coy with Chen Leaguai. The old man never said a word of truth. It was pointless to just talk. She stood up and asked Zhao Xuehua to take the basket and the basket. We haven't talked for a long time. Let's go to your room and talk. My dear, I won't waste your time. You're busy. Xuehua, let's go and take mother to your room to have a look. Qi Hongdo turned her head and showed Chen Leaguai a very friendly smile. It seemed that the feeling of swords and swords that appeared from time to time when he was talking just now was all Chen Leaguai's own illusion. Chi Hongdo took Zhao Xuehua and a row of little kids in the corner away, and the main hall of the old Chen family suddenly became much emptier. Chen Leiguai looked at Zhao Xuehua supporting Chi Hongdo. The backs of the mother and daughter seemed a bit eye-catching. Chen Laosan and his wife Wei Xinji were of the same kind. Seeing that Kai Wenli really went to kill a chicken, he wondered if he could get a chicken leg to eat later. The children of the Qin family also looked at them eagerly. They might not understand other things, but they definitely understood killing chickens and cooking. Are those money-losing goods and an aunt who has no sense of existence at home worthy of eating meat? The meat must be for them.
Mom,
Several little kids gathered around Zhao Xuehua, looking up, their eyes moving back and forth between Chi Hongdo and Zhao Xuehua. Maybe because they were thin, the eyes of several children were particularly dark and bright. It seemed that they could see into people's hearts at once. Chi Hongdo couldn't help sighing in her heart when she met the timid and curious eyes of the little ones. What a sin! She took out the bag of fructose from the basket, opened it, and gave one to each of the little ones in front of Zhao Xuehua's surprised eyes. The youngest one drooled when he saw the candy. Chi Hongdo asked the older one to break the candy with a stone and gave him some of the residue. The children soon calmed down after having candy. Chi Hongdo then turned her eyes to her little daughter again. Zhao Xuehua's mind was in a mess at the moment. She could feel her heart pounding in her chest, beating slowly and violently. After a moment of uncontrollable tears, Zhao Xuehua regained her sanity. She was even more confused than Chen Leiguai and didn't know why her mother suddenly came to Qingshan Brigade. Whether it was the old hen or the candy given to the children, everything seemed like a dream, making Zhao Xuehua unable to find a sense of reality. Chi Hongdo's purpose was clear from the beginning to the end. Did the Qin family abuse you? She came straight to the point, afraid that if she said it too tactfully, Zhao Xuehua would not understand what she meant. When she said this, Chi Hongdo did not have the fake friendly smile on her face that she had for Chen Leiguai, but had a stern face and a serious expression. This made Zhao Xuehua suddenly unable to say the two words "it's okay" that were on her lips. How could it be okay? The life she was living now was not a life for a human being. Zhao Xuehua's tears flowed out again, uncontrollably. Chi Hongdo took a deep breath, maintained a calm tone, and spoke like a knife. Speak. Was it Chen Leiguai or Chen Shulin, or the two sisters-in-law who looked like they were not easy to deal with? She was here now, and she had to make it clear at this time about things that she could not say anymore. In the kitchen, Kai Wenli killed a chicken and ran to Chi Hongdo to take out the potatoes and 2 grain noodles in the basket. The potatoes were cut into dice, and the flour and water were kneaded into a dough that was stretched into a palm-sized pancake, which was then stewed with half a potato and roast chicken. The old Qin family only had a broken iron pot, and Kai Wenli asked Chi Hongdo about the remaining half chicken and took a clay pot and put it in the stove to simmer a pot of fresh chicken soup. Kai Wenli liked to slack off when doing other things, but it was a rare opportunity to cook a big dish. She was extremely careful not to ruin the old hen, and she finished the meal very neatly. After a while, the aroma of stewed chicken wafted out of the old Chen family's kitchen. Chen Laosan, Wei Xinji, and a group of old Chen's cubs smelled this smell, and their eyes emitted green light like hungry wolves. It was too fragrant. Chen Shulin, who did not help in the kitchen except for lighting the fire, couldn't help but start to swallow his saliva. Kai Wenli was sharp-eyed and smart, and when she was cooking, she grabbed the kitchen oil bottle and put it in hard. It was definitely not just wiping the bottom of the pot with an oilcloth and being done with it. Anyway, the sister-in-law and several children are from the old Qin family. Looking at the sister-in-law and the others, you can tell that they must have not eaten well before. They are not the kind of people who are lazy and don't go to the fields every day. Why don't they eat and let other people in the old Qin family get a free meal? Eat. Eat hard. Kai Wenli wanted to eat fiercely in her heart. If the old Qin family hadn't tortured the sister-in-law, her mother-in-law wouldn't have thought of carrying an old hen over. It's so fat. They can't bear to eat it themselves. Turning around, Kai Wenli saw Chen Shulin wandering around in the kitchen for a long time, and then went to get a pole to fetch water. Kai Wenli looked at Chen Shulin like this, and her head was about to break in her heart. How could the sister-in-law, a man, have no vision to see this point? Today, the mother-in-law is here, and you still can't tell the big and small kings? What's the point of being busy with these irrelevant things at this time? Kai Wenli complained wildly in her heart, only hating that Jiang Yun was not by her side at this time, and no one could share the gossip here. Outside the kitchen, Wei Xianji watched Kai Wenli guarding the stove without moving an inch, and couldn't help cursing Kai Wenli in her heart for being petty. They used the pot from their old Qin family, the oil and salt from their old Qin family, and the stewed chicken smelled delicious, but how could they be so tactless and not know how to serve the dish to them? It was really outrageous. Wei Xianji and Chen Laosen were ready to make a move, and if Kai Wenli didn't open the lid of the pot, they would just go in and get a bowl to serve themselves. Kai Wenli herself was reluctant to part with the old hen, not to mention the meat was hard to come by, not to mention the potatoes she brought from home, and the flour was the kind that her mother-in-law had brought out and ground it with finer quality. With this specification, let alone giving it to the other members of the old Qin family, even if they smelled it, Kai Wenli would feel like she was losing out. After she personally served this pot of food to her mother-in-law, if she left the stove, she would not be Kai Wenli. In the kitchen, the old hen was defending her husband, while in the room over there, Zhao Xuehua's eyes had already turned red from crying. From the initial stumbling and not being able to speak, to the later stage of being unable to stop vomiting out her bitterness. During this meal, Zhao Xuehua's mood fluctuated so much that no one except herself could imagine it. The more Qi Hongdou listened, the more she wanted to curse, and her frown could have killed a fly.